Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 13 Ma Chapter 85. Tail Beast Distribution. After second Tsuchikage left, the 5 Shadows talks suddenly became the 4 Shadows talks. No, strictly speaking, it is still 5 Shadows. Uzumaki Mito is a movie after all. Senju Hashirama stood up from the ground, sat back in his seat, and looked at Xia Yan. Do you want to continue this meeting? Of course. Xia Yan nodded. Then he looked at first Mizukage and first Kazekage, who had been silent since just now, and chuckled. What do you two think? Let Mr. Xia Yan call the shots. Well, I also think it's good to listen to Mr. Xia Yan. After all, he is the notary of the 5 Shadow talks. Completely lost their domineering appearance earlier, the two of first Kazekage smiled awkwardly, with a taste of pleasing in their smiles. The tragic death of first Tsuchikage sounded the alarm for the two. It also made them realize that it is a very stupid thing to fight against the existence of Xia Yan. Commonly known as courting death. First Kazekage naturally did not want to die as easily as first Tsuchikage. So now they would rather Xia Yan be the beneficiary of this 5 Shadows talks, and have no desire to fight against him. Advertisement: this guy is not a ninja at all, he is a god. Senju Hashirama, known as the god of ninja world, can't kill first Tsuchikage with a single finger. On the other hand, first Raikage and Senju Hashirama had mixed expressions. Including the two of them, in the so-called 5 Shadows talk. The 4 Shadows were all beaten by Xia Yan without any self-confidence, and the last shadow was Xia Yan himself, and there was no one left. In this way, the 5 Shadows talks continued. The content of the talks has also become much more harmonious. From the original quarrel and game, it has become a real distribution of interests. Yes, benefit distribution. Xia Yan. In addition to the 9 tails, the country of the vortex requires 3 additional tailed beasts, namely 1 tail, 2 tails and 3 tails chi. No problem. First Kazekage and first Mizukage nod for the first time, and Raikage and Senju Hashirama have no objection either. Finally, Cloud Shinobi Village in the Land of Thunder, they got their wish and got 8 tails. Although Senju Tobarama wanted 9 tails more, he also knew that Uzumaki Mito, 9 tails Jinchuriki, belonged to Xia Yan, so he simply did not bring shame on himself. Konoha, the country of fire, chooses first. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Advertisement: no way. Senju Hashirama plus Uchiha Madara plus Senju Tobarama plus Uchiha Izuna, except for the country of the vortex where Moyan is located, the current Konoha is almost invincible. 1 tail has been reserved by Xia Yan's country of vortex, and they can only take 7 tails. Next is Kirigakure, the land of water. If you have the ability, go and fight Moyan. After that, the 4 great ninja villages began to distribute the remaining 5-tailed beasts. Next is Sanagakure, the land of winds. In desperation, he could only sell for the next best thing. The attributes barely match Kirigakure's 6 tails. What first Mizukage wants most is actually 3 tails. This tailed beast, Jiao Hao, is perfect for their Kirigakure and can be pre-ordered by Xia Yan. Although there were only 9 tailed beasts in total, Xia Yan took 4 as soon as he opened his mouth, which was almost half of it, which was a bit too much. In this way, the 9-tailed beasts equivalent to nuclear bombs were finally allocated. What about dissatisfaction? They took 6 tails. But thinking of Xia Yan's amazingly dominant power, they forcibly suppressed all their dissatisfaction. So they directly took the 2-tailed beasts 4 tails 5 tails. Chapter 86. Go to Comprehensive Daily World. P.S. The combat power has completely collapsed, so let's just write about the daily world of the comprehensive comics. I have always wanted to write about it. The main characters should be Chunwoo, passerby heroine, Shiji, April is your lie, strength first classroom, etc. The distribution of the tailed beasts is completed, and the first 5 Shadows talks are over. The shadows of each ninja village returned to their ninja village impatiently. First, they were all frightened by Xia Yan, and they didn't dare to stay with Xia Yan at all, for fear of annoying him and causing any accident. The second is that they both planned to take action against Iwagakure. That's right. Even after Senju Hashirama's plea, second Tsuchikage did not save his life, but he still failed to dispel the 730 ideas of Iwagakure from the movie and others. After all, it was a great ninja village on an equal footing with them, and the richness of its resources could not even be described as fat, it was simply a treasure. And this treasure just lost one of the strongest guardians, isn't it okay to let them bite? What? No second Tsuchikage. Scare, just a mere junior, who would put such a minor role in their eyes. Teacher, the ninja world is going to fight again. Uzumaki Mito, who was brought back to the country of vortex by Xia Yan's time-space ninjutsu, looked at Xia Yan worriedly, and his beautiful eyes were full of worry. Advertisement: Xia Yan smiled slightly and said, this is normal, as long as there are people there will be fights, unless, a curious look appeared on Uzumaki Mito's pretty face. Unless, there is someone strong enough to suppress everyone's desires, Xia Yan said lightly. Uzumaki Mito rolled his eyes at Xia Yan. Isn't this your teacher? Teacher, are you saying that you can bring peace to the ninja world? No, I'm not interested in the peace of the ninja world at all. Xia Yan immediately denied Uzumaki Mito's words. Mito was stunned again. Then you mean? Of course it's you, silly girl. Xia Yan patted Uzumaki Mito's little head lightly. Mito's beautiful eyes widened. Me? Although I am really strong, I still can't do such a thing, right? Why don't you give it a try? Mo Yan asked rhetorically. Uzumaki Mito finally, CBDD, did not deny it again this time, but fell into contemplation. Indeed, she now has the power to surpass all the powerhouses in the ninja world. Although she can't be as outrageous as the teacher, she can still do things like crushing a village by one person. So, maybe she can really bring peace to the ninja world? Your lifespan has far exceeded that of human beings. Even if you won't grow old for 1,000 years, we will see you soon, don't read. Advertisement. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Determining the world. Comprehensive Comics Daily. I see, teacher. Under his full of doubts, a space Uzumaki swallowed him and rushed towards the unknown world. In the universe, looking at the blue and beautiful planet under her feet, Xia Yan slowly took out a random world-traveling charm. Open black lens bracket. Open successfully. Close black lens bracket. Xia Yan. There are not many words on the note. Xia Yan was gone, and there was only a note left in place. Xia Yan. Random world crossing is on, but Uzumaki Mito saw tears in his eyes and was in a bad mood. What the heck is omnibus? Shouldn't it be a specific world? The teacher just left. Although she knew that this day would come sooner or later, she still couldn't accept it. No way, alas. The world of Hokage is really boring. If the timeline of World War II and World War III were better, at least there would be a lot of familiar people. Uzumaki Mito clenched his fists in excitement and wanted to share his thoughts with Xia Yan, but couldn't help but froze in place. I've left temporarily, and the ninja world is handed over to you, good disciple. Chapter 526, Auto-generated chapter title, 1, Karuizawa Megumi who was bullied. P.S. The combat power has completely collapsed, so let's just write about the daily world of the comprehensive comics. I have always wanted to write about it. The main characters should be Chunwoo, passerby heroine, Shiji, April is your lie, strength first classroom, etc. Where's the money? Where's the money Lousy asked you to bring? You didn't bring it. Karuizawa, you damn stinky BCH, are you asking us? Or, are you going to use your body to compensate us? Ha 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 ha. In the dark alley with few people, a group of hooligans was beating a graceful blonde girl around, yelling and scolding. The girl curled up on the ground with her head and face hanging, neither daring to resist nor to make any screams. Under the dim night, the girl's long golden hair is very conspicuous, her figure is also very good, and the pitiful appearance of tears is even more pitiful. But these bastards don't know what Lianxiangshiyu is. They just feel that the worse they are being bullied, the happier they are. Who can help me? Feeling the severe pain from the beating on her body, Karuizawa Megumi's heart was full of despair. She actually asked for help more than once, but the answer she got disappointed her time and time again. Why do they only bully you and not others? Just bear with it, anyway, it won't take long for you to be separated, and you may never meet in this life. What? You said Chu-kun bullied you? Impossible, he has good grades and is a good student. Regardless of whether you believe Karuizawa Megumi's words, the answers given by others are basically useless. This even includes her parents. This also led Karuizawa Megumi to completely give up the idea of asking others for help. As for the police, wouldn't they let everyone know how miserable they were being bullied? The girl who loves face is obviously unable to accept such a bad thing. So, as others have said, bear with it. Endure until we separate and never see each other again. Won't these things be gone? Advertisement, scare. This woman is really resistant to beatings. There are no screams, just like a corpse. At this time, the leaders of several gangsters were finally provoked by Karuizawa Megumi's indifferent attitude, and their faces were full of dissatisfaction. Is it over? Karuizawa Megumi thought that these gangsters were finally getting bored and preparing to leave. But when she saw it, the gang leader not only did not leave, but also took out a small knife that shone with cold light. Wait a minute. Finally unable to remain silent any longer, Karuizawa Megumi's whitened beautiful eyes were filled with horror. Are these guys crazy? This is a knife. This is murder. But the gang leader didn't care about Karuizawa Megumi's panic at all, and walked towards the desperate and fearful girl step by step with a sharp blade in his hand. This woman is such a brainless idiot. Looking at Megumi Karuizawa's fearful eyes, the gang leader was very proud, and even had a wonderful sense of superiority over others. In fact, he certainly couldn't have murdered. He is not a fool, how could he make himself a murderer? The reason why he took out the knife was just to scare those ignorant cowards. Of course, even if you don't kill people, it's okay to strike twice. Looking at Karuizawa Megumi's white and tender face, the gang leader licked the corners of his mouth, and suddenly felt a sense of cruelty in his heart. It should be a very interesting thing to leave an indelible mark on this perfect face, right? Holding such a dark thought, he slowly raised the knife in his hand, and a cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. No, do not want. There was an indestructible wall behind her, and Karuizawa Megumi, who had no way to retreat, closed her eyes in despair. Who can help me? Noisy, what are you doing? Just when Megumi Karuizawa was less than 10 centimeters away from the knife, a lazy voice belonging to a young man suddenly sounded from behind. Okay. The action of the gang leader's bayonet froze, and he and his little brothers looked behind him in disbelief. Even Karuizawa Megumi resisted the fear and opened her eyes, her beautiful eyes full of anticipation. Advertisement. Did someone really come to rescue her? I saw a tall figure standing at the entrance of the alley. For flowers. The man is not very strong, but there is a strange harmony and beauty, as if the human being was created by him as a template. Looking further up, not to mention Karuizawa Megumi, even a few scumbags and hooligans with no aesthetic level couldn't help taking a breath. I go, so handsome, is this guy really a human and not a sculpture created by some world-class master? A handsome man in his early 20s, his facial features and skin are all exquisite and perfect, which are countless times more perfect than the most exquisitely edited pictures of the stars. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that someone in this world could actually grow up to look like this. And this is naturally Xia Yan, who has just crossed into this world. Point 0. Although he already knows that this is a comprehensive daily world, but there are so many daily worlds, he does not know what animation works are contained in this world, so he released his own observation Hawkeye. Coincidentally, he directly discovered the girl named Karuizawa Megumi who was being bullied. Xia Yan is not familiar with her, but has only heard of the work, real teaching, and her name. Judging from the discussion in the past life postbar, Karuizawa Megumi was bullied in junior high school and even left a big scar on her body. So she used a tough attitude to arm herself, just to prevent being bullied by others again. With the development of the original story, this hard shell is broken and the fragmented heart is displayed in front of the readers. I don't know how many readers feel love and gain a lot of popularity. Of course, this has nothing to do with Xia Yan. He's not a fan, he just doesn't like scumbags who bully girls. Too much. Really too much. At this time, the gang leader suddenly abandoned Karuizawa Megumi and walked towards Xia Yan with a look of grief and indignation. As he walked, he babbled like crazy. Why are you so handsome and I'm so ugly? You be ******. How dare you care about lousy? I will teach you a lesson today. Saying that, he raised the knife in his hand and wanted to swipe at Xia Yan's cheek. Ah! Karuizawa Megumi exclaimed, subconsciously shouting. Be careful, dodge, you are not their opponent, da. Chapter 527, Auto-generated chapter title, 2, Karuizawa Megumi's Prince Charming. This girl. Xia Yan gave Karuizawa Megumi a strange look. There was a trace of approval and appreciation in the originally casual eyes. Although she was bullied and bullied, this girl was unexpectedly a good boy. At this time, bullying people are coming towards him. He didn't hurry to take the opportunity to escape, but he still reminded him loudly, this is probably something that most ordinary people have a hard time doing. It can be seen from this that Karuizawa Megumi is a good boy with a conscience. Xia Yan likes good kids, especially when this good boy is a beautiful girl, it is even more pleasing. So, do you want to give the good boy some extraordinary rewards? Under Karuizawa Megumi's astonished gaze, Xia Yan's pupils suddenly turned blood red, and there were strange patterns spinning at high speed. Mangekyo Sharingan. This is Xia Yan's ability to make a fortune in the 730 world of One Piece. Although Mangekyo Sharingan's ability is rarely used after possessing more powerful pupils such as Rinnegan, Tensegan, and the Demon Eye of Straight Death, he is not unfamiliar with this ability. Amaterasu. The left eye lit up, and the pupil technique poured out. A strange pure black flame appeared out of thin air on these gangsters, as if spontaneous combustion. The knife in the gang leader's hand that stabbed at Xia Yan was also burned out in an instant. What's this? A few thugs were stunned for a moment, then severe pain struck, and their faces changed drastically. Ah! A shrill scream resounded through the sky. They desperately tried to put out the strange black flames on their bodies, but they did not expect that the flames not only did not weaken, but even the ground and air were ignited. Yes, the air is all lit, the flame of Amaterasu. For Xia Yan, this is a low-level move that he is not uncommon in the pirate world. However, in this world without superpowers, this never-extinguishing flame is simply the most cruel punishment. In the heart-piercing screams, these hooligans quickly turned to ashes, and even the corpses were not left behind. Withdrawing the flame of Amaterasu that was still burning, Xia Yan looked sideways at Megumi Karuizawa, who was leaning against the wall with a dull expression. The girl was frightened. Although she didn't want anything to happen to Xia Yan, she also hoped that Xia Yan would be a powerful person, so it would be best to beat those gangsters in turn. But she never thought that Xia Yan would kill. Advertisement. What's more, it's just murder. What's up with this weird flame? Magic? Or superpowers? Those people were burned alive to slag. This is too scary. Cough. Looking at Karuizawa Megumi's pale and terrifying face, Xia Yan shook her head slightly, losing her interest. Of course he knew it wasn't Karuizawa Megumi's fault. It was not bad for a teenage girl to suddenly encounter such a strange and terrifying murder. So he turned and was ready to leave. Huh? Wait a minute. Noticing Xia Yan's actions, Karuizawa Megumi, who was still in shock, suddenly gathered up her courage and rushed forward to grab Xia Yan's sleeve. What? Xia Yan turned around and looked at her strangely. That. A blush appeared on the originally pale face, making the girl look very beautiful and attractive. In the end, Karuizawa Megumi looked directly at Xia Yan, and the panic before her eyes completely disappeared. Thank you. Aren't you afraid of me anymore? Xia Yan asked with interest. Karuizawa Megumi hurriedly shook her head. Don't be afraid, you are a good person. Mo Yan smiled slightly. But I've killed several people, using methods that you can't understand at all. Saying that, Xia Yan flicked her fingers. Crack. A cobweb-like crack with a width of more than 10 meters appeared on the hard wall, as if it had been hit by a fast-moving truck. Karuizawa Megumi's eyes narrowed. If the black flames mentioned earlier may still be a special scientific method, then the exaggerated destructive power now shows one thing. That is, this handsome man who saved him really has incredible superpowers. Are you here to save my god? Karuizawa Megumi couldn't help but ask. Almost every girl has fantasized about her own Prince Charming, and an unlucky person like her who has been bullied all the time is no exception. Karuizawa Megumi has always hoped that someone can save her, and now her dream has finally come true, and the other party is more perfect than she imagined. But Xia Yan shook her head. I just passed by, is that so? Karuizawa Megumi's eyes dimmed for a moment. However, Karuizawa Megumi quickly got out of her lost emotions and stared at Xia Yan with the eyes of a young girl with a longing look. What's your name? Xia Yan. Advertisement. Xia Yan naturally won't hide her real name. Xia Yan? A hint of surprise flashed in Karuizawa's eyes. Are you from Daxia? Yes. Xia Yan nodded, but her eyes were in a trance involuntarily. Although his current body is actually not even a human being, his soul is far beyond the limit that human beings can achieve. But deep down, he still firmly believes that he is Huxia. Suddenly, several voices sounded not far away. The screams came from here. Quick. Watch out, it could be a gang, they might have guns. If you can put gangsters and firearms on your lips, the person who comes is probably the police. Someone's coming. What do we do? Karuizawa Megumi's face turned pale, and she looked at Xia Yan in horror. For a teenage young girl, she doesn't even want to call the police about being bullied because she is afraid of being known by others. What's more, murder is something that would be directly frightened by ordinary people. Xia Yan naturally knew this too, so he stretched out his hand directly and hugged Karuizawa Megumi in his arms. What? Because of this, she can better understand how exaggerated distance she has moved in that moment. She recognized the path she was on now. Karuizawa Megumi only felt a hurricane hit, subconsciously exclaimed, and at the same time reached out and hugged Xia Yan tightly. Hey, even if it's not as fast as the speed of light, it's definitely 100 times faster than the speed of sound. This is. Deliver, she, an ordinary person, was not torn to pieces directly? Xia Yan naturally noticed her change, smiled in her heart, and stepped out. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. 3.3 times in an instant, spanning thousands of miles. It wasn't until more than 10 seconds later that she dared to open her eyes secretly. Unexpectedly, Xia Yan would do this. Feeling the good smell of a man, Karuizawa Megumi's face turned red, and her body stiffened. The smart Karuizawa Megumi instantly realized that Xia Yan should have protected herself, and she couldn't help feeling warm in her heart. This feeling of being protected really made her unable to help but indulge in it. Shunpo. Looking at the completely different environment around, Karuizawa Megumi's pupils shrank. Chapter 528, Auto-generated chapter title, 3, Destiny. Just as Karuizawa Megumi was enjoying the warmth of being protected, Xia Yan's teasing voice suddenly sounded. I said, how long do you want to hold this girl? What? After being reminded by Xia Yan, only then did she notice how bad her actions were now. Karuizawa Megumi's already blushing face suddenly turned even redder. Quickly escaped from Xia Yan's arms, Karuizawa Megumi looked at Xia Yan incoherently. I'm leaving. Xia Yan said suddenly. Karuizawa Megumi was stunned, and a deep sense of loss welled up in her heart. She actually knew that it was normal for Xia Yan to want to leave. After all, they just met by chance. 21 but. Just like that. Although Japan is not big, it is definitely not small to be honest. Will she be able to meet Xia Yan again in the future? Thinking like this, Karuizawa Megumi reached out and grabbed Xia Yan's sleeve, raised her head and asked softly, can I see you again in the future? Then it depends on fate. Raising her hand and patting Karuizawa Megumi's head lightly, Xia Yan chuckled. Where's your home? I'll take you back. Good. Advertisement. Although she was extremely reluctant, Karuizawa Megumi did not pester Xia Yan like the girl in the movie, but hugged his arm gently and gave out the address of her home. I don't know, but this docile attitude showed her reluctance to the fullest, making Xia Yan feel a little distressed. Cough. Could it be that I haven't been in touch with women for too long? Thinking that she had been training Uzumaki Mito for the past few months, and that no other woman had ever touched it, Xia Yan couldn't help feeling very speechless. To be so strong that he can still be empty, lonely, and cold is a strange thing. After leaving Karuizawa Megumi, Xia Yan stepped out of Shunpo and moved towards the position that the other party said. This time, Karuizawa Megumi didn't close her eyes, and she also saw this magical scene that seemed to teleport in space. But in an instant, she appeared at the door of her house from dozens of miles away. It's amazing, you are amazing. Karuizawa Megumi praised Xia Yan from the bottom of her heart, and her eyes were full of the girl's longing and closeness to her sweetheart. The weak yearn for the strong. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. This is why the story of heroes saving beauty and knights defeating dragons to save princesses can spread throughout the world since ancient times. Well, see you by fate. Advertisement. As she walked towards her house, Megumi Karuizawa murmured in a low voice. Beauty yearns for heroes. Looking at the empty face, Karuizawa Megumi's smile froze, and the whole person was dumbfounded. Deliver. My name is Xia Yan. After the exchange of names was completed, Xia Yan didn't stay any longer, and his 730 shunpo disappeared in place. Glancing at the shy Karuizawa Megumi, Xia Yan repeated her name again. Forget it, such a superhuman existence is not something that an ordinary girl like me can imagine, let alone. Why did you just leave? Xia Yan repeated her name to her so solemnly, she thought that Xia Yan also had a good impression of herself. Bye-bye fate. I hope she really has a relationship with him. Karuizawa Megumi was stunned, and then seemed to realize something, and hurriedly surprised Kaido. My name is Karuizawa Megumi. Is it really just a mere self-introduction? What's the situation? Chapter 529, Auto-generated chapter title. 4. From today, I am the most loyal dog of adults. Goodbye-bye. This is actually quite perfunctory. Although Japan is a small country, its population is quite large. If you don't look for it deliberately, the probability of two people meeting is really not high. But this is not Xia Yan's problem. If he really wants to find Megumi Karuizawa, he just needs to cover the whole of Japan with his observation haki and he can find it easily. What to do now? Standing in the void, Xia Yan was in a rare confusion. At the beginning, there were a lot of characters and plots that he was familiar with in the ninja world, so he could easily keep up with the plot and control the development of the plot at will. But this is an unknown, comprehensive, everyday world. Xia Yan currently does not know which planes this comprehensive daily world includes, nor what characters are there. Except for, practice. Let's form a force at will. After being confused for more than 10 seconds, Xia Yan finally made a decision that could never be wrong. Power. Whether it is the urban world, or the world of animation, fantasy, or martial arts, it is definitely not wrong to form a force. After all, subordinates, money and power can be described as timeless attributes of the heavens and the world. Even the prehistoric world with saints is no exception. Observation haki was released, covering the whole of Japan in an instant. In just half a minute, Xia Yan roughly searched for this Japan. The school in the two animation works of Chunwoo and Passerby, and Totsuki. Are they really popular everyday worlds? The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, revealing a beautiful arc, and Xia Yan's figure instantly disappeared in place. At the same time, a high-rise building in Tokyo, the top office. Susanoo, who is over 50 years old, looked at the financial report in his hand with pride in his eyes. His club has been cleaned up by nearly 80%, and several large-scale investments in the past 6 months have been very successful and have yielded rich returns. Today, regardless of his personal worth or power, he is in the first echelon in the international metropolis of Tokyo. He is finally an adult. Okay, the next target is the world's top chaebol. Isayama said softly to himself with pride, his eyes were full of burning fierce fighting spirit. At this time, a young man's voice sounded from not far away. The whole world? It's very simple, do you want me to help you femininity? Isayama was taken aback and looked up in the direction where the sound came from. I saw a slender and fit figure sitting on the soft sofa. It was a young man. After seeing the face of this young man, Rao was a complex emotion of envy, jealousy and hatred that Susanoo, who was already successful in his 50s, could not control. Advertisement. This is too handsome. After the surprise, there was a deep panic. How did this guy get to the top now? What about the security? What about his men? Who are you? While questioning Xia Yan calmly, Isayama stretched his hand under the table to get the pistol. As a top club boss, murder is commonplace for him. Not caring about Isayama's defensive attitude, Xia Yan chuckled and said, My name is Xia Yan, I'm a god, I can make you a god too. Huh? What are you babbling about? Thinking that he had met an idiot, Isayama was speechless, and suddenly took out a pistol and aimed it at Xia Yan's head. I'm sorry, I'm a materialist and don't believe in God. The words fell, and the pistol equipped with a silencer fired. Boom. A specially made large-caliber bullet with a tongue of flame shot at Xia Yan's head at high speed. The speed of the bullet is far beyond the speed of sound, and even some non-physically enhanced superpowers have no time to dodge. Xia Yan didn't hide either. It's not that you can't avoid it, it's that you don't need it. Ding. The bullet hit Xia Yan's forehead, as if it had hit a piece of steel, and it bounced straight up. But Xia Yan's forehead did not even leave a trace. This. Isayama stared at the boss, his eyes full of astonishment. What did he see? This bullet that can pierce the heads of beasts like lions and tigers can't even leave a trace on Xia Yan's forehead? Copper head and iron bone? The golden bell hood and iron cloth shirt in Huxia martial arts novels? Or, is this guy really a god? Looking at Xia Yan in surprise, Isayama's face turned blue and white, and he was caught in a tangle. What? Xia Yan chuckled, knowing that Dongshan had already half believed in him. The next thing is easy. Just show your magic. So, Xia Yan flashed in front of Isayama and grabbed his shoulder. Isayama's pupils shrank, and was taken aback by Xia Yan's actions. Jump. No, it really is teleportation. This guy actually teleported in front of him just now. Advertisement god. Superpower. At this moment, Susanoo, who has tens of thousands of employees, felt fear from the bottom of his heart, and even struggled involuntarily. Xia Yan naturally wouldn't let him escape. With a thought, the figures of the two disappeared in place. Izayama didn't even have time to think about what was going on, but he felt as if his feet were empty, as if he had stepped in the air. This is. Subconsciously looking down at his feet, Sushan's pupils shrank suddenly. I saw a beautiful blue planet at his feet. As a top student at the University of Tokyo, Izayama immediately realized that it was the Earth. But, what's going on here? How did he get off Earth? If it is in the universe, why can he breathe normally? Of course I did. Listening to Izayama's heart with observation haki, Xia Yan chuckled. Don't you believe that I am a god? Come and show you my means. Izayama didn't speak, but looked in the direction Xia Yan's finger pointed. Then he saw a shocking scene that he would never forget in his life. I saw Xia Yan flick her fingers. A golden streamer flew towards a small planet very far away. Too shocking, too powerful. Izayama suddenly changed to kneeling, and slammed his head against Xia Yan. His body trembled violently, and an unhealthy tinge of blood appeared on his originally pale face. Izayama looked at Xia Yan excitedly. My lord, can I also become a god in your mouth? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The boss of Izayama's mouth was open, and he couldn't close it, Zhao Hao. At the same time, Izayama shouted respectfully, from today onwards, the Izayama group will only follow your lead, and I am your most loyal dog. Flick the stars. This. As Xia Yan released the palm that was holding Izayama's legs went weak and collapsed directly to the ground. With the impact of terror to ultimate, the planet actually exploded like this, turning into dust in the universe. The shocking scenes that can only be seen in comics and movies, he never thought he could see them in reality. Wow. At this moment, the two of them flashed again, and instantly returned to the previous office. How? Xia Yan asked with a chuckle. It's not easy, Xia Yan said lightly, but it's very simple to make you immortal. Boom. Chapter 530. Auto-generated chapter title. 5. Letter of Appointment of General Wu Gao. The Izayama Group, originally the Izayama Society, is essentially a violent underground society that cannot be seen. However, the founder of Izayama is very capable. After accumulating a lot of wealth by various garbage methods, he began to quickly see transformation. By the time Xia Yan crossed into this world, the Izayama Group had become a super large company integrating industry, manufacturing, catering, and service, with a market value of more than $100 billion. That's certainly nothing compared to some of the more top-tier companies. But in the land of Tokyo, Japan, it can be regarded as a relatively rare large enterprise, and it has a certain social status in the world. Izayama has always been quite proud of his achievements. The only dissatisfaction is that he is over 50 years old, and he will be completely old with 2 to 30 years left in power. But now, he has met God. Witnessing Xia Yan's terrifying strength with his own eyes, Izayama's kneeling did not disapprove at all. He only hoped that as a slave, he could really obtain the immortality that Xia Yan said. In the face of longevity, the so-called wealth and power are not worth mentioning at all. Good. Seeing Su Shan respectfully kneeling in front of him, Xia Yan nodded with satisfaction. He has always admired smart people with self-knowledge and is willing to give them opportunities. However, is this physical fitness too poor? Unlike the monster physique in the pirate world, the energy physique in the Hokage world is not the same as the soul physique in the Shinigami world. Because it is in the everyday world, Izayama's physique is not as good as that of ordinary people. This makes it difficult for him to learn any powerful abilities. For example, 8 Inner Gates Formation, a magical skill that can make the weak overcome the strong, can be easily learned by Uzumaki Mido, who has 9 tails Jinchuriki, and can even open the door on the spot. And if Izayama forcibly used this explosive energy move, not only would he not be able to become stronger, but he would actually explode himself. So, instead of teaching him any moves, Xia Yan injected Ryotsu into his body and began to transform Hayama's body. Izayama groaned and grinned in pain. Hold on, Xia Yan said coldly. As long as you can survive, you can have power beyond human beings and a lifespan of thousands of years. What? Izayama's pupils shrank, although the pain in his body made him sweat profusely, but his heart was filled with ecstasy. Strong force. Eternal life. For human beings, this is probably the eternal pursuit. For Susan, who has mastered wealth and power and is over 50 years old, this is a coveted treasure. Ah! The shrill screams kept ringing in the office. Advertisement as Hayama's body is transformed by Ryotsu, CBDD. His shouting grows louder and eventually even forms a substantial sound wave. Crack. Kick. Under the impact of sound waves, cracks appeared on the surface of the glass continuously, and eventually it shattered completely. This violent sound and change immediately caught the attention of Izayama's subordinates. Boss, what's wrong? Boss, are you alright? Attracted by the screams, more than a dozen subordinates who were specially responsible for guarding Izayama wanted to rush in with guns. Xia Yan ignored them and let them break in. As soon as they entered the door, they were knocked to the ground by the oncoming sound waves. Looking at Su Shan lying on the ground and screaming in pain, the bodyguards and thugs were all dumbfounded. What's the situation? Why is the sound so loud? It's just like the dragon roar in the movie. Who is that young man? They have been guarding the door all the time. When did this man come in? The few people met face to face, and subconsciously wanted to take out a pistol and attack Xia Yan. Xia Yan did not intend to kill them, but raised her finger and stroked the wall lightly. Crack. The office of hundreds of square meters was cut off by Xia Yan, showing extremely hideous cracks. More than a dozen bodyguards were stunned, and they were so shocked that they couldn't even pull the trigger and shoot. From their perspective, it is completely incomprehensible what is going on right now. But they knew very well that since Xia Yan could chop off hundreds of square meters of indoor walls with one finger, he could naturally also smash their corpses into pieces. Therefore, no one dared to move, and all waited quietly for the result. A long time. Susan, whose throat almost broke, finally came to an end. With a breath of hot air out of his mouth, Izayama staggered to his feet. His appearance has not changed much from before, but his physical fitness is at least 1,000 times stronger. This power. Looking at his palm, Izayama suddenly raised his hand and slashed at the wall. Crack. A crack with a length of 7 or 8 meters appeared on the wall, and the crack continued to spread outward. Advertisement. Although the visual effect was far from Xia Yan's finger just now, it also shocked more than a dozen bodyguards. At this moment, how could they still not understand what happened? 1. Their boss, Izayama, had an adventure and possessed extremely amazing strength. Judging from the fact that he cut a crack of nearly 10 meters on the wall with one hand, but did not receive the slightest damage, I am afraid that even a bullet would be difficult to damage it. 2. This handsome young man who doesn't look like a human is definitely an extremely terrifying existence, and it is also a great opportunity. Thinking that their boss is only relying on this man to become strong. Boom. Just when the dozen or so bodyguards were still in shock, Izayama suddenly knelt down. Lord Xia Yan. Looking at Xia Yan extremely respectfully, Sushan's eyes were as if he were looking at his own father, and he was extremely fanatical. Although he is not as powerful as Shinigami, who has merged with Ryotsu, he also has a lifespan of at least 1,000 years, and his physical strength is far beyond that of humans, making him a little Superman. All thanks to Xia Yan. The dozen or so bodyguards weren't fools either. They immediately knelt on the ground and said respectfully in unison, "Lord Xia Yan." Yes, I admire people with brains. Satisfied with the attitude of the bodyguards, Xia Yan threw a little Ryotsu at will. Soon, after experiencing the same screams as Izayama, the auras of a dozen people became much stronger. Although far inferior to the boss of Izayama, he is definitely a monster-level existence. This also makes them look forward to and fear Xia Yan even more. This is simply the means of the gods. From today onwards, I will take all the associations and foundations in Japan for my own use. After taking in more than a dozen subordinates in one breath, Xia Yan was not satisfied, looking at Sushan and said. Izayama slapped his chest sharply, "It's all on me, Lord Xia Yan, I'll bring them all to you." In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. All the leaders of associations and foundations in Japan have all become Xia Yan's subordinates. In order to prevent these people from betraying and causing some troublesome things, Xia Yan not only gave them superhuman strength, but also took them to experience the live broadcast of the planet explosion. Not to mention, sweet dates and sticks are really easy to use. After seeing with their own eyes that the planet fell on one finger of Xia Yan, these upper-class people have kissed Xia Yan 100 times more than their own father. And Xia Yan, who has countless subordinates, finally has a little understanding of this comprehensive daily world. Letter of appointment for history and physical education teachers of General Wuhan High School. Looking at the employment document in her hand, Xia Yan's eyes flashed with anticipation. With his current strength, it is almost impossible to become stronger in this everyday world. Therefore, only by encountering those original characters can he have a little interest. Chapter 531, Auto-Generated Chapter Title. 6. Car Accident General Wu Gao. If this is a single world, then this is the school for the protagonists of Spring Thing. Yukino Shida Yukino, Heikei Shizuo, Big Teacher, Yubahama Yui. But it's a mixed world of rambling every day, so Xia Yan didn't know who she was going to meet before going to this school to experience it for herself. Of course, he can totally perceive it with observation hockey. But what's the point of that? If people live in the world without a sense of surprise and expectation, it would be too boring. Blink. 3 days later. Finally arrived at the start time as written in the letter of appointment. Sit on Izayama to compliment himself and spend a lot of money on the special-made Bugatti Veyron top supercar. Xia Yan drove towards the direction of Zhongwu Gao at a high speed, causing countless envy watching along the way. To be honest, the experience of driving a luxury car is quite new. After crossing, Xia Yan has been to Pirate World, Shinigami and Hokage worlds, and the most modern means of transportation she has ever encountered is a boat. Soon. General Wu Gao is almost here. There was a car in front of it, but it seemed to be out of control, and suddenly shook violently. This is. With Xia Yan's natural eyesight, he could clearly see what was happening in front of him. A dog ran onto the road and was about to be hit by a luxury car. On the side, the pink-haired girl showed despair, and the boy with dead fish eyes rushed towards the dog. Well, it is the beginning of the relationship between the male and female protagonists of Chunwoo and the second female lead. Interesting, is this a plot, or is it fate? A strange color bloomed in the pupil. Xia Yan did not rush to take action, but carefully observed the fate of the protagonists in this world. As a result, he found that it was the same as the character in the pirate world. Between Yukino Shida Yukino, Hikia, and Uozhihua Yui, there is also a red line of fate that ordinary people can't see. This is the plot. Also called destiny. Even if someone deliberately destroys these red lines, as long as they are unable to cut them off, their fates will be intertwined through various means. Xia Yan is curious about this fate. After all, when he was in the pirate world, he wanted to control the illusory things like fate. As for how to control experiment, advertisement, With a sudden step on the accelerator, the unique sound wave of the top sports car stimulates everyone on the street. The speed was instantly added to Ultimate's top sports car by Xia Yan, and then covered with a layer of Xia Yan's armament hockey, which can resist the explosion of the planet, and rammed straight into the luxury car that Yukino was riding. Snow under the snow is a good girl. Although she is a little awkward, although she is not mature enough, she is indeed a good girl. So, when she saw that the car might hit the dog, or even the boy, she couldn't help but widen her eyes in horror. At this moment, she had even thought about how Yukinoshida's family would compensate and apologize after the boy was killed. And just at this juncture, the blood-boiled sound of the sound waves rushed from the rear. What? Yukinoshida Yukino didn't know what was going on, but as a rich second generation from a wealthy family, she could still hear the sound of a sports car. As a smart person with a high IQ and a good student, she understands better what the louder and louder roar of the sports car means. That means the sports car is crashing into them at an unbelievable speed. Boom! A loud bang shocked many students who went to school. Yukinoshida Yukino, who was sitting in the luxury car, only felt a huge impact coming, and it took time for the whole person to turn around, and the eyes were pitch black. This? Car accident? Save people, quickly save people. Call the police. Looking at the miserable and deformed luxury car that was hit, all the office workers, students and teachers who passed by had expressions of horror on their faces. I saw that the luxury car that was originally the same as the new car was broken in half at this time, as if it had been crushed by a road roller, and it was hard to imagine the miserable appearance of the people sitting inside. However, the dog and the boy who rescued the dog, who were almost hit by a luxury car, escaped because of the car accident. This. Hikigu looked at the undamaged Bugatti Veyron sports car and the luxury car that was smashed into a pool of garbage, hesitating for a few seconds, then got up and left. It's not that he is unfriendly, but that this car accident has nothing to do with him, but a simple rear-end collision. Saber. The pink-haired girl also ran over, hugged her dog with a look of disaster, and quickly left the scene. Soon. Arrival of JC. 2 luxury cars. They're both rich people. The Japanese JC looked slightly dignified, for flowers. They could see at a glance that Xia Yan and Yukinoshida's cars were not affordable for ordinary people. Especially Xia Yan's car, which experienced such a serious car accident, didn't even leave a trace. Could it be the legendary bulletproof car? Advertisement. At this moment, they realized that this car accident could not be handled as an ordinary case. Rescue people first. Another position seems to be high, JC said in a deep voice. Yes. The JCS stepped forward solemnly to rescue. Most of them are elites who deal with traffic accidents, and they quickly rescued 2 people from their wrecked luxury cars. One is a middle-aged driver. The other is obviously a lady from a big family. What surprised them was that the 2 of them had no scars even though they had suffered a fairly violent car accident. 0 at this time, Xia Yan finally got out of his car. Excuse me, may I leave? I still have to teach the students. Taking a look at Yukinoshida Yukino, who was in a coma but was not injured in the slightest under his protection, Xia Yan asked JC politely. Leave? JC frowned slightly. Such a serious car accident, this young man is so calm, makes him feel very strange. After half an hour, knowing that no one was killed, the attitude of the JCs was also much more relaxed, and the previous ambition and tension were completely gone. Good. JC took it and took a few glances, and found that the appointment letter was fine. It was true. Since there were no casualties, and Xia Yan's back could not be seen, JC said, we will notify you later if there is a situation. So teacher? It must be a child of a rich family, right? Yono Yukinoshida received a call from the police. Big. The leader, JC, asked calmly, what's your name, sir, and which school is your teacher? Watching Xia Yan's sports car leave, JC turned to the policewoman under his command. Send this child to the hospital, and notify their family immediately when they wake up. Okay, now I'm not afraid of people running away. General Wu Gao, Xia Yan. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. You go to class first. Xia Yan took out her letter of appointment and handed it to JC. Yes. Xia Yan smiled slightly, turned around and drove towards Zhang Wugao. To the students, Chapter 532, Auto-Generated Chapter Title. 7. Yong Nai's Thoughts, Kasumi Hill, East Malaysia? What? You said my sister was in a car accident. Not hurt. It's fine. What? You said the person who followed her has left. Who allowed it? Bugatti. Veyron. Suspected bulletproof special? After hanging up the phone call from the police, Yukinoshida's face turned blue and then white. For Xia Yan, who crashed into the car that her sister was riding and left directly, she was full of disgust in her heart. If it were normal, I'm afraid she would go to seek justice for her sister as soon as she hung up the phone. But the sentence, bulletproof special Bugatti Veyron, dispelled her idea. Unlike Yukinoshida, Yuno Yukinoshida took over her own business early, and she is also the first heir appointed by Madame Yukinoshida. She knows very well what kind of big man is this car in JC's mouth to be qualified to drive. It is no exaggeration to say, 730, the Yukinoshita family still has a third of face in Chiba, but they are only landowners, and the family assets may be less than $1 billion converted into US dollars. And a special Bugatti Veyron bulletproof, I am afraid it will take tens of millions of dollars to win, almost close to 1/10 of the Yukinoshita family property. Even if you want to buy this kind of thing, it is not enough just to have money, you must have enough status and power. If you don't have enough status and power to match, buying this kind of thing will only bring disaster to yourself and your family. So, 80% of the people who bumped into Xiaoshui now were from a big family who couldn't be bothered. Take 10,000 steps back, even if the other party is really a second-hand guy with a swollen face and a fat man, who can drive a luxury sports car of tens of millions of dollars, the size of the family is estimated to be no worse than that of Yukinoshita. Oh, trouble. Just a car accident can provoke such a person, Xiaoshui Nai is really unlucky enough. She stretched out to reveal her perfect curve, and Yukinoshita Yono's pretty face was full of solemn colors. She knew very well that her own Yukinoshita family would definitely not be able to provoke such a big man. So revenge, warnings, etc., just think about it in your heart. It would be nice if people didn't retaliate against them. She even had to go and apologize to people. It's really disgusting to think about it like this. My sister was almost killed by someone, but I have to apologize, ah. Shaking his head bitterly, Yukinoshita Yono put on a white high-end dress and started to make up. It's just an apology, nothing is unacceptable. As a big local family in Chiba Prefecture, the Yukishita family usually bullied men and women a lot, but not without advertisement in this world. The superior who controls the power and money can bully the inferior at will. But when a more powerful superior appears, you have to step on it honestly. Those who deceive others are bound to be deceived by stronger people. This is the truth of the universe. General Wu Gao. Xia Yan pushed open the office door. You're the new teacher, Xia Yan, and I am Hiang Jiajing. Wearing a white coat, the young beauty with a good figure and appearance introduced herself to Xia Yan with a cigarette in her mouth. At the same time, her eyes looked up and down on Xia Yan, and her eyes were full of brilliance. This is for sale. This temperament, absolutely. She has lived for more than 20 years, and she can be considered to have seen countless pampered and rich second generation, but it is the first time she has seen such a perfect appearance. It would be great if it was her object. Xia Yan was crazy in her heart, but Hei Jiajing didn't know that Xia Yan had heard her voice clearly through observation hockey. Is this the old leftover girl? It's too crazy, isn't it? With a strange look on her face, Xia Yan nodded. It's me. Well, from today on, you are the history teacher and physical education teacher of our second-year class and third-year class A, Mr. Xia Yan, and you will also serve as the head teacher of third-year class A. Withdrawing his greedy gaze, Ping Jiajing told him about Xia Yan's work. Xia Yan was slightly startled. 2 classes. Yeah, what's wrong? Ping Jiajing looked puzzled. No, nothing. Xia Yan shook her head slightly. Although his expression was very dull, he was already scolding secretly in his heart. 2 teacher positions plus a class teacher really treats people like animals. If I remember correctly, the class of 2000 was where Yukino was, and this was also Xia Yan's goal at the beginning. As for class 3, year 3, the ghost knows who is in it. Advertisement. Cough, just mess around. Anyway, the physical education teacher's job is not hard at all. Softly comforting herself in her heart, Xia Yan looked at the calm standing in front of her again, and asked with a light smile, Teacher Heike, tell me which children in these 2 classes need special attention. Good. Not surprisingly, what Xia Yan said, it is normal for a new teacher to ask other teachers about the student's situation. So, after some words, Heike Jing said, First of all, Yukinoshita Yukino. Her character is very cold, lion majesty, very stubborn, but she is a simple good girl with excellent grades. Xia Yan nodded, expressing understanding. The depiction of Heike Jing is not much different from Yukinoshita Yukino in the original work. However, Yukinoshita should be in the hospital now, right? Although under his protection, Yukinoshita Yukino would not be injured even in a violent car accident, but there must be some fright. Aside, not knowing that Xia Yan began to lose her mind, calmly continued to introduce other students who she thought needed to be paid attention to. Well, that's all. Xia Yan fell into contemplation. Shiyu Kasumigoga from the third-year class is very good at studying, but he always falls asleep in class, so he can be regarded as a good maverick. Thinking that she will be the teacher of these popular female characters, Xia Yan can't help but look forward to it. Finally, Dong Ma Hessa, a piano genius and a darling girl, rarely attends classes, and spends most of the 3.3 time in the music classroom specially set up for her. Spring Things and Passers-by also add a white album? Do you want to find a way to make up for that girl? No, nothing. Leave it to me, Heike teacher. Facing the calm with an extremely perfect smile, Mo Yan smiled lightly. I will definitely take the responsibility of the teacher. The corner of her mouth twitched, and Xia Yan shook her head slightly, forcibly holding back her desire to complain. I believe that his next days will not be boring at least. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. After telling all the people he thought needed to be paid attention to, Hei Jiajing looked up at Xia Yan. Mr. Xia Yan, what's the matter with you? Eri Sawamura from the 2nd grade, the eldest lady of the diplomat's family, very elegant, a typical good boy. Spray, I really didn't expect that these heroines would all come together, which is quite interesting. Kawasaki Sake, from the second year first class, is a bit like a bad girl, with a cold personality, and is actually a good boy, but I don't know why my grades have dropped recently. Chapter 533. Auto-generated chapter title. 8. Kasumigo Gashiyu. I want to write a novel with this man as the protagonist. Yono Yukinoshita, unaware of the person who bumped into his sister, is working as a teacher at her alma mater. She was in the hospital at this time. One is to visit my beloved baby sister. The second is to understand the situation at that time from JC and his sister, try to find out the identity of Xia Yan, and then decide how to apologize later. If Xia Yan really is as she thought at the beginning, and her position is so powerful that the Yukishita family cannot afford to provoke it, then I am afraid that the Yukishita family will bleed heavily this time. And if the other party's family is only comparable to the Yukinoshita family, then it is only necessary to make an ordinary apology, and it is even possible for the other party to apologize to Yukino. As for the possibility that the other party's family is inferior to the Yukinoshita family, Yukinoshita Yangne never thought about it. Driving a top-level sports car of tens of millions of dollars, if the power of the other party's family is not comparable to that of Yukinoshita's family, it would be too ridiculous. What exaggerated prodigal must be to do such a thing? Soon, Yukinoshita Yono learned about Xia Yan's personal information from JC, who was guarding outside his sister's ward. Young man, he is many times more handsome than a star and has a very good temperament, the teacher just hired by General Wu Gao. Hearing 21 JC's description of Xia Yan, Yukinoshita Yono's expression became more complicated, and at the same time he was relieved. From these descriptions, she extracted several key points. 1. This person named Xia Yan did not intend to shirk responsibility. 2. Xia Yan's character seems to be good. Although her family background is very good, she still wants to be an ordinary teacher. 3. Mo Yan's character seems to be good. After such a violent car accident, he did not say a single swear word or complain. Looks like it shouldn't be difficult. The heavy stone hanging in his heart finally landed smoothly. After Yukinoshita Yang was sure that there was no problem with his sister, he quickly left the hospital and went to the General Wu Gao where Xia Yan was. At the same time, General Wu Gao, Class A in Year 3. Have you heard? We have a new head teacher? The new head teacher? That's not bad. The previous Panasonic was really rubbish, a head teacher was still corrupt, and there was no pattern at all. Pick up, do you think the new head teacher will be a man or a woman? Hopefully a woman, preferably a beautiful big sister. Advertisement, hope it's a man, preferably a handsome big brother. For a group of students, new homeroom teachers and new transfer students are probably a common topic around the world. A group of people were noisily talking about their thoughts. At the back of the classroom, a girl with a white headband, long black smooth hair and a hot figure was lying on the table, her brows furrowed. Very noisy. So annoying. Isn't that just a bad teacher? What's there to discuss? As the proud daughter of heaven, Shiyu Jiju hated this kind of atmosphere. Especially last night, she stayed up late to write a novel, and now she was terribly sleepy, but she couldn't sleep because of the noise, and she was even more irritable. At this moment, a figure walked in. It is Seiko Kazushima, the squad leader of Class 3 in 3 years. Looking at the superb beauty who was on a par with Shiyu of Kasumigoka, the noisy classroom instantly became quiet. Seiko Dushima, the head of the kendo department of General Wugao, has a pretty good family background and also has a good position in the local area. In addition to her superb looks, hot figure, and her excellent personality, she has a very high popularity in Zongwu Gao. However, no man dared to hit her mind. Kazushima Seiko is the head of the kendo department and won the kendo championship once last year. Hit her up? I'm afraid it wasn't a hand that was cut off by a sword. On the contrary, the girls were not afraid of Seiko Pashima, and a bold one asked loudly, Monitor, have you seen our new class teacher? The new head teacher? Seiko Dushima frowned slightly. She didn't know anything about the new head teacher. No, maybe she did. Thinking of the young man who appeared in the Heike teacher's office, Seiko Dushima instantly realized that the 8 achievements were what the girls called the new head teacher. So she nodded lightly and said, I should have seen it before, there is such a man in the Heike teacher's office. Male? Damn it, not a pretty big sister. Sure enough, he's a man. Is he handsome? Is he tall? Is his temperament good? Is he young? Advertisement. Hearing Seiko Dushima say that the new head teacher of her and others is a male, the boys are full of sorrow, but the girls are immediately excited. As a group of students, this is what they love to discuss. Seiko Pashima recalled the image of Xia Yan, and her face couldn't help turning red. Row is that she admits that she has no interest in Xia Yan, and she has to admit that the man's physical condition is superb, even countless times stronger than those who live in the refined pictures. Send? The monitor blushed? No, is the teacher really handsome? Seeing that Seiko Pashima, who usually looks like everyone's show, actually showed such an expression, the faces of the classmates who were familiar with her were all filled with surprise. Even the sleepy Kasumigoka Shiyu couldn't help but take a few more glances. But she doesn't like Seiko Pashima. This is not because the other party has the same appearance and body as his own. But she had seen the real appearance of Seiko Pashima. At school, everyone thinks Seiko Yushima is a beautiful big sister who is proud but not spoiled, and has a very gentle temper. However, Shiyu of Kasumigoka once saw Pashima Seiko deliberately lure others to follow him, and then break his bones. Although the person whose bones were broken was a scum who followed the girl, he deserved it. But Seiko Pashima's ruthlessness has brought great shock to Shiyu of Kasumigoka. This also led her to always feel that Seiko Pashima had a psychological problem, and she just kept hiding herself in front of others. At this time, the door of the classroom was pushed open again. Kazushima Seiko, the others, and the students subconsciously looked sideways. The visitor was a young man. With a handsome appearance, delicate facial features, and a face like a crown of jade, it is like a god-made jade carving that only exists in the story. They couldn't even describe the beauty of this man in words. Yes, beautiful. While it's really uncommon to describe a man as beautiful, it was the most fitting description they could think of. Even Kasumigoka Shiyu, who has always been not very interested in men, couldn't help but stare blankly. How could such a perfect man exist in this world? At this moment, she even had an idea that made her blush. I want to write a novel with this man as the protagonist. Chapter 534, Auto-generated chapter title. 9. Kasumigoka and Xia Yan, The Question of Poison Island. As a painter, when you see an object or person that perfectly fits your own aesthetic, you will definitely be ecstatic and want to use drawing paper to keep this scene forever. As a person who dreams of writing novels, seeing Xia Yan with such a perfect appearance, Shiyu Kasumigoka subconsciously compares it with his male protagonist. As a result, his hero was completely defeated. Even if you don't look at his character, the appearance and temperament of this man in front of him are enough to crush the producer, she wrote. Kasumigoka Shiyu's face turned extremely red. What the hell am I thinking? Shajichu Shiyu hurriedly lowered his head and rubbed his face with his hands, wishing he could slap himself twice. She has never been so rude in her life. At this time, Xia Yan had already walked to the podium. Looking at the familiar faces among the students below, Xia Yan smiled slightly and said, "My name is Xia Yan, and I will be your head teacher from today, as well as a history teacher and a physical education teacher." Deliver. Is it really the new head teacher? So handsome, I have never seen such a good-looking person. Awakened by Xia Yan's self-introduction, the girls immediately exclaimed, their eyes glowing when they looked at Xia Yan. It was as if the hungry wolf saw it. Even Seiko Pashima, who has never been interested in men, recognized the excitement of these girls for the first time in her heart. This young man named Xia Yan really has the capital to make girls crazy. Shajiju Shiyu also swept away her sleepiness, shaking her slender legs, and looking up and down Xia Yan with great interest. This temperament is really not like a teacher. Also, is this dress too expensive? From a good family background, and because of writing novels, he has a strong impression of various luxury goods. At a glance, Shiyu Shajiju saw that the clothes Xia Yan was wearing were a luxury brand that ordinary people could never touch in their entire lives. It seemed that they were specially made. The only can't. Not to mention a mere general Wu Gao teacher, even the average rich second generation may not be able to wear it. This little discovery made Shiyu of Kasumigoka have a strong interest in Xia Yan. What is Xia Yan's identity background? Why did he come to Zongwu Gao as a teacher? As a novelist, Shiyu Kasumigoka is the first time to have the idea of exploring a man. Meanwhile, on the podium, advertisement after self-introduction, Xia Yan continued. We are not familiar with each other. If you have any questions you want to ask the teacher, you can ask them directly, and I will try my best to answer them. Deliver. There are bold girls who are eager to try. How old is the teacher this year? 25. Xia Yan said, a more conservative figure. In fact, for him with infinite vitality, even a planet's lifespan can't compare to himself. Age is just a series of numbers, and it has no meaning at all. The girls below were in a commotion. They are basically 17 or 8 years old, and the age of 25 is a perfect match for them. So another good-looking girl raised her hand and asked curiously, Teacher, do you have a girlfriend? No, Xia Yan smiled mysteriously. Of course he wouldn't say yes. Doesn't this affect the development of the relationship? Besides, he didn't lie. At least in this comprehensive daily world, he really doesn't have a girlfriend. But there is a girl who likes her, Karuzawa Megumi. Heroes save beauty is also an old routine. Below. Hearing Xia Yan say that he has no girlfriend, the girls' eyes suddenly glowed. Question after question related to Xia Yan came out of their mouths. Xia Yan didn't care either, and answered all these questions with a smile. At last, there are only 2 girls in Year 3 and Class 3 who haven't raised any questions. One is Seiko Pashima. The other is Shiyu of Kasumigoka. Well, strictly speaking, there is East Malaysia and Sa, but the other party did not come to the classroom, so naturally it is not included. Glancing around the many students who had calmed down a lot, Xia Yan chuckled and said, Is there any problem? If there is no problem, we will start preparing for class. Have. Shajichu Shiyu suddenly raised his hand, and stared at Xia Yan with interest as delicate as jewels. Please tell me, Xia Zhigao classmate. Xia Yan showed a gentle smile to Shajiju Shiyu. The teacher should be from the Celestial Dynasty, right? Shajiju Shiyu asked. Xia Yan raised her brows. Yes. Advertisement Kasumigoka Shiyu smiled slightly. Then what does the teacher think of the Japanese war of aggression against Daxia? Wow, crazy. Kasumigoka, this guy, scary. How could she ask such a question? As Shajiju Shiyu's voice fell, the entire classroom suddenly caused a low exclamation. Many students looked at Kasumigoka Shiyu with surprise or anger. The war of aggression against Daxia is basically known to all Japanese. Even if the Japanese government does not admit it, as long as people can access the internet, they can basically see the truth of history from the history of the world. No one is a fool. What's more, who has few elderly people at home? Whether the history of the evil war is true or not, can you know if you ask casually? The Japanese government and those who try to bury the truth of history are just deceiving themselves. However, Xia Yan did not directly answer Shajichu Shiyu's question, but instead asked, Shajichu-san, what do you think of this war? Shajichu Shiyu frowned slightly, and seemed a little hesitant, but she quickly said, the war of aggression is incorrect fascism, of course we must be vigilant and take precautions. Good. Xia Yan couldn't help but feel very surprised that Shiyu Kasumigoka, a Japanese student with strong roots, would have such a high level of consciousness. But if you think about it, it's normal. Japan has never lacked people of insight with benevolence and righteousness, but under the control of ZF, most people are either brainwashed or unwilling to tell the truth for their own, Jiao Hao, interests. In contrast, Shiyu Kasumigoka, who can frankly admit history, is already a very good person. What's more, she is so beautiful. Looking at Shiyu's ruby-like eyes, Xia Yan's expression was much softer, and she said softly, teacher, and your thoughts are similar. The corner of Shajichu Shiyu's mouth twitched, and his heart was very speechless. In fact, she really wanted to say, is that so? But looking at the expressions of the people around you can tell that such sensitive topics should be less discussed. After all, her family is not a powerful person, and at this moment, the last girl who hadn't asked a question raised her arm. Mr. Xia Yan. Seiko Dushima looked at Xia Yan expectantly and said, I see that your body is unusually well proportioned, as if you have undergone extremely scientific training. Have you ever learned kendo or something? Chapter 535, Auto-generated chapter title, 10, Hot Pot, Invitation. Like Shiyu of Kasumigoka, Seiko Pashima has always thought that she has no interest in men. She just wants to become stronger and then find ways to attack and beat others. Just like the lewd man who was fishing law enforcement back then. However, when she saw Xia Yan, Seiko Toshishima found that she seemed to have met the right person, and her heart jumped. This is not some bullshit love, it's a one-sided attraction. Kazushima Seiko didn't understand how this attraction came about. Appearance and temperament? It shouldn't be. Although she also admitted that Xia Yan's appearance and temperament were indeed the perfect ones she had ever seen in her life, even she couldn't help but be amazed. But it's just amazing, she shouldn't be interested in a man at all. Unless, the man himself is unusual. Temperament? Body type? Yes, it is the body type. As a kendo master who can accurately break the bones of bad guys, Seiko Pashima has an excellent understanding of the human body. In her opinion, Xia Yan's body is really too perfect, as if it was carefully crafted by a high-level spirit, which can be called a magical craftsmanship. And with this kind of perfect body, whether it is speed, strength, or bursting 730 power, it will far exceed ordinary people, and he is an excellent powerhouse. So there was a curious question from Seiko Pashima. Has Xia Yan practiced techniques such as kendo? If there is, naturally that's the best. Toshishima Seiko is looking forward to having a kendo opponent of his own. If not, that's fine too. In Seiko's view, Xia Yan has such an excellent body, and can easily catch up with other people's efforts for several years or even more than 10 years. So, has Xia Yan studied swordsmanship? The answer is negative. Although he can split planets with his sword, he really rarely learns swordsmanship. It is no exaggeration to say that in terms of skills alone, even Zoro, the three-sword style in the East Blue era, can crush him. But, since he is so strong, this should be considered a technology, right? Brute force épée is also considered swordsmanship. So, under the expectant gaze of Seiko Dushima, Mo Yan nodded lightly. I know how to use it, but my swordsmanship is average. It's good to use it. Hearing that Xia Yan could use a sword, Seiko Dushima sat down with satisfaction. Advertisement, she got the answer she wanted. Xia Yan didn't think much of it. He has not seen the animation where Seiko Pashima is located, so he basically knows this character from other people and is not too familiar with it. After getting to know each other, let's start the class. Seeing that the students seemed to have finished asking what they wanted to ask, Xia Yan smiled gently. Hope we can get along well in the days to come. In the morning, Xia Yan has only one history class for class 3A. Although he didn't even have a teacher's qualification certificate, and it was entirely up to Izayama and others to get the letter of appointment from General Wu Gao, his knowledge was actually richer than 100% of the teachers. Because of the content in the book, he can learn it all by just looking at it casually. Although such a rogue, he cannot be called a scholar, nor can he be regarded as a good enough teacher. But it's more than enough to teach a group of teenagers. Noon, after school. A group of students went to eat in the cafeteria. Most of the remaining students brought lunchboxes. Bento culture and cold food culture are also a major culture in Japan. But Xia Yan didn't like it at all. One of man's greatest achievements is the use of fire, so he can never understand people who like to eat raw food. As for cold food, it is not good for the body and it is not healthy. Of course, none of this has anything to do with Xia Yan. Xia Yan is neither the virgin nor the savior. Is the health of the Japanese concerned about him? On the roof of the Zhongwu High Teaching Building, Xia Yan brought a steaming hot pot through the ability of space teleportation, half clear soup and half red soup. There are not many side dishes, mainly high-end fish balls, shrimp slips, wagyu beef, mutton rolls, duck intestines and other classic side dishes. It's not that you can't get more fancy food, but it's not necessary. For him, who has already surpassed the planetary level, any high-end food on Earth, CBDD, is the same as junk food, without any nutrition, only toxins. Of course, that little toxin won't affect his body in the slightest, and it will be washed clean as soon as it enters his stomach. Therefore, eating on Earth is just to satisfy one's appetite. Cool. After taking a bite of the lake mutton roll, Xia Yan couldn't help but jump his eyes in joy, feeling the stimulation of the best chili oil. No matter how many worlds he has been to, no matter how strong his strength becomes, he cannot give up these flavors. Really delicious is one thing. The taste of hometown is also one aspect. Advertisement, nostalgia. Mo Yan sighed softly, and there was a trace of melancholy in his eyes. Not far away, Kasumigoka Shiyu, who habitually came to the rooftop to lie down and rest, happened to see this scene. This look is so sad. Unconsciously touching his heart, Uozhihua Shiyu found that he felt a little distressed for Xia Yan. It's not because she has any feelings for Xia Yan, but because she loves a puppy and a kitten. Xia Yan has a superb appearance that can easily arouse the emotions of others, and Shiyu of Kasumigoka has to admit this. She also had to admit that she had a strong interest in this young teacher named Xia Yan. Although many people say that when a woman becomes interested in a man, it means the beginning of the fall. But Shiyu of Uozhihua didn't believe such nonsense. He's just a top-notch handsome guy, no matter how good the conditions are, it won't let her fall, right? Thinking like this, she lifted her slender long legs and walked straight towards Xia Yan. Mr. Xia Yan. Uozhihua Shiyu's red eyes stared at Xia Yan intently, her red lips slightly parted. Are you eating hot pot? Yeah. Xia Yan smiled gently at the beautiful girl. She never thought that Xia Yan just casually dealt with her and put all her thoughts on eating. Cough. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Then head down and continue to eat. Strictly speaking, this is not a problem exclusive to women. And if men don't lick them, they will not get used to it again, and will have a sense of disobedience and dissatisfaction. Otherwise, how could you in the domineering CEO novels that are different from those coquettish B**** become so popular in a certain period? The beautiful girl was shocked and confused at this time. Xia Yan didn't intend to embarrass the young girl Shiyu of Uozhihua. Seeing the girl seemed a little embarrassed, he casually picked up a piece of fish balls and asked with a gentle smile, want to come and eat together? The same is true of men with good conditions and many women licking dogs. The fish balls made of high-grade fish are cooked in hot pot sauce, fragrant. What's the situation? I have to say that, looking at the world, whether it is a strong woman or a female student without any special abilities, they all have such a hidden character. Uozhihua Shiyu. A normal man, shouldn't chat with her more, or invite her to eat together. Everyone licks me, why don't you do it? The man took the initiative to lick it, and they dismissed it, thinking that the other party only likes their body and face, which is vulgar and disgusting. Chapter 536, Auto-generated chapter title, 1, Childish Kasumigoka Shiyu. Uozhihua Shiyu was still resentful in her heart just now, why didn't Xia Yan invite him, and then Xia Yan did so. Looking at Mo Yan's charming gentle smile, and the smell of fish meat that was very exciting but also very attractive, the beautiful girl couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Gollum, realizing what he had done, Kasumigoka Shiyu's pretty face immediately flushed red. Although she is not a lady and everyone show, but this is the first time to do such an embarrassing thing in front of other men. She wants to reject Xia Yan, but Xia Yan's gentle smile is too deceptive. Uozhihua Shiyu even thinks that Xia Yan may have the charm ability in various superpower comics, otherwise he can't explain why he can stir up his emotions with just a simple expression. And, is this too delicious? Looking at the fish balls that Xia Yan put in his mouth, Kasumigoka Shiyu felt that saliva was secreting in his mouth. This is a normal physiological reaction, and she can't control it at all. Damn it, there is still his saliva on the chopsticks. Although he really wanted to eat this delicious and tempting fishball, Shiyu Kasumigoka still forcibly endured it with her strong self-control. Even if she doesn't hate Xia Yan, she even has a good impression on him because of his excellent appearance. Her upbringing and the shyness of a girl do not allow her to eat with Xia Yan's chopsticks. But Xia Yan doesn't care that much, he is neither used to girls, but also likes to do whatever he wants. Even destroying a planet may be just because you want to watch a fireworks. Therefore, in terms of willfulness alone, even the most tsundere girl in the daily world can't compare to him. Thinking like this, Xia Yan sent his chopsticks forward, directly stuffing the fish balls from the spicy hot pot lake into Uozhihua Shiyu's mouth. Well, Uozhihua Shiyu's eyes suddenly widened, and the red eyes were full of resentment and embarrassment. What kind of man is this? He actually put the fishball directly into his mouth. Good. So spicy. It hurts. Good to eat. The snow-white and tender forehead was instantly covered with a layer of fine sweat. While Kasumigoka Shiyu breathed in the heat, he quickly chewed for a few times, feeling the beauty of the food. I don't know if the ingredients are too good, the hot pot base is too delicious, or the way of Xia Yan's hot pot is too good. Kasumigoka Shiyu felt that he had eaten the best food in his more than 10 years of life. Advertisement after 10 seconds. After reminiscing about the delicious taste left in her mouth, the ruddy girl gave Xia Yan a white look and deliberately complained. Teacher, you are too bad. If you let others see you molesting your own students, I am afraid they will have to call the police over here, already. Sigh. Xia Yan looked indifferent. Huh? Shajichu Shiyu opened his mouth slightly and said in surprise, aren't you even afraid of the police? Well, not afraid. Xia Yan nodded nonchalantly and placed some lamb rolls and fish balls. He doesn't seem to be too lazy to explain too much to Shiyu of Kasumigoka. Shajichu Shiyu was at a loss for words, not knowing what to say. Say Xia Yan bragging? That's not, she is not blind. From Xia Yan's temperament, clothes, etc., Shajichu Shiyu can see that Xia Yan's identity is extraordinary, and he should be the second and third generation master of a powerful family. It is normal for such a powerful family not to be afraid of JC. Slip, ignoring Xia Zhigao Shiyu's scrutiny, Xia Yan gulps down the hot pot. There is no need to worry about getting fat and unhealthy, even if he eats 10,000 caddies of meat in one go, there is no problem. This guy. He didn't even sweat at all. Suddenly noticing that Xia Yan didn't even have a trace of sweat on her face under such a hot and spicy hot pot, Shajichu Shiyu's beautiful eyes couldn't help but flicker a trace of doubt. She is a smart person, so naturally she noticed the abnormality at the first time. If Xia Yan is not afraid of spicy food, what about heat? What about water vapor? There is not even a trace of water droplets on Xia Yan's face. Aren't you going to eat? Xia Yan, who was enjoying himself, suddenly asked. Duh. After hesitating for a moment, Kasumigoka Shiyu sat down opposite Xia Yan. If it was a few minutes ago, she would definitely refuse Xia Yan's invitation without hesitation. But now that she noticed the strangeness of Xia Yan, she was naturally very curious. It was the first time she had seen a strange man who ate steaming hot pot without even breaking a sweat. Just after sitting down, Jiju Shiyu was dumbfounded again. What about cutlery like chopsticks, for flowers? Advertisement, how can she eat without cutlery? That. Kasumigoka Shiyu looked at Xia Yan embarrassedly. Are there any extra chopsticks? Have. Xia Yan raised her hand at will, holding a pair of unopened chopsticks in her hand. Jiju Shiyu. Confusion is written in the beautiful young girl. When did this guy get chopsticks? Or did she not notice that Xia Yan actually had chopsticks in her hands all the time? More and more I felt that Xia Yan was not quite right. For the first time, Shiyu of Kasumi Hill had the idea of wanting to escape in front of a man. But looking at the figure that seemed to ignore him at all, just burying his head and devouring it, as if he was going to get angry, Jiju Shiyu also began to eat. Result. Hi, so spicy. Good to eat. Why do not you speak? Really, what a rude man. Being stimulated by the hot pot was hot and painful. Jiju Shiyu didn't stop her mouth. She kept looking for different topics, and even deliberately mocked Xia Yan. This attitude is very similar to that of primary school boys bullying girls to attract each other's attention. In Xia Yan's eyes, it is even more childish and ridiculous. After a while, Jiju Shiyu finally realized how childish her behavior was. Her pretty face immediately flushed red, she closed her mouth and started to eat hot pot quietly. At the same time, two Chianying are looking for Xia Yan in the school. One is Seiko Pashima. Knowing that Xia Yan only has 2 classes, there are not many courses, and it is considered to be a very leisurely teacher among teachers. She wants to pull Xia Yan into the kendo club, and then personally cultivate a kendo opponent who can withstand her own ravages. The other is Yono Yukinoshita. She walked straight into the quiet office. Yang Nai? Heike quietly looked at the student he had taught. She felt that the other party's mood didn't seem very good. In fact it is. My sister was hit, and I had to come and apologize to others, and even worry about whether they would beat him up. It was no wonder that Yukinoshita Yono was in a good mood. However, facing his teacher and Honey, Yang Nai still forced a smile. Xiaojing, they're here to ask for your help this time. Chapter 537, Auto-generated chapter title, Open black lens bracket 12 close black lens bracket Mrs. Yukinoshita. Help, speak. Looking at his student and best friend, he calmly and elegantly took out a cigarette and took a sip very comfortably. Is such that Yukino told Calm about what happened to Yukino and Xia Yan. Under the gaze of Ping Jiajing, this Honey, who has always been arrogant and dark-bellied, seemed a little helpless and tired at this time. Finally, Yukinoshita Yangne, who had explained everything clearly, slumped his shoulders and said, so do you know that Mr. Xia Yan? Well, no. Calm did not hesitate, and revealed what he knew about Xia Yan. In fact, she didn't know much about Xia Yan, but her family status is not low, so she really knows some unknown things. For example, Xia Yan is Zhongwu Gao who entered through Su Group Mountain. It's actually GN Group Mountain. No wonder you can drive a top-level sports car of that class. Hearing that Xia Yan's background is likely to be the Sayama Group, Yukinoshita Yono's tired expression instantly became extremely serious. Just like in Daxia, a young man knows penguins. There are basically no young people in Japan who do not know about the 21 Mountain Group. However, unlike Penguin, this is not because Izayama Group has achieved penultimate achievements in media, games, etc., but because Izayama Group is one of the few large groups that has successfully cleaned up its whites, and has even become a classic case in textbooks. Even many young people in Japan grew up listening to the underworld stories of the Izayama Group and regarded them as legends. But Yukinoshita Yukino knew that the underworld was the underworld. They are cruel, do all kinds of evil, and do all kinds of bad things, only to wash themselves out later. Chivalry? Benevolence? Scare. Do not deny that there are good people in the underworld. But I believe that the underworld is full of chivalrous and benevolent people who are purely brainwashed by movies and games. To be honest, the Yukinoshita family doesn't need to be afraid of the underworld. Advertisement. Although their father is not a powerful official, he is still an official of the government, and the ordinary evil forces will not provoke the Yukinoshita family at all. But Susanoo Group is different. First, the Susanoo Group has basically completed the whitewashing. Second, the Izayama Group is too large, a $100 billion industry. The Yukinoshita family doesn't even have 1 billion. It's not so much ignorance, it's whales and shrimp. It is no exaggeration to say that if the Speed Mountain Group wants to deal with the Yukishita family, they don't even need to do it themselves. As long as they let out a little bit of wind, I am afraid that countless powerful people will be willing to serve them, stepping on the Yukishita family into the dust, just to gain a little favor. However, from Xiao Jing's mouth, that Mr. Shaw should be a Huxia talent. Does Izayama Group have Huxia shareholders? Never heard of that. Is it an illegitimate child? It is possible. For rich people, illegitimate children is a very normal and common thing. The favored illegitimate children are even more numerous. Of course, these are all speculations by Yono Yukinoshita. She wouldn't talk about these topics in front of Xia Yan. Whether it was true or not, such topics would only anger the other party and put herself at a disadvantage. At this moment, a melodious music suddenly sounded on Yono Yukinoshita, which woke her up from her thoughts. Sorry, Xiao Jing, I'll go take a call. Signaling to Heike Jing, Yukinoshita Yang walked outside Nai's office. Looking down at the phone, he found that the call was from his mother, Mrs. Yukinoshita. For some reason, Yukinoshita Yangne felt a little uneasy for no reason. Her mother seldom contacted herself actively, and spent most of her time on the company and communication of the Yukinoshita family. And at this time of calling, hello? Yukinoshita Yangne connected the phone. Advertisement, do you know about the car accident of Shanai? On the other end of the phone, the familiar voice of my mother, Mrs. Yukinoshita, rang. Got it, and I'm already at school. With a habitually respectful tone, Yukinoshita Yono said softly, according to Xiao Jing, it is from the background of the Izayama Group, and I am planning to apologize to others. Izayama Group? No wonder. Mrs. Yukinoshita's voice seemed to be a little low. Yukinoshita Yukino was keenly aware of his mother's abnormality and immediately asked, what's the matter, mother? Huh. That's it. With a deep sigh, Mrs. Yukinoshita said in a succinct manner. Not long after the snowy car accident, 3 large groups and 12 small associations put pressure on the Yukishita family. Their demands are not excessive, they just ask us not to pursue car accidents and sincerely apologize to Mr. Xia Yan. To be honest, I was really frightened. It was the first time in my life that I encountered such a thing. It was like poking a hornet's nest. In the end, Yono Yukinoshita could even clearly perceive the resentment and self-deprecation in his mother's words. As the de facto ruler of the Yukishita family, Mrs. Yukishita has always been proud and elegant. 730 Yukinoshita Yukino was the first time she saw such a mother, and she couldn't help but lose her mind. However, she was also an elite that Mrs. Yukinoshita cultivated wholeheartedly. Yono Yukishita quickly recovered and asked curiously, which 3 large groups and 12 small groups? Mrs. Yukinoshita fell silent. Mother? Yukinoshita Yang was even more curious. Forget it, you should really know about these things, after all, you're here to apologize to others. Mrs. Yukinoshita sighed again, and then said a name, Panasonic. Panasonic? Remember it's a $10 billion group? Knowing that although Panasonic is far inferior to the Izayama Group, it is already a behemoth compared to the Yukinoshita family. Thinking that the Panasonic Group should be one of the 3 large groups like the Susanoo Group? However, at this time, Mrs. Yukinoshita directly denied her conjecture. The head of the Yukinoshita family said in a tired tone, Panasonic is the one with the lowest market value among the 12 small groups. Just imagine what kind of behemoths the others are. Yono Yukinoshita, Chapter 538, Auto-generated chapter title. 13. Shocked Hying Jiajing, Yang Nai arrives I go. The tens of billions of dollars group is only the smallest one among the groups that come to discuss? Where the hell is that Xia Yan? Even the Prime Minister of Japan can't do such a thing. At this moment, Yukinoshita Yono's expression completely collapsed. She doesn't care about her character as a black-bellied young lady, she just wants to make a good rant now. On the other side of the phone, Mrs. Yukinoshita reminded Yukinoshita Yangne that he must get Xia Yan's forgiveness. Here, Yukinoshita Yangne agreed again and again, and finally hung up the phone with a gloomy face. Do you need my help? Hei Jiajing did not know when he stood behind Yukinoshita Yono and asked with concern. Forget it. Although a little moved, Yukinoshita Yono still refused Heike Jing's help. Although the Heike family is actually a bit more powerful than the Yukishita family, it is also a well-known Pole family. But it is dwarfed by a group like Panasonic, let alone a top boss like GN Group Mountain. Although Yukino had a black belly, she didn't want to pull her honey into the water. It's the first time I've seen Yang Nai make such an expression, really. Looking at Yukinoshita Yukino's tired back, he felt a little distressed for her. So, take out the phone. Called my dad. Hey, why girl, what are you looking for with dad? A carefree middle-aged man's voice rang from the other end of the phone. If he can raise a female man like Heijing Jiajing, her father is naturally not a literati. Hei Jiajing was not polite, and went straight to the point, telling the dilemma that was happening at Yukinoshida's house. Finally, Hei Jiajing asked expectantly, "Dad, do you have the ability to help mediate?" Hei Jiajing is of course not an idiot who doesn't understand anything. The reason why she asked this kind of question is because her own company itself has turned from black to white, and it still retains all its original power, which is quite a bit of face in the extreme way. However, what she didn't expect was that her father, who had always been responsive to her requests, was rarely silent. Daddy for a long time, advertisement Hei Jiajing didn't understand why his father didn't speak anymore. "Hey, is Yukinoshita home?" "That's right, you have such a good relationship with that young Nai." Father Heike sighed like Mrs. Yukinoshita, seemingly helpless. Then, he exhorted in a deep voice, "Don't worry about this." "Why?" The pretty face turned black, and there was some dissatisfaction in the calm heart. The father of the Hei family was not annoyed, and explained earnestly, "I don't know the specific situation, father, I only know that the extremists said that the Yukinoshita family has provoked a god." "Huh? God?" Ping Jiajing looked bewildered. His father also seemed a little speechless. But he still explained to his precious daughter, "I don't know the specific situation, but I only know that the Japanese Dajidao clubs seem to have a common boss recently." "The common boss?" Calm was stunned. "Are you kidding me?" All over Japan, almost every economically developed area has its own association, which is the so-called pole. In the past, when the country had not vigorously controlled these poles, there were countless bloody collision incidents that shocked the whole country. The Ping family's father is also very puzzled about this. However, he is considered a tyrannical force in the local area, and the information he obtained is naturally not wrong. In a short period of time recently, the Japanese pole has undergone an incredible change that these old people can't understand at all. And this time, more than a dozen large and small polar forces warned the Yukinoshita family together, just to show that, God. It doesn't matter whether God cares or not. The key is their attitude. Wow, hang up the phone. Hei Jiajing fell into deep thought. All my ears are my father, don't meddle in his own business, so as not to harm the family, think more about your mother, and other hard-hearted advice. Hey, I still can't watch Yang Nai go alone. Besides, even if he has monstrous power, he is only one person, right? If he dares to bully Yang Nai. A faint light flashed in his eyes, and Hei Jiajing, who was muttering to himself, raised his feet and chased in the direction where Yang Nai left. On the rooftop of Zhongwu High School, Xia Yan has eaten more than 20 kilograms of meat and fish balls, which is very painful. Opposite, under the hot torture, the beautiful girl dripping with sweat, was staring at him with her ruby-like delicate pupils. Her eyes were full of disbelief. Advertisement, is this guy a pig? Or some kind of monster transformation? Is it true that humans can eat so much food without changing their body shape at all? Xia Yan poured another 2 caddies of mutton rolls into the pot under Shajichu Shiyu's uncertain gaze. Shajichu Shiyu finally couldn't hold back and wanted to say something. But the sound of rapid footsteps interrupted her. "Mr. Xia Yan," a young female voice, panting slightly, sounded from behind. Kasumidoka Shiyu looked back subconsciously, and found that she was a 20-year-old young beauty with excellent temperament and appearance. But the body Yukinoshita Yono naturally sensed Kasumidoka Shiyu's malicious gaze. She knew this girl, Shiyu of the Hill of Sha, and she was also one of the most influential figures in Zhongwu Gao. She knew that she had won. This little girl, even if she didn't know Xia Yan's true identity and background so far, she could hear from her mother that she was definitely a powerful man. At this moment, Xia Yan finally looked at her. If it was normal, she would definitely have a good time playing with this little girl. Looking at this pretty familiar face, Xia Yan couldn't help but raise her brows. "Miss Yukinoshita, what did you come to me for?" Unexpectedly, Xia Yan actually knew him, and while Yukinoshita Yang now was puzzled, he also explained the purpose of his trip. Taking a look at the young beauty's figure, and then looking at her own figure, the corner of Shajichu Shiyu's mouth was slightly upturned, revealing a smug and charming arc. "That's right, Mr. Xia Yan. Just being hit by him, there are so many bigwigs that the Yukinoshita family can't afford to provoke for him. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running." In the end, she bowed sharply and said respectfully, "Please forgive Koyuki and the Yukinoshita family, Mr. Xia Yan." But now she really, Zhao Hao, has no such thoughts. He didn't dare to do such a thing in front of Xia Yan. If this offends him completely, wouldn't those people want to skin the Yukinoshita family and get cramps? Chapter 539, Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 14 close black lens bracket. The reason why Yukinoshita apologized: it's really insulting to be hit by someone and have to apologize. Yukinoshita Yangne is also an eldest lady with a good family background, and she is naturally aggrieved in her heart. But there was not even the slightest emotion on her pretty face. Because Yukinoshita Yono knew very well that since she, the second generation, had enjoyed the advantages brought by the family, she would naturally have to bear the corresponding responsibilities. Maybe some will say this is the wrong value, but those are the rules of this world. If you just want to enjoy, but don't take any responsibility, you can of course do this when your parents spoil you, but what's the difference between that and rice? This is also the sad part of a child born in a large family. Of course, Yukino Under the Snow is still relatively good. As the only successor appointed by Mrs. Yukinoshita, Yono Yukinoshita at least does not have to marry other families. And with her shelter, Yukinoshita Yukino would naturally not be thrown into marriage. It's just a grievance apology, which is hundreds of times better than those poor people who were abandoned by the family as a marriage tool. I'm sorry, Mr. Xia Yan, please forgive my sister Yukino and the Yukinoshita family. After making an apology, Xia Yan did not respond by sending 730, and Yukinoshita Yangne apologized again while his heart sank. At the same time, the bowing angle is also lowered again. This time, Xia Yan finally spoke up, but what he said surprised Yukinoshita Yono. What are you talking about, Miss Yukinoshita? Xia Yan looked at Yono Yukinoshita very strangely. When did I say I would deal with the Yukinoshita family and her sister? This. Under the snow, Yang Nao was stunned in place. Is Xia Yan pretending to be stupid? Are you still making fun of yourself? Or is Xia Yan really unaware? Shajichu Shiyu was also stunned. What's the situation? Xia Yan is going to deal with the Yukinoshita family. Under the snow, this surname is quite well known in General Wu Gao. Not to mention the wealth that is richer than 99.9% of the people, the outstanding sisters of Yono Yukinoshita and Yukino Yukinoshita alone are enough to arouse the nostalgia of generations of students. Advertisement: the goddess of school days. Xia Yan wants to deal with the sister of the goddess sister? This. Interesting. There was a hint of playfulness in the ruby, CBDD, delicate eyes, and Shiyu Kasumigoka, a light novelist, felt that he had seen a very interesting plot. Yang Nai under the snow has no time to take care of Shiyu of Kasumigoka. No matter what, she didn't expect Xia Yan to reply to herself like this. After a moment of hesitation, Yukinoshita Yono told Xia Yan what was going on at Yukinoshita's house. This. Xia Yan was very surprised. To be honest, he really didn't know about it. He also did not expect that a car accident that he deliberately caused to break the red line of fate would put the Yukishita family in such a dilemma. But this is normal. During these days, he has taken all the large-scale pull societies in Japan into his pocket, and the coverage is astonishingly wide, covering almost every industry in Japan. Immortality and a healthy body are what those who have lived for decades long for the most. After tasting the sweetness, they directly regarded Xia Yan as the most honorable god, and they kissed him 100 times more than their own father. That is God. That is a god who can give them thousands of years of life with a flick of a finger, and can smash marble walls with a slap. In order to gain Xia Yan's favor, even if they were asked to kneel and lick their feet and eat ologis, they were all willing. Insulting personality. Oh. To paraphrase a famous saying by the master in Let the Bullets Fly. That's it. How many people want to kneel and don't have this way? And just when these people were worried that they couldn't find a suitable reason to flatter Xia Yan, Yukinoshita's family bumped into each other. Perfect. In the beginning, this group of extremist bosses planned to kill the chickens and show the monkeys, so that the whole of Japan could see the majesty of the god Mo Yan. As a result, it was found that Yukinoshita's house actually had a pair of very good sisters. This is interesting. There is a saying in Daxia that the anger is a beauty, and Japan also has it. What if these two little girls are related to Xia Yan? There are basically no idiots who can become a big boss of the extreme way and can wash their whites smoothly. After thinking about it carefully, they immediately discovered the violation of this car accident. Advertisement: Xia Yan Sama hit it on purpose, right? Otherwise, how could the aloof god have a car accident? Thinking of Xia Yan's miraculous means, these people realized. Just like elementary school boys who like other girls will take the initiative to bully others, Master Xia Yan is interested in other girls. Thinking of this, a group of Jidao bosses who can call the wind and call the rain in Japan shed a cold sweat in unison. Fortunately, no impulse. Otherwise, if the daughter of Yukishita's family is really related to Lord Xia Yan, wouldn't they do bad things with good intentions and not be human inside or outside? Therefore, the original plan of retaliation has become a suppression and a reminder. Otherwise, Yukishita's house is less than 1 billion in size. I am afraid that Izayama and others will destroy the family in 10 minutes. How can there be a chance for Yukishita Yono to ask Xia Yan for mercy? Through observation hockey covering the whole of Japan, Xia Yan finally understood the thinking of this group of unreliable men. It made him cry a little. To be honest, he really didn't plan to take action against the sisters of Yukinoshita's house. For him today, human beings are simply pink and pink skeletons, and it doesn't make much sense. For the so-called feelings, he is also completely random. Destiny will naturally come together, he will never live up to each other. If there is no chance, then there is no need to force it. Goddess. To put it more nasty, Yukinoshita Yang is a goddess, who is considered a top beauty in the upper class, but in Xia Yan's eyes, she is not as beautiful as him. What did that sentence say? You are not as beautiful as me in women's clothes, how can you get the confidence to pursue me? Therefore, Xia Yan, who was not very interested in Yukinoshita, waved his hand directly and said, I understand, and I will tell them not to embarrass the Yukinoshita family later, you go back. Saying that, he picked up 2 more mutton rolls and stuffed them into his mouth. Under the snow, Yang Nao was stunned. She looked at Xia Yan in astonishment. Are you serious? Didn't you lie to me? Of course. Xia Yan chuckled gently, I don't need to lie to you. Yang Nai under the snow. She felt that Xia Yan was really not deceiving herself, but really didn't take the Yukinoshita family's affairs to heart. Inexplicably, Yukinoshita Yangne was not only not very happy, but rather depressed and sad. Chapter 540, Auto-generated chapter title, 15, Embarrassed Yang Nai. Yukinoshita Yono felt that the current self was really ugly. Obviously she came to apologize, in order to let Xia Yan spare her sister and family. But when Xia Yan really let go of the Yukinoshita family lightly, she was a little depressed. This feeling was as if the Yukinoshita family were an ant. Xia Yan stomped to death if she wanted to, and strode over if she didn't want to. She never paid attention to it at all. This is really frustrating. You know, she's even ready to dedicate herself. The more she thought about it, the more she felt annoyed, but Yukinoshita Yono couldn't see any strange expression on her pretty face, and asked respectfully, Mr. Xia Yan, thank you for your understanding, may I go now? Don't worry, let's have a hot pot together. Another pair of chopsticks appeared in Xia Yan's hand and handed it to Yono Yukinoshita. Shajichu Shiyu, she definitely saw it this time. Sure enough, these chopsticks appeared out of thin air. Looking at the steaming hot pot, Yukinoshita Yang now subconsciously wanted to refuse Xia Yan's invitation. But looking at Xia Yan's warm smiling face, Yukinoshita Yang now gritted his teeth, and in the end did not speak, and silently took the chopsticks. She was not attracted by Xia Yan's appearance, but she was simply afraid that he would regret it when he got angry. If the Yukishita family, who was finally saved, fell into the abyss again because of this trivial matter, then Yukinoshita would really have a heart to die. What, it's quite harmonious. At the entrance of the rooftop, leaning against the door calmly, looking at Yono Yukinoshita who joined the hot pot eating army, the stone hanging in her heart finally fell to the ground. Xia Yan did not force Yang to be the best result. Otherwise, even if she saves Yang Nai, she will only be able to protect her for a while. At that time, under the anger of Xia Yan and the big group behind him, the Yukinoshita family will be destroyed, and even his own family will be affected. Now this is the best result. Yukinoshita Yang now sat down to eat hot pot and simply accepted Xia Yan's invitation, worried that the other party would be angry. But probably it is always difficult to develop friendship between beauties and beauties. Advertisement in particular, a poisonous tongue and a black belly, Shiyu of Kasumigoka had just seen the most embarrassing attitude of Yukinoshita Yangne. Eating and eating, Yukinoshita Yangne and Kasumigoka Shiyu both became yin and yang strange to each other. You're not 18 yet? Just this guy dating at school? Yukinoshita Yangne stared at Kasumigoka's plump figure, with a bit of jealousy in his eyes that was exclusively for women. Discovering this, Shajiju Shiyu immediately puffed out her chest and sneered proudly. It's just a meal between classmates, isn't this a normal thing? Normal? No, obviously only male and female friends would eat together, right? Yukinoshita Yangne sneered. Shajiju Shiyu immediately retorted, no, Yukinoshita seniors are so old, haven't they eaten with the opposite S***X? Yukinoshita Yangne's mouth twitched, his fists subconsciously tightened. These simple words at such a young age almost broke her defense. This is simply the greatest harm to a woman. Yukinoshita Yang was intent on continuing to retort. But thinking that this was in front of Xia Yan, he didn't dare to be too presumptuous, so he simply snorted and continued to eat the hot pot in front of him. It was strange to say that, as the next generation family owner who was trained by the Yukishita family, she had eaten a lot of various delicacies from the mountains and seas, but she felt that those treasures were not as delicious as the hot pot in front of her. What's in this base? URL, on the other side, seeing that Yang Nai under the snow was no longer arguing with him, Shi Yu of the Hill of Sha was bored. Rolling her eyes, she looked at Xia Yan curiously. Teacher, what did you do to Yukinoshita's house? Did not do anything. Picking up a piece of lake mutton and putting it in his mouth, Xia Yan responded casually. Although Xia Yan's tone seemed a little cold, but he didn't feel any malice, Kasumigoka Shiyu lightly opened her red lips from the hot pot, and a wicked smile appeared on her delicate face. Could it be Fu's second generation? Bullying and wanting to eat sister's flowers, right? Like in a small movie? Xia Yan didn't say anything, just gave Shiyu the Hill of Sha a blank look. What is a girl talking about at home? Yukinoshita Yangne didn't know which muscle was wrong, and suddenly looked up at Xia Yan and showed her charming smile. If Mr. Xia Yan is interested in sister flowers, I can help you chase Xiaoshanai. Xia Yan. Ask for flowers. Kasumi Hill Shiyu. Is this woman crazy? Advertisement looking at Yukinoshita with a charming smile on her face, Kasumigoka Shiyu subconsciously moved her position away from her by about half a meter. And at this time, Yukinoshita Yono once again spoke astonishingly. Not even my mother, if you want to. There was a wicked smile on the corner of his mouth, looking at Xia Yan who was eating hot pot silently, a smug look flashed across Yukinoshita Yangne's eyes. Xia Yan, who should be able to block such an embarrassing topic, is speechless, right? Apparently, she thought she had beaten Xia Yan in the battle of words. However, Yukinoshita Yangne really thought too much. Having experienced the era of information explosion and becoming a god, Xia Yan's experience in the heavens and the world can't say how powerful, but it is definitely crushing any ordinary person. Does this kind of topic make him feel embarrassed? Joke. Okay. Xia Yan said suddenly. Yukinoshita Yangne was stunned. What? As for the suggestion you just made, I think it's pretty good. Looking at Yukinoshita playfully, Xia Yan took a mouthful of lamb and said casually, Yukino and Mrs. Yukinoshita, how about the three together? Yukinoshita Yangne was stunned. She thought that Xia Yan would be embarrassed and speechless, but this guy said frankly that he wants it all. Shiyu moved her butt away from Xia Yan and looked at him with scumbag eyes. At this time, Xia Yan looked directly at Yukinoshita Yono and said again, "How? Do you want me to send someone to solve your father? Otherwise, he will be very painful, right? Are you kidding me, Mr. Xia Yan?" A cold sweat dripped down by Jay's forehead, and Yukinoshita Yangne couldn't figure out whether Xia Yan was joking or frightening himself. Or the other party really intends to do so. Just when Xia Yan was about to add something, a woman's nice voice suddenly sounded from not far away. "Mr. Xia Yan. Huh? Is Kasumigoka here too?" As the voice emerged, a person appeared in front of everyone on the rooftop. It was indeed Seiko Pashima. Big. Chapter 541, Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 16 close black lens bracket. The challenge of Seiko Pashima found Xia Yan at noon. Start looking after eating. Because Xia Yan is the only person she has ever met who has the hope of catching up or even surpassing herself in kendo. If she misses it, she may regret it for the rest of her life. But she didn't expect that there were two other women besides Xia Yan, and she knew them all. Shiyu Kasumigoka is very popular in the school, his own classmate. And the graduate school sister who was once very popular in the school and even became a leader, Yono Yukinoshita. The two of them have known teacher Xia Yan for a long time? Or do they have their own plans for teacher Xia Yan? Inexplicably, a sense of crisis emerged in Seiko's heart. It was as if he was going to lose Xia Yan forever. Poison Island. Seeing Seiko's changing face, 747, Xia Yan was very surprised. It's Kasumigoka Shiyu and Poison Island Seiko, what's the situation? Shouldn't the fate of these people be tied to the main characters in the original book? How do you feel thinking of this? A strange light flashed in Xia Yan's eyes, which is difficult for ordinary people to detect. In an instant, the red line of fate of the three women in front of him appeared in his sight. This. Xia Yan was a little surprised. I saw Yukinoshita Yangnai and the other's fate red line, and he was entangled with him at this time. It was a mess. What's the situation? You can't fall in love with yourself the first time you meet, right? But if they didn't like it, how could their fate be so entangled? Xia Yan couldn't understand. Rao is that his personal strength has exceeded the limit of this planet, and his control of fate is still quite rough. Of course, this is normal when you think about it. An outstanding opposite S*X with perfect appearance plus perfect identity background appears in front of you and is within your reach. Even if you don't like him, you will subconsciously compare it when you find your other half in the future. Advertisement like now. Because of Yukinoshita Yukino and the Yukinoshita family, Shiyu Kasumigoka is full of curiosity about Xia Yan. Although a woman's curiosity about a man is the beginning of her fall, is a very earthy saying, but it is also true. Yukinoshita Yono's attitude towards Xia Yan is much more complicated. She was annoyed that Xia Yan let the Yukishita family be oppressed, but also thanked Xia Yan for letting go of the Yukishita family, so that her family would not be destroyed. At the same time, she also developed a strong curiosity about Xia Yan. Why is Xia Yan so young, yet he has so many big bosses for him? It can be said that Yukinoshita Yukino and Kasumigoka Shiyu's feelings towards Xia Yan are very similar. But Seiko Pashima is different, she just simply yearns for the power of Xia Yan. So, ignoring Yukinoshita Yono and Kasumigoka Shiyu who were on the side, Seiko Pashima walked up to Xia Yan and said softly, "Teacher, do you want to learn swordsmanship?" Swordsmanship? Xia Yan was stunned. Yes, speaking of swordsmanship, Seiko Pashima seems to be very excited. There was even a hint of bloodthirsty smell on her body, and adrenaline began to secrete quickly. Hiss, Yukinoshita Yangne and Shajiju Shiyu both shuddered and looked inexplicable. They thought it was getting colder. Only Xia Yan knew that it was murderous. In the pirate world, it is very common for any sea area with a reward of over 10 million to have murderous intent. But in the everyday world, it's really rare, because even many murderers are only passionate murderers, and there is no murderousness in them. And Poison Island Seiko. This girl with a clean, pure and beautiful appearance has a murderous aura even stronger than many little pirates in the original pirate world. Interesting. Compared with Shiyu Kasumigoka and Yono Yukinoshita, who are beautiful but tend to be ordinary people, Xia Yan is more interested in Seiko Pashima now. However, facing the question of Seiko Pashima, he still shook his head and said, "I don't want to learn." Send? Poison Island Seiko was stunned. Obviously she didn't expect that the answer she got would be a rejection. Why? Kazushima Seiko couldn't help but said urgently, "You have an excellent talent, you can surpass the efforts of others for several years or even more than 10 years with just a little effort. You can't waste your talent." Advertisement, why not? Xia Yan smiled indifferently. It's just a talent for kendo, it's not something extraordinary, and... Speaking of which, he paused for a moment. Then Xia Yan suddenly looked at Seiko Pashima and asked playfully, "Are you really worried that I'm wasting my talent?" Dushima Seiko's heart tightened, and he smiled dryly. "Teacher, what do you mean by this?" "It's not interesting." Xia Yan smiled slightly. Kazushima Seiko is not the kind of person who gets angry when he sees other people wasting their talents. His observation hockey can read minds and predict the future. So he is very clear that the so-called wasting talent is just an excuse. Seiko Pashima just hopes to cultivate a person who can kill him. So Xia Yan refused. Joke, he can now split the entire earth in half with one hand. Technology is the means that the weak learn to protect and strengthen themselves. His face turned blue and then white. Dushima Seiko bit his lower lip and said in a deep voice, "I want to challenge you." Knowing that Seiko Pashima is a well-known kendo champion, Yukinoshita Yukino licked the corner of her mouth, looked at Xia Yan with her jewel-like eyes, and asked, "Teacher, do you want to accept her challenge? If you win, I can give you some special rewards." When one's own strength reaches a node, those low-level technologies no longer have any meaning and are only equivalent to fancy special effects. She didn't know how much Xia Yan knew about her bloodthirsty nature. Yes, but Yukinoshita Yono and Kasumigo Gashiyu were very interested in it. Can Seiko's swordsmanship cut the earth in half? Challenge me? Xia Yan's face was a little weird. Kendo competition? Interesting. Does teacher Xia Yan also know kendo? Xia Yan felt that this was really stupid. He really had no idea of bullying children. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Kazushima Seiko does not know these secrets. After Xia Yan's words revealed her own thoughts, the girl was very flustered at this time. What if he didn't learn swordsmanship? A stern look appeared on Seiko Dushima's pretty face, which gave her a heroic aura that was not to be let down by men. Is it strong enough? If the top powerhouses in the world of pirates, Shinigami and Hokage, who were cleaned up by Xia Yan, heard the words of Seiko Pashima, I am afraid they would all laugh on the spot. Chapter 542, Auto-generated chapter title, 17, Poison Island Seiko Who Owes a Lesson. Yukinoshita Yono's idea was simple. It is impossible for the Yukinoshita family to take revenge on Mo Yan, nor can she take revenge on Mo Yan. So adding a little block to Xia Yan can be regarded as a little comfort for myself. As for whether Xia Yan will win, Yukinoshita Yono does not think there is such a possibility at all. Kazushima Seiko is the champion of the kendo competition and a well-known kendo genius. Not to mention that she has beaten her, it would be difficult for Xia Yan to survive 3 moves under her hands. Award? Xia Yan looked at Yono Yukinoshita playfully, and finally her eyes fell on Yono's Sakura peach mouth. Yang Nai's face was slightly red, but he still nodded. Yes, it's just for fun anyway. Okay. Xia Yan chuckled and looked at Seiko Pushima. I accept your challenge. Good. Poison Island Seiko's pretty face turned red. Not shy, but excited. It was only after Xia Yan verbally agreed to a fight that she felt that her blood was about to boil and burn. Kasumigo Gashiyu's red lips parted slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she didn't say anything. She felt that Yukinoshita Yang was pitting herself. Recalling the bizarre scene where Xia Yan took out the chopsticks out of thin air twice before, Kasumigo Gashiyu thought from the bottom of his heart that Xia Yan was not an ordinary person. In her opinion, Xia Yan has at least trained some special techniques to improve her hand speed. As for the way of kendo, even if Shiyu of Shajiju didn't understand, he knew that speed, strength, and skill were all important components. Xia Yan is not without advantages. After eating the hot pot, the group set off directly. General Wu Gao, Kendo Club room. Fearing that Xia Yan, the teacher, would lose face if he lost to the students, Seiko Pushima drove all the other students away, leaving only the 2 spectators, Shiyu Kasumigoka and Yono Yukishita. Pick a sword, teacher Xia Yan. Taking an ordinary wooden sword and swinging it twice, Seiko Tujima raised his finger and pointed at the dozens of remaining swords. Most of the swords in the Kendo Club are wooden swords and bamboo swords, which are very painful to hit, but generally do not cause serious injuries. Xia Yan shook her head. No, Seiko Dushima was stunned. Do you have your own sword? Of course not. Xia Yan shook her head again. Advertisement. Seiko Pashima was even more confused. Then why don't you take a sword? Because there is no need. Xia Yan smiled mysteriously. These words directly angered Seiko Pashima. Just like Yukino said, Seiko Pashima is the champion of kendo competition. Even if she stops when she hits, those trained adults are not her opponents. In other words, she is an uncompromising genius. A true genius beyond gender and age. Since teacher Xia Yan said that he doesn't need a sword, then come directly. A sharp edge flashed in the beautiful eyes, but Seiko Dushima's slender arm erupted with astonishing power, and the wooden sword slashed fiercely at Xia Yan's head. Whoosh! A sharp cracking sound resounded. Even though it was just a wooden sword, it was like a sword in the hands of Dushima Seiko, with an imposing aura. Yukinoshita Yangne's face changed slightly, and he subconsciously exclaimed to remind Xia Yan. She just wanted to make Xia Yan suffer, but she never thought of hurting Xia Yan. Not to mention that Xia Yan spared the Yukinoshita family, she was indeed kind to her. If something happens to Xia Yan alone, none of the people present today will be able to gain anything. This woman, in front of Seiko Pashima, listening to Yono Yukinoshita's voice with observation haki, Xia Yan's impression of him has changed a lot. It doesn't matter if a woman is a little petty, but she looks cute. As long as you know how to care about people and know how to repay you with gratitude, it is enough. However, this little girl, Seiko, is really ruthless. Looking at the wooden sword that was getting closer and closer to him, Xia Yan only felt that it was extremely outrageous. It's an everyday world, isn't it? The strength of this Poison Island Seiko is no longer that of a normal human being. Even some Olympians may be crushed by her, and if a blow of this strength hits the head, the average person would at least have a bone fracture and a concussion. This is no longer a matter of weight, it's just intentional murder. An ignorant and bloodthirsty little girl needs a good education, this is the everyday world. Advertisement with a sigh in her heart, Xia Yan suddenly moved. I saw that he did not use any subtle moves, but simply raised his right arm and stretched out a finger to block the wooden sword that was slashing in the face. Boom! The wooden sword collided with the fingers, making a dull sound. Mr. Xia Yan. Yuki no Shida's eyes narrowed. Shajichu Shiyu also subconsciously closed his eyes, daring to look again. From the human point of view, the collision between the finger and the wooden sword would result in a fracture of the former 100%. But under Yuki no Shida Yono's astonished gaze, Xia Yan's finger was not hurt by the wooden sword at all. Instead, several cracks appeared on the wooden sword in Seiko's hands. Even because the reaction force was too large, a trace of blood flowed from the palm of Seiko's sword holding the sword, which was actually torn apart. Feeling the sharp pain between his palms, Seiko Dushima shrank his pupils, looking at Xia 747 Yan with shocking eyes. Shajiju Shiyu, who finally opened her eyes, was also amazed. Sure enough, this teacher Xia Yan is not an ordinary person. Splitting a wooden sword with your fingers, even those professional fighters can't do it, right? At this time, Xia Yan smiled slightly, looked at Seiko Dushima's right hand holding the sword, and said playfully, "You are so cruel, my teacher will teach you a lesson, you won't blame me, right?" "What?" Dushima Seiko was startled, and at the same time screamed badly. In sight, Xia Yan has already walked towards her one step at a time. Dangerous. Danger. Just like small animals get hair when faced with a crisis, the instinct of creatures makes Seiko Toshishima feel the tremendous pressure from Xia Yan. This pressure almost crushed her, and the bones and muscles in her body squeaked, as if she would collapse completely at any time. Even Xia Yan's height seemed to have turned into a terrifying giant, looking down at her condescendingly. His teeth bit his lip, and a line of blood flowed from the corner of Seiko's mouth. Under the stimulation of the severe pain, she finally recovered a little bit of sanity from the fear and shock, raised her hand and swung the wooden sword and slashed towards Xia Yan, who was approaching. Crack! The wooden sword collided with Xia Yan's fingers and broke in two. Poison Island Seiko's shoulder even spurted blood, and it splashed more than 3 feet high. Chapter 543, Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 18 close black lens bracket. Do you like him? Xia Yan does not need a sword, but can cut off the planet and cut the galaxy with just one finger. So even if he compressed his own power infinitely, the finger that slashed at Seiko Pashima still surpassed the limit of human beings in power. Note that it is the limit of human beings, not the limit of ordinary people. Therefore, the sword in Seiko's hand was easily cut off, and even her shoulder was split by Xia Yan, and blood spurted out. With her knees going soft, Seiko Toshishima knelt down on the ground. The severe pain from her shoulder made her frown, but she didn't even let out a scream. Her injuries are serious. Xia Yan's finger not only cut through her flesh, but also cut off her bones. Recalling the terrifying blow just now, Seiko Dushima's face became even paler. She knew that Xia Yan was actually showing mercy. Otherwise, what the finger just cut off was definitely not just the bones, at least her entire arm. The other side, Yuki no Shida Yono and Kasumigoka Shiyu finally came to their senses. Looking at Seiko Pushima kneeling in a pool of blood, the two women's pretty faces changed slightly. They immediately found medicines and bandages in the kendo room, and went forward to treat Saoko Pushima. But Xia Yan stopped them. "What are you doing, teacher Xia Yan?" He couldn't even think about how Xia Yan made such a terrifying attack just now. Shajiju Shiyu's red eyes stared at Xia Yan, his eyes full of dissatisfaction. It's too harsh to start, and they actually stopped them from treating Kashima Seiko? If the best time for treatment is delayed, what should I do if the Poison Island Saijima is disabled? Xia Yan rolled her eyes and said coldly, "Didn't you see how hard she used to behead me just now? If it were someone else, it would at least have a fracture plus concussion." Shajichu Shiyu was stunned. Her pretty face was slightly red, and she did not dare to speak. It was true that Seiko Toshishima's shot was quite strong just now. Although Xia Yan's counterattack was a bit excessive, it was reasonable. Yukino also asked, "So Mr. Xia Yan is going to punish this child and make her remember?" "What do you think?" Advertisement. Without answering Yukino's question, Xia Yan looked directly at Seiko Pashima, who was kneeling in front of her. Seiko Dushima's face was pale and terrifying at this time, but he couldn't see the slightest bit of anger and shame. In fact, as Xia Yan said, she was very vicious, so she didn't think there was anything wrong with Xia Yan's viciousness. Rather, she actually likes Xia Yan's overkill, bloodthirsty kill. After living for 17 years, Seiko Toshishima is the first time to truly feel her true nature. "It's so cool, I just want to do it again." Seiko Dushima did not hide these fanatical emotions. Her beautiful eyes stared straight at Xia Yan, shining like a star. This gaze was exposed in the eyes of Yuki no Shida Yongnai and Shajiju Shiyu, and the two girls couldn't help but want to complain. Hey, your arm was broken. You are still staring at people with such eyes. Really shameless." Wanting to plot against Xia Yan, but it didn't get any effect. Instead, Seiko was injured. Yuki no Shida said softly, "Shall I take classmates to the hospital?" "No need." Xia Yan refused again. This time, even Seiko Dushima was stunned, and a strange color appeared on her pretty face. To be honest, she still wanted to treat her arm. Otherwise, if it drags on for too long, even if the arm can be cured in the future, the flexibility will be greatly reduced, affecting her use of the sword. But If Xia Yan doesn't want her to be cured, that's fine. Anyway, she has found a person like Xia Yan who can satisfy her desire to kill and bloodthirsty. Even if she becomes a crippled from now on, it will be worthwhile. Then, okay. Looking up at Xia Yan, Seiko Yushima's pretty face distorted by pain showed a sunny smile. Mr. Xia Yan, as long as you don't abandon me, it doesn't matter if you don't treat my arm. Kasumi Hill Shiyu and Yukinoshita Yangne looked at each other, dumbfounded. What's the situation? Didn't these two just meet today and had a fierce fight? Why did the word abandon even come out? Xia Yan immediately understood Seiko's meaning. The abandonment understood by normal people is generally between relatives and between men and women. Advertisement the abandonment in Seiko's mouth refers to the way of killing. That. Yukinoshita Yukino wanted to say something. Xia Yan waved her hand and said lightly, you two go back to rest first, I will deal with the problem of poisoning the island. This. Kasumigoka Shiyu and the two subconsciously looked at Seiko Pashima, who was kneeling on the ground, and wanted to hear her opinion. After all, they are their classmates, junior. If something really happens here, they will not only feel guilty and regret it for a lifetime, but also bear legal responsibility. Don't worry, I'm fine. Enduring the severe pain of the severed arm, Seiko Tujima smiled at the two girls. Although his face is still pale and there is a lot of blood on his body, it does not look life-threatening. As for the fracture, I want to come to two people with such strong strength, who understand how to deal with it better than ordinary people like them. Teacher, I'm going back to class first. Mr. Xia Yan, please allow me to thank you again. Thank you for letting the Yukishita family go. Looking at Xia Yan with a complicated expression, Yukinoshita Yangne said goodbye to Shiyu of the Hill of Xia and was about to leave. Get out of the kendo club. The two were about to part ways. Yukino suddenly said, do you like Mr. Xia Yan? Zhao, how is it possible? What nonsense are you talking about? Shiyu of Kasumigoka looked at Yono Yukinoshita very differently, not understanding why the other party would ask such a question. It is true that Xia Yan is excellent and mysterious enough, and her appearance is rare in the world. This kind of man's attraction to women is extremely fatal. But she doesn't have any romantic thoughts about Xia Yan. All she had was curiosity. However, why did the eldest lady of Yukinoshita ask such a question? Turning her eyes, her ruby-like eyes looked at Yoshinoshita Yukinoshita playfully. Kasumigoka Shiyu said lightly, Miss Yukinoshita, I'm asking this question, do you have any thoughts on teacher Xia Yan? Yes. Yukinoshita Yangne smiled and admitted it frankly. What? Shajichu Shiyu looked stunned, how did you admit it? Chapter 544, Auto-generated chapter title, 19. What's wrong with licking a dog? Shajichu Shiyu just wanted to make fun of Yukinoshita Yang now, but he didn't expect that he would eat a large melon. The eldest lady of Yukishita's family actually has an idea for that teacher Xia Yan. Looking at Yoshinoshita Yukinoshita with bright eyes, Shajichu Shiyu asked curiously, didn't your family be bullied by him until he came to apologize? How come you not only don't feel humiliated, but also have a good impression of him? Yukinoshita Yangne chuckled indifferently. What is this? In ancient times people who were beaten almost destroyed the country and the species, and there are many things that have to be married and begged for mercy in the end, not to mention that this is just an apology. Shajichu Shiyu was stunned. Although the condition of her family is good, it is better than ordinary people. So she really can't understand this kind of behavior of being bullied and slapped in the face, which is something she thinks unacceptable. Looking at the attitude of Shiyu of the Hill of Xia, Yukinoshita Yangne had no expression on his face, but he felt a little disapproval in his heart. After all, she is just a little girl in an ivory tower. No matter how mature she is only compared to those immature students. Is it embarrassing to rush to lick you after being bullied? As she said just now, in ancient times, people who were beaten broke their homes, and there were a lot of suffocating things to lick the culprit. This is the meaning of power. It is only natural for the weak to kneel and lick the strong. No matter in the city, martial arts or fantasy world, this principle will not change in the slightest. Shame? Advertisement no shame. Even a 9-5 supreme like the emperor would lick his father before he succeeded in ascending the throne? What's wrong with being a licking dog for the sake of wealth and profit? Besides, the conflict between her and Xia Yan was just a matter of face, and it wasn't that serious. Yukinoshita's family was warned, and without causing any substantial damage, Xia Yan let them go, which shows that he is not an unreasonable bad guy. Xia Yan also has a very good-looking face, also in good shape. The family has money, strong background, strong character. Will cook food. Spray. Simply perfect. Yukinoshita Yono believed that he had lived for decades, and this was the first time he had met such a perfect man. It just suits her from head to toe. If she misses Xia Yan, she will definitely regret it for the rest of her life. CBDD, anyway, as the heir of the Yukinoshita family, she will definitely find an elite man who is well matched but not necessarily in love. Advertisement, then why didn't she find a better Xia Yan? As for whether Xia Yan wants her or not, it will be discussed in the future. Don't even try it, that's what idiots do. Thinking like this, Yukinoshita Yangne waved to Shiyu of Shajichu. I'm leaving, little girl. After speaking, he walked straight towards the direction where his sports car was parked. Little girl? Shout, you're not even older than me. Looking at Yono Yukinoshita's back, Kasumigoka Shiyu snorted unhappily. Bigger than her. Just kidding. Even if the sisters Yukino and Yukino are added together, they can't compare to her. But then again, is a man like teacher Xia Yan really a high-quality resource? Even the eldest lady of Yukishida's family likes it so much. Thinking of Xia Yan's flawless handsome face and the heroic appearance of defeating Seiko Pashima just now, Kasumigo Gashiyu's eyes flashed with suppressed excitement. It's not emotion. Rather, she felt like she had found the perfect villain template. It should be cool to let such a mad and cool guy fall out of love in the plot, right? The reader looks great, and she writes it herself. Thinking like this, Shajichu Shiyu couldn't help but want to try. Chapter 545, Auto-generated chapter title. 20, Healing Seiko Pashima Kendo Department. After Kasumigo Gashiyu and Yukinoshida Yono left, only Xia Yan and Pashima Seiko were left here. Sitting on the icy ground, Seiko Dushima's mood was very complicated. On the one hand, she respects Xia Yan very much, because the other party is really a strong man who crushes her. On the one hand, she longs for Xia Yan, hoping that Xia Yan can satisfy her lust for killing and bloodthirsty forever. Finally, she was terrified. Although she is not very afraid of death, she will not care about the physical disability of the district. But it would be a pity if he was abandoned in his teens, and it would be difficult to satisfy his bloodthirsty desire for the rest of his life. Clatter. Xia Yan walked to Seiko Pashima. Seiko Dushima looked up at him and asked subconsciously, "What are you going to do with me, teacher Xia Yan?" "Of course to heal you." Xia Yan chuckled. "Huh?" Kazushima Seiko was taken aback. "What's wrong?" Xia Yan looked at the wound on her body playfully. "What do you think I'm going to do?" "No, nothing." Seiko Dushima smiled awkwardly, not daring to look up at Xia Yan. Advertisement. She was really embarrassed to say that because of her bloodthirsty, she just thought that Xia Yan planned to completely abolish her. But the girl didn't know that what she was thinking was completely exposed to Xia Yan. A strong enough observation Hawkeye. Even those who can shatter an island with one blow can't have any secrets in front of Xia Yan, let alone an ordinary human girl with a little talent. Xia Yan couldn't help but chuckle in her heart when she saw Seiko's shy look. The unpleasantness in my heart towards Seiko Pashima has all disappeared. Thinking about it carefully, under the influence of bloodthirsty desire, Seiko Pashima's character is the type that blows up at the slightest point, so I can't blame her for being too heavy-handed before. Hey, pretty girl is forgivable. If Seiko Pashima was an ugly girl, Xia Yan would have slapped her to death long ago. This is the truth. Even a powerhouse like Xia Yan, who has surpassed the planetary level, is unavoidable. Man. Sighing inwardly at the man's inferiority, Xia Yan leaned over and grabbed Seiko's slender arm. The girl's arms are very slender, and her skin is as white as jade, like delicate porcelain. But at this time, a healing wound with a version of flesh and blood destroyed these aesthetics, and also made the originally heroic Toshishima Seiko a little more weak and pitiful temperament. For flowers, Mr. Xia Yan, what about 100 days of broken bones? Advertisement. Kazushima Seiko nodded and gritted his teeth. Seiko Dushima looked at his arm in surprise, and moved it twice subconsciously. After confirming that her arm had really fully recovered except for the trauma, she only felt outrageous to the extreme. Crack. Outrageous. This. And it is normal to have severe pain in the bones. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The speed was so fast that Seiko Pashima didn't even feel the slightest pain. Thinking like this, a crisp sound suddenly sounded. As an excellent kendo master, she certainly understands that Xia Yan is trying to heal her bones. This is a fracture. Xia Yan looked up at her. Hold on, you know? I saw that Xia Yan moved like lightning and connected the broken bones of Kazushima Seiko. Just do it casually, and it will be cured? Seiko Pashima called Xia Yan's name softly. Seeing Xia Yan start dressing herself, Seiko Dushima's eyes suddenly lit up. Teacher, can you teach me kendo? Big, Chapter 546, Auto-generated chapter title. 2. Poison Island. Seiko apprentice Seiko Pashima hopes to learn kendo from Xia Yan, and even learn Xia Yan as a teacher. It's not because she wants to go further in kendo. Instead, she wanted to tie up with Xia Yan, so that she would never lose such an existence that could satisfy her bloodthirsty desire. Although she was instantly killed by Xia Yan in the previous kendo battle and her arm was cut off, this did not hinder her longing for Xia Yan. Xia Yan frowned. 747, to learn kendo. Honestly, she's really not very good at kendo. Light theory skills and related knowledge, he is far behind even beginners in kendo. Of course you can't teach people, but this is a beauty. Although everyone says that men and women are equal in the new era, in fact, how can men and women be equal in the heart of a normal man? If it was a man sitting on the ground with tears in his eyes and looking at him with longing, no matter how handsome he looked, Xia Yan would only feel disgusted and slap him. But this is Seiko Poison Island. Beautiful with a good body and good looks, Oni-san shows a weak posture in front of you and looks at you with an expression of longing and anticipation. Are you telling me that men and women are equal? Advertisement? Whoever believes that is insane. Okay. Xia Yan chuckled and agreed to Seiko Pashima. Real. Kazushima Seiko's eyes widened and his heart was ecstatic. Naturally it's true. Xia Yan smiled slightly. Great, teacher Xia Yan. Overjoyed, Seiko Pashima jumped in place like a hound and hugged Xia Yan. As the saying goes, one day is a teacher and a lifelong father, and finally has an identity that can tie Xia Yan for a lifetime. Toshishima Seiko just feels very happy. Xia Yan didn't care that the little girl was too close. Again. The wind does not flow down. If there is fate, of course we can be together. If there is no fate, it is not forced, however, it is not too shameful to boast. With him in front of him, a woman like Seiko Dushima who has been attracted to him, I am afraid it will be difficult for him to fall in love with other men. It's as if you were once a billionaire woman, and then let you marry another billionaire. Advertisement. The gap is huge, one can imagine. Come on, go back to class. Gently patted the girl in her arms on the shoulder, Xia Yan chuckled lightly. Okay. Poison Island. Seiko nodded naively. With the presence of Xia Yan, who can satisfy her bloodthirsty desire, the girl who used to be cold and glamorous turned out to be a little cute at this time. Leave the kendo club. Xia Yan and Seiko Kashima went to the classroom together. There were many onlookers and exclamations along the way. Is that Poison Island Senpai and teacher Xia Yan? So beautiful, so handsome, it's just like the hero and heroine of a movie with a beautiful face, and it's so suitable. Are they in love? I still prefer Yukino. After all, she is the eldest lady of a rich family, and her temperament is much better. Shout, I still like Sawamura Hideo 3.3 Riri, isn't the foreigner's temperament better? As the head of kendo and one of the school's beauties, Seiko Yushima is very famous in the school. Xia Yan, who just arrived at school today, has become the new male god of the General Wu Gao because of his extravagant and exaggerated sports car and perfect appearance. Now that the two of them walked together, it naturally caused a fierce uproar. Chapter 547, Auto-generated chapter title. 22. The wonderful idea of Poison Island, a girl's evaluation. Although, school beauties, sounds ridiculous, most people have never even heard of the existence of school beauties in their schools when they go to school. But it is normal in Zongwu Gao, because Ying Lily, Yukinoshita Yukino, Tumaseko, Dongma and Sei are not just beautiful. This group of girls with outstanding looks also have quite extraordinary family background or personal talent. This is the reason why they are sought after by the students of Zongwu High School as school beauties. If it is simply beautiful and has no other specialties, it can only be called a vase at most. And even Shiyu Kasumigoka, the most common of the school beauties, is always the top 3 in the grade in 21, and occasionally the top student in the grade. Not to mention Ying Lily, Yukinoshita Yukino and other women, they are all eldest ladies of political and business families with strong backgrounds. Of course, this background is based on ordinary people as the standard. If Xia Yan is the standard, even if he is the richest man in the world, he cannot be called a strong background in front of him. After all, money is a thing, without enough power and force to protect it, it can only be a fat pig that has been cut into flesh. Amid the envious discussions around, Seiko Tsushima felt very uncomfortable. She was obviously not interested in teacher Xia Yan in terms of men and women, and it was said that she was a little tempted. Advertisement. Teacher Xia Yan is very strong. Teacher Xia Yan's family seems to be very good. Teacher Xia Yan is very handsome. Teacher Xia Yan can also satisfy her despicable bloodlust. What, the eldest of the beautiful eyes, Seiko Kashima suddenly found out that Xia Yan is the perfect marriage partner for her. She has lived for 17 or 18 years, and she has never seen a man so suitable for her. Thinking like this, Seiko Kashima gave Xia Yan a sidelong glance. The girl's pretty face was dyed red. The corner of Xia Yan's mouth twitched slightly. Are you planning to marry him just to satisfy your bloodlust? Humph. You woman actually hurt me. With a snort in the bottom of her heart, Xia Yan continued to walk forward with no expression on her face. Still the old saying, advertisement just by chance. Is that the new head teacher Xia Yan? It's exactly the same as the rumors, and the appearance can be given full marks. In a high-rise building where the two of Xia Yan passed, a temperament and beautiful girl with long black hair sat in front of the piano, looking down at Xia Yan condescendingly, with a searching look in her eyes. She was still a little curious about the man who detonated Zongwu Gao on the first day of class. Especially after discovering that she, Yukinoshita Yangne, a former figure of the General Wu Gao, bowed his knees to Xia Yan, this curiosity became even stronger. However, this is too much fun, isn't it? Yono under the snow, Shiyu 747 of Kasumigoka, and the head of the kendo department, Seiko Tsushima, each of them is a goddess-level figure admired by countless senior martial arts boys. Is this the so-called eating from the bowl and looking at the pot? Just like he ate hot pot just now? Cough. It's better not to approach him for now. Shaking her head gently, the black-haired girl turned her head to face the piano and began to close her eyes. Xia Yan inadvertently glanced at the girl, and found that she was indeed a character she knew. Of course, just knowing. In fact, the stock of this character is more famous than the SE Chapter 548, Auto-generated chapter title. 23. Yumiko Miura. That guy's handsomeness overwhelmed Hayama. White photo album. As a work with excellent plot and brilliant characters, its popularity is not low. But in terms of popularity, the Bai Shui, out of the circle stock is more well-known. After all, there are basically no people who have seen the White Album who don't know Bai Shui. But most of the people who know Bai Shui must have never seen the White Album and only know a little about the plot and characters. Xia Yan is the second. He knows Dong Mahesha, Xiaomuzang Shueisai, Dongsun Sprite, and Jiananchin. These memes are related to the role, and he knows it. But he didn't know more. He doesn't even know what the characters of Dong Mahesa and other characters are. However, this is nothing. If Xia Yan really intends to attack someone, he doesn't need to watch the original plot at all, he can do it easily. As for people's hearts, does observation hockey look good? He really didn't believe that the original plot could be more reliable than listening to people's hearts. After entering the teaching building, Seiko Kashima and Xia Yan separated. Advertisement: she still has to go to class. Xia Yan went to prepare her afternoon class. He has to teach second grade physical education in the afternoon. It belonged to Yukino's class, but the second young lady of Yukinoshida's house should still be in the hospital for a long time now? Although under Xia Yan's control, that car accident did not cause any harm to Yukino. But Yukinoshida's family is not someone who is short of money, and naturally Yukino will be observed in the hospital for a few days. When you think about it, it's quite interesting. In the original book, Hikigu, who was hospitalized due to a car accident and missed the start of school, was all normal, not even involved in the car accident at all, and Yukino did not know each other at all. And Yukinoshida embarked on a plot similar to Hikigu, not only was hospitalized due to a car accident, but also missed the first time she met her classmates. However, considering that the second Miss Yukinoshida in the original novel is not gregarious and cold, it is estimated that she will not be affected too much by this. In the afternoon, more than 3 o'clock, the sun is warm and the weather is nice. Physical education classes are on as normal, except for a few students who are too lazy to move. Most students still prefer physical education. After all, you can have a good time with your friends. Want to play tennis? Advertisement: it's no wonder that girls yearn for a handsome teacher. After all, most of the boys in the second year class are crooked melons and cracked dates. Girls hope that the newcomer is a handsome man, making them seductive. Okay. Boys want the new couple to be beautiful women who can add a little spice to their youthful life. I heard that the physical education teacher is new. I don't know if he is handsome or not. This is our physical education teacher. He's too handsome. It's a perfect way to crush that guy from Hayama. One of the favorite topics for a group of carefree students to discuss, presumably new teachers and new classmates. For example, Hikigaya Hachiman, who stared at a pair of dead fish eyes at the beginning of school. A tall and thin figure was waiting for them here. For example, An Yi Loon, a fanatical death house famous throughout the school. Under such a heated discussion, a group of people came to the practice ground. And other ordinary men who, although not disgusting, are absolutely mediocre. I hope the new physical education teacher can treat us better. Yumiko Miura, who was being pursued by 4 or 5 girls, accidentally made a foul language and looked at the figure in front of her with shining eyes. Taking a closer look, the entire class is also an outstanding man from Yeshan Huxia with a handsome appearance and an excellent family background. I go. Chapter 549. Auto-generated chapter title, 24, Spring Objects plus Passers-by, People Who Are Ignored. Just like most guys like girls who are pretty and have a good figure. Girls definitely like handsome boys too. Xia Yan is a man with a perfect face and a perfect figure, who can be called the embodiment of human art, just like the son of God in the fairy tale. Even Shinigami, who has lived for thousands of years, freely admits that Xia Yan's body is a perfect creation of God. Not to mention a group of mortal girls. Just at first glance, Miura Yuko and others were completely attracted by Xia Yan standing there. No way. Look at the crooked melons and cracked dates in the school, such as Hubu Shang and Hikigu, and Xia Yan, who is standing there like a pine in cypress, but any normal woman knows which side is more eye-catching. Even Ying Lily, a very good disguised eldest lady, couldn't help but look at Xia Yan a few more times, and 747's eyes lit up. Of course, this is not a liking, but a joy to see the hunter. As a painter, she is very good at the human body, and she always thinks that her body painting is quite perfect. But at this time, looking at Xia Yan standing there, Ying Lili suddenly realized that she had become a frog in the well too. The world-class male model that my mother said is probably not as good as this teacher. I really want to see what his body looks like under his clothes. Advertisement, she screamed madly in her heart, but Ying Lili still looked like everyone was surrounded by a show on the surface, very quiet and elegant. But other girls don't have to maintain the character of the eldest lady like her, CBDD. Many girls have already screamed at Xia Yan, and even several girls rushed directly to Xia Yan and surrounded him in the middle. Handsome guy. Are you our new physical education teacher? You are so handsome. I would take the liberty to ask, teacher, what are your bust, waist and hip circumferences? Teacher, what's your line number? Can you add me? I'm not very good at physical education and need extracurricular tutoring. A group of Ying Ying and Yan Yan surrounded Xia Yan, roaring and talking. A few bold ones even said something that made people blush and make people doubt their authenticity. Of course, Xia Yan is a good person, and he will not harm girls at will. So he raised his hands and patted it hard, and said, quiet, it's time to gather. Really, Teacher Mingming is so handsome, why can't it be more interesting? Hurt by Xia Yan's indifferent attitude, many girls turned around and left. Okay. But how is this possible? Advertisement surrounding the students present, Xia Yan said her name with a light smile. Then, his eyes swept across the crowd. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. So after a closer look, Xia Yan couldn't help but look a little weird. Although his observation hockey is far from keeping up with his soaring strength, it is not enough to be avoided by a person in the everyday world. After all, High coldness is also a major feature of male gods, and the attraction to women is quite high. No, I'm your PE teacher, Xia Yan. Fortunately, most of the girls were still sensible, and they were soon assembled under Xia Yan's orders. It was as if someone had avoided his sight. Xia Yan suddenly felt a sense of disobedience. But more girls have bright eyes, looking at Xia Yan more eagerly. The class he took should be a fusion of the two animations, spring objects, plus, passers-by. There really is such a person who escaped his sight. Just a casual glance, he saw Kawasaki Sake, Sawamura Eri, Miura Yumiko, Hikigu, and Yilan and other related characters. Rather than hiding, it would be better to say that his eyes automatically ignored the existence of this person, like a kind of world rule. Chapter 550. Auto-generated chapter title, 25, Megumi Kato's Surprise, Sports Competition? Megumi Kato, a pretty amazing woman. As we all know, most of the rule-based abilities are extremely powerful and unreasonable, and they often appear in a world with a relatively high average combat effectiveness. But this woman can have her own rule-based ability in the lowest level everyday world. Although this rule-based ability only reduces his sense of existence. But this is also very rare, after all, this is just a daily world without superpowers. Of course, Megumi Kato probably isn't proud of this superpower. After all, this ability did not bring her any benefit, but made it difficult for her to make friends, and sometimes even her family would forget her existence. This made Kato Megumi very distressed for a time, and finally got used to it and was completely indifferent. It is precisely because of this that she has developed this sage's-like temperament. So, when she noticed that Xia Yan's eyes fell on her, Kato Megumi, who had always been indifferent, couldn't help but froze. Is this her delusion? She was actually seen for the first time? Advertisement, however, before she could feel the truth of this gaze, Xia Yan looked away. This made Kato Megumi feel a little lost, but a hint of joy emerged from the bottom of her heart. This is no exaggeration. If you have repeated the tragic life of being forgotten by your classmates, teachers and even your parents every day in your life from childhood to adulthood, normal people may have gone mad long ago. Megumi Kato seems to be indifferent, but it is impossible not to yearn to belong to normal people, life. At this juncture, Xia Yan seemed to shine a beam of light into the darkness, and Kato Megumi couldn't help but reach out and grab it. Warm up first, let me see your physical fitness. After watching all the animated characters she knew in the class, Xia Yan said lightly, run around the playground for 5 laps. What? No way. I thought it would be a free event. It's actually 5 laps. Hearing Xia Yan's request, many students turned dark and complained on the spot. You must know that 5 laps is a full 2,000 meters. For an ordinary student, this is already quite a lot of physical exertion. Ask for flowers. Most of the people who take physical education classes are for various recreational activities, not for running circles. Advertisement. So, several daring boys immediately raised their hands and stared at Xia Yan eagerly. Speak, Xia Yan said casually. Teacher, running laps is really boring. Would you like to see our physical fitness or competition? The lead boy said with a smile. Competition? Xia Yan frowned. Yeah, the boy said with a smile. Running, long jump, grip strength, pitching, competition, ranking, teacher, you can also get involved. Okay, Xia Yan nodded, feeling that this is indeed much more interesting than running. Hey, several boys who proposed the competition looked at each other, and their smiles looked a little sinister. Of course, they deliberately mentioned the competition, and they also deliberately invited Xia Yan to participate. The handsome teacher who attracted the attention of all the girls when he first arrived, if they don't turn him into a scum, won't they lose the right to choose a mate for at least a whole year? So, under the organization of Xia Yan, an intra-class competition began. Big Chapter 551, Auto-generated chapter title. 26. Yingli Li. Perfect. Contest. Since the birth of human sense of honor and superiority, various types of competitions have appeared in society. Stronger than anyone, prettier than anyone's wife, better than anyone's child, richer than anyone else. Of course, this is the lowest level of competition. Although it can produce a sense of superiority and satisfaction, it is still too weak after all. So sports competitions and literary competitions in the East and the West appeared. In the end, sports competitions turned into various games, July 47, and with the development of human civilization, it has completely become a part of human civilization. Literary competitions have become a part of most human life. After all, entering a higher school is something that most normal human beings have to face. General Wu Gao, practice ground. As a relatively well-known school nearby, the driving range and equipment here are relatively complete, which is completely sufficient for a group of students to compete. For the first game, throw a medicine ball. This is a project all over the world, and it is also a relatively common one. Girls are here, boys are here. Under Mo Yan's arrangement, the girls and boys started pitching. Advertisement. I have to say that although the overall quality of the students of Zhongwu High School is okay, their physical quality is really average. The average girl is 5 to 7 meters, boys average 9 to 10 meters. Very few boys can throw to 12 meters. For a group of underage children, this achievement is already qualified. And the boy who invited Xia Yan to participate in the competition was the best, throwing an excellent result as high as 16.4 meters. Even some boys with excellent physical fitness are generally just this result. Teacher, my grades are not bad, right? It's your turn. Very satisfied with his results, the boy who invited him to Xia Yan looked at Xia Yan with a playful smile. Mr. Xia Yan, many girls looked worried at Mo Yan. They didn't want to see Xia Yan lose face, or it should be said that they didn't want to see a terribly handsome male god humiliated. But not all girls are like that. For example, Kawasaki Sake had an indifferent expression on his face, and even yawned. Shout, it's so boring. On the other hand, Sawamura Eri was a little excited. She desperately wanted to see the results of this competition. Because of the Grandmaster's body, she fully understands that Xia Yan's perfect body definitely possesses extremely exaggerated power, and it is impossible for her to lose to a group of little brats with no hair for a long time. Is it to me? Under the roar of the boys and the worried gazes of the girls, Xia Yan smiled lightly, took the medicine ball from the inviting boy, and inadvertently revealed the perfect and strong muscles on her arms. Advertisement in the crowd, Kato Megumi and Miura Yumiko were inexplicably nervous. Why doesn't this teacher Xia Yan panic at all? Could it be that his sports performance is very good? Under his suspicious gaze, Xia Yan's body suddenly sank, his arm was charged back, and then he pushed violently. The rest of the boys who originally wanted to see the jokes of this handsome teacher, Xia Yan, were shocked and couldn't say a word. This body is perfect. The boy's face was slightly stiff, and he felt that he might have made a mistake. Teacher Xia Yan is so handsome. The world record can't be thrown this far. The solid ball was shot out at high speed like a cannonball, and flew straight to hundreds of meters away, and finally landed on the ground with a bang. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Simply perfect for her to draw the male lead. Surprised by Xia Yan's handsome moves and excellent results, a group of girls gathered around Xia Yan, watching his eyes light up. The boy who invited him was dumbfounded, his eyes full of shock. Sawamura Eri even squeezed into the crowd, pinching Xia Yan's arms and waist and abdomen muscles while the chaos, and a trace of saliva flowed from the corner of his mouth. What a joke! Hundreds of meters. Contrary to the boys, the girls exploded after being silent for a moment. 3.3.chapter 552, auto-generated chapter title. 27, handsome, rich, and physically fit. Compared to the girls who just thought Xia Yan was handsome, the boys understood how terrible Xia Yan's performance was. It is no exaggeration to say that this is not the achievement of normal human beings at all, and even those athletes in the Olympic Games cannot do it. But Xia Yan did it, and it seems to be very easy. This guy. Not an ordinary person. Looking at Xia Yan surrounded by girls like stars and moon, the boys felt very heavy. They feel inexplicably that they are about to lose their right to choose a mate for the next few years. In the crowd, Kawasaki Shahi looked at Xia Yan with interest, and it was no longer like he just looked at an indifferent passerby. A man with excellent ability, good looks, and a superb figure, even if a woman has no interest in him in that respect, will generally take a few more glances. After all, it's better to look at good handsome guys than to look at mediocre people. Continue. The inviting boy gritted his teeth and looked at Xia Yan fiercely. He is not satisfied. In his opinion, Xia Yan is just powerful. Advertisement, okay. Xia Yan smiled slightly, not caring about the provocative gaze. It's just a provocation from an ordinary person. Just like a grain of sand to provoke a planet, it is difficult to generate other thoughts except ridiculous. Anger. Totally impossible. If a planet would be angry with a grain of sand, it would be a ridiculous thing. The game continues. 100 meters run. The average boy's score is 13 to 15 seconds. The invitational boys seem to be very talented in sports and ran out of 12 seconds. For a group of high school students, this is good enough, and if it is normal, it will definitely cause many girls to cheer. But under the stunning performance of Xia Yan, he completely made Xia Yan a wedding dress. 7 seconds 23. This is Xia Yan's 100 meters result. Advertisement. Although it has been the result of infinitely compressing one's own power by at least 100 million times, it has completely surpassed the limit of human beings. I'm going. Who the hell is this guy? Seeing Xia Yan's exaggerated belonging, the students who knew a little about sports were all stunned and speechless. And then, Xia Yan broke another world record, and it was still in the form of crushing. The achievements of athletes all over the world for hundreds of years are actually not as good as their teachers? Are they not dreaming? Why would you come to Zhongwu Gao to be a teacher if you have this ability? The students of Zhongwu High School ended this physical education class that shocked the whole world under the eyes of doubt and confusion. And when they saw their amazing physical education teacher walking towards a top-level luxury sports car they had never seen in their lives, they understood. It's no wonder that the big guy who can easily break the world sports record with 747 wants to come to the district General Wu Gao as a teacher. It turns out that the other party is a super rich man, and he doesn't care about these external things at all. Seeing Xia Yan sitting in that luxurious sports car, most boys had envious and jealous looks in their eyes. The girls looked at Xia Yan with more admiration. Handsome, rich and physically fit, love even Kawasaki Shashi, who didn't have much cold against Xia Yan before, couldn't help but look at Xia Yan a few more times, and a little envy appeared in his eyes. For her ordinary family, a rich person like Xia Yan is really enviable. Chapter 553, auto-generated chapter title. 28. Yukino's dissatisfaction. Xia Yan is famous. Although it is only in a small area such as General Wu Gao. But he did become famous. Even Yukinoshita Yukino, who had just woken up in the hospital, knew about Xia Yan. Of course, it was from the mouth of her sister Yukinoshita Yono. Xia Yan. Teacher. Is he the one who hit me? Lying on the hospital bed, covered with a quilt, Yukinoshita Yukino looked at her sister with a strange face. I was hit, and then you went to apologize to others? You even almost knelt down and begged them? Yeah. Yukinoshita Yangne smiled slightly, she didn't seem to find it ashamed. Yukinoshita Yukino didn't think so, the girl's pale face flushed with anger, and Yukinoshita Yukino stared at her sister and asked in a deep voice, this is unreasonable. Obviously I am the victim. How can there be a victim in this world to apologize to the perpetrator? Reason. Ah. The victim. Advertisement. Yukinoshita Yono shook his head helplessly, and a bitter smile appeared on his pretty face. You. Girlfriend. Yukinoshita Yukino's heart tightened. It was the first time she saw her sister show such a weak expression. This made her feel incredible, but also a little psychedelic. Is this really her elder sister, Yono Yukinoshita? How can someone so strong and high above who seems to never fail, be so vulnerable? Taking a deep breath, Yukino looked at her sister dignifiedly and asked, what's going on? I'm also a party, that person will still be my teacher in the future, you should tell me. Well, you really have to let Xiaoshuino know about this. Yukinoshita Yang now smiled helplessly, and then told his sister about Xia Yan and the Yukinoshita family. She emphasized a few key points. 1. Xia Yan's identity background is very terrifying, a fingernail can crush their proud Yukinoshita family. 2. Mo Yan has a good character, he did not take action against the Yukinoshita family. Wait a moment. Advertisement. Yukino interrupted her sister's words, and couldn't help asking curiously, since he didn't take action against the Yukinoshita family, why did you come to apologize? Because someone else took action. Yukinoshita Yukino gave her cute, innocent little sister a deep look. Yukino was startled. Other people? Yes, like, Lang Sun Group. Without deliberately concealing this information, Yono Yukinoshita casually mentioned several names of forces targeting the Yukinoshita family. But until hearing these names, Yukinoshita Yukino didn't understand why her powerful sister was rushing to apologize to others. It is no exaggeration to say that these names are quite familiar, even deafening, even to someone like her who doesn't pay much attention to financial news. But that's still unreasonable. Biting her lips tightly, Yukinoshita Shuinai's eyebrows, Jiao Ma Jiao, frowned. Although the other party has a huge power, this does not mean that he is doing the right thing. Cough, my silly sister. Helplessly patted Xiao Shuinai on the shoulder and head, Yang Nai hugged his sister gently, and whispered softly. There is nothing right in this world. People are willing to let go of our Yukinoshita family, we should all be grateful to Dade. Chapter 554. Auto-generated chapter title, 29, Yukino's, curious, about Xia Yan. I was hit by someone, I was hospitalized, my family was forced to force my family, my respected sister wanted to come to the door to apologize, and I would be grateful to Dade for being forgiven. For Yukinoshita Yukino, this was undoubtedly a disgusting thing that washed her 3 views. But, Yukino can understand. Yes, even if she hated this kind of thing in her heart, even if she knew from the bottom of her heart that it was not reasonable at all, she could fully understand it. This is the oppression of power, and it is very common among the upper classes. Although for Chiba locals, the Yukinoshita family is already considered the top rich. But the so-called top rich man, in the whole of Japan, is just a local rich man with a little money and 747 power, and he can't really be on the table at all. And Xia Yan. It is no exaggeration to say that in terms of the companies she heard from her sister, Xia Yan is already a terrifying existence that the richest man in the world cannot afford. Who the hell is that guy? Even the emperor's own grandson couldn't possibly control such a terrifyingly large force, right? And, why does such a terrifying existence want to be an ordinary teacher in Zhongwu High? Advertisement. Under the snow, Yukino shuddered inexplicably. At the same time, there was also a hint of raging fighting intent in her eyes. Yes, fighting intent. Yukinoshita Snow is an excellent person. Although she is sometimes naive, she is a righteous person who will never back down in the face of evil. At this time, in her heart, Xia Yan was undoubtedly the image of an evil demon king. Xia Yan. Yukinoshita Yukino read Xia Yan's name in her heart. This is probably one of the names that left the deepest impression on her in her short life of more than 10 years. The most ridiculous thing is that she hadn't even met that teacher Xia Yan yet. But Shinai didn't know that her sister Yang Nai saw her expression in her eyes. Sure enough, does Xiaoshuina also have a strong interest in that teacher Xia Yan? I'm going to be discharged from the hospital. Yukino suddenly sat up from the hospital bed. Yukino nodded. Okay, I'll take you back to school. And even if she can't, her sister, Yukino, naturally can't. Advertisement. She felt that it was normal for Shinai to be interested in Xia Yan, because even she herself had developed a strong interest in that man. But, even if it was just a short contact, Yukinoshita Yono knew that Xia Yan was definitely not something he could control. Thinking of the man who easily spared the Yukinoshita family, Yukinoshita's eyes were a little complicated. But, to say, after all, she still didn't open her mouth to stop her sister's thoughts. The girl's eagerness to try is completely different from the cold and indifferent temperament in the past. Even with Yukino's temperament, let alone a terrifying existence like Xia Yan, I'm afraid that any second or third generation with a high rank will be able to play her to death. Okay. The person who bumped into himself and asked his family to bow his head and apologize. Yukinoshita Yukino nodded, a faint light flashed in his eyes. Because in her opinion, Xia Yan may not be a good person, but she is definitely not a scum who will bully girls. Seeing the change in expression on Yukino Yukino's pretty face, Yukino Yukino, who knew a lot about her character, sighed softly, CBDD, in her heart. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. She wanted to get in touch to find out what kind of man he was. So even if Shinai really did something to Xia Yan, 80% of the time there would be no problem. Chapter 555, Auto-generated chapter title. 30317 Although Xia Yan is a teacher, he does not have many courses in Zongwu High School. After 4 o'clock in the afternoon, he was ready to go home from get-off work. Strictly speaking, this is an early leave, wages will be deducted, and in serious cases, you may even be fired directly. However, Mo Yan came to work in a top-notch sports car, and when he was applying for a teacher, he walked through the back door of GN Group Mountain, so the principal naturally had to turn a blind eye. He didn't want himself to be drowned for provoking Xia Yan, Tokyo Bend. Why on earth with this background, to be a teacher? Standing on the tall building, watching Xia Yan stepping into the luxury sports car, President Zongwu Gao sighed softly. To be honest, he was very confused. He was both surprised and horrified that Xia Yan came to be a teacher in his school. Terrified because Xia Yan's background is too scary. Although a single Izayama group is not enough to stir up the situation in Japan, if it wants to bring down a school like Suwu Gao, it is definitely an easy task. In particular, Japanese people who have a little understanding of the history of chaebol in Japan know that the predecessor of the Izayama group was the Izayama Association, which was once a top gangster famous in Japan. Anyone with a normal IQ, even a boss with a wealth higher than the Izayama group, would not want to provoke those extrajudicial fanatics. Advertisement. As for surprises, President Zongwu Gao squeezed a smug smile on his fat face, and turned to look at the check he put on the table. 300 million yen. Based on an average annual salary of 3 million yen for an ordinary Japanese, this is the property that he can earn only after 100 years of earning. And if you remove all kinds of expenses, even if an ordinary Japanese can save 1 million yen a year, it will take a full 300 years for him to praise 300 million yen. It is no exaggeration to say that for ordinary Japanese, this is a huge sum of money. Even for the second-class upper class of society, the president of Zongwu High School, this is a considerable amount of income. And this is just a welcome gift from Xia Yan to work here, and Izayama Group to the president of Zongwu Gao. This is also the reason why the president of Zongwu Gao was both afraid of Xia Yan and surprised at the same time. Money. Not many people hate this stuff. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. If the other party is a beautiful female teacher, he might be able to play some unspoken office rules. Principal Zongwu Gao saw an Aston Martin sports car following Mo Yan's car, and the two luxury cars quickly left Zongwu Gao one after the other. Xia Yan drove the sports car to 120 and did not deliberately go high. Advertisement at this time. For flowers, shaking his head with a playful smile, Zongwu Gao Principal Xiao Mimi leaned over and put away the 300 million check on the table. But for the school of Zongwu High School, the Heike family is also a behemoth that cannot be provoked and offended. This is the car of Mr. Heike Jing. Did she leave early too? That's peace and quiet. Looking at the iconic Aston Martin, President Zongwu Gao quickly remembered the identity of the other party. I hope Mr. Ping won't offend that Mr. Xia Yan, or else. Unfortunately, he didn't dare either. If it was another teacher, he would definitely demand the other's salary and give him a good warning. Just look at her family background, although it is nothing in front of the giants like Izayama Group and Xia Yan. Not to mention the fighting power of the famous Suwu High School of Heike Jing. General Wu Gao outside the gate. Behind him, Com also kept the speed at 120, neither catching up nor keeping a distance from being pulled away. Big. Chapter 556, Auto-generated chapter title, 31, Peaceful People. Com is very interested in Xia Yan. A good man can always attract all kinds of women. When the man still has a good character, he is more likely to get the favor of women. In Heike Jing's eyes, Xia Yan is a person with good character. After all, even from the perspective of a woman, Yukinoshita Yono is definitely a top-notch woman. If it was the second-third generation of other families, I am afraid that when Yukinoshida's house came to the door, 747, would have taken Yukinoshita Yono as something to play with. No matter how serious it is not impossible for the sisters to persecute together. He also came from a wealthy and noble family and knew very well how filthy the glamorous upper class was. Excellent, of course, with the exception of a few families who abandoned their children, most of the next generation heirs of most families are excellent. But as a member of these second generations, Hei Jiajing is very clear that these so-called excellences are just evaluations of their abilities. Are they really gentle and kind? Calm in disbelief. From the day the capital was born, every hair was covered with blood. Advertisement. It can be said that the primitive accumulation of capital is the oppression and exploitation of others. These vampire-like guys can have the beautiful quality of benevolence and righteousness. The roar of the accelerator resounded through the streets, and two top-level luxury sports cars blasted past the street one after the other, arousing the envious gazes of countless people on the street. Is this kid planning to race cars with me? Looking at the dashboard that had driven to 140 yards, and the luxury car galloping fast in front of him, he calmly licked the corner of his mouth, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. As a woman in her third year, she is often urged to marry by her own family. However, she had no idea of looking for a partner. After all, although she smokes, drinks and fights, she knows that she is a very good woman. Therefore, her requirements for finding a man are also very high. First and foremost, you can fight yourself. Second, be able to drink, eat meat, eat ramen, play games and smoke with yourself. In the end, the character must be good enough, at least more than most ordinary people. To be honest, these few mate selection goals of Pingjajing seem simple, but they are actually very difficult. If you can play this one better than her, you can even directly brush 99% of the people. Advertisement after all, Heijajing is the only daughter of the Heike family, and the predecessor of the Heike family is also a well-known Pole society. He was trained as a boy since childhood, and Heijajing's combat power can be said to be quite high. Even if it is an adult strong bodyguard who has undergone special training, it is difficult for 3 or 2 to get close to her. This is probably the so-called high or low. Therefore, Heijajing settled down like this and became a famous leftover fighter in Sobu Gaoli. And now, she's eyeing Xia Yan. It's not like it's your goal to find a boyfriend. Heijajing is mostly curious about Xia Yan, and after discovering that Xia Yan can drag racing, Heijajing was excited. She likes people who dare to race. Those young men of the second, third, and third generation, who bought a top-level sports car but can't even drive the 150, are completely wasting money and waste. So, I slammed on the accelerator. Aston Martin hit a high speed of 180, and instantly kept pace with Xia Yan's luxury car. Hey, teacher Xia Yan. Opening the window of his car, Heijing said playfully to Xia Yan, would you like to have a test? Chapter 557, Auto-generated chapter title, Open black lens bracket 32 Close black lens bracket racing. Calm is still very gifted when it comes to driving. It is no exaggeration to say that her skills are not much worse than that of professional players, at least she can keep up with the level of the first echelon. So she did not hesitate to ask Xia Yan to fight. What? Will she lose? Although her background was completely destroyed by Xia Yan, she really didn't think she would lose to Xia Yan in racing. After all, this is her area of expertise. Xia Yan was stunned. Racing? 21 Xia Yan looked at Pingjajing, who was on a par with him, in disbelief. Racing? Heijajing nodded and shouted excitedly. How is it? Would you like to come and compare? Okay, I'm quite interested. Xia Yan did not reject Pingjajing's invitation to fight. But he suddenly changed the conversation and said with a chuckle, since it's a competition, there must be some luck, right? Heijajing was stunned. Shoidu? Gambling? Advertisement, almost. Just treat it as a punishment for the loser and a reward for the winner in the game. Xia Yan chuckled. How about it, come or not? You first say what the bet is. Heijajing lowered his speed a little and asked vigilantly. Although she is carefree on weekdays, her IQ is not low at all, and she is very thoughtful. Gambling, she knew very well that it was a beast that could destroy people's homes. Xia Yan didn't think so much. After thinking for a while, he suggested, how about betting 100 million yen? 100 million yen. Good. Bet. Without any hesitation, he accepted Xia Yan's invitation calmly and full of fighting spirit. 100 million yen. Converted to RMB, there are also millions, which is a considerable sum of money for most ordinary people in a country. Even for Pingjajing, this money is by no means a small amount of money. After all, she is not a prodigal second generation. But if it is used to gamble with Xia Yan, it is still possible. One is that she can afford it. Money, the meaning of existence is to make herself happy. The second is that she doesn't think she will lose. At least in racing, she won't lose to Xia Yan. Advertisement. Pingjajing suddenly increased the speed of the car, increasing the speed to a full 200 yards in an instant. For a car driving on the road, this speed can be described as flying on the ground. Xia Yan smiled slightly and stepped on the accelerator. There was another luxurious loud noise, and his car also burst out at an astonishing speed, chasing Pingjajing like an arrow from a string. In just 7 seconds, the distance between the two was once again narrowed. This guy. Concentrating on driving the 747, he calmly noticed Xia Yan's speed, stunned in his heart, and slammed the accelerator again. Speed up to 260 yards. People passing by will only see a shadow, and the sports car will disappear from their sight. Get rid of this guy now. Feeling the swift speed, Pingjajing's pretty face showed a touch of excited ecstasy, and then once again increased the speed of the sports car. 300 yards. This is the limit she can drive now. To be honest, driving a sports car to 300 yards in an urban area is no different from committing suicide. That is to say, Shizuo Heike is bold enough to control this speed. Chapter 558, Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 33 Close black lens bracket arrest. Can't catch up with me at all? After raising the speed to a full 300 yards, looking at Xia Yan who was left far behind, Heijing laughed and was very proud. Victory over good people will undoubtedly bring you a sense of superiority. And if this outstanding person has a family background far beyond his own, it will make people feel more happy. Pingjajing is in this mood now. She felt that she was better than Xia Yan. Although this is only temporary, it is only a mere race. But to win is to win. However, suddenly, a huge roar sounded from the rear, and the shocking Heikei-jing's eardrums ached. What's the situation? The boss with beautiful eyes, Heijia-jing, looked at the rearview mirror with a look of astonishment. Then she saw a blood-red figure flying past her car at an unbelievable speed. Whoosh! Complete overtaking. This guy. At least 400 yards. Is he crazy, girlfriend? Advertisement, realizing that this is exactly the sports car belonging to Xia Yan, calm eyes filled with surprise. In her opinion, the speed at which Xia Yan drives now is almost indistinguishable from suicide. It is impossible for humans to control this speed. But she was quickly beaten in the face. Just meeting the vehicles facing the curve and blocking the road, the luxury sports car under Xia Yan's feet seems to be alive, and it is easy to complete the gorgeous drift and spend it with ease. But when Ping Jiajing faced such a situation, he had to slow down as much as possible to ensure that he would not have a car accident so as to harm others. Damn it. After finally driving through this section of the curve, looking at Xia Yan, who had completely disappeared, Ping Jiajing's face was extremely ugly. 100 million yen is not something she can afford to lose. For her, this is just a few months of living expenses. But the face is lost. This competition was her initiative to invite. No, if Yang Nai knew that I took the initiative to invite the battle and lost so badly, she would definitely be laughed at for the rest of my life. Heikei-jing, who likes to be competitive like a boy, really doesn't want to lose face, so he is ruthless in his heart and stomps hard on his feet. Boom. Boom boom. The accelerator was pulled to the highest level in one breath, and Heijia-jing could even clearly hear the whine of his car, as if it would completely fall apart at any time. But she didn't care at all. Advertisement Heijia-jing has only one thought now: even if he can't catch up with Xia Yan, he can't lose too ugly. At the same time, the Japanese police finally locked down the two lunatics, Xia Yan and Heijia-jing. Yes, lunatic. It's not crazy to drive to 3,400 yards in a bustling metropolis? You know, under normal circumstances, driving above 80 can already be considered speeding. These two guys have exceeded the supplement by 3 or 4 times. Can you stop and arrest them directly? The police officer, who was ready to continue, asked his superiors for instructions, eager to try. Drag racing is not a big case, but to such an exaggerated level, it is definitely not a small case, Zhao Ma Zhao. But his superiors did not give an answer immediately. Hello? The policeman looked confused. He thought it was a signal problem. After dozens of seconds, the reply finally sounded: temporarily close the team, don't do this task. What did you say? The policeman was shocked and subconsciously said, isn't it right? These two people have been racing to a very serious point, we should arrest them immediately, right? Chapter 559, Auto-generated chapter title. 34. The car is out of control. Although it is not a big case to catch the criminals who are drag racing, it is a good achievement for a group of ordinary JCs. But now, their boss has denied the case. Allow me to ask, why? JC couldn't help but ask. Whether it's to handle a case or protect innocent people under the car, we should stop these two lunatics as soon as possible, right? Chief JC nodded. You are right. Then why are we doing this? JC's voice rose 3 degrees at once. Because these two racing guys are rich, and super rich. He did not deceive his pure and lovely younger generation, and Chief JC reminded earnestly. These two cars are top-level luxury sports cars, and one of them is a treasure that the second-class 747 rich do not deserve to drive. The most important thing is that this car, the luxury car, was just filed not long ago, and the filing was done by the founder of Izayama Group. Do you now understand why I stopped you from stopping this racing car? This, young JC was stunned. Oh, you're still young, and you'll understand as you see more and more. Chief JC sighed and said, go back early to rest, I will take you to eat barbecue after get off work. Advertisement, okay, thank you. Young JC obviously wanted to say something more, but in the end he didn't say anything. His superior has already mentioned, CBDD, that it is very obvious that although he is young, he is not a 250 with low emotional intelligence. He naturally understands the reminders and warnings hidden in the other party's words. A luxury sports car that the second-rate rich cannot afford to drive. The founder of Izayama Group personally filed the record. Just these 2 points, you can see how terrible the background of the sports car owner is. It is no exaggeration to say that these low-level ordinary JCs are not even qualified to provoke each other. Even if they dare to be aggressive, I am afraid that within 3 days, they will attract crazy revenge and end up with a tragic end. Don't think this is sensational. The reason why the legend of Japan sinking into Tokyo Bay has such a high reputation is that countless crazy gangsters have created a bloody case. Hanging up the phone, young JC sighed deeply, his eyes full of unhappiness and gloomy jealousy. How can such a guy who ignores laws and regulations have such a strong and enviable family background, and someone like him who wants to maintain justice and rules is just an ordinary family, and his annual income is not as good as a bottle of wine? Price. Advertisement. Xia Yan didn't know that without a car, she could still attract the attention of a group of JCs. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Not to mention that he surpassed the power of the planet many years ago. Speaking of Izayama Group alone, it is a behemoth that ordinary Japanese JC can't afford to provoke in their entire lives. Therefore, anyone with a little IQ and emotional intelligence will basically not offend him. Speaking of which, the teacher of the Heikei family is really a woman who doesn't want to be a man. I have hardly heard of a woman who drives such a fast car in my last life. Although Hiying Jiajing has been thrown into the distance by himself, Xia Yan is quite satisfied with Hiying Jiajing's performance. Not to mention anything else, just talking about the hot car, this woman can definitely compete for the throne of the world car king in the world of his previous life. And at this moment, Xia Yan suddenly frowned. In his perception of observation Hawkeye, Hei Jiajing was out of control. Oops. Acceleration so much that it's uncontrollable. As if a luxury car flying at a low altitude had slipped, a deep despair flashed through Heike Jingmei's eyes, and her eyes were full of regret. Why do you want to race with Xia Yan? Chapter 560, Auto-generated chapter title. 35. Hei Jiajing. I'm dead. Before dying, people probably have a revolving lantern. Hiying Jiajing felt that time was slowing down. Looking at the car that was about to be turned into a pile of garbage in the car accident, calm and inexplicable recalled his life. She is obviously a beautiful girl, but she was raised as a boy by her father, who was a gangster, since she was a child. She is very good grades, teachers like her, girls like her, boys like her too. But I don't know since when she started to get bored. Why should she be raised as a boy? Why can't she wear makeup and wear beautiful short skirts? In such a state of mind, the peaceful rebellious adolescence came. She started wearing skirts, she started putting on makeup. She began to give up learning fighting and kendo. Her relationship with her father became increasingly strained. If it continues like this, she will probably eventually let her father down completely, and then be kicked out of the house, and her parents will have another trumpet to retrain. A major illness changed all that. Advertisement seeing with his own eyes his parents' tired eyes full of bloodshot eyes in front of his hospital bed, the peaceful rebellious adolescence ended prematurely. She began to try to return to her previous life, and regained her boyish character, and also discarded all makeup and short skirts. Unfortunately, the seeds have already been planted. Despite her efforts to get herself back on track, to no avail. In the end, she gave up the qualification to inherit the family, came to this General Wu Gao alone, and became an ordinary teacher. Now that I think about it, I'm really a B*********. D. I left my father and mother who loved me and didn't even have a chance to call them goodbye before dying. What a waste of life. Sitting in his car, he smiled calmly and bitterly, left the steering wheel with both hands, and quietly waited for death to come. But something weird happened. As time passed, Hiying Jiajing suddenly found that death did not come as she imagined. What happened? Hei Jiajing opened his eyes in confusion and looked around suspiciously. Then his eyes widened suddenly, his eyes full of shock and wonder. In her sight, her car was indeed crashing into the roadside. But her speed at that time was obviously a high speed of more than 300 yards, but now her car's speed seems to be not even 0.01 yards, as if it has been slowed down by tens of thousands of times. For flowers, did I make a mistake? I'm dead, but I still think about that Xia Yan? Advertisement. When did this guy get into her car? Suddenly, a voice sounded from her side. Hey, why don't you get out of here, you stupid woman? Or did you say you wanted to bury your car with you? What's the situation? Heijia Jingmei's eyes widened, and she turned her head sharply to look. Time slows down. As an ordinary, modern person, Hiying Jiajing has never considered crazy issues such as superpowers. How is this going? So she has only one thought now. Xia Yan, he exclaimed calmly, his eyes full of disbelief and panic. This voice. Hei Jiajing's pretty face was full of doubts, and she even forgot what she should do next. Could it be that she is actually dead, and now it is just her own consciousness that is dreaming? Is this the illusion that time is slowing down before death? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. A very handsome and familiar figure was sitting on the seat beside her, looking at her gently. Chapter 561, Auto-generated chapter title. 36. Can you still bully me in my dream? Ping Jiajing is a silly girl. At least in Mo Yan's view, that's true. After all, it is estimated that there are not too many people who can think of the deceleration of time as a dream after death, looking at the whole world. Shouldn't the first reaction at this time be to awaken some superpower? They are all highly educated people, how can they think that people can still have such a clear consciousness after death? So, Xia Yan raised her hand and gently patted 760's calm shoulder. Teacher Heike. Xia Yan smiled strangely and said, would you like to take a closer look around? You know you're not dead yet? What? Pingya was shocked. Did Xia Yan in the dream talk to her? Not dead? Could it be because of her desire to survive that in her dying dream she still thought that she was not dead? Calm certainly didn't believe Xia Yan's words. Advertisement. One is because she has regarded the Xia Yan in front of her as her dream. Can people believe that their dreams are real? If there is such a person, then he is too ridiculous and pitiful. The second is because Ping Jiajing is an elite who has received higher education. So she knew very well that at her previous driving speed, there was absolutely no chance of her surviving. So, Hei Jiajing did an incredible thing. I didn't expect that I was going to die, and I could still dream of you, teacher Xia Yan. Oh, it's so real. Is my dream so powerful? I don't know if it was because he thought he was dead. Ping Jiajing released himself abnormally at this time. He didn't have the appearance of a man and woman on weekdays. She even stretched out her slender palms and pinched Xia Yan's cheeks, praising and playful while pinching them. Looking at the woman who was close to him and feeling the woman's tender fingers, Xia Yan's face was extremely dark. Calm, are you crazy? I'm going. It's so real. Still not realizing that this was not a dream at all, Uozhihua stared at Maipan, and the force of pinching his face in his hand increased by 3 points. I really did not expect that this teacher Xia Yan's face is so good. It is softer than her favorite plush toy when she was a child, and it feels so good. Calm's face turned red, and she felt dumbfounded when she felt the hot and numb pain behind her. This feeling is too real. Advertisement in other words. Why did she dream of Xia Yan beating herself? Could it be that she is so pervert in her heart of 3.3 that she actually yearns for this kind of thing? Humph. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. She is a little addicted. A crisp sound suddenly sounded inside the sports car. Really, Xia Yan definitely doesn't have such a cute face. No, in my dream. Can I still let you bully me? She has to call back. It's just a dream. However, she thought that she died by provoking Xia Yan, even though she understood that it was not Xia Yan's fault, but her own responsibility, but she still felt a little unhappy. Otherwise, if she was bullied in her dreams, she would be at a loss. What? Thinking like this, as if wanting to take revenge on Xia Yan, Calm increased his strength again and pinched Xia Yan's face hard. With a bite of silver teeth, Calm suddenly reached out to grab Xia Yan's arm, and then reached behind Xia Yan with the other hand. Snapped. Chapter 562, Auto-generated chapter title. 37. Heijing's worldview is broken. Uozhihua tries to bully Xia Yan in his dream. And she did. Crack. Crack. Calming slapped Mo Yan's butt with 2 slaps, making a crisp sound. Xia Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a dangerous light. It's not that he can't dodge the Calm attack, but he simply doesn't want to dodge. He was looking forward to Uozhihua reaction when he saw that this was not a dream. Having said that, this woman is really enough. Pirates, Hokage, and Shinigami are 3 powerful worlds like clouds. There are physical powerhouses who can shatter islands with 1 punch, pupil skills who can cut off planets with 1 blow, and soul powerhouses who can burn the world. However, since 21, there is not even a strong person who can hit Xia Yan's A. Even when Xia Yan was detained in the most desolate period of the underwater prison, she had never done such a thing. From this point of view, this woman can also be proud of Uozhihua. The dream game also ends here. Grabbing Uozhihua with 1 hand, the figures of Xia Yan and Uozhihua instantly appeared in the sky at a height of 10,000 meters. What? Advertisement. His body suddenly lost weight, looking at the clouds and ant-like buildings under his feet, he calmly exclaimed, and a flash of panic flashed in his eyes. In the next second, the 2 of them flashed again and appeared on the boundless vast sea. Wow! After 2 consecutive long-distance teleportation, calmly bent down and vomited out, his eyes were full of horror. What's the situation? She teleported into the air again, and followed the sea to the top. How could her dream be so outrageous? And, she is so uncomfortable, why hasn't she woken up from the dream? Late, she seems to be dead. What? Uozhihua suddenly widened her beautiful eyes. Only then did she realize that something was wrong. Even if a person's consciousness can really retain consciousness for a period of time after death, it can't be that long, right? Moreover, she was so uncomfortable, but this period of consciousness did not show any signs of disappearing, and even felt more and more real. Shouldn't this be true? The look of panic and surprise appeared in his eyes at the same time, and Uozhihua's expression at this time can be described as very exciting. The next second, she suddenly reached out and squeezed the soft flesh on the inside of her arm, and then twisted it hard. Hiss! Advertisement. Because of the excessive strength, Shizuo Era gasped in pain. Looking down, her arms were swollen by her own pinching, and the blue and purple looked very scary. But at this time, Uozhihua had no time to take care of these things. At this moment, she was looking at Xia Yan with a dazed expression, and her eyes just met Xia Yan's. What's the matter? Calm. Her pretty face was full of confusion. Am I dead or not? Is this a dream? Not dead. No. Xia Yan's answer is very concise. Uozhihua's body trembled. If everything in front of her is not fake, then she was teleported to 10,000 meters in the sky and the boundless sea by Xia Yan. Is it all true? Illusion? Superpower? At this moment, Uozhihua felt that the complete worldview that he had created after living for more than 20 years was completely shattered. Ding! Mo Yan smiled indifferently. He was not surprised by the calm reaction. If he is an ordinary person who has lived for 2 or 30 years, and suddenly one day discovers that there are monsters and Ultraman in this world, the worldview will also collapse. However, is it really good to expose one's identity and strength in front of calm? After hesitating for a second, Xia Yan looked directly at Jing and said slowly, "You need to clear up your mood first. I think about what to do with you." Chapter 563, Auto-generated chapter title. 38, Peaceful Curiosity. General Wu Gaowai, Cafe. Teleporting from the boundless sea to the coffee shop out of thin air, the people around didn't seem to notice that there were 2 more people out of nowhere. It was really amazing. Uozhihua has finally accepted the fact that he is not dead and that he and Xia Yan actually have superpowers. It sounds strange too. It was clear that Ping Jing was completely unable to accept these things before, but in a blink of an eye, he suddenly completely accepted it. She even looked at Xia Yan with a longing look and asked curiously, "Who are you? Are you really human? What abilities do you have?" Xia Yan. Rolling her eyes at tranquility, Xia Yan looked at the woman speechlessly. "You have too many questions, shouldn't you be afraid? What's the situation now? Scared. Why should I be afraid? Didn't you save me? Who was about to die tragically? Uozhihua looked at Xia Yan innocently. She really felt that she didn't need to be afraid of Xia Yan. Although superpowers sounded very nonsense and scary, since Xia Yan saved her, it naturally means that Xia Yan will not hurt her without a doubt. Xia Yan. For a long time, this woman is quite smart, not stupid at all. At this time, Uozhihua smiled slowly like a boy, then leaned over to Xia Yan and asked in a low voice, Send, what ability do you have? Advertisement, too many, I can't remember. Xia Yan was naturally too lazy to explain her abilities to this woman. Joke. Even he himself can't remember how much ability he has, where does he have the spare time to explain to Jing? Peaceful but unrelenting. The woman even grabbed Xia Yan's arm and gave her own face as a gift, saying, Tell me, I'm really curious. Xia Yan. He felt that something might be wrong. Should this woman's character be like this? Never mind. With a helpless sigh, Xia Yan patted Uozhih's slender palm with a look of disgust, and then said, I only use a few abilities, such as death, shock, and pupil surgery. These abilities are simple and easy to use, and the others I don't even bother to remember the bells and whistles. Straight death, tremor, pupil technique. This comprehensive daily world naturally does not have these animation works, so Heike Jing is naturally confused and does not understand at all. Xia Yan simply didn't explain it and let her see it with her own eyes. An intuitive picture is better than trying to explain it 10,000 times. Advertisement then. Xia Yan reached out and grabbed Uozhih's shoulder again. Deliver. Seeing Xia Yan's actions, Uozhih was stunned for a moment, and then his face changed drastically. Are you planning to take me with you again? Before the words were finished, Xia Yan's abilities had already been activated. Tail. Space teleport activated. Uozhih didn't even have a chance to refuse. He just felt that his eyes were dark and bright, and the whole person was spinning. The drama, Zhao Wang's, was extremely painful, as if his head would explode at any time. Damn. You. Send? Uozhih suddenly found that he could not make a sound. The terrified expression of the beautiful woman was very interesting. Even because she was too frightened, a layer of tears appeared in the eyes of this somewhat boyish woman. She didn't notice at all the strange scene under her feet at this time. Not being able to make a sound is not because of her own problems. Chapter 564, Auto-generated chapter title, 39, Can you breathe fire and discharge? The reason why Uozhih can't speak is not because there is a problem with her language system, but because the vacuum cannot transmit sound. Yes. The space where Xia Yan and tranquility are now is in the boundless mysterious universe. Soon, after recovering a little sanity and calm from the panic, he finally realized the environment he was in now. This is the universe. Looking at the beautiful and splendid planets under his feet, as well as the mysterious space that can't be seen to the bottom, the calm is greatly shocked. She has lived for nearly 30 years, and it is the first time she has seen such a shocking scene. She doesn't even want to go back to Earth, this universe is so beautiful and spectacular. However, Uozhih finally calmed down in 760. She looked at Xia Yan with suppressed excitement, and said in spoken language, What did you bring me here for? Snapped. Xia Yan snapped her fingers, You can talk now. Advertisement, what? Uozhih was stunned for a moment, and then he heard his own voice. She couldn't help but froze. A vacuum cannot transmit sound. This is a simple truth that many junior high school students understand. She has also tested it herself just now, and it is indeed true, not a lie. But now, Xia Yan just snapped her fingers and changed one of the great discoveries of mankind for thousands of years. Is this a superpower? Power over science? At this moment, Uozhih's curiosity about Xia Yan almost reached its peak. She couldn't wait to know what exactly was Xia Yan's purpose in bringing herself into this universe. Show. Xia Yan said softly, optimistic about, go. Uozhih nodded seriously, her beautiful eyes widened, for fear of missing even the slightest bit of Xia Yan's action. Uozhih was stunned. Show. Advertisement. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. In the eyes of this woman, is he just an actor who can only discharge lightning? The corners of her mouth raised slightly, very satisfied with Uozhih's serious attitude. Xia Yan slowly raised her arm, her pupils flashing strange and noble colors. In this way, he did not explain calmly, but brought the other party to the universe directly, which was simply the most correct decision. Xia Yan suddenly whispered. Xia Yan rolled her eyes helplessly, and understood Uozhih's thoughts. Uozhih looked puzzled. What's the matter? Is there something wrong? Aren't fire-type abilities and thunder-type abilities the most classic and handsome systems in juvenile comics? Uozhih sucked in a cold breath, and a look of horror appeared in the eyes of the staring boss. After all, it's a superpower that has always existed only in stories, calm smirked. Come on, are you going to show me fire breathing or electric discharge? For an ordinary person whose perception of superpowers comes entirely from comics, fire and lightning are indeed very powerful and cool abilities. Alright, I got it. Yeah. Xia Yan glared at Uozhih. Otherwise you will definitely pester me every day just to satisfy your pitiful curiosity. Although she didn't understand what was going on, she clearly felt that Xia Yan's temperament had suddenly changed drastically. Fire breathing? Electric discharge? These are the only superpowers in your head? Xia Yan gave Uozhihua a speechless look. Hiss, Chapter 565, Auto-generated chapter title. 40. The horror of death. If Calm is a strong person, then she can probably recognize Xia Yan's temperament as open black lens bracket death she. This is shorthand. The full name should be, Breath of Death. Xia Yan, who has the magic eye of direct death, can see the death of all things. Even a mysterious existence with a general concept, as long as it meets the definition of alive, can be easily beheaded by him. This is the horror of death. In a previous life, there was a very well-known saying in the circle. It was called, as long as you are alive, even a god will kill you. Straight to death does have such power. Unless it is an immortal existence in the true sense, any existence with the concept of living is no different from tofu in front of Xia Yan. Small things that can be solved with a knife. And now, what Xia Yan wants to show Calm is the power of death. Although the visual effects caused by the starburst should be more exaggerated. But Xia Yan believes that cutting off the life of a planet for hundreds of millions of years, like cutting tofu, is also a very shocking thing. Advertisement pupil poured out. Even Xia Yan, who is as strong as the current one, cannot see the end of a planet without consuming pupil power. Fortunately, his pupil power is like a vast galaxy. Even if it is wasted at will, it cannot be used up, and there is no need to worry about the problem of loss. Unlike Uchiha Itachi in the world of Hokage, his eyes started to bleed with double eye surgery, his body was empty at a young age, and he died at an early age. As the effect of direct death unfolded, everything in the world in Xia Yan's eyes lost its original color and turned into black and white. And on those stars, there are also numerous dead lines and dead spots. At this moment, as long as Xia Yan poked lightly along the dead point, he could make this planet die tens of billions of years earlier, completely disintegrate, and turn into dust in the universe. But Xia Yan didn't do that. I saw him raise his hand into a knife and wave it lightly in the void. A dazzling eye crossed the void, as if illuminating the entire universe. With just this blow, I don't know how many light years of terrifying distance have been cut. Next moment, cut a planet with one hand. I saw the sword light cut lightly on the planet that she saw, silently. Advertisement, but now, she actually saw Xia Yan split a planet with a knife. Pingjajing was shocked. She always thought that was the limit of human beings. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Under the shocking and incredible gaze of Heijajing. For flowers, as an excellent woman who is good at fighting, she can even split a beer bottle with a knife, and she has seen a master split marble with her bare hands. Xia Yan is not as simple as chopping a planet. Heijajing's beautiful eyes widened, Bai Jie's face flushed red, and the whole person was shocked beyond measure. And under the blessing of the demon eye of immediate death, what Xia Yan split is the vitality of this planet, the long lifespan of tens of billions of years. But, Calm doesn't know. This is the terrifying part of direct death, big. The planet that was born for more than 1 billion years was like a knife cutting an egg, and it was split in half from the middle. Hand knife, of course she knew. Zero if he just splits the planet, even if he doesn't need the magic eye of death, he can easily do it. Chapter 566, Auto-generated chapter title. 41. Pingjajing. What are you going to do with me? Just when Xia Yan cut the planet, scientists in countries with cosmic satellites on Earth were all deeply shocked. A planet suddenly cracked? It's more like being split than split. Strange, even if the lifespan of a planet comes to an end, it shouldn't be split in half like an apple, right? This is really weird, and it will definitely shock the whole world. 76. 0. For a planet suddenly split into two halves, scientists from all over the world who have the ability to observe are all incredible and shocked. Many people even believe that this is the secret of the universe. If they can crack this secret, they will be able to obtain unimaginable technological breakthroughs. Gigi did not know, the planet they saw was broken, and it was just a sword she cut out by Xia Yan with a knife. That's all. For human beings in the 21st century, this is absolutely a miracle that cannot be achieved by manpower and science. In the universe, standing behind Xia Yan, Heijajing covered her mouth and breathed rapidly, being shocked and speechless. Advertisement: destroy the planet. Such simple words are usually just a description in a novel. Putting it in the animation is a sphere turned into residue. The visual effect in the film is the best, close to the real. But all of this is weak compared to the real scene in front of her. This is the real planetary explosion. If you play it with movies, you can at least earn tens of billions of dollars at the global box office, right? It's so gorgeous and so beautiful, billions of times more beautiful than the most beautiful fireworks she has ever seen. Feeling the aftermath of the destruction of the oncoming planet, Heike quietly hid behind Xia Yan. She was afraid that her ordinary human body would be torn to shreds by the aftermath of the planet's explosion. Although she is not afraid of death, she still cannot accept this kind of meaningless and miserable way of dying. Xia Yan chuckled lightly, as if laughing at a calm little movement. Advertisement Tranquility's face immediately turned red with blush, raised his hand and patted Mo Yan's shoulder, annoyed. What are you laughing at? It's nothing. Xia Yan smiled slightly. To be honest, you are much stronger than I thought, and you accepted the fact that I have superpowers so quickly. Dojoj Heike quieted the corners of his mouth and let out an embarrassed but polite smile. Joke. She has been taken to the endless universe, and she has also witnessed a big explosion of the planet with her own eyes. What if she doesn't accept the fact that Xia Yan has superpowers? Will she be able to return to the life she lived as an ordinary human a day ago? Thinking of this, he looked at Xia Yan calmly and worriedly, and asked cautiously, What are you going to do with me next? What did you say? Xia Yan looked confused, he didn't understand the calm words. Calmly took a deep breath, and then summoned up the courage to look directly at Xia Yan's bizarre double 3.3 way. Isn't this how it is played in the movie? I know the secret of your superpower. You can either give I brainwashed, hypnosis, either imprison me or killed me. Speaking of which, there was a quiet pause. A few seconds later, her extremely calm voice sounded again. So, Mr. Xia Yan, what are you going to do with me as an ordinary person now? Chapter 567, Auto-generated chapter title, open black lens bracket 42 close black lens bracket stupid. In animation, movies, novels, and countless literary works, the discussion of superpowers has been going on for at least hundreds of years. The superhuman being hidden in the society of ordinary human beings as an ordinary person is also one of the enduring themes, and almost all of them have been written rotten. And when their superpowers are exposed, there are also different ways of dealing with them in various works. There are deleted memories, there are murders, threats and intimidation. Of course there is also imprisonment, so, which one are you facing? Uozhihua was in a state of panic, but there was also a sense of anticipation. Anyway, as long as the memory is not deleted, she doesn't want to forget everything related to Xia Yan like a fool in the future, and then make friends with him without knowing anything. As for death, to be honest, Uozhihua is really not very afraid. After all, she had actually died once, and the reason why she didn't die was because she was rescued by Xia Yan. So, even if Xia Yan really wanted to kill someone, she just got the ending she deserved, and she didn't think there was anything unreasonable. Advertisement, of course. Being able to live is naturally the best. She is not an idiot who is tired of living, but a terrible woman who longs for cigarettes and fine wine. Xia Yan did not expect that Jing would ask such a question. It made him feel very interesting. What to do with you? That's an interesting question. Xia Yan had an evil smile on her face. Should I eat you? Eat. Uozhihua's mind was blank for a moment, and his mind was chaotic. In her opinion, the word eat usually has two meanings. One is eating in the traditional sense. Just like cats eat fish, dogs eat meat, and people eat. After all, superpowers become stronger by swallowing, which is not a rare theme in Japanese light novels. As for the second, however, Xia Yan is one of them, and one of the best. Looking at Xia Yan's flawless, divinely created face, and her superb figure that could not be concealed by loose clothes, Uozhihua subconsciously licked the corner of his mouth. Advertisement under normal circumstances, perverts are the words used to describe men. Will Xia Yan think about her in that regard? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Tranquil in YY but didn't notice, Xia Yan's face was getting more and more weird. But there are not many strong people who can develop this ability to listen to the voice of all things, and there are less than 5 fingers in the pirate world for decades. In other words, calming those unhealthy thoughts has long been completely exposed to him. Observation Hawkeye. And at this moment, looking at Xia Yan's appearance so perfect that he could not find the slightest flaw, Uozhihua had to admit that he was desperate. The little things between men and women can only be said to understand. But as long as you know a little bit about women, you will know that women actually like beauty. 760 If you don't have to die, you can still have this kind of man. Cough. Just perfect. This is one of the basic abilities necessary for the top powerhouses in the pirate world. Uozhihua considers herself to be a very good-looking woman, even though she has a lot of bad habits. Her suitors have never stopped over the years, but they are all rejected and scared away by her. This is the so-called Huan body, Chapter 568, Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 43 close black lens bracket slave of fate. Naturally, Xia Yan will not kill the piece, nor will it delete the other party's memory. In fact, he didn't even know why he wanted to show the power of an extraordinary Uozhihua. Show off? Of course not. Xia Yan has passed the time to show off her age to others after gaining her abilities. What's more, even if he really wants to show off, he should show off in front of the powerhouses in the heavens and the world in order to find enough sense of superiority, instead of showing off his might in front of an ordinary human girl. In short, Xia Yan herself didn't understand what she was doing. Anyway, the peaceful thread of fate was completely changed by him. This is what actually happened. Fate. Sending the confused piece back to her home on Earth, Xia Yan stood in the void, lost in thought. Without getting a more advanced comic world, it is difficult for his strength to go further now, and the study of the power of destiny is a shortcut. Girlfriend. Pupil poured out. Xia Yan's forehead suddenly split open, but no blood flowed out, instead a gorgeous golden light burst out. Advertisement. After a few seconds, the golden light dissipated. The pupils between Xia Yan's eyebrows were completely exposed. It was a golden eye. The inside of the eyes are blood-red pupils, and there are 18 golden hooks densely surrounded by them, as if surrounded by stars, exuding a mysterious and powerful atmosphere. In the world of Hokage, this eye has the name of Rinnegan, which is one of the most powerful abilities and pupils in the world of Hokage. Its power can sever the stars, and it is the power of the planet level in the true sense. Of course, only the smallest planet. And Xia Yan's eye is not a simple 9-go Jade Rinnegan, but an upgraded version in the true sense. This thing can be called 18-hook jade rinnegan. It can also be called the Eye of God. This is not arrogant boasting. In fact, in terms of the ultimate combat power of the Hokage world, Sage of Six Paths with rinnegan is enough to be called a god. With Xia Yan's eye, even if he is the king of gods, there is no problem. Of course. Rather than being linked to God, he actually prefers to call his own eye the pupil of destiny. I saw a slender and graceful figure tied to the floor of his living room, struggling constantly. Advertisement. Even the gods and saints who are high above can't get rid of the mysterious things that are invisible and intangible. They're controlled by them for a lifetime and become puppets. Xia Yan didn't know either. Xia Yan looked down at her palm with a serious expression. This is the plot, and the end of fate. Am I a puppet too? Xia Yan doesn't like these two names. Find a few protagonists or supporting roles, and use their destiny to test it. But he didn't have any of these things. Every living thing has its own destiny line, even the everyday world is no exception. Not feeling discouraged because she couldn't see her fate, Xia Yan took a deep breath and teleported back to her home in Japan. Destiny. Or is it that he is simply a bystander, unable to see through his own destiny? Even if, King Zhao's, he upgraded his pupils to the pupils of destiny, he could not make an accurate judgment. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The next second, he was stunned. So, is he really not a slave of fate? Chapter 569, Auto-generated chapter title, 44, Yukino who was tied up. Xia Yan saw a certain poor child lying in her living room at a glance. It was a slender and graceful girl. The girl was wearing a white underwear with a close-fitting black school uniform on the outside. The lower body was Zhang Wugao's school uniform skirt and a pair of black pantyhose. The whole person looked very youthful and beautiful. With her flawless and delicate face and wolf dog's calm elegance, Xia Yan, who is used to seeing beauties from all over the world, has to admit that the slender black-haired girl in front of her is a very rare beauty. Well, it would be even better if the figure was a little better. This girl has her own airport at a young age, she is really a big family. Xia Yan smiled playfully, and leaned over to approach the 760 girl who was tied to the ground. What are you doing? Are you tied for play? Woo. The black-haired girl struggled hard, her beautiful eyes staring at Xia Yan, as if she wanted to say goodbye to him. Xia Yan didn't care either, and stretched out her hand to grab the girl. The girl struggled even more. Shish, advertisement. The sound of a wine cork being pulled out of a bottle resounded in the living room. Don't get me wrong, this is just Xia Yan pulling out the cloth covering the girl's mouth. What? The gagged mouth, CBDD, finally returned to normal. The black-haired girl gasped with a big mouth. The corners of her eyes were red, like a little tear. Tell me, who are you? Squatting condescendingly above the girl's head, Xia Yan asked with a chuckle. A-hole. The girl didn't answer Xia Yan's question, instead she blurted out cursing, and glared at Xia Yan with her beautiful eyes. Seeing all the girl's thoughts in his eyes, he couldn't help chuckling, and added more strength to his hand. Say, what's your name? Xia Yan was speechless. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Speaking of boasting, the girl is quite confident in her appearance. Yuki under the snow. Advertisement. He felt that he was really innocent, because before he went home, he really did not know that Yukinoshita Yukino was here, or that he was tied up by his own group of men. Her cheek was suddenly pinched, and when the girl subconsciously cried out in pain, she couldn't help but panic. Thinking from another perspective, if she is a man with a beautiful girl tied up in his home, he may not be able to control himself and not do some terrible things. Hey, this look. Even if it is cursing, it has a charming and cute taste. Could this man have done anything bad to himself? Thinking of this possibility and the tragic end that she will usher in, the girl's beautiful eyes could not help but flash a touch of despair, as well as a fleeting killing intent. Xia Yan didn't think much about it. However, Xia Yan was still a little unhappy with the girl's eyes, so she raised her hand and directly pinched the girl's cheek. Resisting the severe pain and irritation caused by pinching her delicate face, Yukinoshita Yukino gnashed her teeth and looked at Xia Yan and said, "It's ridiculous. I was bound here by your subordinates, but you pretending to look like you don't know me. Is this a game with special gameplay? Or are you planning to pretend to be a good person to win my favor for you?" What? Xia Yan frowned slightly. That's how you see me. I have to say, what beautiful girls do is pleasing to the eye. Chapter 570, Auto-generated chapter title, Open black lens bracket 45 close black lens bracket. Xia Yan and Yukinoshita are both human. Xia Yan is innocent. Yukinoshita Yukino didn't know this, but felt that Xia Yan's innocent attitude made her angry. But she was still very sensible, not to mention the huge physical disparity between men and women. Just from her sister's description of Xia Yan's family background, the very smart Ms. Yukino Yukishita knew that the other party was a behemoth that the Yukishita family could not afford to provoke. Yukinoshita Yuki is not an idiot, nor is he coddled with a second-generation ancestor who doesn't know anything. She knew very well that if she offended Xia Yan and drew Xia Yan's revenge, the entire Yukinoshita family would suffer an extremely cruel blow. Therefore, she was very rational and just scolded twice and then stopped. Stop scolding? Xia Yan looked at the girl with interest. Yukinoshita Yukino didn't speak, just had a cold-looking face. Xia Yan wasn't annoyed, and immediately pulled away the rope that tied the little girl. This guy, Yukinoshita Yukino had a weird expression on her face. Obviously she didn't expect Xia Yan to treat herself like this. A big beauty was tied in front of a man, and the man would actually untie himself. Advertisement: could this man be the legendary Lu Wei? However, even though she thought so, Yukinoshita Yukino's movements were not slow at all. The moment she was untied, she bounced away from Xia Yan like a bunny, put her back against the wall completely, and stared at Xia Yan vigilantly. Why, rebel? Xia Yan looked at Yukinoshita Yukino thoughtfully. Yukinoshita Yukino still had a cold and pretty face, did not speak, but her body muscles tightened a little. Obviously, she is very nervous now. What? Xia Yan chuckled lightly, raised her foot and took a step closer to Yukinoshita Yukino. Do not come. Yukinoshita Yukino was like a kitten with fried fur, and even her back rose slightly. It's like the little beast meets the natural enemy. Xia Yan did not speak, and took another step towards Yukinoshita Yukino. Stop. Therefore, even if Xia Yan has restrained his breath very well, it is no different from an ordinary person. Being oppressed by the breath of the superior life, she could hardly breathe, and even a trace of tears dripped from the corner of Yukinoshita Yukino's eyes, and her body began to tremble violently as if she was sick. Advertisement. 0. And at this moment, Xia Yan suddenly stopped. Women fear men. Yukinoshita Yukino's face flushed red, and her body began to tremble slightly. The weak fear the strong. This is fear. Xia Yan's body strength is equivalent to reducing the volume of a large planet countless times, all concentrated in this body of more than 1.8 meters. It was as if he was really listening to Yukinoshita Yukino's words. Big. But the only similarity between the two is the body structure. No. Don't come. Please don't come. It can even be said that he is a super large planet in human form. But when he raised his foot and walked towards Yukinoshita Yukino, the weight of a planet was enough to make any weak person whose life level was not as good as him feel the tremor from the soul. The lower life fears the upper life. Although from the perspective of biological structure, Xia Yan and Yukinoshita Yukino are both human. Chapter 571. Auto-generated chapter title, 46, Human Definition of Beauty. Xia Yan naturally wouldn't listen to Yukinoshita Yukino's words. The reason why he stopped was just because he didn't intend to bully the girl. Yes, bullying. For a powerhouse like him who has surpassed the limits of the planet, walking to a girl without saying a word is no different from bullying the other party. Not to mention an unmanned child like Yukinoshita Yukino. Even the battle-hardened adult men cannot maintain the most basic calm in front of Xia Yan. Of course, not bullying Yukinoshita Yukino did not mean that he would let the child go. Has anyone heard that tigers let go of delicious sheep? Maybe there is, but that must be because the tiger was full. As it happens, Xia Yan is a little hungry now. Come here. Xia Yan waved at Yukinoshita Yukino. Yukinoshita Yukino's thin shoulders trembled, but she remained motionless and did not listen to Xia Yan's words. Advertisement. Xia Yan wasn't annoyed, she continued to wave her hands and said coldly, come here. Yukinoshita Yukino finally moved this time. Sensing the Lengzhou emotion in Xia Yan's voice, she trembled violently, and then slowly raised her head and gave Xia Yan a sneak peek. Her eyes are very complicated, like a fan-shaped statistical chart. There are 3 points of curiosity, 3 points of fear, 3 points of awe and 1 point of anticipation. Yes, look forward to it. If the biggest difference in behavior between humans and animals is whether they can make and use tools, then the biggest difference in thinking between humans and animals is the division of beauty and ugliness. Human beings have a clear definition of beauty. Don't believe in the so-called aesthetic differences between Eastern and Western cultures. The simplest example, with the exception of ZZZQ and a few exceptions, what do Western beauties look like? White and smooth skin, delicate facial features, perfect body. Is this essentially different from the beauty that the Orientals pursue? Is there any pie-faced Western woman who will be called the most beautiful woman in the world by Westerners? Therefore, human beings may have cultural, geographical and language barriers. Advertisement. But the cognition of America is definitely the same. Just like a bad person, if she is extremely beautiful, there will definitely be many people fascinated by her. It's like seeing an extremely beautiful person on the street. Even if you don't know her character in person at all, you will definitely have a good impression on her subconsciously. What's more, even if you know that the other party is a bad person, as long as the other party is good looking, it will reduce your hatred towards him. This has nothing to do with good or evil, just because human beings yearn for the definition of beauty. Therefore, even though Xia Yan at this moment is a bad guy with his damn it in the eyes of Yukinoshita Yukino, Yukinoshita Yukino still couldn't help being attracted by Xia Yan. Yes, attract. Looking at the perfect face that looked like a creation of a god and the perfect muscles hidden under loose clothes, but still able to see the contours, Yukinoshita Yukino's white face flushed red, and she couldn't help but scolded herself for being shameless. To have such a strange feeling about a bad guy who wants to take action against him. Yukino looked 3.3 meters under the snow. This is simply the greatest shame. She can't forgive herself. Most importantly, she actually listened to Xia Yan's words involuntarily and walked over to him. Looking at Xia Yan, who seemed to be only a step away from him, Yukinoshita Yukino's face flushed, but not shy, but angry. Why are you so useless? Chapter 572, Auto-generated chapter title. 47. I really envy you. Yukinoshita Yukino finally came to Xia Yan. The girl raised her head to look at Xia Yan, with shame and resentment in her eyes. What are you going to do to me? Are you planning to humiliate me? Or are you playing some special hobby, like those maggots in a secret online forum? Maggots? That's not a word a lady should say. Xia Yan looked at Yukino thoughtfully. Yukino's face turned cold. I don't think there is anything wrong with what I said, and... Speaking of this, the girl's eyes were obviously mocking. You are probably stronger than maggots. After all, maggots basically don't even have the courage to shoot, and you at least dare to do it directly. Xia Yan. I don't know which girl created this swearing habit, but it's a miracle to be able to get through from all over the world. However, should it be said that men are cheap? He actually thought that Yukino's scolding sounded pretty good. So, Xia Yan chuckled lightly. It's very nice, come on, scold again. You pervert. Yukino looked at Xia Yan with indescribable words. Xia Yan raised her brows. What's wrong with man pervert? Advertisement Yukino. Facing Xia Yan's calmness, she was speechless. To be honest, she has met a lot of boys. Those who bully her, those who are courteous to her, those who like her, have basically never stopped over the years. But those boys, as long as she showed a cold attitude and said something ugly, would basically run away with a white face and never come back to find herself. It was the first time she had met a, shameless man like Xia Yan. After a long silence, Yukino spoke again, but her voice was much calmer than before. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Do what? Xia Yan looked at the airport owned by Yukino with interest, with a look of disgust on her face. Stimulated by this expression, Yukino was immediately annoyed. What do you mean? It doesn't make any sense. Xia Yan said with a narrow smile. I just envy you for having your own airport at a young age. This is definitely a remarkable achievement. UB******D. Are you crazy? Obviously she is a beautiful girl who is no worse than Shiyu of Kasumigoka and Yangne of Yukinoshita. Why is 760's body so barren? After all. Advertisement, but she couldn't refute anything yet. She was neither so thick-skinned nor dared to open her eyes to talk nonsense. What? Yukino was stunned for a moment, not knowing why. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Even if she is not particularly clear about men and women, she understands what the so-called airport means. He lowered his head slightly, without covering it, and looked at the back of his instep clearly. Yukino's face suddenly became even more ugly. She didn't understand why Xia Yan suddenly said such offensive words to herself. Yukino's face was flushed, she was about to be mad. She even felt a little resentful. Yukino's boss with beautiful eyes stared at Xia Yan in disbelief. How could she go into the arms of a man? What's more, this man was the culprit who caused her car accident before. This is simply an insult to her personality. At this time, Xia Yan spoke again and greeted. Come here. Come into my arms. Xia Yan smiled, with a playful look in her eyes. This is too pitiful. Chapter 573, Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 48 close black lens bracket for Yukinoshita. Yukino felt that Xia Yan was an unreasonable lunatic. How about, which girl would give her arms to the culprit who caused her car accident? Anyway, Yukino thought she wouldn't. Of course, it's just that she thinks it won't. And she is just a teenage child, she has not yet developed a perfect outlook on life and values, nor has she seen too much darkness in this world. She felt that she would not give Mo Yan a hug, however, in fact, Xia Yan changed her mind with just one sentence. Don't let the Yukinoshita family pay a heavy price for your willfulness, girl. Xia Yan looked at Yukino's profile playfully, but her voice was cold and ruthless. Yukino's beautiful pupils shrank slightly. At this moment, several emotions flashed in her eyes. Shock, anger, shame and disbelief. Advertisement. She never thought that Xia Yan would threaten her with the Yukinoshita family. What a joke. Did he think he would submit to him for the sake of his family? Yukino's shoulders trembled slightly, she raised her feet and walked towards Xia Yan. A mist appeared in her eyes, as if she was crying, but she couldn't see even the slightest sadness. Finally, seconds later, Yukino came to Xia Yan's arms. Yes. Xia Yan completely broke Yukino's icy shell and all her stubbornness with just one sentence. Even if this girl doesn't like her family, and even rejects some of her mother's behavior, she still doesn't want to destroy the family because of herself. After all, she actually understands that her mother loves herself, but the other party's love is too radical and full of control. But, can't blame her. Thinking of Xia Yan using the Yukinoshita family to threaten herself, the frustration in Yukino's heart dissipated a lot. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Yukino's cheeks turned even redder when she was forced to interrupt her arguing for herself, and let out a soft snort. Advertisement. Men's muscles are quite toned, but not as intimidating as the muscular men on TV shows, at a level that is perfect in the eyes of women. How is my embrace? Is it warm? Is it comfortable? Does it make you feel satisfied? Xia Yan looked at Yukino curiously. Really warm and dependable. Then, Yukino inevitably had a sense of frustration, King Zhao's, in his heart. With the perfect muscle shape, even Yukinoshita Yukino, who had already thought that Xia Yan was a pervert and a badass, couldn't help but froze for a while. It's all because Xia Yan clenched her arms tightly. Xia Yan, who was holding Yukinoshita Yukino, asked suddenly. At the same time, Yukino Yukino finally discovered the benefits of Xia Yan's embrace. Yukino Yukino was stunned for a moment and subconsciously asked, how about what? Well, that's right. Being attracted by a man who was persecuting her was so shameful that she couldn't be more ashamed. Even if it was just a visual effect, she still couldn't accept it. Yukino Yukino was stunned for a moment, and then his face flushed. What are you talking nonsense about? How could I feel the warmth of your embrace? It's better to say such a hard muscle. I only feel just panic. Aw. How about it? She did this kind of thing to save her family from under the great demon king Xia Yan. Chapter 574, Auto-generated chapter title, 49, Rich Woman Yukinoshita. Xia Yan didn't do anything excessive to Yukinoshita Yukino, just hugged each other tightly. In ancient Daxia, this may be said to be a matter of infidelity between men and women, and it was a very serious incident of hooliganism. But in modern times, it is very normal for young men and women to kiss in front of dozens or hundreds of people on the street. A hug is not even close. Of course, the specific situation is analyzed in detail, and each person's approach to emotional scale is completely different. After all, although there are many scumbags in this world, there are not no people with pure temperaments. Yukinoshita Yukino was such a person. Although her name, temperament and appearance are all cold-toned, with not too many words, her whole person is like an iceberg and snow girl, noble and cold, and she is the goddess in the hearts of countless General Wu high school students. But in fact, her heart is quite pure, even more pure than the average high school student. So, don't call it kissing. Just a hug from Xia Yan. Yukinoshita Yukino couldn't be more shy. Blink, the next day. The bright sun shines on the girl's delicate face, as if a filter has been applied, making the girl not as beautiful as ordinary people. Well. Yukinoshita Yukino let out a lovely muffled sound, her eyelashes trembled slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes with a confused emotion in her eyes. Advertisement. Where is she? In the evening, she was at the house of Xia Yan, the teacher of the beast, and was even in each other's arms. Looking at Xia Yan lying in front of him, almost face to face with him, Yukinoshita Shuai frowned slightly, feeling very tangled. Xia Yan is a bad guy, but he is handsome. Xia Yan is a beast. But he is handsome. Xia Yan. Send? Yukinoshita Yukino suddenly widened her eyes, and there was a hint of doubt in her beautiful eyes. Suddenly she wondered something. First of all, she has nothing to do with Xia Yan. Although the two cuddled and slept together for one night, Xia Yan didn't do anything excessive to her. I have to say that Xia Yan's looks and figure are so perfect, even if she wanted to scratch this guy's face a few scratches, she had to admit this fact. If Xia Yan is a cowherd, what is herself? So what else does she have to worry about? Advertisement in the pirate world, limited by the limit of the world level. Observation Hockey's cultivation to the strongest is just listening to the voice of all things and predicting the short future. Just ask a handsome cowherd to accompany you for one night, isn't it good? Inexplicably thinking of the plot of a movie she had seen in her previous life, Xia Yan turned off her Observation Hockey speechlessly. With such a generational status, Yukinoshita Yukino, who was still in a bad mood, suddenly felt a lot more happy, and even the look in Xia Yan's eyes was no longer the same as last night's rejection, and her beautiful eyes even brought a little light, shallow smile. Or a rich woman. But then again. Thinking of this, Yukinoshita Yukino held her breath and stared at Mo Yan's face seriously. What is this? I know a woman's heart, investor, but when Xia Yan's own strength far exceeded the limits of the pirate world, the real power of Observation Hockey was immediately reflected. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. To be honest, Observation Hockey is really a magic trick. As everyone knows, her thoughts have been completely exposed under Xia Yan's Observation Hockey. Spend money to buy drunk, let the cowherd serve him whooping cough. In other words, she, CBDD, did not really suffer. Chapter 575, Auto-generated chapter title. 50. Why is the gap between sisters so big? Predict the future, see through actions, listen to people's hearts, and understand destiny. From the low-level world to the high-level world, these abilities are quite useful. However, ability alone is not enough. If you want to use it in battle, you must also match your own tyrannical strength. If his own strength is not enough, no matter how tyrannical his ability is, it will be in vain. For example, the ability to stop time is very powerful, right? But if a gangster is used to trap a strong man who can blast stars with his bare hands, can the gangster be able to hurt the strong man? The answer is of course no, because it can't even break the defense. Even if the latter stood still and let the former attack the 10,000 years, they would not suffer even the slightest damage. Therefore, even if it is a similar hockey ability, when Xia Yan uses it, its strength and effect are tens of thousands or hundreds of millions of times that of the strong in the pirate world. But Yukinoshita Yukino didn't know this, otherwise she wouldn't be thinking about those messy things in her heart. Get up! Advertisement. Xia Yan suddenly raised her hand and tapped Yukinoshita Yukino on the forehead with her middle knuckle. What? Yukino subconsciously let out a painful cry, and then remembered that she was speaking in front of Xia, and the girl's face immediately flushed red. Looking at this scene, Xia Yan was really speechless. In less than a day, just one night, how many times did you blush? Is this woman blushing? In previous life novels and animations, is she also such a shy person? Xia Yan doesn't know much about the world of Spring Thing, and he doesn't even care much about the plot. He is mainly familiar with the characters. Therefore, he didn't know how different Yukinoshita Yukino in front of him was from Yukinoshita Yukino who only existed in the animation in his previous life. Anyway, it's fun. If you let your subordinates in the world of pirates, Shinigami and Hokage know that they will be called a cowherd by an ordinary woman without any extraordinary abilities, I am afraid they will feel quite incredible. Yukinoshita Yukino left with a face covered. Even if she regards Xia Yan as a cowherd in her heart and takes herself as a goldmaster, taking Xia Yan a lot of advantages, Yukinoshita Yukino is still a simple girl who has never tasted what love is like. Advertisement. For flowers. So, after the satisfaction brought by the identities of both parties dissipated, what remained was only shyness and anger. In her eyes, Xia Yan is still an unreasonable B***** D man. It's just that compared to those more jerk men, Yukinoshita Yukino felt that Xia Yan had a bottom line and didn't really do anything too much to her. Well, that's a bonus. As everyone knows, Xia Yan is just too lazy to do it. Just kidding, with this tablet pad at the airport, wouldn't you be afraid of running into a panic if you really do that kind of thing with her? If her sister Yukino was talking, Xia Yan wouldn't mind having some kind of intimacy with her at all. Yukino? Let's grow for another 3 to 5 years? At the same time, thinking of Yono Yukinoshita, Xia Yan's expression turned a little weird. Obviously they are a pair of sisters, and they share the same father and mother. They even have a very high similarity in facial features. Why is the difference in body size so big and cruel? Chapter 576, Auto-generated chapter title. 51. Hei Jiajing discovered the truth of the world. After sending Yukinoshita Yukino away, Xia Yan casually went out to buy a few buns and dealt with it casually. In his realm, in fact, he no longer needs to rely on food to replenish his energy. But he still tries to eat normally. One is that 3 meals a day is a habit he developed in his previous life as an ordinary person for more than 20 years. The second is because satisfying the appetite is also one of the important sources of satisfaction for human beings to survive in the world. On the way to school, Xia Yan still drives his top luxury super sports car, attracting the envy of countless passers-by along the way. Finally, under the eyes of a group of students and teachers, Xia Yan drove the sports car into the parking lot of Zhongwu Gao in one breath. Just bumped into the head and came to work calmly. The peaceful family is in good condition. Yesterday, her car was destroyed in a car accident, and today she drove a top luxury car over immediately. This is normal. Although even in a small Japan, the Heike family is not a big force. Advertisement. But even so, the wealth owned by the Heike family has exceeded 99.99% of the people in this world. Therefore, changing to a luxury car is not a big deal for Hei Jiajing. Teacher Xia Yan, as soon as he got off the luxury sports car, he saw Xia Yan smiling at the opposite side, and immediately blushed calmly. I don't know if I'm angry or embarrassed, that doesn't seem right. Because Xia Yan, who can listen to the voice of all things, understands Hei Jiajing's emotions very well. When this very boyish woman saw him, her emotions were very complicated. There are both embarrassment and shyness, but more of them are curiosity and longing. Yes, longing. No, although the abilities commonly used by popular young manga characters are cool, they're not what she really likes. After knowing Xia Yan's identity as a superpower, Jing didn't feel the slightest fear, but looked forward to and yearned for it. What ability should I choose then? Advertisement. How did Xia Yan's terrifying superpower that can destroy a planet at will? Sure enough, hand-to-hand combat is the best for her. For a whole night, Hei Jiajing combined the countless superpower novels, animations and movies he had read to outline a superpower world. And Ping Jiajing is that few special people, lightning, flame. She was so excited that she didn't sleep all night, tossing and turning thinking about things related to Xia Yan. What is the general reaction of ordinary people when they see superpowers with terrifying strength in their daily life? Just like the story of Lord Yi's love of dragons, there are many people who like dragons in real life, and dragons have always been one of the most popular characters in various games. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Probably more fear. Are there any other superhumans in this world like Xia Yan hidden among ordinary people? She even thinks that the world she lives in may be divided into 3.3, Li, and table, and now that she knows the existence of the Li world through Xia Yan, it is very likely that she can also become a superpower. But when a huge dragon really appears in front of people, how many people will not be frightened? In fact, the world is not as peaceful as she imagined, but the power user is hidden in the shadows, and the public does not know it at all. Chapter 577, Auto-generated chapter title, 52, Can everyday people become stronger? Hei Jiajing's desire to become a strong man is closely related to the education she received since she was a child. If she didn't know Xia Yan and discovered the existence of superpowers, what she pursues is the strength of ordinary people at most, and it is not bad to be able to fight a slightly more powerful professional fighter. But she met Xia Yan. Having seen the higher and broader scenery, how could Hei Jiajing be willing to be an ordinary person? She wants to be strong. It's better to be like Xia Yan, the kind that can smash a planet with one punch. As a result, The eyes that looked at Xia 21 Yan calmly became more and more hot, as if he was going to be swallowed by him. This scene fell in Xia Yan's eyes, but he didn't feel anything. In all fairness, if he were an ordinary person, one day he suddenly discovered that there are superpowers in the world, I am afraid he would be as excited as he judging. Therefore, the appearance of the woman in front of him is completely reasonable, and he can fully understand it. However, Xia Yan understood the inside story, but others did not. Advertisement, Teacher Heike, do you like Mr. Xia Yan? It's normal to like him. He's so rich and handsome, and he's still very young. Although he's only been here for a few days, he's already attracted the favor of countless girls. HMPH, I feel that Teacher Heike is not simply liking it, it's just like worship and worship. Hey, please understand, the Heike teacher has reached this age. In other people's eyes, Heing Jiajing, who stared at Xia Yan without blinking, was no different from the S*T in the comics, and the emotional expression was a bit too much. However, there are many people who can understand peace. First, because He Jiajing is indeed very beautiful, even if her temper is very short-tempered and her body is stinky, she still has a very high popularity in Zhongwu Gaoli. Second, don't look at Ping Jiajing's very beautiful appearance, she is indeed an old leftover girl at her age. Therefore, even though it was too wide to look at Xia Yan calmly, no one stepped forward to take responsibility for her. Long live the understanding, they're definitely not out of fear of being beaten. Mr. Xia Yan. Advertisement. Not knowing that the people around her had regarded her as a pervert eager to marry, she calmly raised her hand to greet Xia Yan. Xia Yan nodded. Mr. Heike is early. Haha, it's quite early? With a haha, he approached Xia Yan, calmly leaned into his ear, and whispered, Mr. Xia Yan, are you free at noon? Can I invite you to dinner? Through observation, Hawkeye has long understood what Jing Jing was thinking. Xia Yan was a little speechless, but 760 still accepted the invitation of He Jiajing. There are many reasons for this. First, as a female character with a heavy role in Spring Thing, He Jiajing is indeed quite beautiful. Although for a powerhouse of Mo Yan's level, there is no difference between a red face and a dry bone, but seeing beautiful women often is always something that makes people feel happy. After all, no one should be happy with an ugly toad face, right? Second, Xia Yan is actually curious. Ping Jiajing, as a person with very good martial power in daily fandom, how strong can he become if he learns the means of a real powerhouse? Chapter 578, Auto-generated chapter title, 53. The Heike teacher is not a leftover girl. In fact, in addition to being curious about how strong the daily fangirl character He Jiajing can become, Xia Yan's making her stronger can be regarded as changing her destiny. This is something that is beneficial to Xia Yan's research, and of course he will not refuse. So, Xia Yan naturally accepted Heing Jiajing's lunch invitation. 10 o'clock in the morning. In the third grade classroom, the normally quiet class was noisy at this time. Teacher, I heard that Teacher Jing confessed to you, is it true? Teacher, have you accepted Teacher Shizuo Heike? Don't accept it, teacher. That old woman has a very weird temper. Sure enough, it's better for the teacher to accept the Heike teacher. After a woman has a man, she should be a lot gentler, so we don't have to be afraid of this violent madman. The students of Zhongwu Gao obviously love and hate the well-known teacher Ping Jiajing. Advertisement. It is normal to love her. A teacher who is beautiful and responsible, and can get along with students, should be very popular with students in any country's school. Juju. It's normal to hate her, because she can really mingle with the students. Although corporal punishment of students in most civilized countries in the world is a fault that does not conform to teachers' standard behavior, she is calm but doesn't care about it. She will use a female fist anytime and anywhere to let you feel the terribleness of the beautiful teacher's iron fist place. But Xia Yan is not afraid of this. Afraid of being punished by He Jing's iron fist? What a joke. Tranquility still dreams of learning to become stronger with him. So, facing this group of noisy students, Xia Yan just smiled slightly, showing a perfect smile. Don't worry, the teacher will be fine. As everyone knows, his smiling and unexplained appearance is almost no different from the default. Ah, is it true? No, Teacher Xia Yan, Teacher Heike is not as old as me. Why don't you just look for me if you're looking for her? Advertisement. Teacher Xia Yan actually has a girlfriend. The girls in school finally don't have to stare at him every day. Hooray! The good days are finally here. Pretty girls in school, here I come. For Xia Yan's girlfriend, the students of Zhongwu Gao gave very excited reactions. Among them, the girls are sad and regretful. Although Mo Yan has not been in the high school for a long time, with his handsome appearance and wealthy family background, he has already become a new generation of male gods among the girls in the school, and is longed and pursued by countless girls. And now, the male god actually has a girlfriend, and it's still the violent leftover girl He Jiajing. Although the calm appearance and family background are also quite good, they are barely worthy of Xia Yan, but they absolutely cannot accept this kind of thing happening. Teacher Xia Yan should belong to all of them. Zhao Wang's, on the other hand, the boys were not as excited about the news as the girls, but their excitement was definitely not low. Of course, this is not because they look forward to and like Xia Yan like girls, but simply rejoice and gloat. Thankfully, the Tekken Yumi Heike teacher finally has a boyfriend. Her terrible character should improve a lot, right? They shouldn't be punished every now and then, right? Tai. Chapter 579, Auto-generated chapter title. 54. The concern of Dongma and Sa, the angry Kasumigoka Shiyu. Most of the boys feel fortunate and gloat about Xia Yan becoming Heike Jing's boyfriend. Fortunately, because the calm may be changed because of this. Moreover, even if there is no change in his personality in the end, it doesn't matter. The time that the Heike teacher who is in love will focus on the school and students will definitely be reduced a lot. This is already the best result for those who have suffered from Heike's iron fist. As for schadenfreude, thinking of the loving iron fist of the Heike teacher and looking at Xia Yan, although not thin, but very gentle appearance, many boys' mouth Kakuzu slightly upturned, showing a smug smile. At the same time, among the noisy 777 students, there were a few figures that seemed out of place. One is a beautiful woman with a high temperament, cold and quiet, with a delicate face but like an iceberg and snow girl. The boys near her looked at her with longing and love, but they didn't even have the courage to say a word to her. They could only try to amplify their voices when they were coaxing Xia Yan, trying to attract the iceberg girl's attention. Advertisement. It's a pity that the iceberg girl has no interest in him and was loud and noisy, and he doesn't even bother to take a look. In contrast, she paid more attention to Xia Yan's body, CBDD, and a strange color flashed in her eyes. This man, a dignified expression flashed across Dong Ma and Shabai's jade-like face. She clearly recognized Xia Yan, the perfect man who was downstairs when she was playing the piano yesterday. Yes, perfect man. Even since I was a child, I have seen many excellent men because of my mother's identity as an international pianist, and there is no shortage of rich, powerful and excellent-looking men. But even if she can live for more than 10 years, it is only the first time she has seen her. No, strictly speaking, don't say goodbye, even hearing her is the first time I've heard of it. It is undeniable that Dong Ma and Xia are curious about Xia Yan. It's not because she likes Xia Yan, she was just curious. If she brought Xia Yan, a man with a perfect appearance, to her mother, would the iceberg beauty of the other party break the defense in an instant? Will her mother, who avoids other men, have different feelings for Xia Yan? Advertisement. Dong Ma and Sa are very curious. In contrast, another beautiful black-haired girl in the classroom is also paying attention to Xia Yan. She is Shiyu of Kasumigoka. Today's Kasumigoka Shiyu has a white headband on her head and wears the student uniform of General Wu Gao. Perhaps because of her good figure, the originally very serious school uniform is also full of sensuality on her body, which makes her look she doesn't look like a 17-year-old high school girl at all, and she's full of the attractiveness of a mature woman. Hearing the surrounding noise, Kasumigoka Shiyu's mood was actually a little distressed. Although she didn't think she had fallen in love with Xia Yan, but because she got to know each other well when she was eating hot pot at noon that day, she still had some good feelings, and there were still a lot of them. In the end, before she had time to learn more about the teacher Xia Yan, she was cut off by the teacher of the Heike family. It's like a piece of cake she likes. It doesn't matter if she eats it or not, it doesn't matter if it doesn't suit her appetite, the key is that she is eaten by others before she tastes it. Gas. Very angry, it's just so irritating that the moon hurts. Chapter 580, Auto-generated chapter title, 55, Kasumigoka Shiyu. Shajiju Shiyu understands very clearly that she is curious and has a good impression of Xia Yan, a handsome and ultimate popular male teacher, but she never likes or loves him. But that didn't stop her from feeling depressed. After all, Xia Yan was the target she wanted to shoot, but Ying Jiajing took the lead. How did the old woman start so fast? Angered by the pain in the moon, Shajichu Shiyu simply lay down on the table and fell asleep as usual. Even Xia Yan, who was standing on the podium, didn't bother to pay attention. Xia Yan did not notice the personal thoughts of Shiyu Kasugoka hidden among the dozens of students, so she calmed down a few times, and then started the normal class. He teaches history and sports. Although he has no interest in the history of this small land of Japan, it is very easy to teach a group of children who are equivalent to Daxia's senior year. After all, let alone a mere island country with hundreds of thousands of years of history. As long as Xia Yan is willing, the life records of the Earth's billions of years will all be exposed in front of his eyes. So, it's just history. Even if Xia Yan has not read Japanese history books seriously, the level of his history class is higher than that of any old professor specializing in history in Japan. Advertisement. Time flies. Under the fascinated listening of a group of students, Xia Yan got up and said lightly, "Get out of class." "Oh, this is the end of get out of class. God, it's the first time I wish I didn't get out of class. Mr. Xia Yan's class is really interesting. If all the teachers are like him, I can definitely get the first place in the injury grade." Obviously, Xia Yan's high-level history class completely captured these 17 or 18-year-old children, making them excited. Even Shiyu of Kasumigoka, who has been pretending to sleep and rest, has to admit that Xia Yan is too good a man, as if he has no flaws at all. Although serving as the history and physical education teacher of the 2nd and 3rd grade classes at the same time, Xia Yan's work is actually very leisurely. After all, there are not many sections in physical education and history courses, and they are strictly unpopular courses. Leave the classroom. Xia Yan is ready to go back to rest, and at noon, she can go to a peaceful invitation. For flowers. Advertisement. But behind him, Shajiju Shiyu chased after him. Mr. Xia Yan. Shajichu Shiyu was slightly panting and exhaling like blue, causing many male students to widen their eyes, revealing greed in Guy's eyes. But no one dared to do anything. As one of the most famous beauties in Zongwu High School, Shiyu of Kasumigoka naturally had no shortage of suitors at first. However, under this woman's venomous tongue, even the most cheeky boys were killed and disarmed, daring not to express their love. But now, seeing this Shajichu Shiyu who once scared away countless boys walking towards Xia Yan with a light smile, the hearts of countless boys are broken. Goddess. Goddess, what's wrong with you, goddess, why are you walking towards that man? Doesn't that guy already have Hiratsuka-sensei? The original gloating over Xia Yan instantly turned into intense jealousy, but it was powerless to stop it. The boys could only watch helplessly, and Shiyu of Kasumigoga stopped in front of Xia Yan with a gentle smile they had never seen before. Big. Chapter 581. Auto-generated chapter title, 56, satisfy 3 points. Mr. Xia Yan. The beautiful girl looked at Xia Yan with her ruby eyes. Strange to say, the young girl was only talking seriously, and there was nothing wrong with her tone, but it still gave the illusion that she was acting like a spoiled child, which made people unable to bear the stinging of bones. Except for Xia Yan. Hearing the voices of many male students around him swallowing saliva, Xia Yan couldn't help but chuckle. Is 777 really worthy of being a super popular female character in the Daily Show? To be honest, if Shiyu of Shajicho's appearance and temperament were born under some special worldview, she would probably become a demon girl who would bring disaster to the country, and her beauty would bring disaster to the water. She was born with the ability to make men crazy, just like the pirate queen who ate sweet fruits in the pirate world. It's just that in this everyday world, her ability has been weakened a lot. If it is cultivated well, I believe that this will at least be a stunner that charms all beings like a pirate queen. But none of this has anything to do with Xia Yan. Advertisement. Although he likes beautiful women, he doesn't really see one and love the other, it mainly depends on fate. After all, after traveling through several worlds, she has seen too many beauties, including almost all types and attributes in this world. Therefore, unless she is a super beauty who is so beautiful that she can amaze a world, she must have an extremely special identity to make him tempted. To put it simply, if he wants to find a woman, it is mainly divided into several steps. 1. Fate. That is, at least not only one side, but the fate of many encounters. Second, the woman is beautiful enough even when Xia Yan is now in the realm of the world. He has long thought that all red faces are dry bones, and he still likes good-looking girls. He is very specific on this point. Finally 3. The woman's identity is special enough, or has characteristics. Only in this way can the woman bring enough freshness and satisfaction to the man. To sum up, to be a woman of Xia Yan, the most difficult thing is not 1 and 2. In fact, many important female characters in the world can easily satisfy these 2. Advertisement. The hardest is 3. For example, Shiyu of Shajicho's high school literary girl status, even if there are attributes such as a black tongue and a good figure, her attraction to Xia Yan is actually not very high. On the contrary, Heijajing's appearance is a little worse than Kasumigoga Shiyu, but his personality and temperament are more pleasing to him. To be honest, it was actually quite shameless to think so many things related to women in the bottom of my heart for a moment. But Xia Yan didn't feel anything. Simply looking at the height of life level, even if he can destroy a large planet at will, he is still not even a strong person in the entire universe. But if you only look at the everyday world and say that he is a god, it will be regarded as an infinite weakening of him. What can God do? Think of the group of evil gods in Greek mythology. Therefore, Xia Yan just thought about 3.3 in the bottom of his heart. His character is actually extremely gentle. There are so many thoughts, but for Mo Yan, the time outside has only passed for a short moment. Facing Shajichu Shiyu's delicate red eyes, which are as delicate as jade, Xia Yan showed a gentle smile on her face. Shajichu classmate, may I ask if you have anything to do with the teacher? Chapter 582, Auto-generated chapter title, 57, Shiyu of Kasumigoga's unhappy. Shajichu Shiyu's ruby-like pupils stared at Xia Yan, with some resentment, but it was fleeting. What's wrong? Look at me like this. Xia Yan chuckled and looked at Shiyu of Shajichu. Nothing. Shajichu Shiyu shook his head, then the beautiful girl bit her lower lip and asked in a tangled tone, is that kind of relationship between Mr. Xia Yan and Mr. Jia? I don't know. Xia Yan gave an ambiguous answer. Shajichu Shiyu was stunned. I don't know. What does this mean? It means I don't know, completely literally. Xia Yan chuckled. 21. Then he added, my relationship with peace should depend on peace, and I am passive. Xia Yan's words did not lie to Shajichu Shiyu. He does have a bit of a male-female feeling towards Heijajing, but it is impossible for him to take the initiative to pursue each other. Therefore, if Heijajing confesses to him, there is a high probability that the two of them will come together. Of course. Advertisement. Even if Zhen Heijajing became boyfriend and girlfriend, it wouldn't matter to Xia Yan. If it is a previous life, he may still be bound by secular moral values. But after staying in the pirate world for those years, even if he doesn't deliberately do bad things, he doesn't know how many immoral things he has done. Therefore, Xia Yan really doesn't care about the so-called relationship between boyfriend and girlfriend. Does he have a girlfriend, so he can no longer have relationships with other women? That's impossible. He still wants to give the girl he likes a warm home. But, Xia Yan's answer fell in the eyes of Shajichu Shiyu, but to be honest, it was a bit scumbag. After all, the relationship between him and Jajing becoming boyfriend and girlfriend has been raging in Sowu High School, but Xia Yan's attitude is quite warm. This will undoubtedly lower Kasumigoga Shiyu's evaluation of him. But does Xia Yan care? Of course he doesn't care. After all, He is not the forest dog of Shiyu of Shajichu, how the other party treats him has no meaning to him at all. So, Xia Yan smiled lightly. Shajichu classmate, do you have anything else to ask for the teacher? Advertisement, No, no more. Shajichu Shiyu was stunned, and his tone was a little flustered and a little confused. In this case, should a man have this attitude? If he's interested in other women, shouldn't he deny his relationship with Serenity, and then follow up and ask himself some questions? Just like the gal game played by those disgusting otakus, doesn't he know how to brush his favorability? Under the bewildered 777 gaze of Shiyu of Shajichu, Xia Yan waved his hand gently. Since there is nothing else, then the teacher will go first. After speaking, turn around and leave, leaving a messy Kasumi Hill Shiyu. This guy. Looking at Xia Yan's back, Shajiju Shiyu squinted his eyes, and a trace of unhappiness flashed in his ruby-like pupils. Disappointing to be ignored. Unhappy being perfunctory. All kinds of unpleasantness. However, no matter how unhappy he was, Shiyu of Kasumigoka did not do anything without thinking that would lower his evaluation. She is a very smart woman, and she has more than just good looks. Chapter 583. Auto-generated chapter title, Hot Search on 581. The outstanding girls who follow Xia Yan are definitely not only Shiyu of Kasumigoka. In Zhongwu Gao, there were many girls who were regarded as goddesses by male students and wailed in their hearts, and a handsome and very rich boyfriend had just disappeared. Of course, there are also many girls who think this is not a big deal. Boyfriend. In today's society that laughs at the poor but not *street youths, divorce is commonplace, not to mention just mere boyfriends and girlfriends. Break it up in minutes, it is worth mentioning that Xia Yan probably underestimated her popularity. The matter of his and Jiajing not only did not gradually subside over time, but intensified, and finally even broke out on the internet. Twitter. Its function in Japan is roughly equivalent to the Weibo of the Celestial Dynasty. Advertisement and now, the related news of Xia Yan and Jiajing is climbing on the trending list, Hot Search, at an alarming rate. There are several reasons why the popularity has risen so much. 1. Xia Yan and Jiajing are both very good looking. If they make their debut and become stars, they are considered to be eaten by God. Well, of course, this mainly refers to Calm. Xia Yan's appearance is not just God's reward for food, but God's kneeling and begging him to eat. As for the second, Ping Jiajing's identity was revealed. The surname of the Ping family itself is not a big surname, and it is even more pitiful in the area of Zhongwu Gao. In addition, Heijing Jiajing usually drives a luxury car to and from get off work, and almost never hides it. If anyone who wants to catch her family background, naturally it will not be a secret. Fortunately, Ping Jiajing's father has cleaned up most of the properties under his command over the years, and those who are really unable to clean up will either give up directly or go underground. Therefore, even if her identity is revealed, there are not many people who say bad things. At most it is some hatred for the rich and hatred for women. Most of the remarks are still kneeling and licking. As for Xia Yan, advertisement of course, his identity cannot be easily caught. After all, the Izayama group is in charge, and the ending is quite good. What is this God? This is too beautiful. It's better than the star. They are still teachers. I love them. It's not just the teacher, you can tell by looking at the car of the two of them that they must be from rich families. Upstairs, haven't you seen other trends? Hot searches. The background of the woman has been picked up, and she is the precious daughter of the Heike family in Chiba Prefecture. The Heike? Is that the Heike? It's amazing. Hien Jiajing's family looked at the whole world, and if they compared the status of stars in the entertainment industry, they would probably be equivalent to an 18th tier star. Even if you only look at the whole of Japan, the Heike family, Zhao, is at most a 3rd tier star. 18. Even if it is only the 3rd line, in terms of financial strength and power, it has already surpassed more than 99.9% of the people in this world. What is there to say? You study hard, make social connections, work hard, and become famous decades later, but you still can't even match the starting point of someone's birth. The sorrow and bitterness of ordinary people in this world is probably like this. Chapter 584, Auto-generated chapter title, 59, Peace Home on the Rooftop. The troubles between Ping Jiajing and Xia Yan this time are indeed not small. So much so that even the Ping family's father, who doesn't know much about the internet, knows it, through his subordinates. It is said that the Heike father did not worry about gains and losses in the mentality of losing his intimate little padded jacket like an ordinary old father. Instead, on the day he heard the news, he opened 3 bottles of red wine that he had collected for many years. It is said that that was the apex of Hei Jiajing's heart when he was coming of age. It's open now. It can be seen how happy this former black boss in Chiba County is about finding a boyfriend calmly. It's more worth celebrating than New Year's Eve, at the same time. General Wu Gao, teacher's office. Looking at the news that the popularity of the internet is getting more and more away from 777 spectrum, calm face flushed and slightly annoyed. The redness is of course because of shyness. The mother has been single for nearly 30 years. She is obviously a beautiful girl, but she can smoke, drink, and fight better than men. She always thought that she would probably be single for the rest of her life. But he never thought that he would meet such a magical existence as Xia Yan. Advertisement should I say she was lucky. However, this is also the reason for the calm and slightly annoyed. The family knows their own affairs. Even if there is a lot of uproar in the school and on the internet, It seems that she and Xia Yan are the true love itself, calm, and there is not much ecstasy. Because she knew very well that she and Xia Yan were not boyfriend and girlfriend at all, and there was no earth-shattering love between them. Some are just that she wants to be a teacher and learn a superpower. That's all. However, these things are known to me, but others don't. For example, Shiyu Kasumigoka, who was feeling that the fat he was targeting was eaten by others, was in a bad mood. For example, Karuizawa Megumi, who was hiding in the bedroom and looking at the photos of Xia Yan on the hot search, looked surprised and envious. There are countless unfamiliar women who do not know Xia Yan, but have a good impression of him because of his superb looks and family background. This moment. If malice can hurt people, Ping Jiajing may have been riddled with holes. Hiss, in the office, CBDD, Calm suddenly shuddered. Advertisement. He looked around and saw that there was no air leakage, and Ping Jiajing couldn't help muttering. Who is scolding the old lady behind his back? Noon. On the rooftop of Zhongwugao, Xia Yan set up another hot pot. The fragrance is 10 miles away and it is steaming hot. Even people who are far away from the teaching building can clearly find that the people on the rooftop are enjoying delicious food that they cannot enjoy. It stands to reason that doing this kind of thing in school is absolutely not allowed absurd behavior. But because the person who did this was Xia Yan, even if the 10 principals didn't say anything against it. One is that the benefits given by the Izayama group are too fragrant. For the money, let alone the trivial matter of letting Xia Yan eat hot pot on the roof of the school, even if Xia Yan asked him to do a striptease, he would not complain at all. As for the dummy, even the Izayama group has to be careful to hold the big man. The ghost knows what status this guy is. If he offends the other party because of a mere hot pot, isn't it the same brain-dead behavior as two idiots? And on the rooftop, Xia Yan picked up a piece of mutton and put it into the hot red oil soup. Then he looked up at Ping Jiajing. Chapter 585, Auto-generated chapter title. 600 Ping Jiajing fell in love with spicy. Tell me, what's the matter with me? Xia Yan's tone was very flat, as if she was facing an old friend who had been with her for many years. If the lady sitting across from him would definitely feel offended. But unfortunately, Calm is not a lady, but a real female man. Even if this female man is actually very good in appearance and figure, her soul is still a female man. But Xia Yan didn't hate it, and even had a little appreciation. Huh, this lamb is really good. He didn't immediately answer Xia Yan's question. Heijian sat quietly opposite Xia Yan, took out a mouthful of mutton dipped in red oil and put it in his mouth. A layer of fine sweat instantly appeared on the bright and white forehead, and even the face became a lot rosier. Spicy. However, feeling the tingling sensation on the tip of the tongue, Heijiajing's face did not show even the slightest bit of pain. Instead, it was full of comfort and relief. Obviously, even a hero in a female middle school, like Tranquility, was easily captured by the spicy hot pot. However, Ping Jiajing did not try only this one flavor. Advertisement. Looking at the hot soup that was as pure as milk next to the red soup, she couldn't help licking the corner of her mouth, and then picked up a portion of mutton with chopsticks and put it on the plate. One sip, the juice is overflowing, there is no mutton smell at all, and some only have a fragrance and a strong sense of satisfaction. But this time, Ping Jiajing did not show the slightest expression of satisfaction on his face, but instead showed a look of disgust. Yes, disgust. What is this? Heijiajing Pia grinned and complained with careless dissatisfaction. There is no salty, numb and spicy taste. Is this really something that humans can eat? Xia Yan. The corners of her mouth twitched, and Xia Yan looked at the shy woman in front of her speechlessly. Aren't Japanese people very good at eating spicy food? That's because they don't understand the benefits of spicy at all. Ping Jiajing waved his hands carelessly, and then used his chopsticks to fish out a few thick mutton rolls from the red-hot soup. She used to not like spicy food, especially spicy food. Xia Yan nodded casually. Speak. While enjoying the steaming hot pot, I thought about which spicy food I would like to try in the future. In her opinion, spicy is a pain, and eating spicy food is just torturing herself, and it is purely sick. Advertisement. Hearing Jiajing suddenly widened his eyes as if he heard something incredible. She completely forgot why she invited Xia Yan to dinner today. Isn't it possible? Can we discuss it again? Xia Yan agreed. Big. Fortunately, after eating and drinking, Calm finally remembered his purpose. Yes. Yes. Xia Yan didn't hesitate at all. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. With his left hand, he caressed his slightly bulging belly, calmly suppressed a burp, and looked at Xia Yan with a blushing face. That, Teacher Xia Yan. Must try Mapo tofu next time. For flowers. Unconsciously, he raised his head and raised his chest, as if he was undergoing training, and said calmly and cautiously. I want to learn superpowers from you. I wonder if it is possible. But after eating spicy hot pot, Ping Jiajing realized. No wonder so many people like to eat spicy food, it tastes so good. 14 Ma Chapter 586, Auto-generated chapter title, Open black lens bracket 61 close black lens bracket mind reading. Born in a community family, Ping Jiajing has come into contact with a lot of really capable people. And it is absolutely impossible for those people to teach her skills without paying some interest and sincerity. Even if she is the eldest lady of the Heike family, she must abide by these rules. In a certain sense, this is a derogatory term. But for people who really have outstanding talents, this word is an unquestionable compliment. 777. Ping Jiajing originally thought this was normal. But it wasn't until Xia Yan agreed easily that she realized that not all talented people in society can be proud of themselves. For example, Xia Yan in front of me. It is clear that this handsome and superb man possesses powerful superpowers that are completely incomprehensible to ordinary people, but there is not even the slightest arrogance in his words. Is this the real powerhouse? Ping Jiajing suddenly found that those who he once thought were very capable, under the foil of Xia Yan, turned out to be so mediocre and boring. Like a clown. Will you really teach me? Make me as strong as you? He Jiajing looked directly at Xia Yan, with passion and anxiety in his eyes, as well as a strong desire to become stronger. Advertisement Xia Yan didn't speak, just nodded slightly, then shook her head again. Deliver. He Jiajing looked at Xia Yan in confusion, not understanding what he meant by nodding and shaking his head. Nodding to tell you that I will teach you, there is no doubt about that. Knowing what He Jiajing was thinking through observation Hawkeye, Xia Yan smiled lightly. Shaking his head is to tell you that it's okay to make you stronger, or even very simple, but I want to make you as strong as me. Xia Yan didn't finish her words, an embarrassed but polite smile appeared on her face. Although he didn't finish speaking, He Jiajing completely understood what he meant. It's okay to want to be stronger, but wanting to be as strong as Xia Yan is purely a dream. Even if you don't talk about the subject of the disciple starving to death in the church, you have to look at the huge gap in talent between the two. Okay. Wrong. How does teacher Xia Yan know what is on my mind? Heike Jingmei's eyes suddenly widened, and she looked at Xia Yan suspiciously. Mr. Xia Yan, shouldn't the superpower you possess also include mind reading? Yes. Xia Yan nodded with a chuckle. Advertisement. Calm. The beauty teacher was dumbfounded, and even her face became stiff. Xia Yan can read minds. What a joke. How could Xia Yan be such a rotten street reader in the novel? Although I have seen the existence of mind reading in many novels and comics, He Jiajing really did not expect that Xia Yan could actually do such a thing. Wait a moment. Does this mean that all her thoughts during this period of time have already been exposed to Xia Yan? Sky. Wanna die. It's simply a social death. Looking at Xia Yan 3.3 feet s half smile face, her calm face became more and more red, like steaming crabs. He hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to meet Xia Yan's eyes again. This kind of feeling is like running naked on the street without clothes on, it is extremely shameful. Anyway, I shouldn't have thought about any bad things in front of Xia Yan these days. Chapter 587, Auto-generated chapter title, Open black lens bracket 62 close black lens bracket superpower. There is probably nothing more embarrassing in this world than suddenly knowing that someone around you can read minds. If there is, then that person who can read minds happens to be the person you have a crush on. Peace of mind is this feeling now. The beautiful teacher who doesn't want to be a man is racking her brains at this time, but she is not thinking about academic issues and educating students, but is wondering if she has ever thought about some messy things in front of Xia Yan. The answer is of course yes. Everyone has a dark side in their heart, but most of them will seal it in their hearts, think about them and forget them, and will not put them into practice at all. This is one of the important factors why people are human, that is, 21 people are bound by moral concepts and laws, while animals basically do not. But think about it without breaking the law, therefore, people always think about things that they dare not do, but have similar impulses. Xiao Shang, Xia Yan, is something that Ping Jiajing wants to do but dare not do, so he can only think about it. Originally this is no big deal, YY is innocent, but Xia Yan actually has the ability to read minds. Advertisement he can actually read minds. I want to die. If only Xia Yan knew about mind reading, she would have been completely socially dead by now. Thinking of the red-faced contents that he once thought in his heart, He Jiajing kept wailing in his heart, and his face turned blue and white. But she forgot that Xia Yan could read minds. Not to mention her previous strange thoughts, even what she was thinking at this moment, Xia Yan could see clearly. A long time, He Jiajing finally recovered from the bad state of shyness. Cough cough. He coughed twice, his face was still ruddy, and his calm voice was at least 3 degrees lower than usual. That. Mr. Xia Yan, can you tell me about your mind-reading skills? Of course, but I'm also quite curious. Xia Yan smiled slightly and looked at the calm and delicate short hair with interest. Is Mr. Heike interested in my mind-reading skills? Of course, that's mind-reading. It's strange if you're not interested. Advertisement calmly rolled his eyes at Xia Yan, not letting Xia Yan feel offended, but feeling a little more playful about the woman in front of her. He Jiajing is indeed very interested in Xia Yan's mind-reading technique. Prophecy, fire-breathing, flying, mind-reading, and King Kong are not bad. These are the attributes that appear most often when human beings are just beginning to explore the unknown and mysterious realm of superpower. It is undeniable that these most basic superpowers have long lost their original charm as humans come into contact with more and more information. 777, as far as his sense of existence, has been replaced by more powerful and cool superpowers. But even so, mind reading still has its irreplaceable unique charm. That's mind reading. Imagine that people in the whole world, men and women, young and old, have no secrets in front of you. Isn't this kind of thing extremely interesting? Of course, in all fairness, it's actually more fun to blow up a planet with your bare hands. But Calm is not a man of great heights. She knew very well that even if she worked hard to learn superpowers now, it would be difficult for her to reach the level of destroying planets with her bare hands in a short period of time. But it shouldn't be difficult to learn to read minds. Chapter 588, Auto-Generated Chapter Title, 63, about Observation Haki and Conqueror's Haki. Ping Jiajing believes that it is not difficult to learn to read minds. But if you think about it, how could it be easy? Xia Yan didn't know about the mind-reading skills of other systems. Just talking about his master's mind-reading skills, its essence is still a derivative of Observation Haki. That is Observation Haki, listening to the voice of all things. How rare is this ability? In the world of pirates, someone once said that Conqueror's Haki is the king's qualification, that only 1 in a million people can produce. And this is just aptitude, and there may not be an opportunity for awakening in one's life. Therefore, it is not an exaggeration to say that Conqueror's Haki, who has the qualifications and can awaken and become a master, is 1 in 10 million. But, less, as Green Pepper said, the owner of Conqueror's Haki is like a crucian carp crossing the river. This is of course not a lot of meaning, but it also means that among the real top pirate powerhouses, the qualification of Conqueror's Haki is not uncommon. Even, on the stage of the real peak, the more advanced Conqueror's Haki winding has become the standard of the strong, and no one is even qualified to compete. This is Conqueror's Haki. Advertisement: millions of talents will produce a qualified owner, tens of millions of talents will produce a successfully awakened master, and hundreds of millions of talents will produce a high-level entangler. However, even with such a low probability, there are still quite a few strong men on the sea who can reach the last standard, and they can even easily surpass the number of 5 fingers in the same period. And what about Observation Haki, strong standard? In other words, in the pirate world, any strong person with a little ability will basically use it, and the threshold is not known how many times lower than that of Conqueror's Haki. But, what's next for Observation Haki? Predict future. Even countless top pirates can't do this, even fewer than those who own Conqueror's Haki. Then what if it is a mind-reading technique in a calm mouth, that is, listening to the voice of all things? Les, Joy Boy, Gold D. Roger, Monkey D. Luffy, and he is the real king of the pirate world. After all, the number of people who possess this ability in several generations is basically no more than 5 fingers. Advertisement: this is the rarity of Observation Haki, listening to the voice of all things, and its esteem can be said to completely crush Observation Haki. Therefore, Ping Ting thought that mind reading was easy, and wanted to learn it first. In Mo Yan's opinion, it was simply funny. This is more important than the qualifications of a king like Conqueror's Haki. To be honest, Xia Yan thinks Hing Jiajing is more suitable for learning armament Haki, and it matches her style. Not bad, though. Anyway, Observation Haki and armament Haki can learn together. After all, the focus of these two moves in the early stage is the same. That is, beaten. Come on then, after casually dealing with a few pieces of hot beef, Xia Yan stared calmly. Are you ready for special training? I'm ready. Hing Jiajing nodded solemnly and excitedly. Good. Xia Yan doesn't hate good boys who want to be strong. So he raised his hand and grabbed it and moved the pot of hot pot to his mouth. You. What are you going to do? Calm widened his eyes, as if realizing what Xia Yan was going to do. Chapter 589, Auto-Generated Chapter Title, 64. Hing Jiajing, who loves the new and hates the old. Under Hing Jiajing's astonished gaze, Xia Yan picked up the pot of hot red oil soup and drank it all, gudong, as if drinking water. I go. The boss, who stared at Jingjia Jingmei, his eyeballs were about to fall out of his sockets. What is this? This is too exaggerated. How can people drink this hot red oil hot pot soup? Is this a superpower? It's awesome to be able to do things that ordinary humans can't do at all. It's funny too. Mingming Xia Yan had shown a terrifying scene like destroying the planet with one blow in front of Hing Jiajing, but the shock to the piece was still not as good as when he 777 drank this hot pot of hot oil. This is probably a familiar question. Hei Jiajing only knows that the starburst is very powerful. It is a scene that can only be seen in superpower comics and movies. But no matter how shocking the picture is, the actual performance is nothing but a gorgeous explosion, and it really doesn't have much sense of reality. In contrast, drinking hot pot hot oil is too real. Advertisement: Hei Jiajing has seen many people who have been scalded, and he has also been scalded. So she knows very well how terrible, CBDD, harm will be brought to a person by drinking the hot oil of this hot pot. It is no exaggeration to say that it can easily cause death. But relying on the exaggeration of her own strength, Xia Yan just showed a little satisfied smile. Ha! Cool. Using the return of life to convert all the pounds of hot oil into energy in an instant, Xia Yan's bulging belly instantly became extremely flat. This. Hei Jiajing looked at Xia Yan in astonishment. In particular, Xia Yan's stomach changed from big to small in 1 second, which deeply shocked Hing Jiajing's heart. What superpower is this? Can it be used to lose weight? I don't learn what a shocked reading is, I must learn this. For girls, the super ability to lose weight is just like a delicacy in the world, and there is no resistance at all. Even Ping Jiajing, a carefree female man, was no exception. After all, she, who smokes and drinks and loves meat and noodles, has always been worried about her weight gain. Advertisement: fortunately, she has been exercising a lot, which ensures her perfect figure. But that didn't stop her from looking forward to this ability that Xia Yan used. Superpower to lose weight. Is there any more cool superpower than this? So, a pair of big watery eyes stared at Xia Yan, and said calmly and half coquettishly, Mr. Xia Yan, what is the name of this move you use? The move? Xia Yan raised her brows. That's it, the stomach, crashes, changed from 30 pounds to 3 pounds. He Jiajing touched his belly, his eyes lit up, full of expectations. The corners of Xia Yan's mouth twitched slightly, and she said speechlessly, aren't you learning observation hockey? I don't study anymore, calmly nodded again and again without hesitation. The woman completely forgot how eager she was to learn observation hockey. Shout out, bad woman who loves the new and hates the old. Gently complaining about Ping Jiajing in her heart, Xia Yan ruthlessly denied her dream. Don't think about it, life is the most perfect control of the human body. If you want to learn this ability, you must at least practice it well for the last month. Bar. Chapter 590. Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 65 close black lens bracket Kawasaki Sake. Teaching is not an easy task. The words, teaching according to their aptitude, cannot be fully understood even by some powerful experts. This is more obvious in the strong group of pirate world. How do most of the strong people in the pirate world become stronger? Exercise. Fighting. Devil fruit. Even Marine's gorgeous and practical Marine 6-style superhuman surgery requires training the body to a terrifying degree. Let these people teach an ordinary person. I'm afraid that if it doesn't take half a day, people will be killed and useless after training. So Xia Yan intends to personally teach calm. It happens that I don't have class this afternoon, so I can teach you some basics first. Xia Yan sent an invitation to He Jiajing. He Jiajing nodded and looked up at Xia Yan with a smile. Then thank you teacher Xia Yan. Xia Yan raised her brows. Still so unfamiliar? Advertisement. Forehead. Ping Jiajing was stunned for a moment, then tentatively said, Teacher? Yeah. Xia Yan replied casually. Calm. To be honest, it still feels quite strange to ask someone who looks younger than him to be a teacher. However, she also understands the principle of being a teacher, so she doesn't think it's unreasonable to call a teacher. But it's really weird. Until he separated from Xia Yan and returned to his office, he was calm and did not return to his senses. She also didn't notice that from the moment she spoke to Xia Yan, there were a pair of eyes that witnessed everything that just happened. The new teacher Xia Yan and the teacher from the family are really together. The girl with the long ponytail stood on the high platform, expressionless, looking down at the backs of Xia Yan and He Jiajing as they left. She was probably one of the very few people in the school who didn't have any interest in Xia Yan, a handsome teacher. No, it can't be said that there is no interest at all. She is still very interested in his money, but not between men and women. However, it's just an interest. Advertisement. The girl's family education and self-esteem do not allow her to do anything, otherwise, based on her appearance, it is easy to earn enough money for the family to enjoy with her body. For flowers. Save some time and get another job. Whispering in a low voice, he raised his hand to hold the long hair blown to his chest behind his head, looking charming but showing a hint of heroism. If someone saw this scene, they would probably regard her as a goddess in their hearts. Unfortunately, no one knows about this scene. That doesn't seem quite right. At least Xia Yan knew. As long as he is willing, he can clearly perceive what is happening in any hidden corner of the entire earth. Therefore, the girl who watched him and talked with Jiajing was naturally completely exposed in his eyes. Kawasaki Sashi. In the plot of Spring Things, this is a beautiful girl whose family conditions are not good and who study hard and study hard. She has a cool personality and is a little cold, but she is a child with good personality. It's a pity, she's not a woman who worships money. Knowing that Kawasaki Sake couldn't come to him for money, Xia Yan shook her head gently, withdrawing all her attention to this girl. A girl who is destined not to have any intimate relationship with herself, there is no need to pay attention. Big Chapter 591, Auto-generated chapter title. 66. The protagonist of returning to his old business. Xia Yan's life in Zhonggugao gradually got back on track. I teach the students every day, teach calmly in my spare time, and there is no shortage of women to accompany me almost all the time, which is very comfortable and comfortable. Xia Yan did not add any sisters to the family during this time, and even the most ambiguous Ping Jiajing. The two were only in the period of ignorance between master and apprentice, and did not pierce that layer of window paper. Time is always good medicine. With the passage of time, Zhonggugao's students, Chi, finally got used to the existence of Xia Yan. Although the girls still liked him, they would not be as crazy as they were at the beginning. On the other hand, Shiyu of the Hill of Sha, for some unknown reason, was not as close to Xia Yan as before. If he hadn't been able to feel Shiyu's gaze from Kasumigoka from time to time, and could sense her voice with observation hockey, Xia Yan would almost have thought that the other party was not interested in him. Speaking of which, men and women are actually equally cheap. When people are interested in you, you just ignore it and feel nothing. And when people are no longer interested in you, you worry about gains and losses, and even more directly start to regret it. Fortunately, what Xia Yan was after was no longer a woman. No matter how beautiful a woman was, she was just a spice for life, not a necessity. Besides, advertisement. No matter how beautiful a woman is, as beautiful as a goddess, can she still be as good looking as herself? This is not Xia Yan's narcissism. His body is the ultimate form that has undergone unimaginable polishing and promotion, and its own value even exceeds that of most small planets, and it is a perfect thing that is close to it in the true sense. It is no exaggeration to say that Xia Yan's body is the limit of human form and the perfect end of human form. Therefore, at least in Xia Yan's opinion, no matter how beautiful the women in the daily world are, they're far from his own. He is blind, and what he likes is only their character, that's all. Inside the cafe outside Zhongwu High School, private box. Mr. Xia Yan, this is the contract. The middle-aged man respectfully presented a contract in front of Xia Yan, knelt on his knees, bowed his head slightly, and said in awe. According to the request of the remonstrance group, your fee for drawing a page is 100,000 yen. The royalty share is 20%. I wonder if you are satisfied? Well, not bad. Xia Yan nodded casually. Actually, he doesn't care about money. If you want to make money, even if you draw manga for 10 lifetimes, you will not be able to make a single Izayama group. Advertisement in the Sushan group, which made the people in front of him so odd, was nothing but a stupid dog under his feet. Comics are drawn for a few reasons. 1. Find something to do for yourself, pass the time, and reminisce about the past by the way. Drawing comics can be regarded as an important cheat in his rise back then, and naturally he cannot easily throw it away. 2. This is an everyday world after all. Xia Yan doesn't reject the use of powerful powers in the everyday world, but using it casually goes against his original intention of vacation and relaxation. He came to rest, not to conquer the world. Besides, what's the point of conquering a 3.3 everyday world that doesn't even have the strongest? As for what was painted, under the expectant and awe-inspiring gaze of the head of the comic magazine, Xia Yan took out some of the manuscripts she had drawn for a long time. On the screen, the protagonist who looks 7 points similar to him is imprisoned in a dark prison. One Piece with Xia Yan as the protagonist, a dignified serialization. Chapter 592, auto-generated chapter title, 67, Kasumigo ga Shiyu and Xia Yan. In all fairness, Xia Yan doesn't know whether the original One Piece is more beautiful, or the version after his own magic modification is more interesting. The original One Piece is full of young blood, fantasy, friendship and adventure. The magic version of One Piece, with Xia Yan as the protagonist, is pretending, slapping the face, fighting and blood. Maybe add a harem. Therefore, Xia Yan dare not say which version is more interesting. There are only 2 things he can guarantee. 1. His painters absolutely crushed the original author. After all, he is not an ordinary person. If the painting union is suppressed by an ordinary human, then it would be better for him to stop living as soon as possible. 2. His version of the battle scene is absolutely crushing the original 21. Especially in terms of the diversity of abilities, it can be said that all the highlights of the 3 works of Pirate, Hokage and Shinigami are perfectly drawn. From this point of view, Xia Yan's version of One Piece is definitely better than the original. Another 3 days in the blink of an eye. Advertisement. With the full support of the publishing house, Xia Yan's version of the Pirate Ochaku has been on the cover, and the advertisements have appeared in various variety shows and subway stations with high ratings. It is no exaggeration to say that even the publicity of the national-level animated theatrical version is nothing more than that. This is the power of capital operation. So, at the first time, the whole of Japan knew that there was a juvenile hot-blooded comic that was about to be serialized, and even foreign countries had at least a dozen hot searches, which shows that its popularity is high. Shajichu Shiyu naturally also saw the news. This kind of enthusiasm is really enviable. Seeing that 8 of the 10 trending searches on Twitter were related to this comic titled, Xia Yan, Kasumigo ga Shiyu's ruby-like eyes flickered slightly. Also, as a literary and artistic creator, it is impossible not to be envious. But her upbringing is very good, so she doesn't have feelings of jealousy. But there is definitely still some unhappiness. She is also a rookie creator. She doesn't even have the qualifications to find a painter who suits her heart, but this guy can enjoy the treatment of a national masterpiece. Unless a saint comes in person, I am afraid no one will feel jealous of this, and unfair. Especially, the name of this manga is so familiar. Xia Yan. Advertisement thinking of the handsome teacher who made him have a good impression, but immediately spread rumors about Mr. Jing Jiajing. Kasumigo ga Shiyu immediately shouted the nozzle, and the mood was even more unpleasant. However, Shiyu of the Hill of Sha is Shiyu of the Hill of Sha after all. In less than a minute, she quickly adjusted her emotions. She decided to check out the highly advertised comic. If it is really a good work, then there is nothing to say. If the work is good and you have money, you are just jealous. And if the level of this work is very -777, even to the point of rotten, Kasumigo ga Shiyu won't have much reaction. Because of a bad work, she doesn't even have the qualifications to make her have excess emotions, and naturally it is even less likely that she will be jealous. So, Kasumigo ga Shiyu went to the bookstore alone after school. Kasumigo ga Shiyu looked at the clerk in front of him in astonishment. Yes, it's sold out. The clerk bowed and said very embarrassedly, because everyone is very curious about the new work. Xia Yan. Even people who haven't read the weekly magazine for many years bought it, and the sales doubled directly, so that no one can buy it. Chapter 593, auto-generated chapter title. 68. Kasumigo ga Shiyu buys comics. Double, Kasumi Hill Shiyu's eyes widened in surprise. You know, in Japan, light novels and manga are completely different in size. Weekly jumps such as, Xia Yan, a new comic serialized, had a circulation of nearly 7 million at its peak. Although with the advent of the internet age, the sales of paper comics are decreasing year by year, but the circulation of each issue of the weekly is also full of more than 4 million. Now, sales of the comic book, Xia Yan, have doubled. Isn't that more than 8 million? This has surpassed the peak sales of Weekly Jump. Thinking of this terrifying number, Shiyu of the Hill of Sha couldn't help but stagnate, shaking his head and smiling bitterly. Advertisement for light novels, millions of sales are already relatively well-known new works. As for comics, let alone millions of sales, millions of volumes are just hot comics. Like Xia Yan's Japan, if a comic wants to reach the national level, it must have at least 4 million volumes, such as One Piece. Or have daytime animations with extremely high ratings and long-term broadcasts, such as Detective Conan. Even those monster-level works with an average volume of 2 million can only be said to be phenomenon level at best, and far from national level. Therefore, light novels and manga are not comparable at all. Even the most popular light novels, in comics, can only keep up with the end of the first echelon. But it's normal. After all, this level of popularity has already been created before the release, but the popularity is only temporary. After all, it depends on the work itself. Although very envious of the popularity of Xia Yan, Kasumigo Gashiyu quickly packed up her emotions and went to another store to buy Weekly Jump comics. As a result, what she didn't expect was that the sales volume of the Weekly Jump magazine was so much higher than usual that she even went to more than a dozen stores and couldn't buy a copy. This is too exaggerated, isn't it? I've only heard that phenomenal comics would be in short supply, and this is the first time I've heard that Weekly Jump can sell to such an extent. Advertisement. The surprised Kasumigo Gashiyu had no choice but to find another person who bought Weekly Jump, hoping that the other party could sell it to him. That person was happy too, just pay 5 times the price. 5 times. The boss who stared at Shiyu of Kasumigoka. Although Weekly Jump is not expensive, even 5 times the price is just a small amount of money for her, but this stupid thing that was slaughtered out of thin air, how could Shiyu of Kasumigoka do it? However, just when she was about to turn away in disdain, she heard the man who wanted to sell her Weekly Jump comics 5 times to himself. Don't say I'm expensive, how hard it is to buy you this issue. I saw it too. Besides, the new comic book, Xia Yan, is quite nice, but I haven't finished it yet. Xia Yan is a good new comic. Hearing the unexpected words, Shajichu Shiyu stopped. Zhao Zhao's footsteps, looking strangely at the man who planned to sell his comic book to him. Yeah, it's so good, I've never seen such a good-looking manga. He seemed to be talking about his area of expertise, and the man who sold the comics said loudly, whether it's the artist, the plot, or the characters, it's definitely top-notch, even if it's not comparable to those who have been famous for a long time. Inferior, no. If you only look at the artist, you can even crush all the famous cartoonists. Chapter 594, Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 69 close black lens bracket. The surprise and luxury of Shiyu Kasumigoka, Xia Yan. Crush all cartoonists. If these words came from an old fan of Mo Yan, Shajiju Shiyu would definitely scoff at him, believing that he was a brainless fan and despised him in his heart. But the person who said this was a person who had just come into contact with the comic, Xia Yan, for the first time, so naturally he had some credibility. You can't just read a manga for the first time and become a fan of the brain, right? Therefore, Shiyu of Kasumigoka became more curious about the comic, Xia Yan. By giving 5 times the price of the normal weekly magazine to the person in front of him, 777 Kasumigoka Shiyu got his wish in exchange for the comics that he couldn't buy in more than a dozen stores. Then, ignoring those masterpieces that have been serialized for several years or even decades, Kasumigoka Shiyu directly turned to the location of the new comic book, Xia Yan. At first glance, it made her feel very different. She was not shocked by the painting work of the author of Xia Yan, nor was she surprised by the brilliant character. Advertisement. But the print is so good, isn't it? In order to prevent himself from misunderstanding, Kasumigoka Shiyu specially turned a few pages forward, and his face couldn't help but become even more weird. In order to save the cost and promote the sales of the single edition, Weekly Jump comics have always been saving as much as possible in the printing of the weekly magazine, and the quality is very poor. This issue is no exception. The paper is thin, the printing is poor, and the old tradition is gone. However, the strange thing is that when it comes to the page of Xia Yan, the paper quality and printing suddenly change for the better. No, it should not be described with a simple word like good, but luxury. Shiyu of Kasumigoka admits that he has bought many high-quality books over the years, but he has never seen such high-quality prints, just like the legendary special editions for nobles. Weekly Jump, is this finally crazy? Or is the quality of Xia Yan really good enough for them to hype it up regardless of the cost? No, obviously neither. CBDD is. Shajichu Shiyu is very clear that this is capital. At this time, she was very suspicious that the author of the new comic called Xia Yan was the same person as the teacher Xia Yan she knew, and no matter how bad it was, she definitely had some kind of intimate relationship. Advertisement. After all, that teacher Xia Yan drives an extremely luxurious top supercar to school every day and is simply a well-deserved capitalist. And this idea reached its peak when the manga was opened. Xia Yan. Seeing the handsome close-up of Xia Yan's beautiful face on the first page of a new comic, Shiyu of Kasumigoka, who was already mentally prepared, couldn't help but stunned. 2 seconds later, when he came back to his senses, the girl's ruby-like pupils were slightly widened, and the bottom of her eyes was full of pondering and the little smugness of discovering the unexpected joy. If it was just speculation before, now Shiyu of the Hill of Sha can be 100% sure. The author of the comic, Mo Yan, is either Xia Yan himself or has a very close relationship with Xia Yan. Because this face is too similar, even if he doesn't know much about art, he still has the most basic appreciation ability. Shiyu of Shajiju thinks that the author of the comic, Mo Yan, is a master. Stop talking about those so-called comic authors. I am afraid that even many famous painters who have been famous for a long time cannot paint such exquisite close-ups as if they were alive. Chapter 595, Auto-Generated Chapter Title, 70, Big Bang Comics. There is no doubt that Shiyu Zhigao was deeply attracted by this manga called Xia Yan. After the close-up of the first page showing the artist, the more she looked at it, the more she felt frightened and shocked. Is this really a weekly comic? As we all know, the workload of weekly comics is quite large, almost squeezing the physical and mental strength of cartoonists. In such a situation, even a cartoonist with an extremely brilliant painter would not be able to exert his full strength. From this point of view, the artist of the comic book, Xia Yan, is terrifying to the point of inconceivable. Is this guy really human? And then looking at it, Kasumigoka Shiyu was immediately attracted by things other than painters. Such as the handsomeness of the protagonist, like the protagonist's situation. Such as worldview. Advertisement: is this protagonist an ordinary person? Or is he a person with great strength like other juvenile hot-blooded comics? Why is the protagonist in prison? Did he commit a crime? Or was he framed? The exploration of the worldview and the exploration of the protagonist's character made Shiyu Kasumigoka have a strong interest in this comic with extremely powerful painters, and turn page by page. It is worth mentioning that weekly comics are generally about 17 pages per issue. The first issue of Xia Yan has more than 50 pages, which is roughly equivalent to 3 weeks of ordinary weekly comics. This makes many readers hooked, but also understand that the author must use these 50 pages of content to attract readers. Really, as the pages are turned, a wonderful and mysterious world of pirates gradually unfolds in front of Shiyu of Kasumigoka. The content of the first chapter of Xia Yan is fixed in the memories of the protagonist Xia Yan. It was a man named Gol D. Roger, and a Whitebeard man who looked like a giant. The two of them slashed the weapons in their hands. In an instant, the clouds and mist swept up, and the sky and sea cracked. In the original, Pirates, this is quite a classic famous scene. In Xia Yan's pen, the scale of this scene has even surpassed the special effects of Hollywood's top movies, and even made countless readers feel breathless. Advertisement: it's as if the sky is falling and the sea is cracking right in front of their eyes. I'm going. This comic is too good for flowers. Strong. Very strong, super strong. I would like to call this manga the strongest juvenile manga. Other manga is simply rubbish compared to this manga. What about the next plot? When will the next episode be released? Hurry up, I can't wait. The artist's artist is too good. I've never seen a comic with such a strong artist. Even if I become an artist, there is no problem at all, right? Xia Yan exploded, and it's a real explosion. Smashing all the cartoonists, even all the painters, plus enough brilliant plots and characters, as well as special effects comparable to movies, have made Xia Yan reach an unprecedented height. Simply put, it's out of the loop. Just one sentence has attracted widespread attention from the entire society, and even foreign countries saw the pirated version of this comic for the first time, and they were shocked. Even the weekly magazine Jump, which originally only doubled its sales, continues to climb at an unbelievable speed, and even has a terrifying trend of 2 to 3 times in a short period of time. Big. Chapter 596, Auto-Generated Chapter Title, 71, was Xia Yan painted by someone else? The comic, Xia Yan, has exploded, and in just one episode, it will become a national-level comic. This is an achievement that many popular comics have not been able to achieve for several years or even decades. However, for most readers of this comic, although they have read a comic book that is shocking enough to make them excited and satisfied, it is only limited to this. After all, this is not in the world of Pirates. 777 does not have the characters in the comics that will be resurrected and show great power, so it is difficult for people to be crazy about a comic work. But for the students of Zhongwu High School, this is not the case. Xia Yan, the name and appearance of the protagonist of this comic are too familiar, right? Isn't that the teacher Xia Yan? As a young teacher who became famous by appearance and family background, Xia Yan is quite well known among the boys and girls of Zhongwu Gao. Therefore, students who see comics immediately ask other students for verification. Advertisement: soon, after everyone discussed it, a result was reached. That is the protagonist of this comic, indeed Xia Yan of their chief Wu Gao teacher. Even the name of this comic is the name of the teacher Xia Yan. So here comes the question. What is the relationship between Mr. Xia Yan and the author of this manga, which has become popular all over Japan and even the whole world with just one episode? Friend? Lovers? Or just one person at all? Maybe it's a ghostwriter. Compared with the girls who like Xia Yan's appearance and family background, the boys' feelings towards Xia Yan are mostly jealous and unhappy. A boy with a straighter temper simply said directly, Mr. Xia Yan is so rich, it is also a matter of wanting to come home. Powerful, it is not difficult to find a powerful cartoonist to ghostwrite for himself, right? When the words fell, he saw the people around him looking at him with an idiot-like look. Advertisement: the boy's face tightened. He knew that he had said something wrong, but it was absolutely impossible for him to admit his mistake, so he stuck his neck and said, "Why, am I wrong? That teacher Xia Yan is very powerful and rich." The other students didn't say anything, just kept a distance from him in silence. No matter whether the boy's guess is true or false, he is too stupid to be added. Being friends with this kind of person is absolutely harmful and useless, and it may even affect himself. It is better to get rid of the relationship as soon as possible. After all, he was so stupid. If the comic, Xia Yan, is really drawn by Xia Yan himself, then there is no doubt that the person who questioned the reply is the clown. And if it is true as he said, Xia Yan is relying on power and wealth to force a cartoonist to draw this cartoon called Xia Yan for him. Isn't this person who questioned Xia Yan even more stupid? You know, this is a cow ex-cartoonist who can shock countless readers all over the world with his brilliant painting skills, and he can easily get out of the circle with light 3.3. If such a gifted and terrifying existence will be controlled by Xia Yan to serve him, then you stand up and question whether they are rushing to death. I really thought that the corpse in Tokyo Bay was just a joke. So, before the boy has done anything serious, it is the best choice to leave this idiot as soon as possible. Chapter 597, Auto-generated chapter title, 72, Admiral is too good. The comic, Xia Yan, is on fire, and the speed of fire exceeded everyone's expectations. Even the weekly comics headquarters did not expect the popularity of this comic to reach such a level. And Xia Yan's update speed is even more terrifying. Although it is a weekly magazine, each chapter is full of 60 pages. This number of pages has exceeded the workload of most monthly magazines. Not to mention that Xia Yan's painting skills are extremely terrifying, reaching the limit that humans can achieve. With the passage of time, the plot of the Xia Yan comics further developed, and each powerful and charming pirate character appeared in front of the readers. Redfield, Golden Lion, Brindywald, Deadless Bullet. These arrogant, cruel, reckless old men with unique charm, even if the plot has not even been out of the 6th floor of the submarine prison, they still build a unique pirate world in the readers' hearts. That's what pirates look like. It turns out that pirates are so attractive. Advertisement, but these guys are really scumbags. Although they knew that these pirates were scum, readers still fell in love with them uncontrollably. Because this is the world of comics, only characters with unique personalities will be loved by readers. In contrast, the straightforward justice character may also be liked by some readers, but the popularity is generally not too high. That's all. Xia Yan attends classes during the day, draws comics in her spare time, and the days pass by. And his reputation in the school is growing. Many people even know through Twitter that the author of Xia Yan is actually a teacher, and his family background is quite deep, which further increases the popularity of the comic, Xia Yan. But don't think this is an exaggeration. In fact, the author's reputation and stocks definitely have a considerable addition to the work. For example, Yoshihiro Fujien, the author of Hunter. If the other party does not stop publishing this stock to constantly brush the sense of existence, the hunter's own attention should be reduced by at least 20 to 30%. Advertisement terriers are such a scary thing. If a stock goes out of the circle, its popularity can even surpass the work itself. The famous White School stock and White Album are the most typical examples. At the same time, the manga, Xia Yan, has finally been serialized to the prison break chapter. For readers who watched the protagonist in a dark undersea prison at the beginning of the chapter, this is undoubtedly a big climax. How the protagonist escapes from prison, whether the protagonist will meet a new companion when he escapes from prison, how Marine will deal with it, and how Marine will appear as a big and charming character in 777, these are all things readers are looking forward to. And Xia Yan lived up to expectations, using a pen to draw a big scene that is difficult to make with special effects in the movie, and arranged for a Marine admiral to make an official appearance. Kizaru, Paluzolino, just like the powerful Chingshong in his previous life, he killed all the members of the Straw Hat Pirates in seconds, and shocked countless readers. Mo Yan's Pulsolino, combined with his inattentive attitude and the destructive glittering fruit, also shocked many readers of Mo Yan. Is this Marine Admiral? It's too powerful, isn't it? Chapter 598, Auto-generated chapter title, Open black lens bracket 73 close black lens bracket The evolution of human beings. The enhanced version of Pirates drawn by painters with special effects comparable to top movies has a big scene that the original, One Piece, can't keep up with anyway. This is not a gap in creative ability, but the crushing of pure physical functions. After all, even if the most advanced artificial intelligence and computer that human beings can currently develop to draw comics, the final effect cannot be stronger than Xia Yan. The ultimate of human beings is not the limit of ordinary people. It's the limit that the human race can reach. What's the meaning? It means that the human race, no matter how many 10,000 years it develops forward, as long as they have not surpassed the basic concept of human beings, it is impossible to reach the level that Xia Yan can achieve. The gap is such a horror. If Xia Yan was born 10,000 years ago, then he is undoubtedly the first perfect human being in the world, and all subsequent human beings appear with him as a template. And he is a modern man, a transmigrator, advertisement. Therefore, he represents the limit of human beings and is the most perfect possibility for the future of human beings. This is not to say that all human beings will eventually evolve to his level, and it is impossible to think about it a little. It is that human beings, through continuous evolution and improvement, do hope to finally reach the height that Xia Yan has reached today. Of course, the manpower, material resources and time spent during this period are absolutely terrifying astronomical figures. Roughly estimated, at least hundreds of billions of generations will be needed, right? Yes, not hundreds of thousands of years, nor hundreds of thousands of 10,000 years, but hundreds of thousands of billions of generations. A generation is 100 years. The lifespan of the Earth is only a few billion years, but the evolution of organisms has not been exaggerated to any extent, and it has even continued to the approximate standard of hundreds of millions of years ago. This shows how difficult it is for a creature to be promoted to a higher level of life. Well, off topic. Back to the point. With the release of the comic, Xia Yan, and the progress of the plot, the popularity of the comic is getting higher and higher, and it has completely surpassed the national poll and reached a world-class level. Advertisement, and because of the exaggerated picture effects and terrifying heat, Hollywood in this world also quickly bought the copyright and prepared to make the prison part into a wonderful commercial movie. At the same time, Japan is also planning animation, which is in charge of the best short animation company, and has given the highest production cost of a single episode in history, trying to make the best animation. But Mo Yan didn't pay attention to it. When he was in the world of pirates, his comics could arouse the shock and attention of the whole world as soon as they were released. In contrast, in this everyday world, no matter how much his comics are out of the circle, the attention they attract is far less than that of the pirates' Jiao 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 world. So, it's just a small scene. Teacher Xia Yan and the girl. After class that day, Shiyu caught up with Xia Yan and whispered his name. I have to say that beautiful girls are indeed creatures that are favored by God. Just hearing her name from her mouth made Xia Yan feel relieved. This is a privilege reserved for beautiful girls, and men absolutely do not have it. Chapter 599, Auto-generated chapter title. 74. Shiyu of Kasumigoka on the rooftop. What's the matter with you? Shajichu Shiyu classmate. Xia Yan turned around and looked at Shiyu of Kasumi Hill with a smile. Kasumi Hill Shiyu. Rao is that she has become accustomed to Xia Yan's face during this time, but when this face smiled at herself, Shajiju Shiyu still felt a little unbearable. She couldn't help but wonder, can human beings really grow so perfect? Even plastic surgery can be done, right? At one point, she even wondered if Xia Yan was really the same as the comic book, Xia Yan, an otherworld powerhouse from the comic world. Otherwise, how can you explain how perfect his appearance is? However, Shiyu of Shajichu didn't pay attention to the arrival of 793. Her trance was nothing, but she was completely exposed to the eyes of other students. No way. Is Kasumigoka Shiyu Senpei also interested in that teacher Xia Yan? I don't believe that Kasumigoka Shiyu Senpei is just as superficial as those girls. She can see just by looking at one face. But Mr. Xia Yan not only has a perfect and handsome face, but he is also the author of the comic book, Xia Yan. Advertisement school flower, in many people's high school life, is a very unfamiliar word. And, CBDD goddess, but not so unfamiliar. In the 21st century with highly developed information, the definition of the word goddess is constantly changing due to changes in people's values, but there is one definition that will never disappear. A woman with a good appearance who is loved by men. There is no doubt that Shiyu of Kasumigoka is a goddess, especially the goddess in the hearts of the students. But now, the goddess stood in a daze in front of the handsome male teacher Xia Yan with a ruddy face, which really made many students envious and jealous. Listening to the chaotic discussions of the surrounding students, Xia Yan raised her brows lightly and said, Shajichu Shiyu, how long do you plan to see the teacher? Deliver? Shajichu Shiyu's body trembled suddenly, and suddenly woke up. Feeling the gazes and discussions around her, she realized what she had just done. This can't help but make the girl blushing and a little embarrassed. Xia Yan smiled slightly at this moment. Shajichu Shiyu classmate, do you have anything to do with the teacher? Then, can we go upstairs and talk? Advertisement. Rao is as bold as Shiyu on the hill of Xia, being watched by so many students, can't help but see inexplicable shyness. This discovery shocked her and stunned her. She didn't want to confess to Xia Yan, she just wanted to ask him about the manga. Xia Yan. Why is she so shy? Okay. Seeing Shajiju Shiyu's cute and embarrassed appearance, Xia Yan laughed softly, then let's come together. Zongwu High School, on the rooftop. Xia Yan and Kasumi Hill Shiyu came here one after the other. Until this moment, Shajichu Shiyu was still a little stunned. Obviously just want to ask about the comics, why is the atmosphere like a confession? Little did she know, the moment she followed in Xia Yan's footsteps, rumors had spread. Open black lens bracket Shajichu Shiyu and the teacher Xia Yan are on the rooftop. This sentence alone is enough to attract all the students in the entire General Wu High School. Chapter 600. Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 75 close black lens bracket show your work to Xia Yan. The rooftop, in Japanese animation, is generally a place where male protagonists and female protagonists fall in love. Of course, this is mostly just the imagination of animation. In fact, the roofs of most schools are locked, not only to prevent students from accidents, but also to prevent students from doing some indescribable things on it. But for Xia Yan, it's nothing, not to mention that he has keys and privileges. Just talking about this kind of lock, how could it be possible to lock his existence? The scenery here is really nice. Standing side by side with Xia Yan on the rooftop, Kasumi Hill Shiyu looked down at the distant scenery and sighed softly. Really good. Xia Yan nodded. It is a pity that the height is only a few dozen meters, and the scenery in the sky at an altitude of tens of thousands of meters is far less than that, let alone the scenery in the universe. Advertisement, but Xia Yan didn't say these unpleasant words, and he didn't understand, a straight man chatting with girls. At this time, Kasumigoka Shiyu opened his mouth again. The girl's beautiful face was slightly rosy, as if she was confessing, "Excuse me, is teacher Xia Yan the author of the comic book?" Xia Yan. Yes. Xia Yan nodded, but her expression was a little weird. As far as he knew, Shiyu of Kasumigoka should not be the kind of literary girl who was easily captured by others. Sure enough, as he unfolded his observation haki and listened to the voice of Kasumigoka Shiyu, Xia Yan understood exactly what Shiyu of Kasumigoka wanted to do. The girl just wanted to learn from him, or should be said, is to hope that he can make suggestions for her works. After all, if Xia Yan is really the author of the comic book, Xia Yan, he is undoubtedly a top creator. Having appreciated all the content of the Xia Yan comic so far, Shiyu Kasumigoka is astonished by this comic and the author of this comic. Advertisement. In her opinion, the author of Xia Yan has control over the characters, the plot, the painters and the lines, which is rare in the world. If you can get the guidance of such a person, the road to her light novels will be smoother. As for the reason why Shiyu of the Hill of Xia blushes, there are two main reasons. For flowers. 1. Although her character is bold and completely Oni-san's style, it is a very shy thing to show others what she has written. As for 2. In the eyes of Shiyu of Shajichu, Mo Yan is undoubtedly the best as a literary and artistic creator. If it weren't for the lack of sufficient literary and historical background, the level of the comic book, Xia Yan, would have no problem even if it ranks among the world's famous books. And my own light novel. Although this evaluation of himself may be a bit self-defeating, Shiyu Kasumigoka actually understands very well that light novels are basically at the bottom of the literary field, and their social evaluations are far from being on a par with real literary works. Not to mention that it is compared with a rare masterpiece such as Xia Yan, which has been rare for thousands of years. Therefore, to give one's light novels to a god tier, like Xia Yan, and to ask others to give advice to him, in the view of Shiyu of Kasumigoka, he actually has some impulsive behavior without self-knowledge. Big, Chapter 601, Auto-generated chapter title. 76. The author is me. Everything in Shiyu's heart was exposed to Xia Yan. Seeing the beautiful girl hesitating in front of him, looking very embarrassed, Xia Yan simply asked, "Are you going to show me the light novel you wrote yourself?" Kasumigoka Shiyu suddenly raised his head. The girl's ruby-like pupils were filled with confusion and consternation. Not to mention the question of how Xia Yan knew what she was going to do with 793. First of all, how did Xia Yan know that she was writing light novels? Don't be too surprised, Kasumigoka Shiyu classmate. Facing Shajiju Shiyu's suspicious and vigilant gaze, Xia Yan chuckled softly. Do you think my background is just to look good? From the first day I came here as a teacher, the personal information of you students is very early. It was all presented to me by my subordinates. It's a crime. It's an invasion of other people's privacy. Shiyu of Kasumigoka, a beautiful student girl with relatively correct free views, is obviously unable to accept such a thing. Advertisement. The girl looked at Xia Yan in a dignified manner, with a hint of stubbornness between her brows, lining her flawless beauty face, which was both beautiful and sexy, and showed a little heroic spirit. Criminal. Hey, dear Kasumigoka Shiyu, have you forgotten something very important? Xia Yan raised her brows lightly, and looked at Shiyu Kasumigoka amusedly, with a slightly mocking tone in her tone. Izayama Group is a well-known top club in Japan. Isn't it a matter of course to do bad things? This. Shajichu Shiyu paused for a moment. Indeed, even she, an unrelated person who seldom pays attention to the news 8 trigrams, is familiar with the Izayama Group's dark past. Looking at it this way, it is a very ridiculous thing to complain that Xia Yan of the Izayama Group did bad things. Just like cats eat fish, dogs eat meat, Ultraman fights monsters. Underworld societies don't do bad things. Are they still underworld societies? Forget it. What does this have to do with me? I'm just an ordinary high school girl. Shaking his head vigorously, leaving those irrelevant things behind, Shajiju Shiyu raised his chin slightly, and looked straight at Xia Yan with beautiful and dazzling pupils like jade. As you said, I just want to put myself right the works for you to read. Advertisement, just reading? Xia Yan chuckled and looked at Shiyu of Kasumigoka. When? No. Not just reading, of course. With her blushing face slightly lowered, Kasumigoka Shiyu whispered. It would be better if you could give some opinions, preferably from the perspective of readers and creators. Speaking of this, Kasumi Hill Shiyu paused. Then the girl raised her head again, the shyness on her face retreated a lot, and she looked straight at Xia Yan and said word by word. Of course, the premise of all this is that you are really the author of the comic, Mo Yan. Xia Yan, 3.3, that's it, no wonder you came to me. Pretending to have a clear expression of just knowing the truth, Mo Yan smiled lightly. You guessed it right, the author of Xia Yan is indeed me. Real? Shajichu Shiyu's beautiful eyes widened slightly. Although she and many people had already guessed it, when Xia Yan admitted it herself, she couldn't believe it. Chapter 602, Auto-generated chapter title, 77, Kamui Space, Trick, Magic? Shajichu Shiyu is not questioning Xia Yan. In fact, when she first saw the comic, Xia Yan. She vaguely guessed that the author of this comic was her handsome teacher Xia Yan. But now that she was personally admitted, she seemed a little dazed. The god-level comic writer is by my side. What kind of light novel title and content is this? Am I the heroine of some light novel? Thinking of this, Kasumigo Kashiyu couldn't help feeling ridiculous, and then quickly rejected the idea. Most of the male protagonists of light novels are ordinary families, or even ordinary people. Only in this way can those 5 dead houses in Japan have a strong sense of substitution. Therefore, Shajiju Shiyu is very sure that Xia Yan, a person with a strong personality, a strong family background, and a strong talent, will definitely not be a young and everyday Japanese light novel male protagonist. But then again, is Xia Yan really the author of Xia Yan? Advertisement. Although Shiyu of Shajiju believes that Xia Yan will not do such a dishonest thing, but as the saying goes, people are separated from the belly, and she can't guarantee that Xia Yan is really not a liar who deceives the world. Of course, deep down, Shiyu of Kasumigoga still hoped that Xia Yan didn't lie. After all, Xia Yan was the first opposite S**X she had a good impression of. As the saying goes, girlish feelings are always poems, and most girls are quite tolerant of the first person who has a good impression of them, and they don't want the other person to be a bad person. The person I once liked was not that bad, and it was probably the best consolation for a lovelorn girl. Xia Yan naturally noticed these careful thoughts of Shiyu of Kasumigoga. But he did not expose his abilities to Shiyu of Kasumigoga like he completely exposed his abilities in front of Heike Jing, but took out a piece of paper from his Kamui other dimensional space very calmly. Speaking of which, it makes people feel emotional. At a certain period of time, Kamui's space magic was one of his important means. I don't know how many powerhouses who have been amazed by an era have been smashed into the sand by his strange space ability. Now that the strength is strong, this Kamui space has been completely left behind by him, and it has almost no function other than storing items. There is no way. With Xia Yan's current strength, it is not too easy to destroy a space. Even the extremely strange ability of Kamui space can be easily cracked if he wants to. Advertisement. Therefore, the so-called Kamui space, for him, the main function is the same as the space ring in fantasy novels, nothing more. These are all thoughts and feelings of Xia Yan at this time. Kasumi 793 Hill Shiyu, the beautiful girl, stared at the blank paper and pen in Xia Yan's hands in astonishment. What's the situation? When did this guy have paper and pen in his hand? Could it have been there all along, but just hid in a place where she couldn't see it? This is impossible. Forget about the pen. Where did such a big piece of paper come from? Is it a celestial trick? Magic? Thinking of the amazing magicians and jugglers who performed on the TV stage, Shiyu Zhigao seemed to understand something and gave a convincing guess. And Xia Yan didn't care what the girl was thinking. He started to write. Chapter 603, auto-generated chapter title. 78, come on, painting is an art. There are different opinions about the quality of painters. No matter how much ordinary people hate Picasso's abstract paintings, they can't say that his painters are not as good as a child who draws with a straight eye. But Xia Yan's artist evaluation is very simple. Even if he doesn't know much about painting, Shiyu of Kasumigoga understands how profound Xia Yan's skills are. After all, a painter who paints his own lifelike paintings in just 3 or 2 strokes, even more delicate than a retouched photo, may not find another painter in the world who can do such a thing. At this moment, Shajichu Shiyu has completely believed that the teacher Xia Yan in front of him is the author of the comic book, Xia Yan. As far as this terrifying painter and painting speed are inhuman, it is estimated that if you look at the whole world, you will not be able to find a second one. Give. Xia Yan handed the drawn sketch to Shiyu of Kasumigoga, and smiled gently. Can you rate it? Very nice. Looking at the sketch that was even more delicate and beautiful than his own, Shajiju Shiyu's blood jade pupils stared at Xia Yan intently. I like it very much. Advertisement. Xia Yan. Like what? Paintings or people? Why talk to him? He didn't use observation hockey to listen to Shiyu Kasumigoga's heart at this moment, but Xia Yan was also keenly aware of the girl's goodwill towards him. How to say? Literati is indeed more likely to attract simple and ignorant girls, especially this literati is really capable. In the original animation, Yilin just relied on helping Shiyu Kasumigoga to promote her works and encouraging her to write, and she gained the pure love of a beautiful girl like the flower of Kalen. It seems unbelievable, it's just a fantasy of a dead house. But in fact, similar things have happened many times in history. It can only be said that fiction needs logic, but reality does not need it at all. And now, Xia Yan has won the heart of Shiyu of Kasumigoga with her strong background, handsome appearance and heaven-defying painting talent. Come on, Xia Yan said suddenly. Shajiju Shiyu was stunned, and looked at Xia Yan suspiciously. What, are you planning to do that kind of thing with me here? Advertisement, what nonsense are you thinking about? Xia Yan's mouth twitched, and she said speechlessly, aren't you going to show me your work? Works? Sorry, I almost forgot. After being reminded by Mo Yan, Shajiju Shiyu remembered the main purpose of her coming to Mo Yan today. The girl couldn't help blushing and lowered her head, feeling both shy and angry in her heart. I'm such an idiot, what was the worst thing I was thinking about? Not daring to look up and look at Mo Yan, Zhao Nuahao, Shajiju Shiyu lowered her head like an ostrich, and handed Xia Yan the manuscript she had already written. Xia Yan looked at the shy girl in front of her with some amusing, but she didn't make any more jokes, but took over her works and read them carefully. In all fairness, Kasumigoka Shiyu's works are quite good. The characters are well created. Nice writing. 3 views are also good. But only to this extent. Chapter 604, Auto-generated chapter title. 79, Praise first, then bad fiction is a great art. Thousands of years ago, novels enriched people's spiritual life. To this day, even though movies, comics, animations and games occupy a lot of people's leisure time, novels still firmly hold on to their positions and have their status and industrial value that cannot be ignored. It is no exaggeration to say that this is an ancient and trendy art. Naturally, the criteria for judging good novels are also very high. Because after countless years of development, most of the subjects that can be written have long been written by others. Then your work will either open up a new way of thinking that readers have never seen before, and use this to attract readers' favor. Or rely on your powerful writing to turn the plot that was not very eye-catching into a magical one. For example, 793 the same plot of pretending to be slapped in the face, let a street writer write it, and let a top god-tier author write it, the final effect must be very different. Advertisement. This is why it is clearly written in small white, but some articles are very eye-catching, making people want to stop reading, and some articles are so embarrassing that people want to scratch their toes, just want to turn them off quickly so as not to hurt their eyes. The work of Shiyu of Kasumigoka fits perfectly with the example given by Xia Yan. Although her plot cannot be said to be mediocre, it can also be said to be ordinary, that is, a youthful daily story that the public is tired of seeing. It's just that her writing and character modeling are indeed quite good, not to mention ranking first among light novel writers with extremely low thresholds, at least among the best. That's her strength, and the reason she's become a best-selling light novel writer. Of course, this so-called bestseller is based on light novels. For a light novel, selling tens of thousands of copies is considered a bestseller, and it can almost be said to be a smash hit. This is the embarrassment of light novels. The market is too small, even to the point of being pitiful. It's well written. Having read the novels by Shiyu of Kasumigoka, Xia Yan gave his praise without hesitation. Really, Shaji, CDDD, Chu Shiyu's beautiful eyes lit up. Advertisement. Well, really? Xia Yan nodded. Shajichu Shiyu did not speak, but her already beautiful red eyes were obviously brighter, as if they were glowing. The corner of the girl's mouth was slightly raised in a nice arc, making her whole person look very happy. Apparently, being praised by a literary and artistic creator like Xia Yan who shocked the whole world, Shajichu Shiyu's mood is very comfortable, and even a little proud in the bottom of his heart. However, before she could be happy for a while, Xia Yan suddenly said again, "Unfortunately, this work is not destined to be a hit." What? Shajichu Shiyu woke up from the deep joy and looked at Xia Yan in astonishment. Obviously, the girl didn't understand why Xia Yan gave herself a good review first and then a bad review, so she said unconvinced, "Why does teacher Xia Yan say this? Is there something wrong with my work?" Of course, and it's not a small problem. Xia Yan nodded, her eyes meeting the red pupils of Shajichu Shiyu. Chapter 605, Auto-generated chapter title. 80. Shiyu of Kasumigoka who refuses to accept for Xia Yan's evaluation of his own efforts. Kasumigoka Shiyu is obviously not very satisfied. In the eyes of some proud girls, although her work is far from being a masterpiece, it cannot be compared with the masterpiece that attracted worldwide attention as soon as it appeared, but if it is placed in a light novel, it can definitely be regarded as a masterpiece, rare boutique. In fact, Kasumigoka Shiyu's idea is not wrong at all. Most of the light novels are basically rubbish, comparable to the brainless Zhaobaiwen that started many years ago, and the fine works are only a very few translated works that can be seen by domestic audiences. Shajichu Shiyu's works have good character creation and excellent writing, even if the plot is not outstanding, as long as it is matched with a good enough painter, it will definitely gain a lot of popularity. A conservative estimate is that there is 50,000 to 100,000 per volume, which is still no problem, right? Don't underestimate this sale. The market and audience of light novels are far less than that of Japanese comics. There are very few light novels without animation that can sell more than 100,000 copies on average, let alone the simple daily theme of campus youth. From this point of view, Xia Yan actually admires the works of Kasumigoka Shiyu. But that didn't stop him from making a bad review of this work. "I didn't see any bright spots." Advertisement. Xia Yan looked directly at Shiyu of the Hill of Sha and said in a deep voice. Highlights. Shajichu Shiyu was startled, her big red pupils filled with confusion. "That's right, highlight." Xia Yan nodded slightly and explained. "What is the first element of your work's attraction, do you know?" "This. Youth love every day." Shajichu Shiyu didn't seem to be very confident. Laugh. Xia Yan let out a chuckle. This chuckle seemed to anger Shajichu Shiyu. The girl pretended to give Xia Yan a fierce look, and then said unconvinced. "What? Is there something wrong with what I said? The attractive factor of youth daily love novels is not youth love. What else can everyday be? Is it to save the world, or to attract readers by selling meat?" Xia Yan. Really, he's obviously a very smart child, why can't his brain turn around at this time? Not caring about Shiyu's rashness and rudeness, Xia Yan let out a long sigh, with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. "For flowers." Shajichu Shiyu's pretty face darkened, and he said dissatisfiedly, "Mr. Xia Yan, can you not sell this way?" Advertisement, of course. Xia Yan smiled slightly, then reached out and took out a few books from her arms. Of course, it was from a shop located a few kilometers away in Kamui's extra-dimensional space. Deliver? Shajichu Shiyu stared blankly at the several light novels in Xia Yan's hands, with doubts and surprises flashing in her beautiful eyes. When did Xia Yan take the book with her? This is unscientific. How can such a thick book be placed on the body, and it can't be seen from the outside? Before Shajichu Shiyu thought about it, Xia Yan handed her the light novels, interrupting her thoughts. Look at it. Putting several light novels in front of Shiyu of Shajiju, Xia Yan said lightly. Shajiju Shiyu frowned. What are you looking at? It's okay to take a look. Xia Yan put a few light novels in her hand in front of Shiyu of Shajichu, and her tone was flat. Don't read it seriously, just take a brief look at the character creation and the general plot, da. Chapter 606, Auto-generated chapter title, 81, Shiyu of Kasumigoka. I gradually understand everything. Shajiju Shiyu didn't understand why Xia Yan let herself read these light novels. In fact, as a light novelist, she has naturally heard of these light novels, all of which are the recent popular light novels of youth and daily love. It belongs to a similar theme with her love metronome. Why did Mo Yan ask her to see these works? Thinking of Xia Yan's previous, poor comments, on his own works, Shajiju Shiyuyan, 793, vaguely guessed his thoughts, so he took over these light novels and started to read. After just reading a few pages, Shajiju Shiyu couldn't help frowning, and a hint of impatience appeared on her pretty face. The writing is so bad. The writing of the novel, basically only read the first chapter, you can see the 7788. Generally speaking, as long as the story can be told clearly, even if the writing is poor, the impact on the work will not be particularly large. But Shiyu of Kasumigoka is a light novelist with an excellent writing style, so reading these novels that are far inferior to his own, it will taste like chewing wax, and it will be very unpleasant to look at. Sensing her dissatisfaction, Xia Yan smiled slightly and said softly, look at it. Advertisement, okay, it's your job after all, playfully said something to ridicule Mo Yan. Shajiju Shiyu held back his temper and carefully observed several light novels in his hand. As a fellow author, she knows exactly what Xia Yan wants to see, so she quickly finds the point. Characters, plot, highlights, eye-catching content. Looking at it, Shajichu Shiyu's originally impatient face suddenly became solemn and serious. Of course she didn't have a sense of crisis in competition, nor did she learn anything. But she probably understood Xia Yan's evaluation of her own work. It is true that her works are quite good in terms of writing and character building, and shameless boasting, there is no problem with saying a good light novel. But, too common. As Xia Yan commented, there is hardly any peculiarity, just like the most common daily love light novels on the market. Almost all of her light novels have attributes that other light novels have. Similarly, her light novels have attributes, and other light novels are not lacking. Advertisement. This is obviously the reason why Xia Yan gave her light novels no favorable reviews. Shajiju Shiyu's light novels are undoubtedly excellent, but that's all. They neither go beyond the limitations of the subject matter nor break through the original scope of light novels. Huh. That's how it is. Closing the light novel in his hand, Kasumigoka Shiyu closed his eyes and sighed deeply. Maybe it was the prosperous life from childhood to adulthood that made her a little proud of her character, so that she could not see such an obvious problem clearly, which was really inappropriate. However, she was lucky, because she met Xia Yan. Slowly opening his eyes, Shajichu Shiyu's ruby-like eyes stared directly at Mo Yan, and the light in his eyes flowed like a clear spring. 3.3. If Xia Yan were an ordinary person, she would probably have been dazed by the girl in front of her. In all fairness, even from his point of view, he must admit that Shiyu of Kasumigoka is a beautiful girl. More importantly, this beautiful girl also has an interesting soul, not a wooden beauty. Chapter 607, Auto-generated chapter title, 82, Commercial Works. Knowing why Xia Yan wanted to see these people's works, Shiyu of Kasumigoka's face was a little gloomy. Although her face is still very beautiful, compared to her previous high-spirited feeling, it is still a little worse. This is normal. Shiyu of Kasumigoka has always been a proud woman, but unlike some low-minded people, Shiyu of Kasumigoka is very Rear Admiral's own arrogance, and rarely despises others because of it. Strictly speaking, she is proud, not arrogant. This is also the main reason why she was able to discover Mo Yan's intention at the first time on 21. She is very smart, and she doesn't make herself smart, which is already a quality that is much stronger than ordinary people. But precisely because of this, Shajichu Shiyu felt extremely uncomfortable in the bottom of his heart. It turns out that he is a little better than other ordinary light novel writers except for writing and character creation, and there is almost nothing special about him. This fact mercilessly hit Shiyu Kasumigoka, who originally felt good about herself. If it wasn't for Shajiju Shiyu's strong heart as a foil, I'm afraid she would have to be depressed for several days at least to recover. Understood? Xia Yan looked at Shiyu of Shajiju. Well, I understand. Shajichu Shiyu nodded. I do get it. Advertisement. Compared with Xia Yan's, her works are like fireflies and bright moons. It's not that she is belittling herself, but the huge gap in talent. If the gap wasn't obvious enough before, then looking at the few works that are not far from his own works, and the average sales volume is only tens of thousands of copies, Shiyu Kasumigoka fully understands the value of his works. It might be better, but that's about it. Of course, this does not mean that works with good commercial value are necessarily excellent. However, the works with good commercial results must have attracted readers in some way, making them have a strong desire to buy. Such as Xia Yan's previous life, the Demon Slayer's Blade of Exploding Fire. Is his plot simple? Simple. Are you a good painter? Very general. Is the character Invincible Cow? Although good, but also not the top level in the industry. But it is this book that has been evaluated by many readers as a work that is generally average, with good emotional expression and character shaping, and the comics have surpassed countless masterpieces such as One Piece. Advertisement. Looking at that posture, even if it surpasses Dragon Ball's global average volume, it's probably just a matter of time. At this stage, you still dare to say that the Blade of Ghost Slayer is not a masterpiece? Big Mouth slaps you in the face. Global Box Office Champion of the Year warning. To put it bluntly, business and awards, the value of a literary and artistic work is mainly reflected in these 2 points. Phew. Thank you, Teacher Xia Yan. Taking a deep breath, Kasumigoka Shiyu looked at Xia Yan with emotion. To be honest, she is very grateful to Xia Yan for letting herself understand so many things so early. If Xia Yan hadn't told her this, I'm afraid it would have taken her at least the first half of the year or even a year to fully understand it, during which she didn't know how many detours she would have to take. They say time is money. From this point of view, Xia Yan is undoubtedly her mentor. In the face of Xia Jiju Shiyu's thanks, Xia Yan just nodded lightly. Well, go back to class when you understand. I'm still looking forward to the publication of your work. Yes, I will not disappoint you, teacher. The beautiful girl raised her chin and returned to her original proud look. Her ruby-like eyes glowed slightly, and her whole body dazzled a lot. Chapter 608, Auto-Generated Chapter Title, 83, What Happened to Kawasaki Sake? Xia Yan couldn't help chuckling as she watched Shiyu of Kasumigoka leave. Changing the fate of the characters in the original work is probably the most favored thing for travelers, which will greatly strengthen their sense of existence and even make them think that they are the protagonists of this world. Xia Yan would not have such an idea, because there is no need to think that when he came to this world, he was already the only protagonist without a doubt. As for the reason, just look at the red line of fate. Destiny, what an ethereal word. Countless powerhouses and prophets have been unable to see through the secrets in their lives. Xia Yan is an extremely rare exception. Because of the particularity of the pupil technique, he has always been able to see through the thread of destiny in this world, but he cannot influence it. It stands to reason that this is the limit of normal people. Ordinary people and even ordinary powerhouses, even if they saw their fate, could not have any influence on them. But unfortunately, Xia Yan is the one who understands the plot. Advertisement. Therefore, he can easily change his destiny and observe the influence he has on his destiny. I really benefited a lot. I didn't expect that in a mere everyday world, my strength could be greatly improved for a long time. Muttering to herself, Xia Yan raised her hand and waved lightly in the void. As if plucking the strings, Xia Yan plucked a red line in the void that ordinary people couldn't see at all. That is a red line of destiny belonging to a person, but it is not an important role. After all, it is the so-called pulling one hair and moving the whole body. Before the fate is completely mastered, if you destroy a world because of your own will, it will be too much loss. As for whose fate Xia Yan moved. On the way to a bar, Kawasaki Sake is about to skip school to go to work. She needs money and is unwilling to do those dirty things, so naturally she can only try to make time for work. Fortunately, a little class did not have a big impact on her, but the income brought by working in the bar was very rich. What's more, the business of bars is generally not very hot during the day, so she even has plenty of time to study. It has been going well so far, but today has encountered an accident. Advertisement. There are actually a lot of gangsters in Japan. No, or should not say Japan, there are many gangsters all over the world, even the country with the best security is no exception. Kawasaki Shahi was unlucky to meet one today. Of course, these gangsters didn't dare to do anything too extreme. At most, they were flirting with girls and grabbing some money. Even if they were caught afterwards, they wouldn't be sentenced very seriously. For the police, this is not a big case worth mentioning either. But for a female high school student like Kawasaki Shahi, this is a very disgusting thing, and it will even cause a lifetime of psychological shadows. What to do? Zhao Nuahao. He looked around and found that there were no half-figures around, so it was impossible to ask for help. Then there are only two options, run and play, or fight back. Kawasaki Sake is not a weak woman in the traditional sense, and naturally she does not intend to run, not to mention that the physical strength of an ordinary underage girl is basically unlikely to be comparable to that of an adult male with good physical fitness. Then the only option left is to fight back. Chapter 609, Auto-Generated Chapter Title. Open black lens bracket 84 close black lens bracket Tianjong Road Machine. Don't look at escape. Women's physical strength is far inferior to men. But when it comes to fighting, women are definitely no worse than men. Of course, this is not a formal fight, but the weakness of men is too obvious. Taking advantage of the unpreparedness, attacking the bottom ruthlessly, and then attacking other weak points, most men can't bear it. At that time, whether it is to continue to run or continue to fight back, it will be much more beneficial to women. That's the idea that Kawasaki Sake is playing now. She has to take advantage of the sleazy man in front of her not to pay attention and give him a hard blow, so as to ensure her own safety. It's near, it's coming. Looking at the figure that was getting closer and closer to him, Kawasaki Sakushi narrowed his eyes slightly, and bent his right leg slightly, ready to use his knee to give the opponent's lower body a hard blow. 793. She is still confident that as long as this hit is successful, this wretched man will no longer be able to use his tools normally for at least a month. Naturally, her crisis was easily lifted, but at the moment when she was ready to shoot, mutation, CBDD. Advertisement, a road roller fell from the sky. Sake Kawasaki. The girl never thought that such a strange thing would happen in this world, so that when she came back to her senses, the road roller had already smashed down. Boom. It was like an earth-shattering bang. The weight of dozens of tons is dropped from the air, and the destructive force it produces certainly cannot produce the effect of shattering the void, but it is shocking enough for human beings. The shock of the earth and the impact of the airflow almost overturned Kawasaki Sashi's whole body, and the splashing stones even cut a few small blood openings on Kawasaki Sashi's pretty face. But Kawasaki Sake has no time to pay attention to these. At this moment, the beautiful girl was staring at the scene in front of her with her eyes wide open. I saw that the road roller was deeply embedded in the ground, and the surrounding ground was covered with dense terrifying cracks. As for the wretched man who wanted to **T her, he had completely turned into a puddle of mud under the road roller, and his death could no longer be penetrated. Just. What the hell is going on? Advertisement Kawasaki Saki's pre-face was full of doubts, and he felt very unbelievable. The sky is the road machine? Is this some kind of anime world? It's too outrageous. Kawasaki Shahi even thought that he was dreaming, otherwise how could he encounter such an incredible thing? But it turns out that she thinks too much. Soon, the police and doctors came back and forth, as did the crowd of onlookers. After all, it was a bizarre case such as the death of a human being and a road machine, which naturally attracted considerable attention. Naturally, as a party to the case, Kawasaki Sake was also strictly monitored and interrogated. However, Kawasaki Sake is really innocent. This girl is just an ordinary person without any extraordinary ability at all, and naturally she cannot understand why she encounters such a thing. After collecting surveillance, the police also found that Kawasaki Shahi did not lie. The road roller really fell from the sky, as if it appeared out of thin air, and it was extremely strange. Chapter 610. Auto-generated chapter title. 85. Nozomi Kawasaki's Sand Fantasy. Dozens of tons of heavy road rollers fell from the sky. In the world of animation, it is not even a big scene. At most, it becomes a classic scene with the blessing of the work. But in the real world, this is definitely a big news that can be hot in the news. Soon, after a surveillance investigation found that the appearance of the road roller had nothing to do with Kawasaki Shahi, the police released her. However, Kawasaki Sake, who left the police station, is still confused. From encountering a wretched man pervert to the extremely weird T-engine road machine, her experience of living for more than 10 years is not as exciting as today. And what she is most curious about now is the road roller. How on earth did the road roller that rescued her from a wretched pervert man come into being? It's impossible for such a big road roller to fall from an airplane, right? Accident? Artificial? Although normal people shouldn't think this way, Kawasaki Sake, as a fairly trendy new age schoolgirl, is still dabbling in fantasy novels. Advertisement. Naturally, she thought of superpowers. The world you live in is not an ordinary world, but a world with hidden superpowers, right? Otherwise, how to explain the fact that dozens of tons of road rollers fell from the sky? The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. Kawasaki Sakushi even forgot the work she had to go to every day. She felt that she might have discovered the truth of the world. Unfortunately, a basin of cold water soon extinguished all her delusions. Ding ding, is that Kawasaki Sake-san? I'm the police officer Higurashi who asked you about it just now. About this incident, I hope you don't reveal it. We will also guide the relevant hot searches and define it as a simple accident. Do you understand what I mean? The familiar voice of the police officer who asked him before came from the opposite side of the phone, and the words made Kawasaki Sake a little disappointed, but she was also expected. Such a horror thing really cannot spread too widely, otherwise it will easily cause social panic. Advertisement. Imagine living in the ordinary world for decades, and one day you suddenly find that there are Superman, Handsome, Ghost and other fantasy creatures around you at the same time. For flowers. Therefore, Kawasaki Shahi can fully understand the police's request for him, and agreed. I understand, I will never talk nonsense. After making a promise, Kawasaki Sake hung up the police, and the beautiful girl sighed softly, her bright eyes flashing with a strong sense of loss. This kind of feeling is like buying a lottery ticket thinking that you have won the lottery, but when you go to redeem it, you find that you have read the wrong number. Although it is not as serious as losing hope of life, it also makes people feel dull. =V=_= in addition, although she will not deliberately promote it, Kawasaki Sake is still thinking in her heart, and it is impossible for the police to stop her from thinking wildly. Or it should be said that the police call increased her curiosity. Because of this phone call, she realized that this bizarre incident was not an accident, but a genuine superpower incident, otherwise the other party wouldn't let her go out of the city. Big. Chapter 611. Auto-generated chapter title. 86. Heijojing's teaching. The road roller incident, of course, was done by Xia Yan. For a powerhouse of his level, it was very easy to throw a road roller from the sky. But this time it was quite difficult for him to do it. Because he is not, but pulls the red line of fate. What fate? The fate of the road roller to drive normally. Xia Yan made a swipe to connect this line with Kawasaki Sashi, who was encountering a wretched man, 793. So the road roller, which was running normally, appeared out of thin air hundreds of miles away, falling from the sky and smashing the wretched man into flesh. Such is the horror of fate. No reason, no logic, just a flick of a finger can affect anything thousands of miles away. It's a pity that Xia Yan's control of destiny is too immature now, and it is the limit to do so. Compared to his own strength, playing with fate is more like a little trick, and it doesn't seem to be a big improvement to his strength. But Xia Yan knew very well that it was just that his control over his destiny was not enough. Advertisement in the future, when he can modify the fate of a planet or even a galaxy with a flick of a finger, the horror of this ability will truly be revealed. It was an unexpected gain. Sighing softly, Xia Yan got up, ready to go to Uozhihua. As for Kawasaki Sake, it's just a little thing like rescue, maybe it's a gift and salvation for the girl, but for Mo Yan, it's just a small experiment. It's just that the subjects of the experiment happen to be people he knew. In fact, at this moment on this planet, I don't know how many terrifying and violent incidents are taking place, and how many innocent people are being persecuted and in danger, but Xia Yan ignored them. Still the old saying, if you see it, just take care of it, it won't have any effect on him anyway. But he is not a savior, naturally it is impossible to save everyone. People who have nothing to do with him, no matter how miserable they die, what does it have to do with him? Don't you expect him to feel sad and sorry for this? In Zhongwu High School Stadium, He Jiajing stood opposite Xia Yan with a serious expression on his face. Advertisement, are you ready? Xia Yan asked with a smile. Ready. Calm, nodded earnestly. Although he usually seems a little out of place, he is actually a very serious person. As long as he makes up his mind, he will not give up halfway. Even if he is covered in bruises, he will still accomplish the goal he set at the beginning. Coincidentally, Xia Yan is also very pleased with her character. Fe. Ga, as if teleporting, Xia Yan disappeared into Uozhihua field of vision out of thin air. This is. Disappeared. His pupils contracted rapidly, Uozhihua's muscles were tense, and he looked around cautiously. Here it is. Like 3.3, a mocking tone sounded from behind. Almost at the moment when he heard the sound, Calm suddenly burst out like a cheetah, twisting around to drive the strength of his waist, and a high whip leg swept behind him fiercely. With her height and strength, this kick can even kick a normal adult man 7 or 8 meters away, which shows the woman's terrifying power and amazing skills. Chapter 612, Auto-generated chapter title. 87, Body hardness. He Jiajing is undoubtedly a genius. Whether it is in learning, force, or driving skills, she is an undoubted genius. As long as she wants to, she can easily do better than most people. Therefore, even if this is just an everyday world without any extraordinary abilities, He Jiajing can still kick out a kick that is comparable to an ordinary powerhouse in the low martial arts world. Boom. The slender and beautiful feet kicked Xia Yan's stomach fiercely, the ankles were slender and white and tender, and the blue veins on the back of the feet were looming, as if jade was embedded in white suet, which was very beautiful. To tell the truth, if it were an ordinary person, at this time, there would be absolutely no time to observe a woman's feet. After all, no matter how beautiful it is, it's useless. The strength of Uozhihua foot is unreservedly on the person, it is like being hit by a car. But for Xia Yan, the powerful kick of Calm is not even a tickling force, so he has no time to appreciate it. I have to say, God is really partial. The same is true of human beings. How can some people have no flaws in their beautiful toes, and some people are so indescribable that they are very miserable? Advertisement, yes, the strength is very good. Looking back, Xia Yan did not hesitate to praise her. Hey, am I very talented? He Jiajing smiled, a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes, and his long legs suddenly whipped out and threw it towards Xia Yan. She actually knew that her attack could not deal even a little damage to Xia Yan. Therefore, in He Jiajing's view, he only needs to hit Xia Yan to be considered a victory. However, Xia Yan won't let herself lose face in front of others. This is a question of the self-esteem of the strong and the man. No matter how high he reaches, it is impossible to lose this self-esteem. So, facing Jing's long legs that seemed to be more than 2 meters long, Xia Yan slowly raised her left hand. Boom! With a muffled sound, Uozhihua long legs kicked heavily on Xia Yan's raised wrist. He Jiajing's pupils narrowed slightly. Advertisement. The next second, the screams rang out. What? Holding his right leg, He Jiajing squatted on the ground with a look of grievance, his eyes were full of tears. The corner of Xia Yan's mouth twitched slightly, and she said speechlessly, as for the reaction? Of course as for. Uozhihua looked aggrieved and stared at Xia Yan with her big watery eyes. What is your body made of? Even steel is not so hard, right? Steel. Spray. Hearing that Calm compares her body to an artificial object like steel, Xia Yan couldn't help feeling extremely speechless. But he didn't blame Uozhihua. After all, for 793, who is still an ordinary human being Calm, steel is already one of the hardest objects that she can come into contact with in her daily life. Uozhihua was a little unwilling, and asked, Mr. Xia Yan, how hard is your body? How hard it is? I'm not particularly aware of it. The hardness that humans can understand can't describe my body. Xia Yan pondered for half a second, and then gave a reply to Uozhihua. My body is equivalent to condensing the mass of a small and medium-sized planet into a body less than 2 meters high. How tough, Chapter 88 Fan Chart Yukino Yukinoshita. Undoubtedly, Hing Jiajing was stimulated by the hardness of Xia Yan's body. To compress the mass of a planet into a human body less than 2 meters high, even if she couldn't understand how hard it was, Calm knew that it was definitely an exaggerated figure. No wonder this guy can physically cross the void of the universe and destroy a planet with ease. Hing Jiajing had no doubt at this time that Xia Yan could completely destroy the earth under his feet as long as he gently released the quality he possessed. Thinking of this, Hei Jiajing couldn't help but feel a little scared. She was actually fighting such a monster just now, and she even wanted to kick the opponent in the head. This is simply not knowing how to live or die. This is the same as fighting against beasts such as lions and tigers. It is only after the excitement that the opponent's release of water is noticed, which actually makes people feel like the rest of their lives. Come on, go on. Seeing the hesitation in Jing Jing's heart, Xia Yan chuckled and said, "Don't worry, I haven't seen anything before. How could it be possible to take anger at others because of such a trivial matter, not to mention that I'm not teaching you?" "I understand," nodding earnestly, Hei Jiajing took a deep breath and rushed to Xia Yan with a sudden stride. The fight continues. Advertisement well, not right. It should be said that the teaching continues. Want to fight with Xia Yan, the current Hei Jiajing is not qualified yet. After all, she has to wait until she can blow up a continent with one punch, and then let's talk about the word, battle. All day long, the school gymnasium could hear screams and screams from the calm. It is said that many students were frightened to take a detour, for fear of encountering this famous Iron Fist in the General Wu College. By the afternoon, Yukino's class is in gym class. The teacher is Xia Yan. Run 5 laps first, then go free. In the class, Xia Yan casually announced all the tasks of the class, and then went to close her eyes and rest by herself. I have to say that a physical education teacher is one of the easiest jobs among all teachers, second only to music teachers, art teachers, and information teachers. At least that's what Mo Yan thought. Advertisement. The students felt a little different about this, but it was not too surprising, and they were actually very happy in their hearts. Free activities are good. They love free time the most. So, after a short warm-up lap, the students came together in 2s and 3s. Hikigaya Hachiman walked alone to the corner in a daze, not knowing what he was thinking. The most popular among the several classes of the Huxia and Yeshan started to play tennis. Yuko Miura was the best at this, and also liked to play this game the most. She enjoys crushing opponents in tennis, which makes her feel very comfortable. Zhao Nuo is good. On the other hand, Yukinoshita Yukino, unlike the usual sitting alone reading a book, was looking at Xia Yan with a very complicated look. There are 3 points of confusion, 3 points of resentment, 3 points of indecision and 1 point of anxiety. The old fan chart is here. In fact, Yukino was really confused right now, and she was extremely uneasy. It stands to reason that she should not have any good impression of Xia Yan. Chapter 89. The Invitation of Yuko Miura. It stands to reason that Shuexia Shui should not have even the slightest affection for Xia Yan. After all, in Shuexia's eyes, Mo Yan is really not a good person. It can even be said that in Yukinoshita Yukino's view, Xia Yan is a little white face who only knows how to bully girls and please girls all day long. Hello, little white face, still a super rich and powerful little white face. The fact is, even from Yukinoshita Yukino's extremely critical eyes, Xia Yan is an unquestionably beautiful man, and has a huge family background that even the Yukinoshita family must kneel and lick. If it wasn't for the prejudice against Xia Yan in her heart, Yukinoshita Shui 793 would have thought that Xia Yan was definitely the best man she had ever seen in her life. Or should I say, even if I have a prejudice against Xia Yan in my heart, Yukinoshita has to admit this fact. Compared with the immature classmates around him and his father who was not strong enough, it was Xia Yan who was a bit bad and some evil men were more likely to gain the favor of women. Mr. Xia Yan. Suddenly, a coquettish shout sounded, attracting the attention of many students including Yukinoshita Yuki. The one who shouted was Yuiko Miura, the person she called was Xia Yan. Advertisement as a representative of the current students in Sobu High School, Yuiko Miura's words and deeds naturally attract attention, so she is also a benchmark in the eyes of many students, especially girls. At this time, in the eyes of the students, the beautiful girl just happened to be looking at Xia Yan with a sweet smile, as if she was looking at her husband's stone. Although she didn't have a single word, she seemed to have 1,000 words. Beauty is like a painting. What is Yumi Miura doing? She doesn't plan to attack teacher Xia Yan, does she? Mr. Xia Yan. Damn it, how can this woman take away teacher Xia Yan's first time? For Xia Yan, most of the schoolgirls are quite guy. After all, whether it is Xia Yan's beauty or his strong family background, CBDD, the attraction to girls is very exaggerated. Who doesn't like beauty? Men like it, and women like it too. Who doesn't like rich people? Both men and women love it. There may be people in this world who regard money as dung, but it is definitely a rare existence in the world. Advertisement. In fact, 99.9% of people in this world like money. Money can buy everything, but not happiness. I'm sorry, the happiness of the rich, ordinary people are not even qualified to imagine. Therefore, Xia Yan, who is sitting on beauty and money, and has reached the pinnacle of human beings in both, why is it so popular? But it is obvious. Therefore, Yuiko Miura, who suddenly greeted Mo Yan, directly aroused the hostility of a group of girls. At the same time, they are also very curious what exactly Miura Yuko is going to do. I wonder how Mr. Xia Yan will respond to Yuiko Miura. Under the attention of all the people, Yumiko Miura took a deep breath and smiled softly at Xia Yan. Mr. Xia Yan, can you play baseball? Yes. Xia Yan nodded. That's great, would you like to give us a try? Eyes lit up, Miura Yuko eagerly sent an invitation to Xia Yan. Chapter 615, Auto-generated chapter title, 90, Yumiko Miura's thoughts. Miura Yuko actually has a crush on Xia Yan. After all, a young, beautiful, and financially powerful opposite S*X, it is estimated that no opposite S*X will not be attracted. An excellent girl like Miura Yumiko is no exception. However, unlike other nympho girls, Miura Yumiko did not use those shallow methods, nor did she intend to pursue it actively. In her opinion, actively pursuing a man is really disgraceful, and this is a stupid act that she will never do. So, Yumi Miura, who also had a good impression of Xia Yan, chose another path. Let Mo Yan pursue her, herself. But this road is obviously not so easy to achieve. After all, Xia Yan is an unquestionable current top-up even if she is judged by Miura Yumiko's immature vision. Commonly known as, life winner. How can such a winner in life get his attention, and even let him take the initiative to pursue his little girl? Even if she is very confident in her own excellence, Miura Yuko is very clear that her advantages are not particularly obvious compared with other girls. So, defeating Xia Yan in a certain field became a good idea that Miura came up with. If you are better than Xia Yan in one aspect, will you be able to get his attention? Advertisement with attention, will he discover all his advantages, and then take the initiative to pursue her? So, Miura Yuko sent an invitation to Xia Yan. She wants to use her best tennis to make teacher Xia Yan at her feet. Tennis? Hearing Miura Yuko's invitation, the smile on Xia Yan's face was a little playful. Miura Yuko was keenly aware of something, and couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. But she still pressed her lips and insisted. Yeah, tennis, how is it? Is teacher Xia Yan coming to try it? Yumiko the Hayama Huxia looked at Miura Yumiko worriedly. Of course, he didn't like Miura Yuko, but he knew what his friend wanted to do and was worried about her. In his opinion, Miura Yukiko going to provoke Xia Yan is like playing with fire and setting herself on fire, and in the end she will definitely get herself covered in black and blue. For flowers, from a friend's point of view, the Hayama Huxia did not want Miura Yuko to encounter such a thing. But Yumiko Miura herself was unimpressed by this. Advertisement joke. Xia Yan is such a top-quality male god, he will make crazy money when he gets soaked, and it is a beautiful experience if he doesn't get soaked, and it's definitely not a loss. After all, teacher Xia Yan is not a bad person, and she will not be trapped by love and end up feeling sad. Wow, looking at Miura Yuko and Hashan Huxia who were arguing, Xia Yan couldn't help squinting. Being able to hear the voices of the two, he naturally knew exactly what the two were thinking. The Hayama Huxia really don't like Miura Yumiko, the one who likes him is Yono Yukinoshita. Pity. Yono under the snow had already met him. It's not that Xia Yan is boasting, but that he is very aware of how terribly attractive he is to women. Therefore, Yukinoshita Yang was destined to have an unclear entanglement with him. As for the Yeshan Huxia, if he got out in time, it would probably be uncomfortable for a while. Big, Chapter 616, Auto-generated chapter title. 91. Relationship with Yukino for Hayama. If he does not escape Yukinoshita Yono as soon as possible, he will definitely be very injured in the future. This is what Xia Yan sees through, the thread of fate, which can be regarded as a foretelling of the future. Pity. The Yeshan Huxia themselves do not know their future. So it was impossible for him to give up Yono Yukinoshita. That was his dream, his pursuit, at the same time. 793. Yeshan Huxia are staring at Xia Yan vigilantly. Not that he was worried that Xia Yan would do something bad. He was just worried that Xia Yan would cast a psychological shadow on Yumiko Miura. This is not an exaggeration by the Yeshan Huxia, but he used to follow his father who was a lawyer and met some very powerful figures in the fighting industry. Naturally, he could perceive the temperament and aura of those who had actually seen blood. Advertisement. It is no exaggeration to say that ordinary people will be scared and can't even say a word when placed in front of those battle-hardened men. But such a terrible person, in the perception of Yeshan Huxia, is far less than the oppression Xia Yan brings to him. Yes, pressure. It's like ordinary human beings can't lift their feet when they encounter giants that are dozens or hundreds of meters high, and they will be scared to the ground when they encounter tigers and lions. This is the sense of oppression from the biological level. It was from Xia Yan that the Huxia in Yeshan felt this strange sense of oppression. This sense of oppression is even stronger than that of famous fighters, tigers and lions. This man is terrible. As if foreseeing the imminent danger, Hayato Hayama looked at Xia Yan with more and more vigilance. In contrast, Miura Yuko is not as good and sensitive as the Hashan people. At this moment, she was staring at Xia Yan with an admiring gaze of the opposite S*X, as if she wanted to see through his whole person. I'm sorry, teacher Xia Yan. Not caring that Miura Yuko's eyes have been paying attention to other men, the Huxia Yeshan reminded softly. You don't have a teammate yet. If you are 2v2, you should find a helper for yourself, right? A help? Mo Yan was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Yukinoshita Yukino, who was sitting alone in the corner. Advertisement Yukino Yukino. Aware of Xia Yan's gaze, the girl's cheeks turned slightly red, and she turned her head unconsciously. At the same time, she was also a little annoyed and dissatisfied. What do you think I do? Hayama Huxia and Miura Yuko naturally discovered something was wrong between Xia Yan and Yukinoshita Yukino. Xia Yan's reaction was very abnormal. How could she go directly to a beautiful girl when she heard the words, looking for a teammate? Yukino Yukino's reaction was also unusual. Both Miura Yukoko and Hayama people know that Yukinoshita Yuki is a well-known cold beauty in the school, not only has a cold appearance, but also has a personality that resembles the legendary Snow Maiden. They never thought that Yukinoshita Yukino would show such a subtle expression since 3.3. What's the situation? What is the relationship between these two? At this moment, Yishan's heart went crazy with 8 trigrams. However, under the setting of his warm-hearted man, no matter how curious he was, he did not show a trace, and his demeanor was perfect. On the other hand, Miura Yumiko showed a very unhappy expression. Chapter 617, Auto-generated chapter title. 92, Yukinoshita. You don't want to be lazy, do you? Yumiko Miura doesn't like Yukino Yukino. In other words, there are not many women in this world who like the same S*X who are more beautiful than themselves. Men too. In school, Yukino Yukinoshita is obviously not good at socializing, but his popularity is far more than himself. This is what Miura Yuko has always felt very uncomfortable. Why? Why do you have a good relationship with the people around you? You don't even have the most basic communication with people every day, and the result is more popular than yourself. So Yumiko Miura wants to outsmart Yukino Yukinoshita and take away teacher Xia Yan's attention to her. Teacher Xia Yan, just follow me. Yumiko Miura alone is enough. With the thought of being a sick child, Miura Yumiko smiled at Yukinoshita Yukino. Come on, Yukinoshita Yukino, I'm still curious about your talent and strength in tennis. Advertisement, Yukinoshita Yukino obviously hesitated for a while and didn't seem to want to accept the invitation. But Yuko Miura was very keenly aware of Yukino Yukino's thoughts and even said again, no, Yukishita-san, you shouldn't even play tennis, which is not worth mentioning. You don't want to do it with us, do you? Yukinoshita Shuei frowned slightly, and there was a hint of dissatisfaction on her pretty and glamorous face. Miura Yukiko's voice was not small, and it seemed that she was deliberately trying to let others hear it, which immediately attracted the attention of many people around. In particular, the topic involved Yukinoshita Yukino, a very popular school goddess, which attracted many onlookers from the 8 trigrams party. This time, even if Yukinoshita Yukino really wanted to refuse, she couldn't refuse. Because she is the daughter of the Yukishita family, she represents the face of the Yukishita family outside, so she must not do anything that insults the majesty of the Yukishita family. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, she must accept the invitation from Yumiko Miura. Come on then, it was still a cold breath, but the words he spoke were full of power, not like the style of a thin and beautiful girl at all. Yukinoshita Yukino, like a god of ice and snow, got up and walked straight to Yumiko Miura. Advertisement. This momentum. Miura Yumiko's face changed slightly. Although she had never been on the battlefield, nor had she seen any jagged soldiers, and even rarely watched war movies, she just felt that Yukino Yukinoshita at this moment looked like a battle-hardened female general. Inexplicably, Miura Yukiko's aura was more than a little short. But, damn it, this woman is about to set me off as a supporting role. 793. Being oppressed by Yukino Yukino's momentum, Miura Yuko was naturally very unwilling in her heart, so she could only grit her teeth secretly, trying to find the court again later in the tennis match. At the same time, Yukinoshita Yukino walked to Xia Yan's side. You can do your best. Yukinoshita Yukino said to Xia Yan with a cold face, although I don't like you, as a temporary teammate, I won't reject you either. Full force. Xia Yan's mouth twitched slightly. What? Can't you? Or did you plan to be lazy? Yukinoshita Yukino looked at Xia Yan very differently, with obvious dissatisfaction in her eyes. Chapter 618, Auto-generated chapter title, 93, Injuring Xia Yan with the ball? Yukiko Miura didn't know where Yukinoshita Yukino's confidence came from, but she actually dared to approach herself with such an attitude. Doesn't she know that she is far superior to the average student in tennis? Well, she really doesn't know. Thinking of this, Miura Yuko suddenly became excited. Beat the cold ice mountain beauty Yukinoshita Yukino. Although it's just a violent hit on tennis, it's exciting enough. At least Miura Yuko is very eager to try it this time. As for the Yeshan Huxia, they are smiling bitterly. He didn't know what he was doing either, he only knew that he was about to offend Yukino Yukino's younger sister, Yukino Yukino, and that there was one more difficulty and obstacle in his pursuit of Yono. Soon, amid the crowds and roars of many students, the 4 stood in 2 groups. I hope you don't hold me back. Standing beside Xia Yan, Yukinoshita Yukino's pretty face was as cold as frost. Advertisement. Xia Yan raised her brows lightly, put her arms with perfect muscle lines in front of her, and looked at her strangely. Are you serious? Yukinoshita Yukino didn't say a word, but her delicate face, which was as cold as frost, turned a lot of blush. This is of course not shy, but rather ashamed of the somewhat self-willed words just now. After all, no matter what angle you look at, Xia Yan's figure is absolutely perfect, even better than those bodybuilders and Olympic athletes. With Yukino's eyes, she naturally understands what kind of explosive power Xia Yan with such a figure will have when she moves. Damn it. What the hell is that woman blushing? Isn't she an iceberg beauty? Is she seducing teacher Xia Yan? Absolutely. Yuko Miura, who didn't like Yukino at first, felt even worse when she saw Yukino blushed. What does this woman mean? It was clearly the person she was following. Yumiko Miura. Is this woman planning to block the road and rob? Yeshan. Yumiko Miura squeezed out a voice between her teeth, grinding her teeth. I want to win, do you understand what I mean? Hayama Huxia was startled, but agreed to Yumiko's request. It's not that he has any bad thoughts about Yumiko Miura, but he simply doesn't want his small group at school to fall apart, which is not good for everyone. Advertisement after all, he is a gentle Yeshan Huxia. Game start. The referee was the little angel Tatsuka Ayaka, who was also looking at the field with a curious expression. He has long been fascinated by the perfect teacher Xia Yan. Thus, the four-person tennis match officially began. Look at me. Miura Yuiko let out a coquettish cry, her arm swung with great strength, and the racket was slammed into the tennis ball with precision. Jiao Nuo is good. Crack, with a crisp sound, the tennis ball shot straight at Xia Yan like an arrow from the string. The speed of the ball is fast, although it is not comparable to the professional players, but it is definitely the first echelon among the amateur players. Even Hyuji Akaija and Yeshan Huxia were shocked when they saw the speed of the ball. They were worried that Xia Yan would be injured. After all, it's not a very honorable thing for a student to hurt a teacher, even if it's just a tennis match. Chapter 619. Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 94 close black lens bracket double standard girls. In the opinion of Miura Yuko and others, Xia Yan is at most an ordinary adult with excellent physical fitness. Only people like Calm who truly understand the essence of Xia Yan can understand the terrifying and amazing power hidden in the human body of Xia Yan. It is no exaggeration to say that, apart from the similarity in appearance, Xia Yan is not even a human being, and the level gap between the two is really exaggerated. Of course, it is impossible for Xia Yan to use any superpowers on these ordinary children. Therefore, in the face of Miura Yuko's shot that was comparable to an amateur player, he just waved the racket in his hand lightly. Snapped. The racket collided with the tennis ball, making a terrifying explosion. Under the shocked gazes of Miura Yuko and others, the tennis ball that flew towards Xia Yan was smashed by 793 forcibly, turned into countless pieces and scattered on the ground. This scene is like a goddess scattered flowers, very beautiful, but also very strange. This. Miura Yukoko and the others were shocked and speechless, and the eldest who stared at them was dumbfounded. Advertisement Yumiko Miura has also played tennis for a long time, but this is the first time I have heard that tennis can be beaten by someone with a casual slap. Is it so exaggerated? This is tennis. Even among active professional players, there are not many people who can blow up tennis, right? What amazing power does this guy have, CBDD? At this time, the other people around have finally reacted. Wow. Is this the strength of teacher Xia Yan? Many girls cheered and cheered, looking at Xia Yan with gleaming eyes, like a little girl chasing stars. The corners of the boys' mouths twitched slightly. They were very jealous of Xia Yan's popularity. At the same time, they couldn't help but say, no. It has nothing to do with strength, right? It's just pure strength, right? Of course great strength is also strength. That's right, great strength means that Mr. Xia Yan is in good health. Ah, I can do it with a strong teacher Xia Yan. I can beat tennis with a racket. I can definitely drag me on his shoulder with one hand. For the complaints of the boys, the girls naturally overtook them mercilessly. After all, for these teenage girls, rich and handsome men are already the best in the world. What's more, Xia Yan also occupies the identity of teacher. Advertisement that's a teacher. You know what? According to incomplete statistics, the profession of teacher is definitely one of the most popular in the eyes of boys and girls of the opposite S**X. Of course. This only includes young and handsome, beautiful teachers, not other teachers. In a word, in the eyes of girls, boys with great strength are stupid cows. A teacher like Xia Yan is different. He is as warm as jade and has great strength, which shows that he is in good health and has sufficient capital. If this is the future together. Cough. Anyway, the old double standard. In the double standard of the girls, the boys wanted to cry without tears, so they could only vent all their dissatisfaction on the field. Come on, Miura Yumiko. Defeat teacher Xia Yan. Be sure to beat him. Damn it, isn't it just good looking? Isn't it rich? Isn't it powerful? Why? Amid the clamor of the crowd, Miura Yukoko's face became more and more ugly. Are there really so many women of Mr. Xia Yan, the guy ship? Chapter 620. Auto-generated chapter title, 95, Women Play Ball Fight. Changed to a new tennis ball and the tennis game continued. Mr. Xia Yan. The Yeshanran held the new tennis ball and smiled bitterly. Can you use less strength when you play? It's too big and I'm afraid I'll get hurt. Okay. Xia Yan nodded with a chuckle. Hayato Hayama finally breathed a sigh of relief. God knows what kind of panic he felt when he saw Xia Yan blow the tennis ball with a racket. This young teacher who doesn't look strong but has a perfect figure is simply a weird guy. Snapped. In my mind, Yi Shanren successfully served. This time, it was not Xia Yan who received the ball from Xia Yan, but Yukinoshita. I saw that she actually showed quite good speed and strength, and easily hit the ball back. Pretty. The strength and angle are very good, as expected of Yukinoshita Yukino. It's so beautiful. Yukinoshita Yukino was very popular at Suwoo High School. Even if she was a cold beauty, her popularity remained high. Advertisement. What's more, the Yukishita family may be a small shrimp of the 18th tier forces in Japan or the whole world, but in this area where General Wu Gao is located, the Yukishita family can be regarded as a small tyrant. Again. Beautiful and rich like you. Bullshit. Who doesn't like it? Not only men like it, but women like it too? Isn't the orange fragrant? Cough cough. In short, Yukinoshita Yukino's cheers at school were really high, and there were people who rejected her and hated her, and they were basically jealous girls. Yumiko Miura is one of them. This girl is not vicious, but she is a bit self-willed and temperamental, and she has always been very unhappy with some of Yukino's actions. So now, listening to the noisy roars and cheers around, Yumiko Miura was naturally upset. Snapped. Miura Yuko smashes the ball. The strength is very strong, the angle is very good, and the tennis ball goes straight to Yukinoshita Yukino. Not to be outdone, Yukinoshita Yukino also hit back with a violent dunk, pulling the tennis ball back. Advertisement. In this way, the two of you came and went, and in the blink of an eye, they fought for more than a dozen rounds, and all the boys and girls around were dumbfounded. For flowers. At this moment, let alone Yeshan Huxia, even Xia Yan, who is more handsome and more popular than him, has become a complete supporting role. Because Yukino and Yuko Miura didn't seem to be playing tennis at all at this moment, it was almost like a fight. Women fight. 0 and it's a beauty fight. This is so pretty. A long time. The two fought each other dozens of times. The strenuous exercise has caused both of them to start to pant slightly, and the speed and strength of the swing have also slowed down one by one. But the two women did not ask for help from another male teammate in the team, but continued to hold on through gritted teeth. Snow under the snow did not want to rely on the strength of a man, especially that man was Xia Yan. Or, it can be said that Yukinoshita Yukino does not intend to rely on anyone's strength. She is such an adolescent girl with a personality problem. And Miura Yuko's idea is much simpler. Now that she has thoughts about Xia Yan, how could she ask other men for help in front of Xia Yan? Chapter 621, Auto-generated chapter title, 96, Men's Frustration. Clap, clap, clap. The speed of swinging the racket is getting slower and slower, and it is obvious that the arms of the two women are beginning to get tired. This is quite normal. Originally, most women are far inferior to men in terms of physical strength, not to mention the violent fighting style of the two. Not to mention a woman. I am afraid that even a man with a fairly strong physique like the Yeshan Huxia can't stand the toss and wear of this level. Ha, 810, haha. Is this woman Yukinoshita Yukino so good at playing football? Breathing heavily, her arms trembled slightly, and Yukiko Miura's pretty face was full of displeasure and surprise. She originally thought that she could crush the cold beauty Yukinoshita in sports, but she didn't expect that she would actually be tied with the opponent. This woman's motor nerves are so developed. On the other side, Yukinoshita Yukino was also sweaty and had words of suffering. Her skills and physical strength are actually not comparable to Miura Yukoko. The reason why she can fight evenly with the opponent is mainly because she is able to endure hardship and patience. To put it bluntly, it's hard work. Advertisement. At this time, the two women in the team were out of strength, so naturally it was the man's turn to appear. Xia Yan and Yeshan said people. Ah, Teacher Xia Yan. The teacher is so handsome. I will always like Teacher Xia Yan. Mr. Xia Yan. Defeat the Yeshan Huxia guy, come on. As soon as Xia Yan appeared on the stage, she immediately aroused the exclamations and cheers of countless girls. In contrast, the appearance of Yeshan Huxia not only did not cause a little exclamation and cheers, but caused many girls false voices. No way. Who made Yeshan Huxia stand on the opposite side of Xia Yan? For these children who live in ivory towers and have never seen the sinister society, even the charm of money is far less than the charm of appearance. What's more, Xia Yan has a strong background and wealth while possessing a terrifying appearance, which further enhances his charm. Hayato Hayama also knew this. But what made him smile the most was that even his teammate Yumiko Miura was cheering for Mo Yan. Hey, don't do this. Advertisement after all, I'm also a well-known handsome guy in school and now charging, right? Yeshan people have to admit that since he was a child, he has been living in the praise and surrounded by others, and his mentality has collapsed. However, he is an excellent Yeshan Huxia. He just adjusted his emotions in an instant, then picked up the racket and walked towards the opposite side of Xia Yan. Mr. Xia Yan. Yeshan Huxia greeted Xia Yan, but the smile was reluctant. This is also normal. Everyone is male, and when one person appears on the stage, countless girls cheer, but when one person appears on the stage, there is not even a single cheer. It can also be seen from this that the mentality of the Yeshan Huxia is really good, and the education is quite good. Come on, Hayama. 3.3 Don't hate Yeshan Huxia. Xia Yan smiled slightly. I will try my best to be merciful. That's so grateful. The corner of Yishan's mouth twitched slightly, and his heart was a little depressed, but he didn't think Xia Yan was running on him. It can be seen from the tennis ball that was blown up just now that Xia Yan's merciful words are definitely a good thing for him. Chapter 622, Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 97 close black lens bracket Xia Yan is not from Sakura Flower Country. The Yeshan Huxia were blown away by the merciful Xia Yan. The most unacceptable thing for Yeshan Huxia is that he can clearly feel that Xia Yan is showing mercy to his opponent. Even so, he was beaten mercilessly. A ball, just a ball. It was also a goal that was deliberately reduced by Xia Yan. Yeshan Huxia's arm was directly sprained, and even the tennis racket in his hand was broken, unable to fight again. Naturally, the winners are Xia Yan and Yukinoshita Yukino. Although for sports competition, this method of victory is indeed somewhat unreasonable. However, there is no foul behavior when the opponent is injured by regular means on the field, making the opponent unable to fight again. This is the case in the official arena, not to mention that this is just a small game for entertainment among the students in the school. Advertisement. It can even be said that in this kind of small competition between students, Xia Yan's relatively violent winning method is more likely to gain the favor and admiration of these students and children. Worshipping the strong is itself an instinct imprinted in the body. For a group of children who have not yet grown up, this instinct is infinitely magnified. Mr. Xia Yan. You are so strong. Mr. Xia Yan, can you add me to the line? Mr. Xia Yan. At this moment, no one will remember that the loser, Hayama Huxia, even his teammate Miura Yumiko, all got close to Xia Yan, shouting, Mr. Xia Yan, Teacher Xia Yan. This is really, Yeshan Huxia showed a bitter smile. The frustration of being a man is really vividly displayed at this moment. Even Yukinoshita Yukino's views on Xia Yan have changed a lot. Well, he was just a rich, powerful and handsome bad man before, but now he is at least a good-looking bad man with super athletic ability, money and power. The tennis match of Zhongwu Gao was only circulated in the school at the beginning. Advertisement, however, because of the students' video recording, after some people's forwarding, this game caused an uproar on the internet. First, because of his family background and perfect appearance, Xia Yan has been trending on Twitter for a while, and has a good reputation. Many netizens have not forgotten him. The second is because Mo Yan showed a lot in this tennis match. Whether it's his skill that he doesn't show much but still extremely superb, or the exaggerated power of that racket to blast tennis balls, it has brought great shock to netizens on Twitter. Many people even hope that Xia Yan can be selected by the national team 810, and then represent the Sakura Flower Country to participate in the Tokyo Olympics and win glory for the country. But soon, the identity of Xia Yan Daxia was exposed, and he was not from the flower country of Sakura. Yes, even in this everyday world, Xia Yan has not given herself a Sakura identity. One is because of nausea. This is something that is engraved in the bloodline. Even if Xia Yan is not even a human except for his appearance, he still does not have a good impression of Sakura Flower Country. As for 2, although he was an ordinary person in his previous life, there was nothing wrong with him in the country, so he never thought about changing his nationality. Chapter 623, Auto-generated chapter title, Open black lens bracket 98 close black lens bracket The Confessions of Yakko Poison Island. Defeating Hayato Hayama in a tennis match is not even a thing to boast about for Xia Yan. God defeats people. If you want to use this to show off your power and show your strength and stalwart, then this god is too inferior. Noon. Xia Yan's hot search finally subsided. After all, he is not a big star, not even an internet celebrity, just an ordinary person, with some popularity. Plus Speed Group is not sure what Xia Yan's thoughts are, so they dare not control the popularity or buy hot searches online. On the other hand, Yukinoshita Yukino was very interested in this, and even hoped that Xia Yan would become more famous. She didn't know why she wanted to do it, maybe it was just for fun. Xia Yan also didn't care about Yukinoshita's little actions. Some small-minded women who know how to advance and retreat are not annoying, because the other party knows the importance and the bottom line, and will not touch it easily. This is Yukinoshita Yono's cleverness. Advertisement. At noon, the gym. Teacher for a long time. Dushima Yuko looked at Xia Yan longingly, but involuntarily looked at the calm standing aside, with a question and a hint of vinegar in her eyes. The teacher who was only teaching herself suddenly had another person beside her, and she still had a good impression of this teacher, and it was naturally impossible not to be jealous. This kind of jealousy is mixed with unease, mainly worrying that one day he will suddenly fall out of favor. Just like small animals, Hien Jiajing didn't think about it that much, but after seeing Yuzi of Po Island, he patted Xia Yan's shoulder carelessly, and winked at him. I didn't expect you to take the beauty of the school's kendo club into your pocket. Ah, if you let those boys who were jealous of you know about it, wouldn't they be mad at you? Xia Yan hadn't spoken yet, but Dushima Yazi's pretty face instantly flushed, as if she was shy. Her heart was slightly annoyed and calm, and she said something like, in the bag, as if she had an illegitimate relationship with teacher Xia Yan. However, with teacher Xia Yan, thinking that she might have some kind of emotion and connection between a man and a woman with Xia Yan in the future, Dushima Yako's already blushing face suddenly became even more rosy. To be honest, she does not reject a more intimate relationship with Xia Yan, and she even looks forward to it. Advertisement. It certainly wasn't because of love, and she couldn't have fallen in love with a grown man in such a short period of time. Looking forward to the close relationship with Xia Yan, mainly because Xia Yan can satisfy her. Don't get me wrong, it's not that satisfaction, but the satisfaction of fighting and killing. Since many years ago inducing criminals to attack her to kill herself to satisfy herself, Yakko Dushima knew that she was an abnormal person. To put it mildly, she is called sick Jiao, To put it harshly, she is mentally ill. The one who got the money, Dushima Yazi, naturally doesn't want to be mentally ill, nor does she want her desire to be tortured to sink, so she needs a switch that can control herself. However, it is a pity that even she herself does not know what the switch is, so how can she find it? But fortunately, there is no way out. Although the switch was not found, Kazushima Yuko found something better. The person who can satisfy himself in the lust for killing, Xia Yan. Chapter 624, Auto-generated chapter title, 99, Train You to be Inhuman. To meet someone who can satisfy him, it is undoubtedly lucky for Yako Toshishima. Because of Mo Yan's existence, she doesn't have to cover up and suppress her desire to kill at all. As long as she needs to, she can release all her suppressed emotions on Mo Yan. Just like a sword and a scabbard made by herself, Yako Dushima believes from the bottom of her heart that Xia Yan is a gift from God who takes pity on her. It is no exaggeration to say that the two of them can even be regarded as a natural pair. Therefore, seeing that there are other people besides herself who are studying with Xia Yan, Dushima Yako naturally has an emotion called jealousy in her heart. Of course, it's just 810 jealous. In a normal state that is not stimulated by bloodthirsty desires, Yuiko is actually a very rational person. She knew very well that the so-called natural couple was just her wishful thinking. Xia Yan has never been exclusively for her, never before and never will be. Advertisement after all, it was she who needed Mo Yan, not Xia Yan who needed her. No matter what angle it is from, in the opinion of Yuko Pashima, there is only one position left by Xia Yan's side, and Xia Yan is already worthy of her. Let's start. Not caring about the calm ridicule, Xia Yan looked serious. From today, I will exercise your body to the level of non-human. Hearing the word non-human, Hei Jiajing and Ujima have different reactions. Hei Jiajing is simply excited. This woman knows Xia Yan's hidden identity and real strength, so she fully understands what Xia Yan's adjective means. On the other hand, Yazi Dushima was completely incomprehensible, but she would not stand up to Xia Yan's face, so she received training honestly. Xia Yan said that the two women should be exercised to an inhuman level, of course, not joking and scaring the two women. Of course, the so-called non-human CBDD here is just that kind of ordinary strength. Even if it is placed in the world of pirates, it is the level of tens of millions of bounty pirates. But for ordinary people, pirates with tens of millions of bounties are no different from Superman. After all, they can knock down a building with one punch, and the power of the fist is comparable to that of an emperor. Advertisement, so the training begins. Snapped. Xia Yan suddenly kicked and slammed Hei Jiajing out. Even if he has deliberately reduced his strength to an infinitely small amount, this time he still kicked Hei Jiajing, who had already exercised his body to a certain extent, and almost vomited a mouthful of blood. Poison Island Yako never expected that Xia Yan would suddenly attack, and she also never expected that Xia Yan's speed would be so unbelievable. At the moment, she only felt the chills stand on end, and a layer of skin instantly appeared on the originally smooth skin. Goosebumps. So fast, too horrible, what a strong sense of oppression. Almost entirely subconsciously, or should be said to be the instinct of a biological creature, Mu Island Yako tightened his muscles, exerted the fastest speed in his life, pulled out the wooden sword from his waist, and slashed at Xia fiercely. Yan. Chapter 625, Auto-generated chapter title. 100, about selling cute strong people have fighting instincts. Even if you don't rely on your eyes and senses, your body will respond to danger on its own. This is instinct. Poison Island's mother and son slashing attack is instinct. Because she was frightened by Xia Yan's power, her body responded, attacked. However, how could Mo Yan be hit by such a slow attack? Not to mention the current him, even if he was originally detained in the underwater prison, he would not. Snapped. Without any accident, Xia Yan flicked her finger lightly, and the long sword in Ujima and the long sword in her hand flew out, and the whole person slammed into the wall more than 10 meters away. Wow. Dushima Hiroko retched twice, and her pretty face became extremely pale. Get up. Don't you have all that power? Not showing mercy because the two girls were injured, Xia Yan shouted loudly. Get up quickly. Advertisement, yes, teacher Xia Yan. Resisting the discomfort in his body, Shuzi of Dushima bowed his body and barely stood up from the ground. Hei Jiajing did not speak, but eager to become stronger, she also quickly stood up and walked towards Xia Yan in an attacking posture. The fight continues. No, to say it was a battle was an exaggeration. It's like the gods instructing human beings, but you have to say that it is to discuss knowledge with each other. Therefore, Xia Yan's beating of Hei Jiajing should be described as teaching. That's all. The sound of body collisions and screams in the gym rang out all afternoon, and finally subsided when the students finished school in the afternoon. P.A. The two girls, Tranquility and Dushima Yazi, were soaked with sweat, as if they had been soaked in the sea. They fell to the ground on their backs, gasping for breath. After a few hours of high-intensity exercise, even an adult male with good physical fitness should have been exhausted long ago. That is, the physical fitness of the two women is strong enough, so that they can persevere. But even so, the two of them couldn't even lift the slightest bit of strength at this time. If there are people who have bad intentions towards the two of them at this time, I am afraid that they can easily get their bodies at one time. Advertisement, of course, this cannot happen. Not to mention whether the Poison Island elements will explode at a critical moment. Xia Yan can't let the tragedy that happened to the little dragon girl in Jin Yong's world happen to the women around him. Get up. Looking at the two women who were collapsed on the ground, Xia Yan walked up to them and said condescendingly. Xia Yan, what else are you doing? 0. Ping Jiajing stared at Xia Yan with dissatisfaction, and deliberately made a coquettish look that didn't match her personality. Look at me, I'm already so tired. If there's anything else, just wait until tomorrow to continue, okay? After speaking, she winked at Xia Yan like a cute little girl. Xia Yan. To be honest, I feel a little nauseous. Of course, this is not to blame Ping Jiajing. In fact, no matter who is doing this kind of cuteness, Xia Yan won't think it looks too good unless the other party is a young underage girl. In short, this kind of movement is calm for such a woman who is running free. No matter how beautiful she is, the sense of disobedience is still overwhelming. Big. Chapter 626, Auto-generated chapter title, Open black lens bracket 101 female stream. Okay, don't be too cute, you're still a little girl when you're old. Xia Yan rolled her eyes at Ping Jiajing. Get up quickly. What nonsense are you talking about? Why am I not a little girl? Stimulated by Xia Yan's words, he stared at Xia Yan calmly, feeling angry and aggrieved at the same time. Why isn't it a little girl? How can a woman who is a little over 29 years old not be a little girl? Ping Jiajing was angry, depressed, and unhappy. If a student says this, she will definitely meet her merciless retaliation. Heike Iron Fist warning, female fist warning. However, the person who said this is Xia Yan, a god-level boss who can explode stars with his own hands in his calm eyes. Although everyone's appearance is human, but the calmness of watching animations and light novels often still understands, Xia Yan and ordinary human beings are probably not the same species. Thinking of this, the calm, originally depressed mood suddenly became more relaxed. Xia Yan cannot be blamed for not being able to understand that women are girls until they die. After all, this big guy is not even a human now. Advertisement. Fully aware of what He Jiajing was thinking, Xia Yan twitched the corners of his mouth and said speechlessly, get up quickly, I'll give you some recuperation. Convalescence? He Jiajing and Dushimayuzi were stunned for a moment, then looked at each other and blushed at the same time. Obviously, both of them were thinking of something unhealthy. What are you thinking about? Xia Yan rolled her eyes, raised her hand and her brains collapsed. Boom. Boom. Ouch. The two women exclaimed at the same time, scratched their heads in pain, and looked up at Xia Yan with resentment. Xia Yan ignored them and directly raised her hand to summon a steaming oversized wooden tub, which conservatively estimated at least 20 to 30 people. This is. Looking at the steaming bathtub, He Jiajing and Dushimayuzi couldn't help being even more stunned. If they read and understood correctly, this should be something for bathing, and almost every household will have it. Could it be that Xia Yan planned to let their two beauties bathe here? Advertisement, however, that's not the point. Ping Jiajing has long known that Xia Yan is not an ordinary person, and has seen him destroy a planet with his own eyes, so he is not surprised that Xia Yan created such a big bathtub out of thin air. Just think it is very normal. Isn't it natural that Xia Yan can do things that ordinary people can't do? However, what Xia Yan has just done is too unbelievable for Yakopashima. Hey. What's going on here? Teacher Xia Yan just suddenly turned out an oversized bathtub with a width of more than 10 meters. Could Mr. Xia Yan be Doraemon with the superpower to shrink objects? In the quiet expectation of the peaceful family, and under the dull eyes of Yazidushima, Xia Yan raised her hand and patted the bathtub in front of her. Take off your clothes and go in. Do you want to take off your clothes? Calm and Poison Island Yako's pretty 3.3 face flushed at the same time. Although they both have a good impression of Xia Yan, but it's too soon, not to mention the two of them together. What are you thinking? Perceiving the thoughts of the two female hooligans, Xia Yan rolled her eyes. Just leave one of the insides, hurry in. This is a medicinal bath, to improve your physical strength. Chapter 627, Auto-generated chapter title, Medicated Bath. Medicated baths often appear in various fantasy and immortal novels, as long as they are the means used by the protagonist to improve himself. To put it bluntly, it is to take a bath, and finally run into the taste. The efficacy of the drug all enters the human body, in order to achieve the purpose of improving and strengthening the human body. Of course, it is a 3-point poison. Although medicated baths are quite a good thing, if the combination of drugs is not good enough, or the frequency of use is too frequent, not only will it not have any good effects on the human body, but it will be harmful. But who is Xia Yan? Having experienced several worlds, not only his ability but also his vision is far beyond ordinary people. Naturally, it is impossible for him to make such a low-level mistake. Of course, what he used for the two women of Ping Jiajing was the best and most suitable medicinal materials for them. This medicated bath is enough for even the powerhouses in the 21 pirate world, not to mention the newcomers such as He Jiajing and the others who were just getting started. Peaceful and Poison Island Yako also knew that Xia Yan was for their own good, so after a short period of shyness, they soon entered the medicine barrel together. Hiss, after entering the scalding hot medicine bath, Calm and Dew Island mother and son took a breath of cool air at the same time. Advertisement Poison Island Yazi was okay. Ping Jiajing, the man-in-law, shouted directly, Xia Yan, do you want to burn me to death? Hurry up and burn you to death. Xia Yan rolled her eyes at Ping Jiajing. I have never seen such an unladylike woman as you. What's the use of a lady? Can you eat? Or can you fight? He Jiajing rolled his eyes and sneered at Xia Yan's words. For Shizuo Heike, who believes in fists, wine and food, she doesn't care about ladies at all. Even if the blind date has been unsuccessful because of this, she has never had the idea of changing herself. Ping Jiajing is such a stubborn and tough woman, I do not know how long it has been. He Jiajing was dazed and felt like he was about to fall asleep. Or you could say, I feel like I'm about to be cooked. The body is relaxed, and the feeling of fluttering like a fairy seems to be flying to the clouds. Almost, Xia Yan suddenly reminded, advertisement. He Jiajing and Poison Island Yuko opened their eyes at the same time, and there seemed to be a scarlet light flashing through their eyes. Seeing this detail, Xia Yan couldn't help but nodded. Well, marinated and delicious, cough, the medicated bath has begun to work. The two women of Hing Jiajing burst out with astonishing speed, rushed out of the bathtub, and put on their clothes at a speed that ordinary people's eyes couldn't keep up with. Of course, this speed is evaluated in the eyes of a normal person. For ordinary people, after Xia Yan's brief sparring training and medicated bathing, he could be considered a little Superman. It is no exaggeration to say that if the two women participate in the Olympic Games in their current state, they will probably get an excellent result that is enough to shock the whole world. Of course, the two have no interest in the Olympics. Hing Jiajing has seen a wider world. In her current opinion, even the Earth is not big, let alone an Olympic Games that cannot be covered by all human beings. On the other hand, Yuko Pashima is simply eager to kill. If she can go to the Olympics, such as fencing, she might be able to raise some interest. Chapter 628, Auto-Generated Chapter Title. 103. Grind. Otherworld. After the medicated bath and Xia Yan's personal tempering, the physical quality of He Jiajing and Dushima Yako has far surpassed that of ordinary people, reaching the level of superhuman among ordinary people. Even in the pirate world where there are many physical monsters exploded, the two of them can now be a little overlord in East Blue. This is the power of the best medicinal bath effect. However, the two women of Heike Jing are only empty of strength and combat experience. It is quite enough to deal with ordinary powerhouses, but if they encounter stage bosses like Arlong in the pirate comics, they will definitely lose very badly. Still need to practice, so, looking at the two girls who were already dressed, Xia Yan suddenly said, do you want to train yourself? Training. Poison Island's eyes lit up. In the view of Yako Pashima, tempering is basically equivalent to fighting. And for her, who longed to bathe in bloodthirsty and slaughter, there was nothing more pleasing than this. Hing Jiajing, as a teacher, needs to be a lot more prudent. Even when he asks curiously, where's the training going? Are you planning to let us participate in some fighting competition, or the Olympics? Advertisement. Speaking of this, Hing Jiajing's voice suddenly became high, and his emotions seemed a little excited. Obviously, even though he said he wasn't very interested in these sports, when it came time to show off, Ping Jiajing was still very interested. But, of course, the training that Xia Yan is talking about will not be a fighting match or a sports meeting. Just kidding, let a Superman go to a normal human games? This is not tempering at all, but the abuse of vegetables, the bully bullying the trumpet. How could Xia Yan let them waste time doing such a boring thing? Then, snapped, Xia Yan's head slammed into the forehead of Heike Jingguang. Ah! Jing Jing let out a painful cry, staring at Xia Yan resentfully. Xia Yan ignored the woman's resentful gaze, and said lightly, of course it won't be for you to go to that kind of boring activity that doesn't improve yourselves at all. What kind of training is that? He Jiajing looked at Xia Yan curiously with a small head. Advertisement, Otherworld. Xia Yan said softly, Otherworld. He Jiajing and Du Daozi repeated Xia Yan's words at the same time. However, the reactions of the two women were markedly different. Hing Jiajing is pure surprise, and the Poison Island Yako was a complete shock. If Xia Yan had said this on other occasions, she would have thought that Xia Yan was a middle schooler. Drag. In fact, the symptoms of the second disease are not uncommon in Japan and the whole world, but most of these diseases are otaku who indulge in the two-dimensional world such as animation and comics. Of course, Kazushima Yuko will not think that Xia Yan is such a middle-aged disease. Because she just saw with her own eyes that Mo Yan waved his hand gently and summoned a bathtub the size of a swimming pool. This isn't close-up magic. Therefore, when she heard the words, Otherworld, from Mo Yan's mouth, Du Daoyazi had a feeling that she could see the sky behind the clouds. She felt as if she had vaguely understood the truth. Chapter 629, Auto-Generated Chapter Title. 104. Where to go? Otherworld. This is probably one of the keywords most people fantasize about. Whether it is an imaginative writer or mediocre ordinary person, the Otherworld is full of their own good enjoyment. Such as bloody battles, various types of beauty harems, and the customs of Otherworld. Of course, the mother and son of Poison Island also have their own fantasies about the Otherworld. It's just that unlike most men's harem fantasies, her fantasies are mainly bloody battles and boundless killings. In a world without laws and moral constraints, 810 years ago in Yako on the Poison Island is a Garden of Eden tailored for her. Anyway, is the Otherworld in the mouth of Xia Yan really exists? Poison Island Yuko looked at Xia Yan expectantly and curiously, not daring to let go of any word he said next. Advertisement. First of all, Otherworld is real, and there's more than one. Taking a look at the mother and son of Poison Island, what Xia Yan said made the members of Poison Island ecstatic. Then, Xia Yan continued, the first world belongs to pirates and marine. The top powerhouses in this world can destroy a small CBDD, island with one blow. Even if their physical strength falls from a height of tens of thousands of meters, it won't cause even the slightest damage. So strong. Poison Island Yako's beautiful eyes widened slightly, and shock was written all over her pretty face. Destroying an island with one blow, falling from a height of 10,000 meters without being injured, even in a modern society with advanced technology, is quite an exaggeration, and she can't help but be surprised. There is nothing different about Heijing Jiajing. She has even seen the big scene of Xia Yan's star explosion, so how could she be surprised by the mere island explosion? But, pirates? Marine? Keenly aware of the key point in Xia Yan's words, he looked at Xia Yan calmly and curiously and asked, the pirates and marine you mentioned are the forces in the comics you drew? World crossing? No, you should have stayed in that world. After all, your strength has far exceeded the world's strongest. Talking and talking, calmly reasoned directly by himself, and even reasoned quite correctly. You were very smart, Heike. Xia Yan looked at the calm in surprise, and praised him without hesitation. Where? Isn't that normal reasoning? Advertisement. He Jiajing's pretty face was slightly red, although her mouth was modest, but looking at the joy in her eyes, it was obvious that she still cared about Xia Yan's praise for her. On the other side, the Poison Island Yuko finally reacted. Pirate, marine, underwater prison, it turns out to be the world of the comic book, Xia Yan. Thinking of the powerful characters who appeared in Xia Yan's comics, Kazushima Yako's shoulders trembled slightly, and her eyes flashed brightly. Obviously, this girl who yearns for bloodthirsty and slaughter is not a general yearning for a place outside the law where the strong are respected like the pirate world. However, no matter how excited she was, Yako Pashima did not make any assertions. One is courtesy. The Poison Islanders will never make Mo Yan ugly in public. The second is because, from the first such word, Yuko Pashima analyzed what Xia Yan was going to say next. Not surprisingly, several other worlds are more powerful than Pirate World. Chapter 630, Auto-Generated Chapter Title. Open black lens bracket longing for two girls. The next few worlds that Xia Yan will talk about are indeed much more powerful than pirates. Under the expectant gaze of the two girls, Xia Yan spoke again. The second world is the world of ninjas. Ninja? He Jiajing and the two women were startled at the same time. Compared with the pirates and marines they have seen in the comics, they are much more familiar with ninjas. After all, this is one of the most powerful objects of Japanese local cultural output. Yuko Kazushima asked curiously, Mr. Xia Yan, how does the strength of a ninja compare to that of a pirate? The whole is weaker, and the upper limit is much higher. Xia Yan gave a rating that he thought was reasonable. In fact, not to mention the so-called Shunin Jonin, even a powerhouse at the shadow level, unless they possess some very special means, they are only a second or third level powerhouse in the world of pirates, because the gap between physical fitness and physical skills is too great. The ninjas in the world of Hokage, except for a few strong people who exercise their physique, most people's physical quality is stronger than ordinary people, and if they don't pay attention, they will even be killed by ordinary people. In the pirate world, it is almost impossible for a top powerhouse to be killed by ordinary people. Advertisement. There are two mistakes in this. One is the red hair in the pirate world. From an off-screen perspective, this is an initial bug caused by editing interference in creation, just to add impact to the plot. In the work, the red hair was deliberately bitten off by a fish in order to achieve his ulterior purpose. Otherwise, after leaving the Roger Pirates for about 10 years, the famous big pirates in the New World will have their arms bitten off by a fish from the East Blue Novice Village? Who believes this? As for another myth, it's Whitebeard during the Summit War. Whitebeard was defended by a group of minions in Summit War, so Whitebeard's poor defense came out. Of course there is a big misunderstanding. First of all, Whitebeard's age and injuries are much more serious than Kaido, Charlotte Linlin and others. Second, Whitebeard's physical strength is certainly no match for the talented Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, but he's also not going to be beaten at will. Summit War, is Whitebeard broken by minions, for flowers? Advertisement fake. The soldiers of the Summit War, with the worst eyesight, are also Marine Lieutenant level officers, and they are all senior officers who can sit in a branch in the world. Therefore, in terms of physical strength alone, the top powerhouses in the pirate world far exceed the ordinary powerhouses in the Hokage world. And if it reaches a higher level, it's hard to say. 0. Such as Uchiha Madara of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Madara of Rinnegan, Six Paths Uchiha Madara. Not to mention the protagonist of the Ultimate State and the big boss Otsutsuki Kagaya, which is a level that can split a moon. Even if the moon is actually artificial. Xia Yan informed the two daughters of Heike Jing, and the two were relieved to hear this information. Human beings always yearn for the unknown and mysterious otherworld, even women who don't like fighting and killing very much, not to mention these two heroic women who have violent factors in themselves. Ninja, war, cleave the moon. Listening to these scenes that can only be seen in novels, movies and comics, the members of Poison Island couldn't help but go crazy. Big Chapter 631, Auto-Generated Chapter Title. 106, Choice, Ability. After introducing the world of pirates and Hokage, Xia Yan introduced the world of Shinigami to Shizuo Heike. The power system of this world is more mysterious and close to people's lives, after all, it is Shinigami. But Xia Yan does not recommend that beginners go directly to this world. Because it's too dangerous. Aizen, the boss, his Kyoka Suigetsu is simply a rookie killer. If he hadn't had an extremely powerful anti-illusion ability, Aizen would have basically delivered food in the face of August 10th. So unless Xia Yan is sick, he will not send the two peaceful girls to the Shinigami world where there is no captain-level combat power and even a dog. In this way, the world of pirates and the world of Hokage are more suitable. There is no law in the pirate world, and the strong act recklessly. There is a paradise for the strong and hell for the weak. But naval headquarters is fairly safe. In the Hokage world, there are lunatics who want to destroy the world, and even Konoha, where the protagonist is located, has been attacked by terror more than once. But most of the time, the novice village where the protagonist exists is safe, especially before the story of Shippuden begins. So where are you going? Advertisement informed the two daughters of the pros and cons, and Xia Yan lets them make their own decisions. I'm going to the pirate world. This is the Poison Island member. If she hadn't met Xia Yan, she would have been driven mad in modern society. The pirate world sounds very chaotic and can satisfy her own extrajudicial land, which is simply too much for her taste. On the other hand, it was peaceful and he chose Hokage Ninja, without hesitation, which surprised Xia Yan. He originally thought that with the style of a calm Iron Fist leftover girl, she would not hesitate to choose to go to the world of pirates with more physical monsters. Seeing Ping Jiajing's thoughts, Xia Yan understood her true thoughts. Apparently, the pursuit of Heike Jing and Yazi of Po Island are not the same. The mother and son of Poison Island do not have too deep obsessions with Starburst and becoming stronger. The main thing she likes is that compared with the Hokage world, the rules of the pirate world are more lawless. And the idea of Ping Jiajing is very simple. She is very self-aware. There are too many physical monsters in the pirate world. Even if she is improved by Xia Yan, it is estimated that she will not be able to hammer people. Of course, I have to go to the world of Hokage, where the physical strength is weaker. So, the two women made a decision. Xia Yan, advertisement. He wanted to complain a little about the idea of calm, but he didn't know where to start. Because this idea seems unreliable and imaginative, but it is quite reasonable. Peaceful Jiajing's appeal, indeed, the world of Hokage with weaker physical strength is more suitable for her. Never mind. Anyway, just let them hang out in the novice village, and it is impossible for them to fight with those bosses, and it doesn't matter which world they go to. However, they cannot be allowed to go like this. Kong has good physical fitness and talent, so there are actually not many geniuses with relatively good talent. And the gap between these little geniuses and real geniuses is reflected in the skills they can learn. Take the simplest example. The Hokage world is also a 6-year-old genin. One can only learn the most basic free body technique, and the other has been exposed to sea-level offensive ninjutsu early. Can this strength be the same? Another example is the world of pirates. Two strong men who also have admiral-level physical talent, one ate Logia Thunderfruit, and the other ate nothing. How big is the gap between the two? Therefore, the choice of ability is very important, even more important than the combat power itself. Chapter 632, Auto-Generated Chapter Title. Open black lens bracket 107, Kendo and Shockfruit Pirates protagonist, Luffy, has a strong background and talent, and even a Paramecia rubber fruit has been developed by his subordinates. Hokage's protagonist has a strong background, and also comes with a super plugin, and finally it is revealed that the immortal reincarnation. So, pirates are better, but if you want to overpower the protagonist in the world of ninjas, it is absolutely impossible to do it by yourself without cheating. And the two daughters, Jing Jing and Du Daozi, are barely Xia Yan's disciples, so how could he not prepare phone calls for his disciples? Say, what abilities do you want? Xia Yan looked at the two girls with a smile. Ability? Hei Jiajing and the Poison Island members were startled at the same time. Xia Yan nodded. Yes, a novice ability that allows you to surpass 99.9% of the strong at the starting point will also be your development route for a long time to come. Advertisement. That's it. Poison Island Yakko and Calm Breath couldn't help but breathe a little faster, no matter how stupid they were. They knew that what they were about to get was the same cheat as the protagonist of the light novel. Or can it be called a novice package? After a long time, Yakko Dushima, who was the first to calm down, was the first to speak. I want a good sword, as well as all the kendo insights of a strong swordsman in his life. Kendo perception? Xia Yan was slightly startled. To be honest, when he deliberately controlled the ability to listen to his heart, he really didn't know what Hiroko Dushima wanted. Because the members of the Poison Island can directly ask for the full strength of a great swordsman, with Xia Yan's current strength, he can do such unreasonable things very easily. Dushima Yuko seemed to see the excellence of Xia Yan, so he immediately expressed his thoughts. I have my own swordsmanship to follow, so I only need the insight of a strong swordsman, not to encourage others and follow the old path of others. Nice idea. Xia Yan was in awe of Yuko Pashima. This is no joke, he really appreciates the idea of the Poison Islanders. Advertisement rejecting the powerful power from others and walking out of your own path is a temptation that many people cannot resist. Even Xia Yan himself, at first, relied on the ability of the system to plagiarize the ability of other strong people, and only later did he slowly walk out of his own path. From this, it can be seen that Yuiko is a good boy with ideas. Most importantly, after Xia Yan's medicinal bath upgrade, she does have the talent to realize these ideas. And Calm doesn't have so many thoughts. She does not pursue the so-called 8-10 Dao, or the Dao she longs for is very simple, violence. So, Hei Jiajing said carelessly, I want shock fruit, the one from old Whitebeard. Shock Fruit is the ability of the strongest Whitebeard in the original world of the pirate world. It can cause earthquakes, retaliation and air shocks. When attacking, it seems to tear the sky and the earth shatters the whole world. The visual effects and power are quite amazing. When Xia Yan reached the peak of serialization in this world, when Whitebeard appeared in the conference, this ability really amazed many people, and calmly made him deeply fascinated by it. Although Xia Yan smashes a planet with one punch is definitely more powerful, but the ability of Shock Fruit is really handsome. Chapter 633, Auto-Generated Chapter Title, 108, Vigilant Heijingjajing. Shock Fruit is really handsome. Rao is that the current Xia Yan has completely despised that point of power, and still puts the ability of Shock Fruit in the first echelon of the skills to use. Like the abilities such as Straight Death, they're his common skills. This is certainly not because Shock Fruit is powerful. In fact, even with Mo Yan's development of Shock Fruit's ability, at his level, Shock Fruit's only role is to add to the icing on the cake, neither increasing the output nor expanding the attack range. But really handsome. When using it against a planet, it is as if the planet will be destroyed, and the visual effect is very exaggerated and shocking. This is the main reason why Xia Yan loves Shock Fruit, a not too advanced ability. Ping Jiajing's thinking is similar to that of Xia Yan. What kind of bike do you need with such a handsome ability? Since you have all made a choice, then I will satisfy you. Satisfied with the final choice of the two girls, Xia Yan smiled lightly and raised her palm. A strange light flashing slowly appeared between her palms. This is. Heijajing's pupils shrank slightly, and a strong excitement was suppressed in his eyes. Advertisement. The eyes of the Poison Island members are also full of expectations. For you guys. Xia Yan handed the two groups of rays of light to Peace and Poison Island respectively. The two women stretched out their slender palms at the same time and couldn't wait to touch the light. They didn't think Xia Yan would hurt them, and they were very reassured about him. When the palms of the two women touched the light, a sudden change occurred. I saw that this group of rays of light expanded rapidly, as if preying on them. They completely devoured the two women. Wish all of you a pleasant trip. Looking at the place where the two girls disappeared, Xia Yan smiled gently like an old father. When they go to another world, they will definitely encounter difficulties and dangers. But Xia Yan believes that with their character, talent and luck, they will definitely be able to turn bad luck into good luck, let them grow and become a real powerhouse. Of course, Xia Yan is not some bad boy who likes to abuse children. Advertisement. If Heijajing and Du Island's mother and son really encounter something they can't solve, or if there are some shameless people who want to bully the small, then he will definitely take action personally and let these people know what cruelty is. Hokage World. Heijajing snorted and slowly opened his eyes, feeling a splitting headache and thirst in his mouth. Looking around, she found herself lying on the soft bed. Judging from the aroma that hit between the breaths, this should be a woman's bed. Of course, it may also be men's. After all, there are so many boys who like women's clothing. No. I should be in Otherworld now, right? And it's the world of Hokage ninjas. Suddenly remembering his current situation, his calm body was instantly, money earned, steel tight, and his bright eyes stared vigilantly around, dragging him. If it is in her own world, of course she does not need this, because violence in that world is only a few. But this is the world of ninjas. What is a ninja? No matter how high the profession of ninja is rendered in animation and film and television works, he is actually an assassination tool, a violent machine in the hands of the superior master. Therefore, Heijajing, who came from a big family, would of course be vigilant. Chapter 634, Auto-Generated Chapter Title. 109. Noble red-haired woman. After vigilance, Ping Jiajing did not find any danger. She breathed a sigh of relief and began to check her state. It was okay not to look at it, but she was dumbfounded when she saw it. Whose hand is this? Why is it so small? This is my own. As if realizing something, Calm immediately stood up and carefully checked his current situation. Sure enough, her body became smaller. To be more precise, it's back to the state of being 10 years old. But although her body has become smaller, her memory and the strength of her body that she has just tempered have been completely preserved, and it has even been concentrated several times due to the shrinking of her body, making her stronger. Calm and thoughtful. In other words, did I become stronger several times out of thin air? This 810 should be Mr. Xia Yan's masterpiece, right? A voice interrupted the quiet thoughts. The voice of this voice is very gentle and beautiful, like a lark, but it makes people feel comfortable when they hear it, and it obviously belongs to a young woman. Advertisement. But Ping Jiajing did not mean to relax in the slightest. His right hand clenched his fist suddenly, a white light curtain condensed above the fist. Vigilantly stared at the direction of the sound from outside the door, and shouted sharply, "Who? Come out." The person outside the door did not speak, but pushed the door directly in. The moment he saw the person coming, the calm eyes suddenly shrank. The red hair is like a waterfall, and she is dressed in white clothes, and the face that is as white as jade is more delicate. The woman in front of her with all the charm in her hair was probably in her 20s, but she had an indescribable mature temperament on her body, and had a charm that was exclusively for mature women. What to say? A red hair is definitely an unusually flamboyant hair color in modern society, but it is so harmonious when matched with this woman's beautiful face like a bright moon. Beauty. Even in the eyes of Heijajing, who has been picky about modern beauty and makeup, the red-haired woman in front of her is a well-deserved top beauty, both in appearance and temperament. Wait a moment. What did this woman say just now? Teacher Xia Yan. Does this woman know Mo Yan? At first, it felt a little weird that someone from CBDD, Otherworld knew Xia Yan. But thinking of Xia Yan's terrifying strength, the calm was relieved. Advertisement, if you think about it, it's actually quite normal. Xia Yan can make her body smaller, and then take it to the Otherworld casually. If he wants to come, he can also travel through the world at will. Therefore, it is normal for people from Otherworld to know Xia Yan. Of course, there is one thing Calm is still curious about. That was the relationship between this noble and beautiful woman and Xia Yan. Apprentice? Like myself and Xia Yan? Thinking that the woman in front of him might be the same as me, Calm suddenly felt a lot more cordial, and took the initiative to say hello. Hello, my name is Ping Jiajing. Are you Mr. Xia Yan? Xia Yan's disciple? Yes. The red-haired woman nodded. Ping Jiajing knew it in her heart, and it was not what she expected. But then, a look of grievance appeared on the noble and bright face of the red-haired woman. Tell me, where did Xia Yan meet you, and how long have you known each other? Hey Jiajing was startled. This reaction seems a little wrong, not like a student. Chapter 635, Auto-generated chapter title, Open black lens bracket 110 Uzumaki Mido today. The student has not seen his teacher for a long time, and then suddenly hears the news of the other party. The normal reaction should be surprise and nostalgia. The red-haired beauty in front of her is obviously not the case. This made Jiajing very curious. What is the relationship between the other party and Xia Yan? On the opposite side, the red-haired beauty also seemed to realize that she had lost her composure. She quickly calmed down and regained her noble and peaceful appearance before, and said lightly, My name is Uzumaki Mido. I am indeed a disciple of teacher Xia Yan, but I have been with him for dozens of times. Years gone. Well, that's quite a while, eh? Decades? Halfway through the speech, he realized that something was not right, and the words were interrupted immediately, and he stared at the red beauty in front of him with astonishment. Decades? If there was no problem with her ears, she did hear such words just now. But, the woman in front of her looks like she's under 30 years old at most, doesn't she? This beauty technique is also too powerful. At this moment, even if Jingjing is not interested in the makeup of ordinary women, he can't help but arouse curiosity. After all, eternal youth is the eternal temptation for all human beings for thousands of years, and almost no one can escape this temptation. Advertisement compared with Heijing's surprise, Uzumaki Mido was already used to the reaction of outsiders to his age, so he just smiled. I am over 60 years old this year. 60. Jiajing was shocked again, and then inexplicably felt a trace of frustration in his heart. Others are 60 years old, I am 30 years old, but others look younger and more beautiful than me. Even their temperament is better than myself, and even their figure is not good. It seemed that he suddenly remembered something, and Jiajing suddenly lowered his head and glanced at a certain part of himself. Sure enough, a plane, you can see the toes perfectly. This time, it's not too big, and it's completely turned into an airport. Xia Yan of damn it, at this moment, the joy of regaining youth was all diluted, and Jiajing just wanted Xia Yan to return her little apple to herself. Damn it. After a lot of conversations, Hawkeye and Uzumaki Mido exchanged information with each other. Only then did Uzumaki Mido know that the 10-year-old little girl in front of her was actually an adult woman, but her physical condition returned to when she was 10 years old, and her relationship with Xia Yan was not as close as Xia Yan and herself. For flowers, Uzumaki Mido's mood suddenly became much happier. Advertisement and Calm finally has a preliminary understanding of the current state of the ninja world and the history of the past few years. Compared with the original work of Hokage, the ninja world today has undergone a lot of changes because of the appearance of Xia Yan. Zero in the last years of Sengoku, first Hokage Senju Hashirama, together with Uchiha Madara, the head of the Uchiha clan, and Uzumaki Mido, the princess of the vortex, fought the ninja world alone and successfully won. Among them, Senju Hashirama is known as the god of ninjas. The reason for this name is that when he used the trick of true several thousand hands, the tailed beast was similar to a grasshopper in front of him, as if the gods had descended. Uchiha Madara is known as the ghost of the battlefield. This is all because of his terrifying Susanoo, which is both offensive and defensive, and sweeps the battlefield like a giant, like a battlefield meat grinder, and is feared by countless ninjas. Finally, Uzumaki Mido, Her Royal Highness the Princess of the Land of Vortex. Battlefield Rose. The strongest ninja. Ninja Goddess. Big Chapter 636, Auto-generated chapter title. 11. Today's ninja world, the number and weight of Uzumaki Mido's nicknames are significantly higher than those of Senju Hashirama. Because compared to Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, Uzumaki Mido is the most famous one. Even if she rarely shoots, most people in the ninja world don't know her true strength. But with her beautiful appearance, noble temperament, and various mysterious legends, she still firmly established her identity as the goddess of the ninja world. 810. There are even good people who have given the three of them a joint nickname, the three gods of the ninja world. And because Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are somewhat in awe of Uzumaki Mido, Vortex Mido is even known as the head of the three gods in the ninja world. As to why Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are in awe of Uzumaki Mido, the ninja world is divided. Some people say that these two ninja heroes are all in love with Uzumaki Mido, so it's not that awe, but a simple forest dog. Some people also say that Uzumaki Mito's strength is actually the most terrifying of the three. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama have both been defeated by Uzumaki Mito, so these two arrogant sons are so afraid of her. Advertisement. Some people even revealed the truth in one sentence. There is actually a hidden big man behind Uzumaki Mito. It is rumored that the Senju clan was destroyed in the early years, and it was the big man who did it. In short, there is a lot of speculation, both true and false. But this does not prevent a fact. That is, Konoha, who merged with the country of the Vortex, under the rule of Uzumaki Mito, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, has directly become the #1 superpower in the ninja world, far above other forces. Even if an accident happened later, causing both Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama to fall, Uzumaki Mito still relied on one person to knock down Konoha's position as one of the most powerful in the ninja world. Until now. Impressive. Knowing the history of the ninja world, Heike looked at Uzumaki Mito with respect. It is quite rare in modern society for a weak woman to carry a country, let alone in this turbulent world. Heike didn't know what she was thinking at this moment. If she was known by the shadows of other ninja villages in the ninja world, she would definitely scolded her in the bottom of her heart. Weak. Advertisement. Anyone who has seen Uzumaki Mito's shot would not have such an evaluation of her. If Uchiha Madara is the ghost of the battlefield, then Uzumaki Mito is a well-deserved ghost king, and her courage and wolf determination are even higher than the extreme character of Uchiha Madara. However, with the passage of time, to the timeline of the Third Ninja War in the original book, there are fewer and fewer people who know this fact. Even the Konoha elders themselves don't want Uzumaki Mito to have too much fame. This will affect their authority and majesty. To tell the truth, if the person involved was a werewolf like Uchiha Madara, he would have taken the 9 tailed beast against 3.3 Konoha long ago. But Uzumaki Mito doesn't care. There are many reasons for not caring. For example, although the senior management of Konoha is a bit degenerate, there are not many good children in the new generation. For example, the new ninjas of the previous generation, Tsunade and Jiraiya of Senii Ninja. Another example is Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, who are still at the ninja school. Chapter 637, Auto-generated chapter title, 112, Test your own level. What's your plan next? Sitting down in front of him calmly, Uzumaki Mito asked softly. After all, it was sent by his teacher, Xia Yan. Even if he felt resentment at Xia Yan's behavior for so many years, Uzumaki Mito still has full respect and longing for Xia Yan. Yes, longing just like his love as a girl, Uzumaki Mito still maintains a girlish longing for Xia Yan to this day. In other words, as her strength became stronger and stronger, having surpassed the limit that a ninja could achieve, she felt more and more from the bottom of her heart to Xia Yan's tall and stalwart. Just as a frog in a well cannot enjoy the vastness of the sky, an ant cannot understand the mysteries of the universe. This is the change of vision to a person's cognition and emotion. Are you planning to? Heike was lost in thought. To be honest, before coming to Otherworld, she was extremely excited, and even thought about using her pair of iron fists and the powerful ability she just acquired to penetrate the whole world. From her point of view, this is like playing a game. People in this world are just NPCs that have nothing to do with her. However, after seeing Uzumaki Mito with his own eyes and listening to her tell about the history of the ninja world, Shizuo Heike realized that he was really arrogant before. Advertisement. This is not some game. The people here are not NPCs either. Each of them has their own love, hatred and values, almost no different from her modern person. Taking a deep breath, he looked straight at Uzumaki Mito calmly. I'm here to become stronger. Being stronger. Not what I expected. Unsurprisingly, Uzumaki Mito said with a gentle smile, you are not at the right age to go to the battlefield, so you should go to the ninja school first. Ninja school? Calmly raised her brows. This unfamiliar word made her a little curious. Do ninjas have schools? That's right. Uzumaki Mito smiles. They're your peers. There, and there are many outstanding children. You can go there and try your own level first. Do you want to try the level? It always feels a little bit far away. Looking at the noble and beautiful face in front of him playfully, white light condensed between Heike palms. Advertisement. Since you are Xia Yan's disciple, why don't I come to you to test my level? The voice fell, and Shizuo Era leaned forward, and the right fist shrouded in a white light curtain went straight to Uzumaki Mito's chest. Shake, shatter. This blow, if used by Whitebeard of Pirate World, would be enough to shatter a small and medium-sized island. If Xia Yan uses it, it can shatter the entire small planet -810. Ping Jiajing's strength is of course far inferior to the two. But even so, the power of her punch is quite amazing. According to Uzumaki Mito's estimation, at least it has the destructive power of B-rank ninjutsu. This is definitely a pretty amazing thing. Because B-level ninjutsu is already the most commonly used ninjutsu by most jonin, and Heike is only a child of about 10 years old now. Genius. Unfortunately, it is too immature and too impulsive. There was a hint of playfulness in his beautiful eyes, and 2 chains flashing with golden light suddenly shot out from behind Uzumaki Mito. Chapter 638, Auto-generated chapter title. 113, Goal Namikaze Minato? Adamantine Sealing Chains. A powerful ninjutsu that every ninja of the Uzumaki clan who learns seal art must learn. The weak can use this trick to defeat the strong and fight back. The strong can even suppress the tailed beast with this trick. And when used by Uzumaki Mito, even Uchiha Madara's prestige Susanoo and Senju Hashirama's wood-style true several thousand hands can be easily suppressed. Naturally, it's easier to suppress Uzumaki Mito. Even if the shock fruit ability that Xia Yan gave her has a potential and an upper limit far beyond that of Whitebeard, the current Heike Jing is still just a weak chicken in front of Uzumaki Mito. Without any accident, the golden chains easily locked Hei Jiajing's limbs, sealing all the power of shock fruit that was accumulating between her palms. What's this? Advertisement Ping Jiajing was greatly horrified, struggling to break free from the chains, but she was shocked to discover that her physical strength was completely unable to be mobilized, and the strength in her body was like a stone sinking into the sea, completely imperceptible. Simply outstanding, this is called sealing chi. With a smile, he stretched out his slender palm and stroked his calm cheek. Uzumaki Mito said softly, although there are no ordinary skills in the ninja world, there are also essential talents in every ninja village. You still have a lot to learn, Heike. Little girl. Ping Jiajing didn't speak, but his face turned even redder, and he didn't know if he was angry or ashamed. Uzumaki Mito also just gave up and did not continue to teach Uzumaki Mito. The golden chain dissipated as soon as his mind moved. Heike calmly fell to the ground, and his flushed face returned to normal. Instead of being impulsive as before, he calmly looked straight at Uzumaki Mito and said word by word, I'm going to the Jonin school. Good. Uzumaki Mito smiled slightly, and there was a hint of stubbornness in his eyes. Advertisement if she remembers correctly, the strongest kid at the ninja school right now is Namikaze Minato. Because of her special status, she knew that Namikaze Minato had been attracted by Jiraiya, and when she graduated, she would become Jiraiya's apprentice, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's apprentice grandson. To be honest, Uzumaki Mito doesn't have much thought about this kind of approach like wooing factions. Even if she didn't feel very happy about it in her heart, she didn't plan to do anything. After all, her strength has exceeded the limit of ninja many years ago. Even Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were no match for her when they were alive, let alone Sarutobi Hiruzen, an ordinary person. If she were to take action against Konoha's high-level officials, it would be even more extreme than bullying children. But now that she is calm, she can breathe a sigh of relief without tearing her face and affecting the stability of Konoha, the country of Vortex and even the entire ninja world. As for whether Hei Jiajing is an opponent of Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Mito has never considered it. Just kidding, she is Xia Yan's disciple. Of course she understands what amazing potential Xia Yan's disciple has. It is no exaggeration to say that if the disciples trained by Xia Yan can't beat that little guy named Namikaze Minato, then Uzumaki Mito might as well go back to the country of Vortex to raise pigs. Chapter 639, Auto-generated chapter title, 1. The poor relatives of the country of Vortex. Probably because he was a teacher before, Heike Jing did not reject anything about going to school. On the contrary, she was quite happy that she could be a student. This is probably the so-called, when I was young, I looked forward to growing up, but when I grew up, I longed to return to my childhood. Konoha. Ninja School. After the deaths of 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama and 2nd Hokage Senju Tobarama, the ninja world was really in turmoil for a while. In addition, Uzumaki Mito and the country of the Vortex rarely intervene, except that Konoha is more prosperous and prosperous. The situation in these years is not much different from the original. But this does not prevent the new generation of ninjas from enjoying a good childhood. This is not a joke about 810. The graduation age of ninjas can also reflect the peaceful state of the ninja world during this period to a certain extent, which is also a commonplace thing. For example, the students in the Obito episode in the original work graduated much earlier than the protagonists of the original work, and Konoha's condition was so bad that even these children who had just graduated and had not grown up much had to go to the battlefield. Advertisement, but of course not in this life. Even if Uzumaki Mito doesn't have much affection for Konoha, he won't watch Konoha suffer. After all, Konoha is a nephew she has grown up with. CBDD, nephew. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara's child, isn't she Uzumaki Mito's nephew? Have you heard? It seems that a transfer student is coming today. Transfer student? Which ninja village came from? Didn't I hear that the relationship between the various ninja villages is very tense now? I heard that it is the country of Vortex. Oh, it turns out to be the country of Vortex. By the way, isn't that fiery red pepper also from the country of Vortex? In the classroom of the ninja school, a group of ninja students were enthusiastically discussing the topic of transfer students. Just when they heard that the transfer students were from the land of Vortex, many people lost interest. Without him, under the guidance of the senior officials of Konoha, not many of the younger generation of ninjas know the name of Uzumaki Mito, let alone those who have great achievements. Therefore, in front of these children under the age of 12 at most, the country of the Vortex is just a poor relative of Konoha. Advertisement. Would you be happy if poor relatives came to your family? Not being bored is a good sign, isn't it? Among these messy voices, there is a figure that is a little different. Different from the dislike of others, she was just curious as to who the transfer student from the country of Vortex was. As a result, when teacher Chunin came in with peace, she was only disappointed. That's it? She doesn't even have red hair, so it shouldn't be her blood relatives. She probably just lives in the country of Vortexes. On the contrary, those little kids who were not very happy about the arrival of the poor relatives were much happier now. Beauty. I have to say that she was really cute when she was calm when she was a child. With a hint of heroism between her brows, she was handsome and cool, very appealing to children. In the world of children, beauty is justice. Calm but didn't think too much, I saw her step forward, looked around at the people present, and announced loudly. My name is Uzumaki Jing. I come from the country of Vortex. From today onwards, I will bring Kun to all of you. Superior. Chapter 640, Auto-generated chapter title. 2. Uchiha's unhappiness. I will Kun on all of you. Heike Jing's words are similar to Aizen's, Throne of Heaven, in the Shinigami world. Whether she can complete her big talk, no one knows at present. But what she said was really hateful. As soon as her voice fell, the noisy classroom suddenly became quiet, as if a needle was dropped and it was clearly audible. After that, there were overwhelming jeers and dissatisfied cries. What nonsense is this little girl talking about? Kun above everyone? Dared to say it. B*********. D. A guy from the country of Vortex, how dare to compare with my Uchiha clan? This is a provocation. What a guy without self-awareness. Naturally, these 10-year-old reserve ninjas could not bear the words of Kam Wuo, especially the proud family like the Uchiha family, and even more disdain for the small family, like the Uzumaki family. Advertisement. In their opinion, the seniors of the Uchiha clan are as powerful as first Hokage Senju Hashirama, so except for the Senju clan who are qualified to be on an equal footing with them, the other ninja clans are second-rate and third-rate, and even qualified to stand with them nothing. Such is the case with the Uzumaki clan. You must know that in the ninja world, there is no idea of respecting the old and loving the young and humbling girls. What's more, the grievances between the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan can even be traced back to the Sengoku era decades ago, and the relationship between the two sides has always been very poor. Therefore, the members of the Uchiha clan who were stimulated by the calm took the lead and couldn't bear it anymore. Humph. The guys from the Uzumaki clan are really outrageous. You haven't practiced ninjutsu all these years, but have you learned how to speak out loud? With a cold snort full of contempt, a figure emerged from the students and charged towards Heike Jing with extreme speed. The visitor has black hair and a handsome face. From the cheers of the girls around him, he knows that he is not low profile in the school. After all, he still wears the fan clothes of the Uchiha clan, clearly belonging to the rich and handsome of the Hokage world. As for strength, of course not weak. Uchiha Yang, 11 years old, has been an outstanding student who has reached the graduation standard as early as the first 3 years. He usually gets full marks in exams. He even used C-level ninjutsu when he was 9 years old. Great fireball technique. Advertisement. For flowers. Looking at the rebellious figure, Mr. Chunin, who was standing beside him calmly, narrowed his eyes, and his personal information appeared in his heart, but he did not respond. In the first place, he was just a civilian Chunin with average strength and no background, and it was obviously not a wise move to offend the Uchiha clan who were in their prime. 0 second, as early as when he went to pick up this Uzumaki Jing, third Hokage had hinted to him that even if something happened to this little girl, he didn't need to worry about it, and let the family behind them handle it by themselves. Teacher Chunin is not an idiot, so she naturally understands what third Hokage means. This little girl also has a background, and her strength is not weak. So, seeing Uchiha Yang rushing towards him, Teacher Chunin was not worried at all, he even wanted to laugh. And calm facing the incoming enemy, she did not have a trace of fear in her heart, but was very excited. Back in the day-to-day world without extraordinary abilities, she had always longed for the bloody battles of the young man, but unfortunately it could only be a fantasy. Now, the fantasy has actually come true. Big, Chapter 641, Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 3 close black lens bracket interests of Namikaze Minato for Calm, or Uzumaki Jing. Uchiha Yang's first impression is very poor. There are many reasons. One is that the other party belongs to the Uzumaki clan, and the Uzumaki clan had hatred with the Uchiha clan in the Sengoku era. Second, the other party was really arrogant, which seriously damaged his pride and glory as Uchiha clan. As for 3, a Uzumaki clan is not red-haired, but black-haired exclusively for the Uchiha clan. Jane, 810, is a plagiarism. Not tidy up. So, Uchiha Yang shot. As a genius ninja who graduated at the age of 10, even if Uchiha Yang's talent is placed in the protagonist session many years later, there is still hope to compete for the third place. It can be said that after he graduates, there is even hope that he will be promoted directly to Chunin at the age of 12. From this, you can see his outstanding talent and excellent combat power. What? Advertisement. Almost in an instant, Uchiha Yang had rushed in front of Heike Jing. Although arrogant and domineering, Uchiha Yang is obviously not an idiot. He neither used any offensive ninjutsu nor used any weapons, but simply raised his hand and slapped Heike Jing's tender face. Obviously, although Uchiha Yang is impulsive and extreme, he is a smart person. If he attacked his classmates in public, if he used ninjutsu and weapons, it would be a vicious incident, and even the Uchiha clan, who was in full swing, could not protect him. But it's just a simple slap. Even if a big man like Hokage wants to take revenge on him, he can't find any good reason, and the Uchiha family can easily save themselves. Thinking of this, Uchiha Yang couldn't help feeling a little smug in his heart. The incarnation of wisdom is talking about himself, right? It's just a personal fight, and the plan can be seamless. I believe the patriarch can see his talent this time and cultivate it, right? However, just when Uchiha Yang felt complacent in his heart, Heike Jing suddenly shot. Snapped. The movement was as fast as lightning, as fast as thunder, and the slender palm of Heike Jing directly lifted the face of Uchiha Yang, who was rushing in front of him. Uchiha Yang. Teacher Chunin. The two brains were empty for a while, completely unable to understand what had just happened. Advertisement: how come Uchiha Yang, who was about to attack Heijajing in the blink of an eye, was caught by Heijajing? The ninja students at the bottom were also stunned. Even Teacher Chunin couldn't see the speed, so naturally they couldn't see it clearly. There was only a sunny boy with blonde hair, his pupils shrunk slightly, looking at the calm eyes full of fear and surprise. This is naturally the fourth Hokage in the original book, the Golden Glitter Namikaze Minato. At this time, Namikaze Minato was quite shocked. He has always known that he is a genius, and his strength, talent and temperament far surpass those of his peers. However, just now, his self-confidence was broken a little. Because he found that this Uzumaki Jing from the Uzumaki clan was actually faster than himself in the speed of his shots. Really awesome. 3.3. Namikaze Minato is not jealous, but has a strong interest in Hikaze, and even has the idea of having a fair fight with her. And Heijajing, without Xia Yan's mind-reading ability, she naturally wouldn't know what Namikaze Minato was thinking. She is thinking now. This is what Uzumaki Mito's sister called the Uchiha family. If she abolishes this guy, shouldn't she be punished? Chapter 642, Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 4 close black lens bracket shock fruit is beginning to show its power. Heijajing is a good person. But because of her family upbringing, she is by no means a virgin. Being provoked by others, she is not to reason with her education, but to retaliate with the fastest speed and strength. This is the family motto of the Heike family. So, looking at Uchiha Yang, who was caught in his hand like a chick, Calm suddenly grinned. Teacher, is this guy considered strong in the ninja school? Ah, what? Suddenly awakened, Teacher Chunin looked at Jing with fear, envy and jealousy. With his eyes, it is natural to see what a bright future the Calm with such strength has at the age of only 10. Coupled with the background that he had made up before, in his eyes, Heijajing suddenly became the next generation of heirs carefully cultivated by a big family in the country of Vortex. This kind of existence is destined to become a big man in the future, and it is definitely a lucky thing to be the teacher of the other party. So he added cautiously, Uchiha Yang is at least the top 3 talents in the school. Advertisement, okay, I know, I didn't expect to be a genius. Why'd I feel so weak? Interrupting Teacher Chunin impatiently, Heijajing looked at Uchiha Yang with puzzled eyes. Teacher Chunin's expression stiffened. Weak? Uchiha Yang is also young. After another 2 years, with the power of Sharingan, even Teacher Chunin will not be his opponent. On the other hand, Uchiha Yang was pure anger, and he didn't know whether it was because he had difficulty breathing or was so angry that he exploded. Angry? But it's you who challenged me first, boy. Feeling scornful at Uchiha Yang's anger and struggle, a white light curtain suddenly appeared between the palms of Heijajing's palms holding Uchiha Yang's cheeks. This white light curtain is really conspicuous, so that everyone present can clearly see it, but they don't understand what it is. But like Namikaze Minato and Teacher Chunin, who are a little more powerful and visionary, they can perceive the amazing and terrifying energy hidden in that white light curtain. What's this? Namikaze Minato has a solemn face, and has completely regarded Calm as a ruthless character that he needs to take seriously. Advertisement, but Heijajing didn't think about it that much, she just wanted to try the power she just acquired, being suppressed by Uzumaki Mito before, it really made her sad. So, shock fruit's power exploded in her palm, crack. The white cracks visible to the naked eye spread out from the center of Heijing's palm, and appeared out of thin air in midair. From a distance, it seemed that the space was a mirror, and then it was smashed. This is the 810 power of shock fruit. Even if the one used by Shizuo Heike was only the most elementary, the power it exploded was still not something that an ordinary person's physical quality could resist. Immediately, a shrill scream resounded through the classroom. Uchiha Yang's hands and feet kept shaking and struggling like epilepsy, and blood poured out from his mouth, nose and ears at the same time, looking very terrifying. It was only at this moment that Teacher Chunin reacted and stepped forward with fear to try to stop Heijajing. And Namikaze Minato finally understood the power of Calm. Is this the legendary bloodline limit? Namikaze Minato looked at Heijajing thoughtfully, with fear, excitement, and a hint of envy in his eyes. Chapter 643, Auto-generated chapter title. 5. Kushina's longing blood follows the limit. For most ninja students, this is a fairly unfamiliar vocabulary. Even young ninjas from big families like Uchiha Yang don't know much about this. However, Namikaze Minato is different. He has been keen on studying ninjutsu since he was a child, and he has been close to Jiraiya, so he naturally has his own understanding of the boundaries of blood. In his opinion, the strange and powerful white light curtain that Heijajing used just now was undoubtedly a kind of Shueiji boundary. And at this time Uchiha Yang, although Heijajing's current strength is too weak to exert the amazing power that is exclusive to shock fruit, but being wrapped with the power of shock fruit at close range, Uchiha Yang's brain is still damaged by the shock, and it almost turns into a mass of pulp paste. It is foreseeable that Uchiha Yang, a former genius, was completely abolished. Even if the Uchiha clan find him the best medical ninja in all Konoha, it is impossible to restore his severely damaged brain to normal. Looking for Sage of Six Paths may be able to do it, but the Uchiha family do not have the ability first, and secondly they can't afford to pay a great price for a fallen genius. After all, geniuses are actually not very valuable in the ninja world. Even Uchiha Madara, who shocked the entire ninja world at the beginning, was easily abandoned by the Uchiha family. Advertisement Uchiha Madara, who used to be the head of the Uchiha clan, is still like this, let alone a so-called genius, who has not fully revealed his talent. Boom. With a flick of his arm, he threw the completely unconscious Uchiha Yang into the corner of the wall. Heijajing licked the corner of his mouth, and eagerly glanced at the others in the classroom. Is there anything else you want to try? I haven't enjoyed it yet. No one spoke, and everyone in the classroom fell into silence. Including Namikaze Minato. Even if he is not afraid of Ping Jajing, but there is no hatred between him and Ping Jajing, and he is not a fighting madman, naturally he will not take the initiative to provoke. And Calm, after taking the initiative to provoke but did not get any response, cannot help but feel greatly disappointed. Shout, it's so boring. While complaining, Ping Jajing walked to an empty seat and sat down carelessly. On the left is an unknown girl. In front is Uzumaki Kushina with red hair. You are amazing. You are so handsome. Advertisement. Uzumaki Kushina turned his head and looked at Heikei with shining eyes, his eyes full of admiration and longing. She is very eager to become such a powerful woman as Heijajing. Not far away, Namikaze Minato's face was a little tangled, and there was a hint of envy in the eyes of Heijajing. God knows how much he hoped that Uzumaki Kushina's gaze was to see him. But unfortunately, this is just an extravagant hope. In the eyes of Uzumaki Kushina at this time, the current Namikaze Minato is just a dead sissy, neither strong nor handsome. It's far worse than Ping Jajing. At the same time, by money, the medical ninja arranged by Uzumaki Mito has taken the seriously injured Uchiha Yang away. This one seems to have long known that Calm would do something similar, so he was well prepared. Uzumaki Mito, is he from the Uzumaki clan? Looking at the back of the medical ninja who took away Uchiha Yang, Teacher Chunin suddenly discovered something sensational. It is said that the Uzumaki clan has long since fallen. Is there a big man who can directly mobilize medical ninjas in Konoha? Chapter 644, Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 6 close black lens bracket goddess of 3rd Hokage. The leader of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Mito, who had been silent for many years, suddenly gave an order, which really shocked many people in Konoha's power center. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen even came to visit in person, wanting to find out if the old ninja and the big man had any instructions. Please wait a moment, 3rd Hokage, I'll report to Mito-sama. The strangers of the Uzumaki clan had a lukewarm attitude, so they went to the direction of Uzumaki Mito. Sarutobi Hiruzen wasn't angry either, but narrowed his eyes slightly when he looked at the backs of the Uzumaki clan ninjas. It is impossible to say that you are not angry when you are treated with this attitude. 810. After all, he is Konoha's 3rd Hokage, and he has personally cultivated the famous Sannin, and now his reputation is in full swing. Of course, it is not enough to say that there is hatred and want to take revenge maliciously. Sarutobi Hiruzen may not be a good man, but he is by no means a scumbag. Uzumaki Mito. Advertisement saying the name belonging to Uzumaki Mito, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly fell into memory. The first time I heard the name Uzumaki Mito was when he was a child and had just been accepted as a disciple by 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama. It is said that she is an excellent woman whom 1st Hokage and Uchiha Madara like together, and she has a reputation that is no weaker than anyone else in the ninja world. Since then, he has been full of curiosity about this woman. Later, Uchiha Madara rebelled against the village. Exhausted and seriously injured, 1st Hokage takes him to meet Uzumaki Mito. The moment he saw her, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but go crazy. What an amazingly beautiful woman this is. It seems that any beautiful word in this world can be placed on her, making people feel ashamed just by looking at them. Sarutobi Hiruzen has a goddess in his heart, however, he is a person who respects teachers and respects Taoism. So even if he regards Uzumaki Mito as a goddess in his heart, because this is his teacher, CBDD, he has a good woman, so he never bothers, but occasionally feels regretful. Because the teacher failed to pursue Uzumaki Mito. Advertisement Uzumaki Mito seems to have a person in his heart. Because of the existence of that mysterious person, she didn't even give her teacher a chance, let alone her ordinary junior. Yes, ordinary. Becoming 3rd Hokage at a young age, Sarutobi Hiruzen is undoubtedly a winner in life in the eyes of others and the envy of everyone. However, in front of the goddess, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that he was ordinary, without the confidence and lightness of the past. It didn't take long. The Uzumaki clan who went to inform them walked back. Master Mito and Master Xia Yan are waiting for you in the living room. Leaving such a cold sentence, the Uzumaki clan turned around and left, not even bothering to lead the way. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not angry either, he knew that the actions of the senior officials of Konoha over the years really made these older generation feel chills. Anyway, he knew the way, so he went straight. I'm about to meet the goddess. Even though he has experienced countless big scenes, Sarutobi Hiruzen is still as nervous as a young furry child at this moment, as if returning to the day when he was still an ignorant child and first saw the goddess. Chapter 645, Auto-generated chapter title, 7. There is someone around the goddess, but it's not me. Goddesses are a man's youthful fantasy. As long as they haven't gotten it, no matter how many years have passed, the man may not be able to forget the surprise brought by that smile. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew he liked Uzumaki Mito. It's not a shame, Hokage likes people who don't break the law, and Uzumaki Mito is not his wife. But for so many years, he never dared to reveal these thoughts. One is for fear of causing trouble for Uzumaki Mito. The second is to worry about being rejected and completely losing the opportunity to go further. As for the three, Sarutobi Hiruzen worries about Uzumaki Mito's safety. Even if he knows that Uzumaki Mito's strength is amazing, but it is said that 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, and the ninja's intrigues are countless. Doesn't that tell the story that even someone as powerful as his teacher Senju Hashirama got an untimely death? Therefore, he began to deliberately reduce the fame and presence of the Uzumaki clan and Uzumaki Mito in the ninja world. This is a multi-pronged thing. Advertisement both consolidate the rights of Hokage and Konoha high level. And protect the goddess he loves in his heart. You really work hard. While sighing, he straightened his clothes and hair without a trace, making sure that there was nothing wrong with him, and Sarutobi Hiruzen knocked on the door of the living room. Come in. The voice of a nice and attractive mature woman resounded in the parlor. Listening to Sarutobi Hiruzen, the bones are crispy. Fortunately, he still has the determination to be the third Hokage, and he didn't make a fool of himself on the spot. With excitement, Sarutobi Hiruzen opened the door of the goddess's house in his heart. Then, his face stiffened, because the first thing he saw when he opened the door was not the goddess Uzumaki Mito he was thinking of, but a completely unfamiliar man. What disturbed him most was that the man's face was still extremely handsome. Once he met Uchiha Madara, he was already a rare and beautiful man in the ninja world. Now that I see this man again, I understand that God really favors some people, and his appearance and temperament are simply killed in seconds. After a brief period of consternation and inferiority, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but look at Xia Yan with a somewhat unkind look, and a deep sense of crisis emerged in his heart. Advertisement. Who is this handsome man? What is the relationship between this man and Uzumaki Mito? For flowers, there is a man beside the goddess, but that man is not me. This is probably one of the saddest things in a man's heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen even had an extremely ridiculous illusion that he was green. But he was still a little sane after all. He understood that Uzumaki Mito had nothing to do with him, and the two had not even seen each other in recent years. He was just unwilling. Why is there a person around the goddess, but the person is not herself? Little monkey. Vortex Mito looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in disbelief, and felt that the other party's mood suddenly became very low, and he couldn't help feeling a little strange. On the other hand, the extremely handsome man behind her, with a slight curvature of the corners of his mouth, looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a half-smile, with mockery and contempt in his eyes. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel very uncomfortable and uncomfortable. The current Sarutobi Hiruzen is not the more mature and stable old fox in the original book, but a middle-aged man with a successful career. So even if he didn't break out immediately, the words he blurted out were full of questioning tone. Senior Mito, who is this man? He should not be from Konoha. Da. Chapter 646, Auto-generated chapter title, 8, Third Hokage with a forced smile. Sarutobi Hiruzen's question is actually quite grounded. Because he is third Hokage, he is responsible for the entire Konoha. And this strange man in front of him is undoubtedly an unstable factor for Konoha. Therefore, in Sarutobi Hiruzen's view, he is definitely not using power for personal gain. Absolutely not. Him? Uzumaki Mito looked at Xia Yan playfully, with obvious admiration and yearning in his eyes. 810. This look deeply hurt Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. How he wished that Uzumaki Mito's gaze was on himself, and not on anyone else. However, this is just a wish. Uzumaki Mito's gaze was for this handsome and mysterious man in front of him, and Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that this was the reality. As a result, the third Hokage, who was highly regarded in Konoha, became more and more aggressive. That's right. Who is he? Why don't I know when such a person appeared in Konoha Village? Advertisement, it. My name is Xia Yan. Just when Uzumaki Mito wanted to explain, Xia Yan took the lead. Having already seen through what Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking, he looked at the young version of third Hokage with interest and smiled. It's Mito's man. Boom. Like a thunderbolt from the blue, Sarutobi Hiruzen was simply stupid. Uzumaki Mito's man? How come he never heard of it? Uzumaki Mito's beautiful eyes were the boss who stared at him because of shock. His eyes were full of disbelief and deep ecstasy. She actually likes Xia Yan. When you were a young girl, you met a person that no one can surpass. Everyone you meet in the future will subconsciously compare with him. The more you compare, the more you find that the person at the beginning is really excellent. Such as Uzumaki Mito's affection for Xia Yan. The close contact in the early years, the love of the girl, and the comparison and yearning day after day and year after year, have made Uzumaki Mito deeply rooted in Mo Yan. Xia Yan naturally knew this too. So, admitting that Uzumaki Mito is his own woman in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he has multiple considerations. Advertisement 1 is to give Uzumaki Mito an explanation. Xia Yan doesn't think she has too many women, and she has passed the period of juvenile lust. As for the second one, of course it's for fun. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen, the disciple and grandson of Uzumaki Mito in the original work, actually fell in love with Uzumaki Mito in this life, even to the point where he regarded him as a goddess in his heart and was willing to be a dog, so Xia Yan had to feel the amazing power of butterfly wings. And what's more fun than hitting a sen dog who doesn't like it much? Thinking of this, Xia Yan suddenly stretched out her palm and embraced Uzumaki Mito's slender waist. Ah, Uzumaki Mito exclaimed in a low voice, obviously not used to Xia Yan's sudden closeness. But she still gave Xia Yan the greatest trust. Even if she was caught off guard, she still hugged Xia Yan's arm tightly, watching Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes with blood 3.3 red, wishing to replace it. The goddess of the dog is held in her arms in front of the dog, which is probably the most irrational thing. But Sarutobi Hiruzen is no ordinary person. In just 2 or 3 seconds, he adjusted his emotions, took a deep breath, and forced a smile at Xia Yan. That's it. Hello Mr. Xia Yan, are you a ninja? Chapter 647, Auto-generated chapter title, 9, Ordinary People and Ninjas. Ninja. In the world of Hokage, this is actually not a noble profession, and it can even be said that it is a big hand supported by the state, and it is not worth seeing. But this is just the beginning. As the strength of the ninja became stronger and stronger, even to the point where one person could crush the entire country, the country of the ninja world completely lost its initial dominance. Even the daimyo is just a good-looking tool person. Apart from economics, his influence on the major ninja villages has long been less than before. The master has a strong military force, and the ninja with personal strength is getting stronger and stronger, but has gradually become a noble existence. Several ninja wars between ninjas have brought the people of this ninja world to a standstill, and it has greatly improved the status of ninjas. Even in the relatively peaceful ninja village of Konoha, the status of the commoners is far lower than that of the non-jonin people. What is the situation in other countries can be seen from Madara. So, although not absolute, the basic concept of ninja equals human beings is not a big problem. That's why Sarutobi Hiruzen asked about Xia Yan's identity. Advertisement as third Hokage, his vision is quite good. Naturally, he could see at a glance that Xia Yan didn't have any calluses on his palms. She was a young master who had never endured hardship. Such a person, naturally, cannot be a ninja. Not a ninja, so what else is there to say? Businessmen in this world are like fat pigs, and they basically have no status at all. In the original book, the famous bully businessman in the country of Daxia and Poland does not even have the ability to deal with such a junior elite monster jonin. He is completely a ninja cash machine. As a result, Sarutobi Hiruzen straightened his waist immediately, looking at Xia Yan with a hint of superiority. As everyone knows, what he was thinking at this time has been completely exposed in Xia Yan's eyes. Ninja? Xia Yan's face was a little weird. Indeed, he is not a ninja, nor does he want to be a ninja. Advertisement, but his status is obviously much higher than that of ninjas. Senju Hashirama, the god of ninjas, can't even beat the students he taught casually for a few days. As for calluses or something, that's even more ridiculous. With his current physical strength, even if he uses the planet as a basketball every day, it is impossible to leave even a trace of it. To put it bluntly, comparing him with the existence of ninjas is simply bullying. But Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't know this, and he doesn't have the mind-reading ability of Xia Yan. So, when he saw that Xia Yan's face became a little weird, he thought that he had poked Xia Yan's sore spot, his fragile self-esteem as an ordinary person. This is a really good idea. Sarutobi Hiruzen was even more satisfied when he saw Uzumaki Mito's beautiful face flashing a strange, imperceptible color. So, Sarutobi Hiruzen struck while the iron was hot and said, as the saying goes, a guest is a guest from afar. Since Mr. Xia Yan is a friend of Senior Mito's, he is also a friend of me, third Hokage, and the entire Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone was obviously smug when he said the words, third Hokage. Without waiting for Uzumaki Mito to interject, he took the initiative to send out an invitation. Today, jonin from several villages are competing with each other. Would you like to see the two of them together? Chapter 648, Auto-generated chapter title, 10, Two People Fighting. Just as the rich show off their wealth, luxury cars and mansions to the poor, Sarutobi Hiruzen is showing off to Xia Yan. However, as the third Hokage and the elite ninja, he shows off his power. In this chaotic worldview with intricate forces, it is indeed a very gratifying thing to have power, and the master's power is a higher level, fully reaching the level of a superior man. This is what Sarutobi Hiruzen showed off to Xia Yan. He thinks he is a gentle man. He wants to subtly make Uzumaki Mito aware of the gap between him and Xia Yan. Instead of ignoring others to exclude others, it will only appear that he is not good enough. Xia Yan naturally would not refuse Sarutobi Hiruzen's invitation. Although Uzumaki Mito's face was a little strange, he would not violate his respect and longing for his teacher, so he followed. This makes Sarutobi Hiruzen very satisfied. The audience is complete. Konoha. Practice field. As the most powerful country in the ninja world, Konoha has always attached great importance to cultivating ninja fighting power, and is also the first ninja village in the whole ninja world to open a ninja school. Advertisement, as the saying goes, where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. Where there are rivers and lakes, there is bound to be a struggle. Whether it's to compete for high and low morale, or to compete with each other to improve themselves, fighting between ninjas is quite common in Konoha. In the original work, even Kakashi often accepts Might Guy's invitation to fight with ninjas, which shows a Madara. Bang! Bang! On the practice ground at this time, two jonins were fighting. The movements of the two were as fast as lightning, and their fists and kunai kept colliding together. Although they did not use any ninjutsu, they were only the most basic physical skills, which made many middle and jonin around them dazzled. A group of ninja students who came to observe the ninja academy even opened their mouths in shock and cheered again and again, their eyes full of longing and longing. Letting children see the appearance of handsome adult ninjas is also a disguised mode of brainwashing, which makes them yearn for ninjas, a profession full of killing, since childhood. What? Friendship. Positive. That is exclusive to the main character and important supporting characters. Look at the battles between the ninja villages. The ninjas died in large numbers, and the people were struggling. There were ninjas in the family, and almost every household suffered casualties. Advertisement blood and death are the truth of the ninja world. So strong. Come on, hurry up and beat him. Come on, Jiraiya-sama. With the excited cheers of the ninja students, the two of them fought more and more vigorously on the practice ground, and even started to use ninjutsu to mix. Even the lowest level C-rank ninjutsu can still arouse fierce cheers from these children. In such an atmosphere, Sarutobi Hiruzen came slowly with Xia Yan and Uzumaki Mido. Across the old, money is good, distance, Xia Yan saw the two people fighting in the practice ground at a glance. Among them, the lively white-haired, fat-faced man was obviously Jiraiya, who was one of the Sanins with Tsunade. The current Jiraiya is still very young and far less powerful than the future, but he is also a top powerhouse who can fight head-to-head with the various ninja village shadows. As for the other calm middle-aged man with black hair, Xia Yan didn't know him. But looking at the pair of blood-colored pupils and Guyu, he knew his identity. Chapter 649. Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 1 close black lens bracket Jiraiya's dark plan. Uchiha. At the beginning, although the Uchiha clan was a big clan in the ninja world, there were actually not many big clans in the ninja world. It was Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna who really made Uchiha rise and become a rare and powerful family in the ninja world. A double Mangekyo. After the accident of Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha Madara awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. It is no exaggeration to say that Uchiha Madara alone is enough to represent the entire Uchiha clan. However, when Uchiha Madara left, all the Uchiha clan betrayed him. Of course, there is a reason for his unpopularity with his cruel and cold-blooded nature. It can also be seen that Konoha led by Senju Hashirama really made the people of the Uchiha family feel more at ease. Who wants to go back to the precarious life of the previous Sengoku era? In the days that followed, the Uchiha family discovered that their choice was indeed correct. Uchiha Madara, who left Konoha, eventually died at the hands of first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Although the Uchiha family was vaguely rejected by the senior officials of Konoha, Konoha also needed their strength. The cooperation between the two parties was quite pleasant. The Uchiha family also got their own position, the Konoha Security Department. Advertisement Master Justice and Judgment, this is a fat job. Even the CBDD, Hyuga and Senju clan, who have always been as famous as the Uchiha clan, did not have such a good job in Konoha. So, the Uchiha family is quite content now, and the Jonin of the Uchiha clan who fought against Jiraiya was named Uchiha Feng. Although it is a cannon fodder who is not even qualified to appear in the original work, with the strength of Jonin plus the ninjutsu reserve of the Uchiha clan plus the bonus of 3 Tomo Sharingan, even some powerhouses who have reached the quasi-shadow level can touch it, on a touch. Even facing Jiraiya, one of the most famous Sannin, he didn't suffer for a while. The power of Sharingan can be seen in Madara. How is it? Konoha's ninja is not bad, right? Because it was in front of the goddess, Sarutobi Hiruzen resisted the thought of wanting to smoke and asked Xia Yan very proudly. Xia Yan also nodded cooperatively. Well, not bad. Really good. Judging from the basic talents of ninjas, Jiraiya and this Uchiha style are already elites, and they can be independent in each ninja village. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly became even more proud. Advertisement at this time, Jiraiya, who just kicked Uchiha out of the wind, swept the corner of his eyes to Xia Yan and his group. Teacher. Realizing that her teacher was actually watching the battle, Jiraiya's eyes lit up and was about to say hello when she suddenly saw a handsome figure standing not far from Sarutobi Hiruzen. I go. What a nice view. Konoha still has such a beautiful woman? Or is this a noble lady from outside? As a hungry ghost in color, Jiraiya's heart was deeply attracted at once. And at this moment, he saw Xia Yan, whom he had ignored at first. Noticing that Xia Yan and Uzumaki Mido seemed to be very close, he couldn't help frowning, feeling a little unhappy in his heart. Especially when he saw that Xia Yan could instantly kill him in terms of appearance, he was even more upset. Shout, let me, Uncle Jiraiya, make that little white face ashamed. A smirk overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Jiraiya suddenly retreated away from Uchiha Feng's counterattack range, and then his long white hair like a needle suddenly aimed in the direction of Xia Yan, and shot at a high speed. Chapter 650. Auto-generated chapter title, 12, Jiraiya's Radical Method. Jiraiya is not a good person, but by no means a bad person. So, even if he deliberately attacked Xia Yan, Jiraiya deliberately directed most of the attacks to the open area around Mo Yan. Even if it hits Xia Yan's hair, the parts of the attack are not fatal, such as hands and feet. The medical ninja can easily cure it without leaving any sequelae, but it can make Xia Yan embarrassed. It can be seen from this that Jiraiya's character is somewhat childlike, willful, likes to make trouble, and does things regardless of the consequences, but it is not a big evil. Jiraiya this kid. Uzumaki Mido naturally noticed Jiraiya's small movements, and immediately snorted coldly, intending to stand up and stop the hair needle shot by Jiraiya. But Sarutobi Hiruzen shot first. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen perfectly displayed his outstanding ability as a Hokage, and appeared in front of Xia Yan with a dodge, before Uzumaki Mito blocked all the hairpins shot at Xia Yan. Shout, old man! Seeing this scene, Jiraiya couldn't help but pouted. Surrounded by exclamations with compliments, envy and longing. Advertisement, impressive. So fast, I didn't see it clearly at all. Is this Hokage? It's so handsome, I'll definitely be a Hokage in the future. For children, third Hokage's every move is very handsome, and he is the most outstanding adult in their eyes, and they also aspire to become such a big man in the future. For mature adults, what they value more is the strong power displayed by Hokage, which makes them feel safe and honored as a member of Konoha. Third Hokage's skills are amazing. Among the countless boastings, Xia Yan also praised Sarutobi Hiruzen without hesitation. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen frown. He could feel that Xia Yan was really not flustered at all. What is he based on? Strong psychological quality and excellent upbringing. With this thought in mind, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded calmly, and then issued an invitation again. Mr. Xia Yan, want to give it a try? Try? Xia Yan frowned. Advertisement, that's right. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled mysteriously. Of course, it is not for ordinary people like you to fight ninjas, but for you to go up and try something that genin people are good at. For flowers, huh? Just him. The voice of a man who knew that he was not in a good mood sounded from one side. Xia Yan raised her head slightly, and it really was Jiraiya. At this time, Jiraiya was still a young male, staring at Xia Yan with a displeased face, and said contemptuously. With his small body, if I punch him, he will have to lie on the ground and cry for a long time. You actually plan to let him try what ninjas are good at? Aren't you afraid of his sudden death from injury? This. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked embarrassed, but in his heart he gave Jiraiya a compliment. What a great assist. Didn't he invite Xia Yan to make him look ugly? Jiraiya's operation directly made Xia Yan difficult to ride a tiger. By accepting the invitation, it was obvious that she would be humiliated in front of Uzumaki Mito and everyone else. And refusing the invitation would also appear cowardly and irresponsible, which would disappoint Uzumaki Mito. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's opinion, Jiraiya's aggressive approach is simply superb. Great. Chapter 651, Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 13 close black lens bracket the arrival of Tsunade and Orochimaru. Okay. Xia Yan smiled at Sarutobi Hiruzen, accepting his invitation. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly, obviously not expecting such a reaction from Xia Yan. There was no panic, as if everything was in the master's hands, which was completely beyond his expectations. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen thinks things have not exceeded his expectations. Give you. Jiraiya took out a few kunai and shuriken from the ninja bag and handed them to Xia Yan, with a wicked smile on her face, looking like she wanted to watch the fun. Xia Yan took it and asked with a smile, how should this thing be played? Play? Jiraiya was speechless, looking at Xia Yan with a lot of bad eyes. Thinking about it, the field where you put your life and work hard is the word, playing, in other populations, which is unacceptable to most people. So, with a little bit of malice, Jiraiya took out a few more shinobi from the ninja bag, and smiled evilly. I will shoot you with these shuriken, and then you will fly with the ninja in your hand. Just go out and block all my attacks. How about it? It's very simple, right? Advertisement. Well, it sounds pretty simple. Xia Yan nodded in agreement. The corners of Jiraiya's mouth twitched, and she secretly scolded Xia Yan for not knowing how to flatter her. Simple? This guy is so arrogant, he must be well educated. At this time, two more figures came over from a distance. What are you doing all around here? A young woman in a green robe with a pretty good figure asked curiously. It seems to be Jiraiya. Beside the woman, a young man with a cold and pale face said in a low voice. Is that the Jiraiya guy? Really, I really don't know what he's up to. Send, do you know what happened? The woman was obviously not very interested in Jiraiya, but she still asked people around her curiously. Soon, she learns from other ninjas and commoners what Jiraiya is going to do. Advertisement. That guy is really an idiot, he actually degenerates to the point of bullying ordinary people? Hearing what Jiraiya did, the woman couldn't help being more speechless, and her impression of Jiraiya was also much worse. After all, bullying ordinary people is something only those wandering ninjas and rebels would do, and it is a very immoral act. Konoha's ninjas, even the Uchiha clan, who are not very good-tempered, basically do not have nothing to do to bully ordinary people. On the other hand, the white-faced man on the side suddenly grinned with a cold smile. Tsunade, I'm afraid it's not as simple as you think. Huh? Tsunade said, looking at the man beside him, what do you mean, Orochimaru? Orochimaru raised his hand and pointed in the direction where Xia Yan was standing, his hoarse voice with some playfulness. That man is not necessarily an ordinary person. You know? Tsunade looked curious. Orochimaru was not impatient, and pointed to the beautiful Uzumaki Mito standing not far from Xia Yan. His voice suddenly became much more solemn. That is Uzumaki Mito. I have seen it in the historical documents of Konoha. It is said to be big man of the Sengoku era. Sengoku era? Tsunade's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. For her, who is not very good at history and research, what Orochimaru said was too shocking. Chapter 652, Auto-generated chapter title, 14, Orochimaru's ambition. Sengoku's those were pretty dark times for anyone who knew the history of the ninja world. The forces of all parties are divided into melee, There is no justice or evil, everyone is constantly killing for the interests of themselves and the ethnic group, just like a group of killing machines. And the powerhouses that rose in that era were mostly famous powerhouses. For example, the first-generation movie of each ninja village. Like Uchiha Madara, such as Senju Hashirama. Another example is Uzumaki Mito. For most ordinary people, the name Uzumaki Mito may have been heard somewhere. But because Mito himself was too low-key and under the deliberate guidance of Konoha's high-level executives, almost all the people over the years have forgotten the name, and some people have never heard of it. Advertisement. It's like in the original book, a group of protagonists who aspire to be excellent ninjas and others have not even heard of Uchiha Madara, a powerhouse who once coerced an era. It can be seen that the history of the ninja world is really bad. And thanks to a powerful family, Senju Hashirama taught her personally when she was alive. Senju Tsunade first heard the name Uzumaki Mito from his grandfather Senju Hashirama. According to my grandfather, it was a terrifying powerhouse, even stronger than him and that Uchiha Madara. Staring at the beautiful and moving vortex Mito not far away, Senju Tsunade's beautiful eyes flashed with a strong shock. She is said to have suppressed the Uchiha clan, including Uchiha Madara, by herself. It is said that she once suppressed the Nine Tails by herself, and even the most tyrannical Nine Tails were as well behaved as a puppy in front of her. It is said that she also has a teacher who is stronger than her. The former clan of the Senju family was destroyed by her teacher. As he spoke, Senju Tsunade's emotions became more and more excited. Although the relationship between the Uzumaki family and Konoha has long since eased, the humiliation suffered by the Senju family has never dissipated, and she, the heir of the Senju family, has long wanted to find a way back, but she has never found a chance. Advertisement. She never imagined that she would be able to meet Uzumaki Mito, who has been living in low-key seclusion for so many years, just to see the fun. It is simply that God is helping her. As for whether he is Uzumaki Mito's opponent or not, Senju Tsunade has not thought about it. Anyway, it's not a life and death battle, it doesn't matter if you win or lose, the fight is just a momentum. On the sidelines, listening to Tsunade's narration of Uzumaki Mito, Orochimaru had a more profound impression of the great man who was once famous in history. At the same time, a trace of imperceptible enthusiasm and longing flashed in his icy snake eyes. After witnessing horrific battlefields and countless deaths, Orochimaru's life has been completely transformed. He began to fear death, fear growing old, and long for eternal life. That is the so-called immortality. However, even if Orochimaru is a genius in the research of ninjutsu and forbidden technique, it is not something he can develop in a short time. So, now Orochimaru is in a period of confusion, then he met Uzumaki Mito today. Chapter 653, Auto-generated chapter title, Open black lens bracket 15 close black lens bracket second generation Tsunade. Orochimaru stared at Uzumaki Mito. With that beautiful and moving face, even if she is a 16 or 17-year-old flower girl, there is no problem. And as far as he knows, Uzumaki Mito and Tsunade's grandfather first Hokage Senju Hashirama are from the same period, so at least she should be over 52. Is there a technique for staying in beauty? Orochimaru believes that this is more advanced eternal youth. Because he could feel the terrifying vitality of Uzumaki Mito from afar. It is no exaggeration to say that Orochimaru would almost have thought that Uzumaki Mito was some kind of human treasure if he hadn't known that he was a living person. Speaking of which, what are you going to do next? Concealing the greed and yearning in his eyes, Orochimaru suddenly became worried. Even if you don't know much about Uzumaki Mito, you can tell from Tsunade's words around him that Uzumaki Mito is by no means an ordinary woman who can be manipulated. What's more, most of the fearlessness of people comes from ignorance. Advertisement. When it was just a genin, Orochimaru didn't actually think that ninjas were anything special. At most they were more existences than ordinary people. After all, they were just mortals. And at the stage of Jonin, seeing the powerful fighting power of the shadows of the villages, Orochimaru felt awe for the ninja for the first time in his heart. It turns out that mortals can be so strong. When Raikage is fully active, he is almost like a god in fairy tales, which brought great shock to Orochimaru, who was still a Jonin at the time. After that, Orochimaru's strength became stronger and stronger, and his awe became less and less. Until he was once again shocked by the war. What is war? To eliminate good and evil, interests and other factors, war is a meat grinder. No matter how powerful people or forces, as long as they are involved in the war, they will at least be splashed with blood and minced flesh. The bloody battlefield deeply shocked Orochimaru, and the grief of people's relatives and friends passing away made him deeply realize that human beings are so fragile, even the powerful ninjas are equal in the face of death. Thus, Orochimaru began to long for eternal life. Uzumaki Mito is the target. Pity. Advertisement. Orochimaru is still self-aware. A woman who can't even compare to first Hokage Senju Hashirama, he probably doesn't even have the qualifications to serve as a side dish. We have to think long-term. For a long time, thinking to himself, Orochimaru said to Tsunade calmly, let's take a closer look, shall we? Okay. Tsunade was at the age when he liked to join in the fun, so he immediately raised his hand and pushed the people around him and pushed forward. Give you. The person who was pushed away by Tsunade was looking unhappy and wanted to scold, but when he saw Tsunade's face, he immediately shut his mouth honestly. In the years after the end of the Second Ninja World War, Sanin's reputation is still quite amazing, if not for the emergence of a more terrifying Namikaze Minato, Jiraiya and Tsunade and even Orochimaru all hoped to become Hokage. Coupled with the identity of the patriarch of the Tsunade Senju clan, it is no exaggeration to say that the entire Konoha except for the current third Hokage, even the other high-level elders are not as noble as her status. After all, second Hokage is a family, and even Sarutobi Hiruzen, third Hokage, is her teacher. Proper Konoha Guan 2, third generation. Chapter 654, auto-generated chapter title. 16. No injuries at the same time. Just as Tsunade and Orochimaru were squeezing in, Jiraiya threw a few lily swords at Xia Yan. Not bad. Looking at the trajectory of the lily swords flying towards him, Xia Yan raised her brows lightly, without saying anything of her own praise. Of course, he is not praising Jiraiya's strength, but praising the other party's character. In all fairness, a commoner makes a ninja unhappy. This ninja still has a very high status, the latter does not retaliate against the former, it is definitely a good character. And obviously, Jiraiya is such a noble and good person. Therefore, Xia Yan didn't use any real skills, and with a slight twist of her wrist, she threw the 823 shuriken in her hand. Ding dong. Ding. The shuriken thrown by Jiraiya collided with the shuriken thrown by Xia Yan, scattered all over the floor like a goddess scattered flowers. Impressive. Advertisement children and non-ninja laymen widened their eyes, feeling that this way of intercepting others' attacks was very handsome. On the other hand, elite ninjas with good eyesight such as Sarutobi Hiruzen shrank their pupils and looked at Xia Yan with a lot of dignified eyes, and no longer had the sense of superiority that ninjas use to face ordinary people. They are not fools. As far as Xia Yan's brilliant operation of intercepting Jiraiya's attack was to shoot down all the shuriken without even dropping a single shuriken, at least that's what Jonin can do, and it has to be Jonin who is good at throwing attacks. Am I missing something? Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself. Jiraiya was also surprised and a little excited at the same time. He originally just wanted to teach Xia Yan, who was an ordinary person, a lesson, but he didn't expect that the other party was not an ordinary person either. This made Jiraiya eager to try. He looked at Xia Yan with a smirk. Hey, since you're not an ordinary person, then I don't need to hold back, so what, do you want to come and touch my uncle Jiraiya? Isn't it better? Xia Yan responded with a gentle smile. Humph. You are also a man, aren't you? Don't flinch as a big man. Not, CBDD. Caring about Xia Yan's refusal, Jiraiya snorted coldly, then suddenly took out a sharp kunai from the ninja bag at his waist, and shot it at Xia Yan with extreme speed. Unlike before, because she knew that Xia Yan is not an ordinary person, Jiraiya used her real skills this time, and the target was also the most vulnerable part of the human body. Advertisement. I found out that the opponent is a ninja and you will be ruthless? It's really the style of a ninja. Raising her brows lightly, Xia Yan suddenly raised her hand and extended a finger to meet her. What? A crisp sound. Jiraiya's eyes widened immediately, and she cried out in disbelief. This is impossible. The other people around also widened their eyes in surprise, and their eyes were full of disbelief. I saw that the kunai thrown by Jiraiya really stabbed Mo Yan's finger. Normally, Xia Yan's fingers should be directly penetrated, bleeding profusely, and then Xia Yan would let out a shrill scream, and Jiraiya would become an excellent figure in the hearts of children. However, things didn't turn out that way. Kunwu stabbed Xia Yan's finger, but it didn't cause even the slightest damage, as if it was stabbed on a piece of iron, and even made a sound similar to metal collision. Jiraiya opened her mouth wide. Is this really a body that humans can have? Chapter 655, auto-generated chapter title, 17, competition? No necessary. Most of the ninjas were extremely surprised and shocked that Xia Yan stopped the kunai thrown by Jiraiya with only one finger without relying on ninjutsu and chakra. Because the ninja's physical quality is far superior to ordinary people, but under the attack of the sword, there is not much difference. Even a strong physique like Raikage will be scratched by an ordinary blade without mobilizing the lightning-style chakra energy. In Uzumaki Mito's view, this is quite normal. The body of her teacher, Xia Yan, is a perfection created by God, and it is the limit that can be imagined by human beings. Its perfection is not only reflected in the appearance that cannot find the slightest flaw, but the defense is even more terrifying exaggerated. According to her teacher, even if the planet exploded, his body would not suffer even the slightest damage. From what she knew about her teacher, Uzumaki Mito believed that her teacher would never lie to herself about this kind of thing. At this time, on the practice field, Jiraiya stared at Xia Yan with a solemn expression. If the ninja tool that he threw out at the beginning was to say that Xia Yan was not an ordinary person. Advertisement then, blocking the sharp ninja tool with his fingers this time increased his strength by more than a notch. At least in Jiraiya's life over the years, almost no ninja dared to do this. Cough, did this uncle look wrong? Calm down. Jiraiya looked at Xia Yan's handsome face playfully. If Jiraiya just wanted to teach Xia Yan a lesson and make him a fool before, now Jiraiya is really aroused and wants to compete with Xia Yan. Also known as man's competitive spirit. Especially in front of Quan Konoha, no, the most beautiful woman in the Quan ninja world, a man's desire to win is almost at its peak. Come on, little brother Xia Yan. Putting away the ninja tools that he regarded as petty, Jiraiya stared at Xia Yan with a dignified expression and said, have a fair test with me, dare you? Competition? It's not necessary. Xia Yan shook her head. Jiraiya's face sank, and immediately asked sharply, don't you dare? No, I just simply feel that we don't need any competition at all. Xia Yan laughed dumbly, Then with a swipe of her finger, a sharp kunai flashing with cold light appeared out of thin air. Advertisement. For flowers. This is. Jiraiya's pupils shrank suddenly, and she instantly fell in love with a layer of cold sweat behind her back. He had no idea how this kunai appeared in Xia Yan's hands. The weird scene just now was as if time had been stopped, and it seemed to be the space-time ninjutsu that I had seen on the Forbidden Technique scroll. The next second, Xia Yan moved. Like a flash of lightning, Xia Yan flicked his right arm lightly, and the sharp kunai shot straight towards Jiraiya's face. Its speed is so fast and fierce that even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is now at his peak, can't see it clearly. He just felt a black light flashing faintly, and the shrill screams sounded beside everyone's ears. What just happened? I couldn't see it at all. Frightened in his heart, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly looked up in the direction where the screams came from. The person who screamed was his beloved disciple, Jiraiya, big, with his cheeks hanging and his face distorted. Chapter 656. Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 18 close black lens bracket Rasengan being guarded. No one present could see Xia Yan throwing kunai's action. Even Uzumaki Mito, whose strength has long exceeded the limits of a ninja, is the same. This terrifying speed made Sarutobi Hiruzen tremble. He's not an idiot, but a rather smart and witty third Hokage. Naturally, he could easily see how terrible Xia Yan's hand was. And this can be seen from his disciple Jiraiya's tragic situation today. I saw blood on Jiraiya's face, and a bone-deep wound turn out of flesh and blood. It looked very scary, making his originally not-so-handsome face even more hideous. Ah! Jiraiya screamed bitterly, her eyes were covered by blood, and her eyes were full of resentment when she looked at Xia Yan. This is a normal thing. Jiraiya is not a saint, so even though he initiated the incident, when he was injured, he still felt extremely angry about it. And Xia Yan's mood didn't fluctuate. He hit Jiraiya hard because Jiraiya hit him hard too. Advertisement and the reason why it just hurt Jiraiya's face, instead of directly abolishing him or killing him, is also because Jiraiya didn't kill him after all. Therefore, Xia Yan didn't do anything to kill him, he just punished him a little to make him lose his appearance, that's all. But Jiraiya doesn't care about that. Originally, his appearance was very ordinary, but now it must be even worse after disfigurement. You must know that he doesn't even have a girlfriend. Where will there be beautiful women who like him in the future? Boy. You annoy me. Staring at Xia Yan fiercely, Jiraiya suddenly used the body flicker technique and instantly appeared in front of Xia Yan. Jiraiya. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had realized that Xia Yan was extraordinary, subconsciously wanted to stop his disciple, but it was too late. Drink. Rasengan. With a loud shout, a layer of chakra energy balls, which were constantly spinning, appeared in Jiraiya's right hand. Just looking at the fluctuations of this chakra, at least it has reached the category of A-level ninjutsu. If it is hit on a ninja who has no special defense means, it will definitely smash that person's body to pieces. However, in front of Xia Yan, this method was really too immature. Even when he made his debut in the underwater prison of the pirate world many years ago, he would not have taken this level of attack to heart. Advertisement not to mention now. So, facing Jiraiya who smashed Rasengan at her, Xia Yan slowly raised her left hand and went straight to meet him. Boom. With a loud bang, Xia Yan's palm directly grabbed the crazy spinning chakra energy ball. Idiot. Obviously did not expect Xia Yan to make such a stupid decision. Jiraiya was overjoyed and continued to increase chakra's output. However, the development of deeds again went against his ideas. I saw that the chakra energy ball, which was enough to shatter a boulder, was caught by Xia Yan, but it failed to cause even the slightest scar to Xia Yan. 3.3 Just like a child holding a paper knife on a rock, the picture is very funny. How is this possible? Jiraiya exclaimed. Rasengan is the Muji ninjutsu he created with great difficulty. He has also tested the power of this trick, which is amazing, second only to those S-level forbidden techniques. He never thought that his very proud move would be prevented so easily. Chapter 657, Auto-generated chapter title, 19, Lose Your Mind. Jiraiya suffered the biggest setback of her life. In fact, he experienced a similar setback many years ago. At that time he was just a jonin, and he was not yet known as Sanin. The name of that frustration is called Hanzo of the Salamander. At that time, he and two of his teammates, Orochimaru and Tsunade, three complacent young men who had already held high positions in Konoha at a young age, took on the rumored demigod of the ninja world. As a result, 3 against 1, a draw. He and others were named Sanin by this demigod, and -21 has been used until now. Jiraiya always thought that was the biggest setback in her life. He didn't take that setback too seriously either. After all, he was just a young man in his early 20s. Jiraiya is very clear that his future is bright, and it is not unimaginable to reach or even surpass Hanzo, the so-called demigod of the ninja world. Advertisement and with the passage of time, as he thought, his strength has far surpassed his peers, even compared with the shadows of various villages, he is not weak at all, and he can even faintly overwhelm them. This makes Jiraiya quite complacent all along. Even if he didn't say it, he was quite satisfied with his achievements over the years. However, just today, his pride was severely shattered. It was Xia Yan who shattered his pride, this young man who seemed to be in his early 20s at most. A hole. Jiraiya growled angrily. At least 10 years of pride and glory were ruthlessly broken, and the blow was definitely extremely heavy. In addition, the severe pain on his face constantly reminded him of what Xia Yan had done just now. Matter. Boom. One foot slammed on the ground a little, driving the waist to exert force, and the fist covered with chakra hit Xia Yan's face. And Xia Yan just stretched out a finger to lightly tap Jiraiya's arm joint, causing the latter to let out another scream. What? Advertisement. Jiraiya clutched her arm in pain, and saw a blood hole on it, which looked very scary. This, finger force. Without the slightest chakra fluctuation, is this guy really human? Looking at Xia Yan with a light cloud and wind, Sarutobi Hiruzen became more vigilant in his heart, and looked at Xia Yan with even more fearful eyes. As far as he felt, the strength displayed by Xia Yan was already terrifying to the point of exaggeration, and the legendary tailed beast's innate talent in physical strength was probably only at this level. Ah! UB*******D. 823 Jiraiya roared in pain, looking at Xia Yan with even more resentful eyes. At this moment, Uzumaki Mito suddenly said, enough. Not enough. Not caring that Uzumaki Mito is her favorite beauty, Jiraiya almost lost her mind, staring at Xia Yan with blood-red eyes. I don't agree. I was careless just now, I want to try again with him. Are you making trouble unreasonably? Uzumaki Mito frowned slightly, disgusting at Jiraiya. Jiraiya didn't know this, he only knew that he was embarrassed and injured, at least he had to find some ground. Otherwise, Sanin was injured by an unknown person, how could he still be in the ninja world? Chapter 658, Auto-generated chapter title. 20. Stories and Heroes. The rise of a new generation of strong people is mostly stepping on the shoulders of the elderly. For example, Sanin like Jiraiya, they first made their name in the ninja world by fighting Hanzo of the Salamander. It can be said that they are stepping on Hanzo's head, and Hanzo had to give them the name, Sanin, to save himself a little face. And today, Jiraiya became the one who was stepped on, and miserably became the stepping stone for Xia Yan's fame. Although every strong person will have this day, Jiraiya is not without any preparations. But too fast, really too fast, he is not old yet. He is still at the peak of his life, but was defeated in an almost crushing posture, or in front of the goddess? At this moment, Jiraiya just felt ashamed. If there were cracks in the ground, I'm afraid he would have already got in. Continuing to fight with Xia Yan and regaining the ground is currently the only way for Jiraiya to save face. Advertisement, but it was stopped by Uzumaki Mito. Go away for a long time. Jiraiya blushed and glared at Uzumaki Mito. Uzumaki Mito's face froze. Do you know who you were talking to? Jiraiya's words were stagnant, and there was a dignified look in his eyes. Although he doesn't know Uzumaki Mito, he also knows that this beautiful and temperamental woman is definitely not an ordinary person. However, the arrow was on the string and had to be sent. If he backed down at this time, then he, Sanin, would be completely embarrassed in Konoha, and he would not be able to raise his head. So, Jiraiya's eyes froze, and she raised her hand and pushed Uzumaki Mito's shoulder. Get out of the way, women don't interfere in men's affairs. Infuriated by Jiraiya's actions, Uzumaki Mito snorted coldly, grabbed his slender wrist in the opposite direction, and clasped Jiraiya's wrist tightly. Okay. It made a different sound. He obviously didn't expect that his arm would be grabbed by Uzumaki Mito. After all, although he didn't show the speed of a ninja when he reached out, he was a fully trained adult male after all. And Uzumaki Mito, just a weak woman, advertisement. Crack. Just at the moment when Jiraiya was stunned, the sound of something being broken rang from everyone's ears. Everyone was stunned again, and subconsciously looked in the direction of the voice, only to realize that it was Jiraiya's arm that was broken. I saw that Jiraiya's originally strong arm was now completely twisted and deformed, looking very terrifying and hideous. And what he was holding on the deformed arm was Uzumaki Mito's slender arm that seemed to have no strength at all. Looking at this scene, as long as you are not an idiot, you can basically understand what just happened. This seemingly weak woman actually broke Jiraiya's arm. You know, that's Jiraiya. For the weak in the ninja world, they grew up listening to the stories of the strong. Sarutobi Hiruzen's generation listened to the stories of Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama. Jiraiya's good money generation, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara have dissipated in the dust of history, and they listened more to third Hokage's stories. Then, there was a new generation, the generation of Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Kushina, and they listened to the story of Sanin. Just like the heroes in fairy tales, and heroes never fail. It is conceivable that watching Jiraiya's arm easily crushed by the unknown Uzumaki Mito brought them a strong shock. Chapter 659, Auto-generated chapter title, 2, Jiraiya for help. For ordinary people and ordinary ninjas with low status in the village, Uzumaki Mito is a mysterious woman with a weak appearance and a very beautiful appearance. And her act of pinching off Jiraiya's arm calmly added a bit of mystery to her, making people want to pursue and explore. And for people with enough status within Konoha Village, it's not a big deal. Who is Uzumaki Mito? The legendary werewolf who can suppress Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama by one person. Although many people have forgotten about these things because of the age, and many people even think that this is a fabrication, this cannot deny a fact. Uzumaki Mito is a top powerhouse active in the Sengoku era. The gold content of this evaluation is even more important in many people's hearts than the shadows of the major shinobi villages. After all, like 3rd Tsuchikage Onogi, this is already a very senior ninja in the ninja world. But in the Sengoku era, the now very famous 3rd Tsuchikage was just a poor little kid whose legs were stunned by Uchiha Madara. Ah! Jiraiya was still screaming. Advertisement, CBDD, it's certainly not because he's afraid of pain. In fact, if one were to evaluate a tough guy in the ninja world, Jiraiya, a seemingly frivolous man, would probably be among the best. Of course he couldn't be afraid of pain, however, the pain also has to be graded. If it's just a stab at this level, most trained ninjas can basically endure it. But what if you were wounded by a knife in a row? The pain that Jiraiya was experiencing was that feeling. Uzumaki Mido crushed the bones in his arm, and instead of releasing his hand, he continued to increase his strength. It was as if his hand would be completely torn off. Of course Jiraiya wanted to resist, but he was horrified to find that he couldn't mobilize his power at all. Even his chakra, which has always been very useful, is like a frightened dog, unable to use even the slightest bit. Suppressed. Advertisement. Although it was the first time that she encountered such a bizarre scene, Jiraiya immediately realized her current situation. Just like the legendary 3rd Tsuchikage Onogi who was frightened by Uchiha Madara, Jiraiya realized that the chakra in her body was also frightened by Uzumaki Mido and did not dare to move. But it was so ridiculous that Jiraiya even wondered if she was crazy. Chakra has no life and no thoughts of its own. How could this thing be afraid of foreign objects? But this is the truth. Jiraiya felt very clearly that his own chakra was in fear of Uzumaki Mido. Just as mice fear cats and humans fear tailed beasts. Who is this woman? Looking at Uzumaki Mido's unbelievably beautiful face, Jiraiya screamed and her mood became even more solemn. Even if he doesn't know Uzumaki Mido, he can feel that the woman in front of him is obviously a big man, not an ordinary woman who can let him flirt without taking any responsibility. What to do? Jiraiya was caught in a dilemma for a while, and couldn't help but send his eyes to 3rd Hokage, his teacher, not far away. Chapter 660. Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 22 close black lens bracket Tsunade rescue field. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally saw Jiraiya's help. When the apprentice was in danger, his first reaction was to ask for help from his respected teacher. To be honest, Sarutobi Hiruzen was quite moved. But he dared not move. It would be fine if it was Xia Yan. Although this young man seemed to have great strength, as 3rd Hokage, he believed that his strength would not be worse than him, not to mention that he also held great power. But that's Uzumaki Mido. As someone who has followed Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama and seen the strong men of the Sengoku era, Sarutobi Hiruzen fully understands the gold content of the name Uzumaki Mido. Even if he thinks highly of himself, he doesn't think he has the ability to defeat Uzumaki Mido head-on now. What's more, don't look at the Uzumaki clan who are not visible and are occasionally complained that they are poor relatives of Konoha. But Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that it was only an appearance. The Uzumaki family is still a big family in the ninja world, and its comprehensive strength is no worse than any big family, even stronger. Therefore, regardless of personal strength or identity background, Uzumaki Mido is a well-deserved big man, a typical example of Sarutobi Hiruzen's unwillingness to offend. And that's why he pursued Uzumaki Mido. Advertisement. After all, Uzumaki Mido's beauty and wealth are attractive to men though. But for a man like Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is more enterprising, Uzumaki Mido is more attractive to him because of the hidden land of Vortex behind her and the mysterious teacher who only exists in rumors. Of course, the white moonlight in his youth is also one of the main reasons. Therefore, in the face of the baby apprentice Jiraiya's eyes for help, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not refuse directly and mercilessly, but he also fell into hesitation. Are you going to make a move yourself? Shot. With his 3rd Hokage's face, there's definitely no problem getting Uzumaki Mido to let Jiraiya go. He has this confidence. If you don't take action, although Jiraiya will not be killed, it is certain that she will suffer a lot, and there will be gaps between master and apprentice. Should we start? Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was struggling, a surprised female voice suddenly sounded. Grandma Mido. Jiraiya, who was in severe pain, looked up in surprise and found that it was Tsunade. For flowers. Advertisement. The rescue is finally here. Jiraiya has never looked forward to Tsunade like this, and at this moment even feels that the other party is simply the goddess in his mind. But, Grandma. The title confuses Jiraiya. Tsunade, who is this calling? Out of curiosity, Jiraiya even briefly forgot the pain in his arm. Under his gaze, Tsunade walked over to Uzumaki Mido and pulled her arm affectionately. Grandma Mido, I really miss you, do you miss me? As he spoke, he quietly pulled Uzumaki Mido's arm and pulled her away from Jiraiya. I have to say, Tsunade is really smart. It can be seen from her calm performance of saving the scene that Tsunade can definitely kill the idiot Jiraiya in seconds when it comes to dealing with people. At this time, Tsunade's heart was also very tangled. In all fairness, Uzumaki Mido taught Jiraiya, she actually supported and even wanted to applaud. But on the other hand, she didn't really hate Jiraiya as a teammate, and naturally it was impossible for him to be abolished. Big. Chapter 661. Auto-generated chapter title, 23, Inheritance of Shadow is a scam. Tsunade is undoubtedly a knife-mouthed, tofu-hearted woman. She hates Jiraiya, but when her teammate is in danger, she will not hesitate to save her. She hates Konoha, but when Konoha really encounters something big, she is the first to be anxious. Therefore, even though he knew that Uzumaki Mito was an old man who could not offend him, Tsunade still bravely stepped forward to relieve Jiraiya. Good. 823. In. Uzumaki Mito doesn't hate Tsunade. Although she didn't like the brothers Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama very much, she also had to admit that the two brothers built Konoha really well. At the very least, the happiness and sense of honor of the people in the country of the Vortex are definitely not comparable to Konoha. There are many factors involved. The most important point is that Konoha has an inherently unspoken, but superficially deceptive system. Hokage heritage, or the legacy of shadows. The major ninja villages say that the next generation of shadows is that those who have made significant contributions can become the next generation of shadows. Advertisement, that is to say, as long as you work hard to contribute to the village, do your best, and die, then you will have the opportunity to become the village boss in the future, be worshipped by all, and you can also engrave your face on the rocks for sacrifice. Later generations admire. Civilians can actually be in the movie, surrounded by this huge sense of honor, let alone ninjas. Even ordinary people who have almost nothing to do with the ninja profession can't help but fantasize. However, this is only an appearance. Can someone who has made a significant contribution to the village really become a Hokage? The answer is yes. But there is a premise. That is, this person who has made a great contribution to the village must be of the shadow line. For example, 3rd Tsuchikage Onogi is a disciple of 2nd Tsuchikage, 4th generation Eye Shadow. 4th Tsuchikage Kuroki is the granddaughter of 3rd Tsuchikage Onogi. For another example, 3rd Raikage is the son of 2nd Raikage, 4th Raikage is the son of 3rd Raikage, 5th Raikage is a little farther away, but is also a disciple of 4th Raikage. As for Hokage, let alone, 2nd Hokage is the younger brother of 1st Hokage. 3rd Hokage is a disciple of 2nd Hokage. Advertisement. 4th Hokage is the disciple and grandson of 3rd Hokage. 5th Hokage is a disciple of 3rd Hokage. 7th Hokage is the son of 4th Hokage. That is, the only Kakashi, as the short-lived 6th Hokage, he is not directly related to Hokage. But his father Hitaki Tsukumo used to be one of the top executives of Konoha, who stood in the center of power. It can be seen that the so-called as long as you contribute to the village, there is hope to become Hokage. This sentence itself is a very beautiful scam. After thinking so much, the outside world is but a moment. Vortex Mito still gave Tsunade a face, without embarrassing her, and let go of Jiraiya. Seeing Uzumaki Mito's action, Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief, and the heavy stone that had been hanging in his heart finally fell to the ground. And Jiraiya, also very rational, did not continue to scream to attract attention. 3.3 but stood not far behind Tsunade without saying a word. If you just look closely, you can see that Jiraiya deliberately adjusted his position so that Tsunade was between him and Uzumaki Mito, just to block him. Coupled with the deep fear in his eyes when he looked at Uzumaki Mito, it was obvious that the hero Jiraiya Immortal, in the original book, had been frightened by Uzumaki Mito. Chapter 662, auto-generated chapter title. 24. Jiraiya's unwillingness. Jiraiya has not encountered many setbacks in her life. At the age of 5 or 6, when he entered the ninja school, he was spotted by Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3rd Hokage, and he became his disciple naturally. Thus, Chunin Jonin, who made great contributions to the battlefield, was known as Sanin. It can be said that his life has been smooth sailing. This also develops Jiraiya's frivolous and reckless character. His nature is not bad, but perhaps for stimulation, perhaps to satisfy himself, he always likes to do things that go against morality. For example, peeping at the women's bathroom. In the comics world, this is an interesting attribute. However, for someone like Xia Yan who has received a higher education, this is a very excessive thing, a completely immoral thing, and something that should be stopped. Therefore, when Jiraiya offended himself, and Uzumaki Mito went to teach him a lesson, Xia Yan had no intention of saying anything to stop it. Because he didn't like Jiraiya very much, at the same time. Advertisement. Because Jiraiya, a well-known ninja-sama, had his arm broken by Uzumaki Mito in public, a group of people began to discuss with enthusiasm. There are two topics. 1. Why is Jiraiya being labeled like this so easily? Does it not match his famous Sanin name? 2. Who is that beautiful woman who crushed Jiraiya's wrist? Is it also a ninja in the village? Why have they never heard of such a powerful and beautiful woman before? It has to be said that beautiful people are treated favorably in any world. For example, now, it is clear that Jiraiya is the one who was actually hurt. Even if Jiraiya is at fault, if it is normal, the people of Konoha will definitely blame the perpetrator. Because Jiraiya is Konoha's famous Sanin, is, oneself. Yet now, without knowing the identity of Uzumaki Mito, they subconsciously excused her. Even, they are still wondering if Jiraiya did something wrong to be treated like this by Uzumaki Mito. After all, a fly doesn't bite an egg, and a slap doesn't make a sound. This kind of bullshit is the real thought of most people. You have no problem. Why do people only bully you, but not others? In a word, the theory of victim guilt is a very marketable theory in every world. Although it is very irresponsible, it can stand on a high place and despise others with pride. Advertisement. Of course, in front of this scene, the main thing is that Uzumaki Mito is too beautiful. 1. Jiraiya has a good reputation in Konoha, although he has great military exploits. Although she doesn't know her, she is a beautiful lady with a gentle temperament. Not to mention men, even women can't choose Jiraiya. Long live the dog. In such an atmosphere, since 823, Yi Yi's face was blue and white, and it was hard to see the extreme. He knew that he was embarrassed in front of so many people, and he knew that although these people didn't say anything, they must have laughed at him in the bottom of their hearts. And he couldn't do anything, because he is Konoha's ninja, Konoha's hero and guardian. And these people are the civilians of Konoha and are the objects of protection. Jiraiya took a deep breath, suppressed the pent-up emotions in his heart, and turned to look at Uzumaki Mito with a solemn face. I admit that I underestimated you, but I haven't used my real skills. Chapter 663, Auto-Generated Chapter Title. 25. Sarutobi's questioning Jiraiya thinks that she hasn't used her real skills yet, she just doesn't have any precautions, and she will be made like this by Uzumaki Mito, a female class. This is normal. After all, there are only a few famous female ninjas in the ninja world, and very few of them have become famous by virtue of their hard power. It is no wonder that they are despised by Jiraiya. After all, there is only one more powerful female ninja like Tsunade around Jiraiya. However, if they were surrounded by useless weaklings, it would be fine, and they might still believe his words. However, including the two young people Orochimaru and Tsunade, there were almost no weaklings. Naturally, they can all understand that this is Jiraiya trying to restore his dignity. Because, let alone Jiraiya, just the terrifying speed that Uzumaki Mito showed just now, even if they were themselves, they wouldn't be much better than Jiraiya. This beautiful woman has terrifying strength, at least among the powerhouses of the shadow level, she is undoubtedly the top level. After a farce ended, the students were dismissed and went back to their homes to find their mothers. They and the civilians, everyone is excitedly discussing what just happened. Advertisement: The Battle of Ninjas, the Game of the Strong, the Beautiful and Mysterious Woman, and the Sannin who finally came to end the war. Each topic is enough for them to discuss for a month without getting bored. And the other side. Sarutobi Hiruzen patted his palm lightly, and a few dark moments appeared, taking the injured Jiraiya away for treatment. Then he looked at Xia Yan again and smiled slightly. I wonder where Mr. Xia Yan lives now. Live with me. Just as Xia Yan spoke, he was interrupted directly by Uzumaki Mito. The glamorous woman stared at Xia Yan with bright eyes, as if Xia Yan would turn her face on the spot if she said the slightest disagreement. Xia Yan. What can he say? Although Uzumaki Mito's strength is far inferior to him, he is not the one who will turn against his dear disciple because of this trivial matter. So, speechless, he nodded to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yes, I live in Mito's house. Advertisement: The moment the voice fell, there seemed to be a clicking sound around. Even the Anbu ninjas who were guarding Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Xia Yan under the mask with jealousy. No way. As I said before, there are few women in the ninja world, and the fertility rate has not been rising. Excellent women are 1 in 1,000, and women who are as good as perfect as Uzumaki Mito are even rarer. It is no exaggeration to say that no matter whether it is a man or a woman, there is no way to hate Uzumaki Mito, and even at first glance, he will feel affectionate to him. This is the power of perfect looks. On the other hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was stiff, and his eyes were a little unnatural. Both embarrassed, money is good, and indignant, he couldn't fully accept that Uzumaki Mito was so close to Xia Yan until now. Why? Why is she reluctant to take a second look at herself, yet she admires this mysterious Xia Yan so much? So, with a thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Xia Yan again, and smiled gently. Mr. Xia Yan, I didn't expect you to have such amazing strength. Excuse me, which ninja village are you from? Chapter 664, Auto-Generated Chapter Title, 26, Teacher, Shocked Crowd. I don't have a shinobi village. Facing Sarutobi Hiruzen's question, Xia Yan answered truthfully. No shinobi village. Sarutobi Hiruzen was startled. How can this be? You must know that ninjas are tools of war cultivated by various ninja villages. Every ninja needs to be taught by teachers and learn more advanced ninjutsu from the village. And these are absolutely unaffordable for ninjas outside the village. Therefore, most of the wandering ninjas are genin, and only a few can reach the level of chunin by virtue of talent and good luck, but that is the end of this level. And those renegade ninjas belong to a certain ninja village, otherwise they would not be able to learn those advanced ninjutsu at all. Therefore, Xia Yan said that she did not have a shinobi village, which sounds ridiculous to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and she is deceiving herself at all. This guy is 80% a traitor. Orochimaru on the side couldn't help but interject. How old is Mr. Xia Yan this year? 40 years old. Xia Yan said a relatively conservative age. Advertisement: In fact, at the age of his body, he should be at his peak around 20 years old now. Because when he was in the world of pirates, his body was subjected to the surgery of immortality, so his body will never decline due to time. And if he simply counted the time spent, then he was at least 100 years old. The reason why he didn't tell his real age was for fear of scaring these people. After all, for ninjas, being able to live to the age of 60 or 70 is enough to be called longevity. They probably couldn't understand that a human being lived for hundreds of years, but still looked like a 20-year-old. But Orochimaru immediately picked up the spirit. 40 years old? Looking at Xia Yan suspiciously, Orochimaru asked hesitantly, Are you really only 40 years old? Of course not, Uzumaki Mito interjected suddenly. Fortunately, it really scared me. Orochimaru heaved a sigh of relief. He thought he had seen another Uzumaki Mito who was beautiful. But then, his heart was in his throat, because he heard Uzumaki Mito say, CBDD, 40 years old is a humble teacher. When I first met the teacher looked like this. Now it should be at least 60 years old. Advertisement between Uzumaki Mito's words, he was quite proud, like a little girl showing off her beloved doll. Xia Yan wasn't annoyed either, raised her hand and patted Mito's little head lightly with a doting face. On the other hand, Orochimaru and the others widened their eyes in shock. Did I hear it right? Orochimaru's voice trembled slightly and seemed more hoarse than ever. What did he hear? Teacher. The only female legend of the Sengoku era has a teacher, and it is not a secret that it is recorded in the history of Konoha. But the specific identity of her teacher is quite mysterious. It is said that only the strong men standing at the top of the ninja world, such as Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, know one or two. But the strange thing is that these people always look like they don't want to talk about this mysterious teacher, as if they are afraid of something. In this way, most people don't know, and very few people who know don't talk about it first. In addition, the history of the Sengoku era is too far away for today's people, so that not many people know about Uzumaki Mito. And what about Uzumaki Mito's teacher? Chapter 665, Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 27 close black lens bracket Raikage's familiarity Sarutobi Hiruzen did not quite believe what Uzumaki Mito said that Xia Yan was her teacher. After all, Xia Yan's appearance is too young. Although the middle-aged Uzumaki Mito looks no different from a 20-year-old girl, in Sarutobi Hiruzen's view, this is just the credit of special ninjutsu plus maintenance. In other words, he didn't believe in anything like immortality at all. This is also the main reason why in the original book, he clearly didn't hate Orochimaru, but he still couldn't accept this disciple. Even though Sarutobi Hiruzen is a man with all kinds of bad things, his mind is only a better ordinary human being. He believes in justice, friendship, family and other beautiful existences, and will show no mercy to his former subordinates at critical moments. He will dedicate himself to the village, and he will also selfishly consider the interests of himself and Hokage. He didn't believe in immortality, and he didn't waste the people and money for the sake of nothingness, but grew old naturally. He's not a heinous horror, not even a good person. But there is one thing. Advertisement: he does not believe in immortality and indestructible souls. So, in his opinion, what teacher? It's just Uzumaki Mito fooling himself. Xia Yan's identity is obviously extraordinary, so that Vortex Mito doesn't even believe him, the third Hokage. As for whether Xia Yan is a spy for other shinobi villages, Sarutobi Hiruzen is not too worried. Not to mention the extravagant behavior of cultivating a strong person comparable to cage level, and then using it as a spy. No shinobi village would do such a thankless stupid thing. As long as Uzumaki Mito is there to protect it, Sarutobi Hiruzen does not think that Xia Yan will harm Konoha. This is not because of Uzumaki Mito's powerful strength, nor because of the status of the other party's senior Sengoku, but a simple man who believes that the woman he likes will not deceive him. The goddess is so perfect, upright and kind, how could she deceive herself? There is no secret about what happened to Konoha, and it was presented to the desks of each shadow by spies who were placed in Konoha by various villages almost immediately. Cloud Shinobi Village. Third Raikage's face was solemn, and his eyes flashed with surging fighting intent. Strength. A young man who seems to be no weaker than Shadow. For flowers, the young woman who can crush that Sanin Jiraiya's arm with one hand. Advertisement. Men are handsome in their entire lives, and women are indescribably beautiful. While reading the information, Third Raikage watched the portrait given in the information. The man looked like a little white face. He didn't know him, he just ignored it. It was this woman who made Third Raikage frown, certainly not for being pretty. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen still yearns for the beautiful Uzumaki Mito, Third Raikage only has muscles and battles in his mind, and women have no meaning to him except to give birth to good enough offspring. But now his attention is all drawn to Uzumaki Mito. Red hair, beautiful is not ordinary. Strong strength, and obviously not a muscle, but still can be called a terrifying physique. This piece of information gave Third Raikage a subtle feeling of déjà vu. Lousy. Did you see this woman there? Third Raikage was lost in thought, and his eyes widened after a few seconds. Big. Chapter 666, Auto-generated chapter title, 28, Excited Third Raikage. Where? History of the Sengoku era. Vaguely reminded of the identity of Uzumaki Mito, the disbelieving Third Raikage began to rummage through the archives to find historical materials left over from the Sengoku era. In order to prevent what he found out from being too shocking to others, he didn't even notify any of his subordinates, and just explored it alone. Fortunately, these historical materials of the past have not been lost. 823. After all, the information on Uzumaki Mito, who was closely related to the pinnacle of ninjas such as Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, is quite important. Gollum, looking at the cover of the document, Third Raikage couldn't help swallowing. I saw a few big characters on the cover. Uzumaki Mito. Uzumaki. For ordinary people in the ninja world, this is probably a relatively unfamiliar vocabulary. And for someone in power like Third Raikage, this is a pretty scary name. The Uzumaki clan. The country of the vortex. Advertisement. In the original book, the country of the vortex was wiped out long ago, and even the clan only had 3 or 2 left, which could be described as a very miserable withering. In this world, because of Xia Yan's involvement in the cultivation of Uzumaki Mito in the early years, the country of the vortex was able to rise, and it successfully became a very high-ranking force in the ninja world. Of course, that's not counting Uzumaki Mito. If you count Uzumaki Mito, then the country of the Vortex is undoubtedly the largest force in the ninja world. It is not a myth that one person can defeat an army, but the fact that the top powerhouses in the Sengoku era can really do it. Sure enough, it's her. Looking at the beautiful red-haired woman in the historical records, Third Raikage's face was heavy, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes, as well as a strong fighting spirit. The reason for fear is that this is the battlefield Rose of the Sengoku era, a woman who used to be side by side with the god of ninjas. The horror of its power, even without the need to imagine, can make people feel a strong sense of psychological oppression. And the fighting spirit is also for this reason. Who is Third Raikage? A few years later in the original book, he blocked tens of thousands of Uogakure's ninjas with one person's power, and achieved the true meaning of 1 against 10,000. In the end, he was not defeated, but was exhausted to death. Cow or not? Very good, advertisement you know. Although Third Raikage has the blood of the Yui family as a natural advantage, that advantage is definitely far less than the blood of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. The two of them can be one-on-one with Susanoo casually. As a mortal, Third Raikage has already achieved things beyond the limits of human beings. And such a person is naturally a madman eager to fight. Those who survived in the Sengoku era and kept pace with those peak powerhouses, he naturally wanted to fight well. But Third Raikage is the kind of guy who's thick and thin. Even if he really wanted to rush to Konoha to fight Uzumaki Mito right away, he didn't do it recklessly, but fell into contemplation. First of all, is this woman really Uzumaki Mito? People in the Sengoku era are now at least 3.3 in their 50s or 60s, right? What's the matter with this tender feeling like they can squeeze out water? Stay young forever, live forever, or is it just a similar-looking offspring? If it's the latter, it's not worth his Third Raikage's attention at all. And if the former Third Raikage slammed the table, someone, send Lousy a ninja team to Konoha, make sure to find out the identity of this woman. Chapter 667, Auto-generated chapter title, 29, having seen the third Tsuchikage of the Sengoku era. Third Raikage is a thick and thin man, so even if he was excited, he still sent a ninja team to carefully investigate the real information of Uzumaki Mito. The shadows of several other villages also reacted differently. Kirigakure, just ignore it. Because of the terrain, Kirigakure rarely even communicates with other shinobi villages, and naturally doesn't care about Uzumaki Mito. As long as they don't take the initiative to launch a ninja war, can other countries still reach Kirigakure's territory? As long as you dare to come, those people will be smashed into the sand. The power of water style on the sea is definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. And in Sanagakure, what happened was about the same as Kirigakure 21. Regarding the information of Uzumaki Mito, the current third Kazekage just glanced at it and stopped paying attention. Although he was also curious about a woman easily snapping Jiraiya's arm, third Kazekage didn't take it too seriously. It's not that he is targeting someone, but that he doesn't look down on the ninja's personal strength at all. Advertisement in third Kazecage's view, no matter how strong a person is, how strong can he be? Can it be stronger than the tail beast? Thinking back to One Tail's catastrophic tailed beast bomb, third Kazekage was confident in his decision. The days of ninjas are over. Ninja Village, who can perfect the power of the master tail beast, is the real protagonist of the next era. At the same time, Land of the Earth, Iwagakure, unlike third Raikage and third Kazekage, the third Tsuchikage Onogi was staring blankly at the information in his hand. If anyone else was there, they would probably have noticed that third Tsuchikage was abnormal at this time. It's normal to be distracted, and it's common for every shadow of a laboring regime to fall into contemplation. However, even if he fell into contemplation, a battle-hardened shadow would never relax his perception of his surroundings. Because ninjas are best at assassination. Because the physical quality is not much stronger than that of ordinary people, even strong people like third Tsuchikage and Hokage will roll their eyes and die if they are wiped by Kuu. So they have to be vigilant at all times. Advertisement. However, third Tsuchikage Onoji's current state is that he is completely relaxed, and his whole person's defense state is not comparable to that of ordinary people. Even now, if an ordinary person with a kunai came in, he could kill this third Tsuchikage, who is famous in the ninja world, on the spot. The reason why third Tsuchikage was so gaff was of course because of this information from Uzumaki Mito. Third Raikage is full of war and fear towards Uzumaki Mito because he knows Uzumaki Mito's identity and approximate strength, but he has never seen it with his own eyes. Watercolor and Kazekage directly ignore Uzumaki Mito because they have no understanding of Uzumaki Mito 823's past, and the frog in the well believes in the power that he is familiar with. And third Tsuchikage Onogi is different from them all. He wasn't familiar with Uzumaki Mito's power, and he had even seen it with his own eyes. That's right. He has seen the horrors of the Sengoku era with his own eyes. Back then, as an ordinary Jonin, he followed his teacher second Tsuchikage to visit Konoha, and the person who received them was first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama took them on a tour of Konoha, which opened their eyes. Right there, he saw a battle that he could never forget in his life. Uzumaki Mito's Uchiha Madara. 15 Ma Chapter 668, Auto-generated chapter title, 30, Uchiha Madara's Abacus. The life of Uchiha Madara is the life of a kibble. Whoops, just kidding. However, there is some truth to this. Uchiha Madara, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, an extremely rare awakened eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. In the eyes of outsiders, he is a strong man standing at the top of the Sengoku era, and he is the undisputed winner in life. In fact, Uchiha Madara is not as comfortable as others think. When he was young, he went to the battlefield as the son of the patriarch and experienced countless killings and separations. When he was in his 20s, it was probably the happiest time in his life. After awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, he was in high spirits, and he was accompanied by a life confidant like Hashirama. Then he met Xia Yan. The self-proclaimed invincible force was easily suppressed by Xia Yan, and even had no power to fight back. Xia Yan cruelly let Uchiha Madara know what it means to be a person outside a person, and there is a heaven outside the sky, and what a ridiculous frog at the bottom of the well he is. When this happens to ordinary people, it will probably sink directly. After all, he originally thought that he was invincible in the world, but it turned out that he was only in the kindergarten. This blow is definitely an unusually heavy blow. Advertisement and Uchiha Madara wasn't the kind of coward who would run away. After a brief period of confusion, he launched a charge towards a higher level. He succeeded. After his younger brother Uchiha Izuna died in battle as in the original book, Uchiha Madara acquired the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, which the Uchiha clan thought only existed in legend. After that, because of an adventure, he let his Sharingan evolve to a higher level, completely surpassing the limit that a ninja can achieve. Then, he defeated Senju Hashirama, the man who had been suppressing him since the Sengoku era. Yes. The Uchiha Madara of this world defeated Senju Hashirama because Xia Yan, the butterfly, stumbled into the storm. From the moment he defeated Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara felt sublimated. He knew that he had truly reached a whole new level. Uchiha Madara, who valued his own dignity very much, immediately wanted to seek revenge for Xia Yan, completely defeat him inside and out, and regain the dignity that he had lost. But he couldn't find it. Xia Yan had long since left the world of Hokage. Advertisement Uchiha Madara went crazy. This kind of feeling is as if you have worked hard for more than 10 years to get revenge, and finally mastered the peerless magic, but as soon as you get out of the mountain, you learn that the enemy is dead. Tired. So, after a brief frenzy, Uchiha Madara, who had calmed down, set his sights on Uzumaki Mido. This is Xia Yan's only disciple in the ninja world. Since I couldn't find Xia Yan, I couldn't defeat him, so my disciple who defeated him should be able to track that guy, right? With this thought in mind, Uchiha Madara publicly challenged Uzumaki Mido. Yes, open challenge. In order to prevent him from defeating Uzumaki Mido, for good money. No one knows about it. Uchiha Madara deliberately made this matter a lot, and even the shadows of various shinobi villages came to join in the fun. Under such circumstances, it would definitely be a very humiliating thing to be defeated by someone. It can be said that Uchiha Madara's abacus is very good. But he forgot one most important thing. That is, defeating Senju Hashirama doesn't mean he can defeat Uzumaki Mido. Chapter 669, Auto-generated chapter title. 31. Onogi. Can a ninja be so strong? Uzumaki Mido ah. Third Tsuchikage Onogi sighed deeply, and the memories of that year appeared in front of him, as if he was back when he was young. The battle between Uzumaki Mido and Uchiha Madara was so powerful that it even attracted the attention of the entire ninja world. Even those who were unable to go and watch in person were following the results of this competition through various channels. After all, these are the two top powerhouses standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world. But it is a pity, because these two are too strong, let alone ordinary people. Even some powerful jonin can only watch from a very far distance, and can't see the whole process of the battle at all. And Onogi was one of the few lucky ones who was fortunate enough to see the battle up close. His teacher Second Tsuchikage was protecting him the whole time from being hurt by him. The Battle of 823 has been almost completely forgotten by later generations. In the Sengoku era, people's evaluation of this battle was earth-shattering, weeping ghosts and gods, and it was the pinnacle of the ninja profession, representing all the glory of the ninja. However, Onogi, who witnessed the battle with his own eyes, knew that this was not the case. CBDD. The duel between Uchiha Madara and Uzumaki Mido was not so much a fight as it was a complete one-sided crush. Advertisement of course, it was Uzumaki Mido who crushed Uchiha Madara. At the beginning of the battle, it seemed that Uzumaki Mido, a disciple of Xia Yan, had extraordinary strength. Uchiha Madara did not intend to play tricks on the enemy as usual, but directly opened his own eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in Susanoo. Looking at the chakra energy giant at least 100 meters high, Oyemu, who was still a jonin at the time, was frightened and his legs were limp, and his courage was almost broken. Is this a ninja? Is this a ninja like yourself? Watching Uchiha Madara split a hill in half with a single sword, Onogi fell into deep self-doubt, and even began to question whether his efforts over the years were really useful. And then next, he was cured. Facing the gigantic Susanoo that was at least 100 meters high, Uzumaki Mido just lightly made a seal, and several chains that shone with golden light shot out from behind her at high speed, tying each of the 100-meter Susanoo's limbs. Immediately afterwards, Onogi saw the most violent battle scene he had ever seen in his life. Boom! Accompanied by the earth-shattering explosion, it seemed that the whole world was shaking violently. Onogi's legs were even weaker, and he fell to the ground uncontrollably, staring at everything in front of him with astonishment. I saw that Susanoo, who was 100 meters high, was easily lifted high into the air by the golden chain called by Uzumaki Mido, and then fell suddenly, hitting the ground heavily. Advertisement. It's like the legendary meteorite impact. It's terrifying to the extreme. And this is just the beginning. The golden chain was obviously derived from the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, so Uchiha Madara was completely powerless under this power. Immediately after the first fall, the 100-meter high complete Susanoo was immediately lifted up for the second time, to a height of at least 400 to 500 meters in the air. Then fall. Boom! There was a roar in Anamu's mind, completely dumbfounded. Suddenly, he was no longer confused. You don't need to compare at all, and you don't need to feel jealous and envious. Because these guys are not ninjas at all. How can a ninja be so strong? Chapter 670, Auto-generated chapter title. 32. Onogi's thoughts since seeing Uzumaki Mito and Uchiha Madara fighting, and seeing Uchiha Madara being beaten by the former so helplessly, Onogi has understood a truth. People are different. Just like he became Jonin at a young age, and even became a disciple of second Tsuchikage, he will properly become third Tsuchikage in the future, surpassing the achievements of 99.9% of the people in this world. And other people of the same age in the village, let alone Jonin, are very rare even if they become Chunin, and most of them are not even qualified to become ninjas. This is the gap between people, and so is the gap between him and Uzumaki Mito. If he is a ninja, then Uzumaki Mito is the god of ninjas. Even if he has the word ninja. It seems that one is the cloud in the sky and the other is the mud on the ground, which is completely different. It was also from that day that he had a goddess in his heart. Yes, Uzumaki Mito is also the goddess in Onogi's heart when he was young. After all, she was a heroic, handsome, beautiful, and noble Valkyrie. Even if she looked at the entire ninja world, she couldn't find a second woman who could compare to her. Such an excellent woman naturally easily became the white moonlight in the hearts of countless young people in the Sengoku era. Advertisement so is third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. The same goes for third Tsuchikage Onogi. Senju Hashirama, first Hokage, also made it clear that he liked Uzumaki Mito before getting married. Even Uchiha Madara, an arrogant person with eyes above the top, once expressed his appreciation for the Vortex Mito, thinking that the other party is a woman who is worthy of him. It's just that Uzumaki Mito said very early on that he has a heart, so they didn't even have the slightest chance. With the death of second Tsuchikage, Onogi took over the responsibility of Tsuchikage and threw all the love of his youth into a corner. So time began to pass rapidly. Ninja World War, he became famous as third Tsuchikage. Old men who had the privilege of seeing the strong men of the Sengoku era either died on the battlefield or retired early. Even the senior officials of Konoha are deliberately suppressing the prestige of these old people in order to consolidate their authority. As a result, not many people remember the horrors of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. No one remembers the beauty and strength of Uzumaki Mito that has stunned an era. For flowers, advertisement, but Onogi remembers. Although he was only busy in his spare time, when he felt tired, he secretly thought about it in his heart. Because of the high level of Konoha's suppression of the reputation of the ninjas in the Sengoku era, he did not even dare to send some ninjas to inquire about the news of Uzumaki Mito. Of course, not afraid of Konoha and Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's just that he was afraid that he would get the news that the Vortex Mito had passed away. After all, even strong men like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara died young. Uzumaki Mito is much stronger than them, but as long as he is human, who can guarantee how long he will live? With this thought in mind, Oyemu completely hid the white moonlight of his youth in his heart, never mentioned it to anyone, and seldom missed it. Until today. Onogi never imagined that one day he would be able to hear about Uzumaki Mito and see her with his own eyes. It's beautiful. And still so powerful. Looking at the beautiful face that had barely changed from decades ago, Onogi suddenly became a little crazy. Big. Chapter 671, Auto-generated chapter title, 33, Do you want to surrender? After admiring Uzumaki Mito's stunning face, Onogi immediately regained his composure. He is no longer the incompetent kid who would be frightened by Uchiha Madara back then, but the famous third Tsuchikage who has experienced countless battlefields and fought with countless strong men in the ninja world. Therefore, at this moment, what he was thinking about was not how he could win the goddess' heart, nor was he rushing to lick the dog. He was thinking about what it would mean for the rebirth of 823, Uzumaki Mito, a strong man standing in the Sengoku era, and what changes it would bring to today's ninja world. Most importantly, how will Iwagakure, led by him, be affected? Finally, after a long deliberation, Onogi came to a conclusion. Uzumaki Mito is still worthy of the strongest ninja world. This is what he witnessed in the Sengoku era. In today's ninja world, let alone Uzumaki Mito, there is not one strong person who can be compared with Uchiha Madara back then. In other words, in the face of the overwhelming power of Uzumaki Mito, no ninja in the whole ninja world can beat him. Still thinking about wool? Advertisement surrender? Cough cough. Although he thought in his heart that he might as well take the entire Iwagakure to surrender Konoha, not only would he save Iwagakure, but also get closer to the goddess of white moonlight, but Onogi still didn't do that. Dignity is something that is earned by oneself, not licked by others. Onogi can accept that he is under the skirt of Uzumaki Mito, but he absolutely cannot accept that he is under the feet of Konoha. If it was Konoha led by Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama back then, why would he be third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen? Does he fit? In short, let's wait for a while. Onogi muttered to himself. The relationship between the Uzumaki family, Uzumaki Mito and Konoha is not necessarily very harmonious. This is something he knew very well in the Sengoku era, and it will not change much now that he thinks about it. So, maybe he can really consider bringing Iwagakure into the skirt of Uzumaki Mito, or pull Uzumaki Mito into Iwagakure's command. Advertisement Konoha. No matter how enthusiastic the outside world is discussing himself, Vortex Mito doesn't care at all. At this time, she was cooking for Xia Yan in the kitchen. Over the years, her strength has also entered a bottleneck period, and it is difficult to further improve, so she found a hobby for herself: cooking. After all, if you want to grab a man's heart, you have to grab a man's stomach first. Therefore, even though she knew that Xia Yan didn't need to eat for energy at all, she still practiced a superb cooking skill. At least Hei Jiajing was stunned, feeling the frustration of being a woman. And Uzumaki Mito seems to be deliberately showing off her skills. Compared with the taste, she cares more about the stunned operation of 3.3. Soon, under the calm and envious gaze, Uzumaki Mito completed a luxurious banquet with more than a dozen large dishes by himself. Please, Teacher Xia Yan. With red lips slightly parted, Uzumaki Mito sent an invitation to Xia Yan with a calm expression. He was not alone with the Haki Valkyrie who threw Uchiha Madara violently in Onoji's memory. Chapter 672, Auto-generated chapter title, 34, Mito's thoughts on Xia Yan. Uzumaki Mito likes Xia Yan. This love comes from the admiration of the strong and the nostalgia for the elders when they were young. Also from comparison. What is a comparison? A man earns 20,000 yuan a month. Wow, it's a bit small. After paying off the mortgage plus car goods plus children's milk powder plus cosmetic money, there is not much left. Later, when I see more men who only earn 5,000 yuan a month, I will feel that the first man is really good. Uzumaki Mito's feelings for Xia Yan have some such factors in it. At the beginning, she probably didn't have too many male and female feelings for Xia Yan, and she also longed for what her love would look like. But as time passed, seeing more and more men and more marriages, Uzumaki Mito felt more and more good about Xia Yan. It's like having seen the day and can no longer endure the darkness. Having seen Xia Yan's perfection, it is definitely a very difficult thing for Uzumaki Mito to endure those imperfect men. The residents of the Uzumaki clan. Advertisement calmly, Xia Yan and Uzumaki Mito enjoy the food around the table. Suddenly revealing yourself, what are your thoughts? Halfway through the meal, Xia Yan suddenly asked Uzumaki Mito. No, Uzumaki Mito shook his head slightly. Afterwards, she looked at Xia Yan with eyes as clear as water, as if she could speak. Vortex Mito continued. With the strength of you and me, can we do whatever we want in the ninja world? Do we still need to consider other views and look ahead? This. Xia Yan was stunned for a moment, and then laughed dumbly. Indeed, you have grown up. I haven't seen Mito for a long time. In Xia Yan's heart, Mito is still the image of the immature little girl back then. However, the truth is that in the years since he left, Uzumaki Mito has grown into a towering tree and has an aftertaste that belongs to the strong. Indeed, do the strong need to consider other people's feelings when doing things? Do they need to look ahead? Of course not. No matter what happened, no matter who was staring at, the strong man just ran over and didn't need to think about anything else at all. Absolute strength must be above everything. Advertisement. After dinner, Hei Jiajing went to rest first. She really felt that the atmosphere here was too weird. As a result, only Xia Yan and Uzumaki Mito were left standing opposite each other in the restaurant, and even the servants did not know when they disappeared. Teacher. Uzumaki Mito walked over to Xia Yan and sat down, exhaling like blue. With Xia Yan's physique, he could easily smell the fragrance coming from Uzumaki Mito. As for the source of the 823 aroma, it's not cosmetic anyway. Teacher. Uzumaki Mito snorted again. Xia Yan gently held her slender palm and asked softly, do you really not regret it? Of course not. Vortex Mito rolled her eyes, making her look a lot more playful. To be honest, she has seen almost all the outstanding men in the ninja world over the years, but let alone Xia Yan. Even compared with Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama back then, they're far worse. Uzumaki Mito is reluctant to settle, not to mention that she already has a deep affection for Xia Yan. Naturally, it comes naturally. Chapter 673, Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 35 close black lens bracket upcoming Uchiha evening. It is clear that the house of the Uzumaki family has a very good sound insulation effect, and it is calm but still disturbed. Depend on. Ping Jiajing couldn't help but scolded, her delicate little face was full of tangle. To be honest, Xia Yan is just her daily colleague and martial arts teacher, so no matter what happens to her teacher emotionally, it should have nothing to do with her. But how is this possible? Having lived for nearly 30 years, this is the first time that I have met a man who matches me like this, and can lead me to a higher level of martial arts. If such a man misses out, she will probably never meet another one in her life, and she will probably regret it for the rest of her life. So, damn it, what can I do even if I'm not happy with the old lady? He couldn't help but cursed again in his heart, calmly frowning, feeling extremely depressed. No matter how upset she was with Xia Yan and Uzumaki Mito who were doing things next door, she couldn't really do anything. Advertisement after all, her body has just returned to the state of her childhood, and she doesn't even have the most basic physiological abilities. To put it bluntly, she is now a little brat, except for some evil copper-smelting criminals. No one will treat her as an adult woman who needs to be taken seriously. Heiji sighed quietly. How did that guy Xia Yan make her body smaller? It's still a very common type of dry marks. Can't it be the kind of Child X Giant X in the two-dimensional animation? The next day, Uzumaki Mito didn't get up properly. In the eyes of Hing Jiajing, Xia Yan made a delicious meal by herself. In an instant, He Jiajing raised the white flag and surrendered. It is tasty. For the first time in her life, she knew that the definition of food was like this. Compared with the so-called food she had eaten before, it was no different from pig food. She couldn't help but be moved to tears. At the same time, Heike Jing became more vigilant in his heart. If you can't eat such delicious food in the future, how can you live? I have to make Xia Yan my man. Xia Yan. Advertisement. Has this woman forgotten that she can read minds? Or has she become so reckless? However, although she felt very speechless in her heart, Xia Yan didn't plan to do anything about peace. It's the same sentence, when feelings come naturally, it's good to leave everything to fate. Comfortable. After eating and drinking, Hing Jiajing comfortably lay down on the chair, holding his slightly swollen belly with his two little hands, making him feel uncomfortable. The maids of the Uzumaki clan stepped forward and quickly cleaned the tableware and table. Xia Yan suddenly said, "What are you going to do next?" Hing Jiajing was stunned. "What and how? Don't you think you can live a normal life like a primary school student?" Xia Yan said with a schadenfreude. "The Uchiha family are the most respectful guys in the ninja world. You have made their people humiliated. Think, the money is good, what's going to happen next? Peaceful home. She's not really a child who doesn't understand anything. She knows the world of the world. She naturally understands that it's not surprising that aristocrats with bad character will do anything to save face, let alone a powerless commoner like her." However, soon, the depression on the calm face turned into eagerness and anticipation. Uchiha. She really wanted to see what these guys were capable of. Chapter 674, Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 36 close black lens bracket Uchiha's plan. The residents of the Uchiha clan. The Uzumaki Mito incident was raging outside, and the Uchiha family naturally knew it. But they didn't intend to get involved. One is that the Uzumaki family has long since withdrawn from Konoha's power center, and the Uchiha family has no need to provoke them. The second is because of Uchiha Madara. The Uchiha family is one of the very few families that has completely preserved Uzumaki Mito's information, and naturally understands what amazing strength this seemingly weak and beautiful woman has. Tell me what you think. At the internal meeting of the Uchiha clan, the current clan leader Uchiha Luhuo glanced at the people below with a serious expression. "It's madness." Jonin, a member of the Uchiha clan, took the lead and shouted angrily. A mere little girl who is not directly related to the Uzumaki clan actually dares to take action against the people of the Uchiha clan. She really eats the guts of a bear and a leopard. That's right. You must take revenge on her, otherwise everyone in Konoha will know that our Uchiha clan is easy to bully. Advertisement. The other ninja also agreed, looking like he was filled with righteous indignation. And with the two taking the lead, other senior members of the Uchiha clan also expressed their opinions. All in all, just a few words over and over again. Revenge. If you don't take revenge, the Uchiha family will be too embarrassed. After determining this basic goal, the patriarch Uchiha Luhuo spoke again. "So, who is interested in cleaning up this little girl named Uzumaki Jing?" This. Everyone in Uchiha hesitated. It certainly wasn't because they were afraid. In fact, the worst person who can participate in the high-level meeting of the Uchiha clan is a special Jonin. It is very easy to deal with such a 10-year-old girl. But the problem is that the other party is only about 10 years old. What is this concept? Advertisement. In the CBDD, Sengoku era a few decades ago, 10-year-old children have been on the battlefield for several years. It is common for adults to fight against children, and no one on the battlefield will say anything fair or unfair. But now is the time of peace. Most of the 10-year-old children are still studying in the ninja school, which is protected by the village. At such a time, an adult Jonin in his 30s to deal with a 10-year-old student is not saving face for the Uchiha family, but embarrassing. So, it's easy to deal with a 10-year-old, but who to send is a matter of discussion. Wouldn't it be good to send just a genin? A one-eyed Uchiha Jonin said casually. A genin under the age of 12 can be easily found in the clan, right? Normal genin is never enough, idiot, the other Jonin snorted coldly. The one-eyed Uchiha Jonin was scolded, and his face suddenly became uneasy, and he asked in dissatisfaction. "What do you mean? It's just a little girl. Isn't the genin who opened a hook jade in the clan enough to deal with?" "It's not enough, Koizumi." Patriarch Uchiha Ryo suddenly sighed. The one-eyed Jonin named Koizumi immediately widened his only remaining eye and looked at Uchiha in disbelief. "No way, Patriarch, isn't that a 10-year-old kid?" Chapter 675, Auto-generated chapter title. 37. The value of Uzumaki Shizuo from the perspective of one-eyed Uchiha Jonin. Konoha's reserve ninjas can be roughly divided into several levels from high to low. The first level representative, Namikaze Minato. Although he is reluctant to admit it, none of the Uchiha clan's peers are the opponents of Namikaze Minato, which is an extremely rare genius who can surpass the bloodline. The representative of the second level is the eye-opening genius of the Uchiha family. These geniuses can already use the lowest level Sharingan for prediction and copying. Among the students who are not even genin, they are just as strong as open hangings. Naturally, they are astonishingly strong. The third level is the Uchiha tribe and the ordinary people who have not opened their eyes. Because there is no blood to open the distance, the gap between these people is not too big. According to his estimation, that Uzumaki Jing is also the third level, only relying on opportunism and surprises. Can he kill Uchiha Yang in seconds? But Uchiha Luvuo thinks otherwise. The patriarch of the Uchiha clan looked around the crowd and said solemnly, "Based on the information I found out from the people I planted at the ninja school, this Uzumaki Jing is very likely to be a genius with a bloodline limit, not an ordinary person." Blood next to the limit. Advertisement. The entire conference room was silent for a moment, and the one-eyed Uchiha Jonin, who was beaten in the face, widened his eyes. The bloodline limit can be understood as a special bloodline of the ninja, and the owner can use the ability completely different from the general ninjutsu. In most cases, the power of the blood follower limit is quite powerful. For those who possess the blood successor limit, becoming a Jonin is a basic operation. Even if their talent is limited and can only be a Chunin, they are definitely the best among Chunins. The Hyuga clan of Konoha and their Uchiha clan, the reason why they can become one of the most powerful families in the ninja world, is because they are superior to others in the line of blood. Therefore, when Uzumaki, Heike, Shizuo, a brat like Shizuo, actually has the boundaries of blood, the Uchiha Jonins who were not very concerned about this matter suddenly became serious. There are of course many reasons for this. First, the juvenile ninjas with the boundaries of blood are definitely talents, and such talents are not easily abandoned by villages, which makes the upcoming revenge of the Uchiha clan somewhat restrained. For flowers, if the revenge is stronger, I am afraid that the village will be dissatisfied. And if the revenge is weak, it will only make people feel that the Uchiha family is stern, with heavy thunder and little rain. Advertisement. Second, that's what I said before. A ninja with a blood-based limit is inherently superior to other ninjas, invincible at the same level, and killing people by leaps and bounds is commonplace. As the owners of Sharingan, they naturally understand this truth. Therefore, it has become a difficult problem to send a candidate within 12 years old who can win this Uzumaki Jing steadily. As for the three, if Uzumaki Shizu really has a very strong bloodline limit, then her value is definitely not that simple. Although Uchiha is famous in the ninja world for Sharingan, not all Uchiha people can open their eyes. Therefore, using these people who cannot open their eyes to combine with other excellent bloodlines to give birth to better offspring to serve the family is also what the family has been doing. To be honest, it is Uzumaki Shizuo that has the value of having offspring, big. Chapter 676, Auto-generated chapter title, 38, Honest Uchiha. It is something that almost every ninja family will do to let the owner of the blood follow the limit to reproduce for his family so as to give birth to better offspring. The Uchiha family is no exception. After all, not every Uchiha clan can successfully open their eyes, and those who cannot open their eyes can hardly become an elite ninja, and naturally they have to contribute to the family in other ways. But the question now is, who should be sent to deal with the 857, Uzumaki Shiki who has a powerful bloodline? Patriarch Uchiha Luvuo glanced at everyone present, his tone was flat. Elder, your little grandson, I remember exactly 1 year old, right? Ahem, this old man's grandson is blunt, and he is only a Sharingan at the age of 12, so I'm afraid it's difficult to be a big job. The elder Uchiha coughed twice and calmly rejected Uchiha's smoldering fire. Then he looked sideways at Uchiha Fugaku who had been silent all along. I remember that the younger brother of the young patriarch is also 12 years old and has been promoted to Chunin, isn't he more suitable for this task? This. Uchiha was stunned. Advertisement. Obviously, he is reluctant to let his youngest son do such a dangerous thing. But before he could open the conversation or refuse, his precious son Uchiha Fugaku was the first to speak. I think what the elder said is fine. Uchiha Fugaku has a stubborn face and a confident tone. Although Shandy is still very young, it is more than enough to deal with a young child, I believe him. $700. Being tricked by his eldest son, Uchiha Luvuo nodded helplessly. Then let Toyama do it. Uchiha Toyama, 12 years old, the second son of the head of the Uchiha clan, has already started the Sharingan of Ergoyu at a young age, and can be called a person with a boring future. If nothing else, he will successfully open 3 Tomo Sharingan in the future and become a Jonin around the age of 16 to 18. It is only a matter of time before he becomes one of the core executives of the Uchiha family. Therefore, Uchiha Toyama is a quite arrogant boy, and his arrogance is even far more than the 2 pillars of bitterness and hatred in the early stage of the original work. When he got the news from the family that he was going to deal with a little girl 2 years younger than himself, Uchiha Toyama was extremely shocked at the first time. This astonishment did not disappear even after knowing that Hing Jiajing was the owner of Shueiji Boundary. Advertisement. Because in his opinion, this is simply overkill. But after all, this is my father's order. I think if I defeat this Uzumaki Jing forcefully, I should give my father a good face. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Toyama wore a Jonin suit with a grim face and walked straight to the ninja school. Although it seems a bit strange to take revenge on others in an upright manner. But in Uchiha Toyama's view, as the elite of the Uchiha clan, he must defeat the Uzumaki Jing in front of everyone in order to earn more face for the family. 3.3. At the same time, the school is sleepy and calm and does not know that he is being watched. I do not know how long it has been. Everyone, look at the angle at which this kunai is thrown. Boom. A sudden loud noise interrupted the teacher's lecture at the ninja school. Chapter 677, Auto-generated chapter title, 39, Namikaze Minato. Apology. Who? The teacher in the middle school was naturally unhappy when someone suddenly interrupted the normal teaching. But as he turned his head to see who was coming, the displeasure on his face instantly dissipated. With a face that he had never seen, but felt very familiar, with this iconic black hair, Teacher Chunin instantly understood the identity of the young man in front of him. Uchiha. Thinking of what Uzumaki Jing did to Uchiha Yang yesterday, Mr. Chunin, who has a good sense of smell, immediately understood the purpose of the visit. Needless to say, nature is Uzumaki Shizuo, so here comes the question. As a teacher, which one do you want to help? 21 with the Uzumaki clan behind him, the Uzumaki Jing who has quite good strength and talent. Or is it Uchiha, who has a big business and can almost sit firmly in the #1 ninja clan in Konoha? Advertisement. After hesitating for a second, Teacher Chunin took a step back very calmly and said lightly, if you have any problems, please solve them by yourself and don't disturb others. With a stubborn attitude, he nodded to Teacher Chunin, but Uchiha Toyama had no plans for him, but looked directly at Uzumaki Kushina, who has the iconic red hair of the Uzumaki clan in the crowd. Little girl, come with me. What? Uzumaki Kushina was stunned, and his face was full of confusion. What are you looking for from me? Humph. Are you pretending to be stupid? Seeing Uzumaki Kushina showing such an expression, Uchiha Toyama snorted and shot directly. Without the use of ninjutsu, just pure physical skills, it reached the level that Teacher Chunin's eyes couldn't keep up, and Uchiha Toyama rushed in front of Kushina almost instantly. And Kushina didn't know if she was frightened or if she couldn't react at all. She stood motionless and didn't seem to have any idea of avoiding it at all. That idiot, Heike Shizuo, who was watching the excitement, was about to take action to intercept Uchiha Toyama. Although she has no friendship with Kushina, she will not let Kushina, a member of the Uzumaki clan, be heard in public, even if it is just in Uzumaki Mito's face. However, the other movement was faster than hers. Advertisement. I saw a golden figure flash by, and then there was a muffled sound of flesh colliding. After the crash, the blonde boy took 3 steps back. And Uchiha Toyama just took a step back. Are you Namikaze Minato? Standing still, looking at the blonde boy standing in front of Kushina, a strange look flashed in Uchiha Toyama's eyes, and he praised. As expected of a talented boy who has been in the eyes of major families before graduating, let's not forget about the rest, the physical training is really good. Thanks for the compliment. 857 Namikaze Minato is neither humble nor arrogant, looking directly at Uchiha Toyama. I hope you can give me an explanation and apologize to Kushina-kun. Explaining, apologize? Uchiha Toyama had a playful smile on his face. That's right. Namikaze Minato's face is full of righteousness. Attack your classmates for no reason at the ninja school, this is a big mistake, you must apologize and give a reasonable explanation. Today's children are really arrogant and cute. Unable to sneer, Uchiha Toyama's eyes suddenly turned bloody as he glared at Namikaze Minato. Boy, look who I am. Give you one more chance, do you still want me to apologize? Chapter 678, auto-generated chapter title? 40, Namikaze Minato's Uchiha Toyama. Uchiha Toyama is very upset right now. Because of the status of the Uchiha clan in Konoha, no matter where he goes, others give him face. Even the long-established Jonin, because of his father Uchiha's flamboyance, will give him 3 points of face in everything. Even that Jiraiya, at most, only dared to get angry and did not dare to confront the Uchiha clan head-on. However, how dare this Namikaze Minato speak to him in such a tone? Don't be too arrogant, kid. The blood-red eyes stared at Namikaze Minato like a demon. Uchiha Toyama gritted his teeth and said, you are just a kid who is not a genin. Give you one last chance, get out of the way. Don't let it. Namikaze Minato looked stern and righteous. Of course he knew that he couldn't provoke the Uchiha clan, and even the Uchiha boy ninja who was about 2 years older than him, he might not be able to beat him. But thinking of the red-haired girl who proudly declared that she would definitely become Hokage, the red-haired girl who was obviously wronged and was about to cry, but still held back her tears, Namikaze Minato's heart was full of strength. Advertisement. Although he has nothing to do with Uzumaki Kushina now, he must fight for Uzumaki Kushina. Sissy, long time behind Minato, Kushina stared blankly at Minato, with a hint of warmth in his heart. If it develops normally, whether this hero saves beauty is successful or not, both Namikaze Minato and Kushina will succeed and move towards a plot that is not much different from the original. However, this is not the normal Hokage world. Just when Kushina was about to be moved by Minato, Shizuo Heike finally moved. Hey, what nonsense are you talking about? You want to do something to Kushina, have you asked the old lady? The swear words that did not match the appearance shocked everyone present, and calmly pulled Sinai into his arms, leaving Namikaze Minato, who was stunned in place. Namikaze Minato. Who am I and where am I? That's the girl I like, why did you take her away? Looking at Kushina, who was lying on his back in a calm embrace, with a blushing face, Namikaze Minato's expression was indescribable. Advertisement. He always felt that his love seemed to be taken away by a woman. Uchiha Toyama cast a glance at Heike Jing, and a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. He still didn't realize that he was mistaken. He didn't put Heike Jing in his eyes, but looked at Namikaze Minato coldly. Boy, since you want to stand up for that stinky girl, come with me. After speaking, the figure flashed and disappeared in place in an instant. Body flicker technique. So fast. Surprised by Uchiha Toyama's speed, Namikaze Minato's pupils shrank slightly, but he was not afraid at all, and he ignored Kushina's restraint. Cough, funny. A flash of excitement flashed in Heike Jing's eyes, and he looked down at Meishina, who was lying in his arms with a worried expression. Hey, Kushina, do you want to come and see it with me? Okay. Kushina nodded solemnly. Although she didn't know why that Uchiha's family attacked her, she couldn't just watch Namikaze Minato get hurt because of herself. Excited. Chapter 679. Auto-generated chapter title, 41, White Fang's attention. Uchiha Toyama and Namikaze Minato run towards the training ground of the ninja school at high speed. In the process of galloping at a high speed, Uchiha Toyama turned his head more than once to look at the golden figure not far behind him. His eyes were uncertain. This kid is so fast. Uchiha Toyama, who was running wildly, muttered to himself. I'm already number 1 among my family's peers, and this kid is 2 years younger than me, yet he can still keep up with me, doesn't that mean? Realizing that Namikaze Minato's talent and speed is likely to be higher than his own, Uchiha Toyama's originally good-looking face was distorted for a moment, looking very scary. A gifted person who has been surrounded by flowers all his life, suddenly realizes that his 870 talent is not that powerful one day, and the blow is definitely quite big. And the people who are hit have different ways of coping in the end. Some people regained their strength, became more courageous, and advanced to a higher level. Some people completely lose their appearance, lose their glory, and disappear into the crowd. Advertisement. Even more people are jealous and go astray. Instead of trying to surpass others, they are jealous and want to destroy all those who are stronger than themselves. Uchiha Toyama is walking towards the third road, soon. Ninja, CBDD, school training ground. Uchiha Toyama and Namikaze Minato stand opposite each other. Surrounded by a group of ninja students who got news to watch the fun, many ninjas came to hear the news, even Jonin. Namikaze Minato is Jiraiya's favorite child. On the tree, the silver gray-haired masked man who was hiding in the shadows looked at Namikaze Minato thoughtfully, and then turned to Uchiha Toyama, who was facing him. To be honest, although Namikaze Minato has a good strength at a young age, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is the first person in the younger generation, but he is still not very optimistic about Namikaze Minato. After all, Uchiha Toyama is not only 2 years older than Namikaze Minato, he is also the owner of the top-ranked Blood Keiji Sharingan. Advertisement. Thinking of that terrifying eye of the curse, Rao, a man who has experienced countless life and death battles and is known as the White Fang, can't help feeling jealous and a trace of envy. Yes, envy. Although he has long since walked out of his own way of being a strong man, he doesn't need Sharingan at all, but this does not prevent him from being envious of the Uchiha family. After all, that is a bloodline boundary that can be inherited by blood, with amazing power and versatility, and has almost no major shortcomings. It is with this bloodline limit that the Uchiha family can be promoted to the first ninja family in the ninja world in just a few decades. As the patriarch of the Hitaki clan, it is strange not to envy those family swordsmanship that ordinary ninjas can't learn. The gray-haired masked ninja sighed deeply, put the messy thoughts in his head, and continued to look at the two people standing opposite each other in the field, ready to save Namikaze Minato at any time. After all, Namikaze Minato's talent is still quite good, and he will be at least an elite Jonin in the future, and there is even a high probability that he will become a powerhouse at this level. If he is allowed to be abolished, it will definitely be Konoha's loss. Chapter 680, Auto-generated chapter title, Open black lens bracket 42 close black lens bracket Namikaze Minato in the middle. Under White Fang's expectant gaze. Under the onlookers of Kushina, Tranquility and others. Uchiha Toyama moved first. What? Although the body flicker technique is not proficient enough, in front of Namikaze Minato, who is only 10 years old, it is already quite superb and flawless skills, and the speed is much faster than before. Namikaze Minato can only rely on his excellent eyesight and control of the wind to deal with it. Boom! Their arms collided, making a dull sound. After one blow, Uchiha Shan's body was as immobile as a mountain. But Namikaze Minato groaned, his body swayed slightly, and he took a step back involuntarily. Obviously, Namikaze Minato was at a loss for this simple collision of physical skills. What a powerful force is this Chunin? Namikaze Minato looked dignified as he felt his arms trembling slightly. Advertisement. Someone said before that he already had the strength not weaker than Chunin, and now that he really fights with Chunin, he realizes that he is really proud and complacent. He didn't know that Chunin was also graded. The weakest Chunin is just a newcomer with the name of Chunin, and his strength may not even be comparable to some Genins. And some Chunin, their own combat power is not bad, not weaker than some special Jonin. Coincidentally, Uchiha Toyama is the leader of Konoha Chunin. He has great achievements in both martial arts and ninjutsu, and he has the ability to leapfrog combat. It is no exaggeration to say that even some special Jonin, if they are careless, have a high probability of being defeated by Uchiha Toyama. Therefore, it is normal for Namikaze Minato, who is only 10 years old, to be suppressed by Uchiha Toyama in frontal combat. No matter how amazing and brilliant he will be in the future, and his strength will completely crush his peers and seniors, the current Namikaze Minato is just a 10-year-old boy, too immature and weak. Is the most talented ninja student this year only at this level? It's really disappointing. Deliberately showing disappointment in his eyes, Uchiha Toyama's hands were not slow at all, and he punched Namikaze Minato in the face. Minato subconsciously raised his hand to defend, but noticed the slightly upturned corner of Uchiha Toyama's mouth. Not good. Namikaze Minato realizes that he might have been tricked. After all, the ninja profession is not good at facing the enemy. Advertisement. Sure enough, the moment he realized something was wrong, a strong wind came from behind Namikaze Minato, and it was Uchiha Toyama's whip leg. To Uchiha Toyama? Many Ninja Academy students widened their eyes. And those with combat experience immediately realized that this was the clone technique. Boom. Point zero under the crisis, Namikaze Minato twisted and kicked out with one foot, trying to block the kick from behind. Namikaze Minato judged so. Uchiha Toyama in front of him is the real clone, whose role is to attract his attention and pull away his attacking intent. And behind the whip is Uchiha Toyama's body, which is the key to determining the victory of the battlefield. However, the current Namikaze Minato is still too young after all. Uchiha Toyama is not a young master who is not good at fighting, but an elite carefully cultivated by the Uchiha family. Namikaze Minato can think of everything he can think of. So, he did the opposite. The one who kicks the whip leg from the back is the clone, and the one who attacks from the front is the main body. Chapter 681. Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 43 close black lens bracket Namikaze Minato's response. Boom. As Namikaze Minato's attack hit Uchiha Toyama behind him, Uchiha Toyama's body exploded directly and turned into a cloud of smoke. Clone. Namikaze Minato was startled and immediately realized that he had been fooled. But the attack from behind has come. Fire-style great fireball technique. Boom. Following Uchiha Toyama's violent drink, 8-7 hot. Bursting flames spewed out of his mouth, like a sea of fire, directly engulfing Namikaze Minato. What? Many girls in the crowd closed their eyes in horror and did not dare to look again. The ninjas don't have any mood swings, probably because they all know that sea-level fire-style ninjutsu can seriously injure people at most, and basically won't burn people to death. Besides, Namikaze Minato, a young man valued by Jiraiya, is not weak enough to be killed at will. Wow. Advertisement sure enough, with a sound of breaking through the air, Namikaze Minato rushed out directly against the flames. Although the body is black and white and looks very embarrassed, it has not suffered any serious injuries. Uchiha Toyama was not surprised. He knew that C-rank ninjutsu wasn't powerful enough. He faced Namikaze Minato, who was charging towards him, and immediately released two more ninjutsu. Fire-style great fireball technique, wind-style great breakthrough. Boom. Mouth. The wind helped the fire, combined with ninjutsu, the flames rose against the storm, and the sea of fire, which was even more majestic and hot than before, hit Namikaze Minato like a surging ocean. Namikaze Minato's heart skipped a beat. Combined ninjutsu. Or a combination of ninjutsu with excellent compatibility. Although there are only 2 second-level ninjutsu, but the combination used is at least the power of B-level ninjutsu. Even if you only look at this power, you know that its power is amazing. But Namikaze Minato has no plans to back down. This is in front of the girl he likes. No matter how mature he is, he doesn't want to lose face. With a light breath, Namikaze's left foot door suddenly stomped on the ground, rushing straight towards the oncoming flames. As if to commit suicide. Advertisement. What? This kid is crazy. Uchiha Toyama's staring boss was obviously taken aback by Namikaze Minato's obsessive manipulation. But when he thought about it, he couldn't help but sneer again. This kid is courting death himself, so he can't be blamed, right? However, in the next second, he fell into a panic. I saw Namikaze Minato, who was in a forward stance, suddenly formed a seal and performed a ninjutsu at a very fast speed. Water-style water rush. As one of the basic ninjutsu with moderate water, this is a move that every water-style ninja can do, and can often be used as a nirvana in Genin. But in the battle of the Chunin class, this is just a small skill that is useless. And Uchiha Toyama is a leader even in the Chunin class. But Namikaze Minato just used it. Whoa. 3.3 The water flow and the flame collided, and a large fog suddenly rose, and the originally cool water flow seemed to have reached the boiling point in an instant, becoming extremely hot. Namikaze Minato groaned, and he deservedly got burned by the heat. But at the same time, he also took advantage of the rising mist to successfully hide his figure in front of Uchiha Toyama. Chapter 682. Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 44 close black lens bracket furious play. Murder in the fog. This is the move that Kirigakure ninjas are best at. In the case that vision does not play any role, even a ninja who has experienced many battles will inevitably suffer from it. Looking at the entire ninja world, only the Hyuga clan with white eyes can retain all their fighting power in this environment. Uchiha, of course not. Bang. Boom. Boom. In the fog that blocked his vision, Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Toyama met with fists and feet, and the sound of physical collision continued to sound. Seemingly realizing that he, who is not even qualified as a genin, is absolutely inferior to U21 Xia Toyama, a nobleman in ninjutsu, Namikaze Minato chose to entangle the opponent without hesitation, making him unable to use ninjutsu. Facts have proved that this routine is completely feasible. Because of Namikaze Minato's entanglement, Uchiha Toyama couldn't keep his distance at all, and naturally couldn't use ninjutsu, because that would hurt himself. Damn. This guy. Uchiha Toyama left a trace of cold sweat on his forehead, gnashing his teeth and staring at Namikaze Minato who was frantically attacking him in front of him. Advertisement: when it comes to ninjutsu, the nobleman is definitely the one who crushed Namikaze Minato. But in terms of promotion, the two of them are half a caddy. No, with Sharingan, he should be stronger than Namikaze Minato in taijutsu. But that's not the case in actual combat. Boom. Namikaze Minato slammed a punch in the jaw. Uchiha Toyama only felt his brain was shaken, and ran back and forth. Namikaze Minato continued to attack, punching and kicking like a hurricane. During the period, Uchiha Toyama of course also had a successful counterattack. But the lethality of taijutsu is not as good as that of ninjutsu and ninja tools, and Namikaze Minato can use the moment when he is attacked to complete a new counterattack. It can be said that it is completely a brutal way of playing injury for injury. Under such a style of play, a trace of fear emerged in Uchiha Toyama's heart. After all, he came to teach people a lesson, not to work hard. He is a genius, an aristocrat, and he has a bright future. If he dies or is abolished, wouldn't it be an explosion? Advertisement in such a mood, Uchiha Toyama's momentum became more and more sluggish, while Namikaze Minato became more and more courageous, and his attack speed became faster and faster. For a while, Uchiha Toyama, who had the upper hand, was in turn suppressed by Namikaze Minato. Cough cough. Heijajing looked at Namikaze Minato, who was madly attacking in surprise. This kid looks very gentle and sunny, I didn't expect to fight so violently. Really? Kushina nodded in agreement, her eyes were also very surprised. She was also the first time 870 saw Minato fight this way. Even, it is not so much a battle between ninjas as it is two powerful ordinary people. Because of the fast pace of the battle, the two did not even have the time to use the most basic body replacement technique. Damn. 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 How could I be suppressed by a civilian? Damn. The suppressed, breathless Uchiha Toyama stared at the boss, his eyes were full of bloodshot eyes, and his entire face turned red, and he didn't know if it was anger or tiredness. Finally, as if a volcano erupted, something broke through the shackles. The three hooked jades swirled in the eyes of Uchiha Toyama. Chapter 683, Auto-Generated Chapter Title. 45. Defeat Sharingan. As the bloodline limit that allows the Uchiha family to occupy the largest ninja family in the ninja world, it is naturally unique, and it can acquire new abilities without reaching a new level. Leaving aside the Mangekyo Sharingan, just talking about the Sharingan of Sangu Jade is enough to give these eyes a powerful illusion that an illusion ninja can never chase in his entire life. You're done, boy. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, the blood in Uchiha Toyama's pupils flowed, and the three hooked jades stared at Namikaze Minato like a ghost. Namikaze Minato's heart froze, subconsciously trying to avoid Uchiha Toyama's sight, but after all, he was still a step behind. Boom. There was a sharp pain in the abdomen. Namikaze Minato bent his body into a shrimp shape in pain, his eyes widened like copper bells, and his mouth was constantly retching. It was only then that he saw that Uchiha Toyama had appeared in front of him for a long time, kicked him out, and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, how could Namikaze Minato still not know that he was hit by an illusion just now? Unfortunately, he did not have any method for illusion. Advertisement. No matter how young and talented he is, no matter how he is favored by big people, now he is just a ninja student with good talent and ability, too immature. Hey girlfriend. Looking at Namikaze Minato, who was hit hard by his own punch, Uchiha Toyama snorted coldly, and all the confidence he had lost before was instantly restored. However, what to do with Namikaze Minato, he hesitated. Killed? Of course Uchiha Toyama would do it if it was in a hidden place with no one. A commoner ninja who is not destined to belong to the Uchiha clan, his life is of little benefit to his clan, but his death can cause a great blow to the commoner lineage. However, this is in public. Even the domineering Uchiha clan would not dare to kill in public in Konoha Village, let alone a young genius like Namikaze Minato, who had long been noticed by the top management of Konoha. Therefore, at most, he can only kick as hard as just now, which is the limit. Call. Uchiha Toyama snorted coldly and turned to look at Kushina. Uzumaki Shizu, come and ask me for a fight. What? Advertisement. Sina was stunned. Uzumaki Jing. The beautiful red-haired girl subconsciously looked at Shizuo Heike, who was standing beside her with her arms over her head, and her brain still couldn't figure out what Uchiha Toyama meant. It was peaceful, and the current situation was instantly clarified. Cough. Did you recognize the wrong person? With a grin, Shizuo Heike let go of Kushina's arm, took the initiative to stand up, and looked at Uchiha Toyama contemptuously. I'm Shizuo Uzumaki, you super idiot. What? Uchiha Toyama narrowed his eyes, with a sneer on his face. Stinky girl, what are you talking about? You think, Qian Zhao's, I don't know the iconic red hair of the Uzumaki family? Ah, this. Heike Jing was speechless for a while. Her identity in Konoha was indeed the Uzumaki family, but this was just a fake identity, and naturally she didn't have the bright red hair like Kushina. Humph. What an idiot. Seeing that she didn't speak, he thought that Heijajing had been told by himself. Uchiha Toyama snorted coldly, then raised his foot and rushed towards Kushina, who was being protected by her. Excited. Chapter 684, Auto-Generated Chapter Title. 46. Peaceful slap. Uchiha Toyama did not take the peace that stood in his way against Kushina in his eyes. After all, he even defeated Namikaze Minato. Could this little-known woman be stronger than Namikaze Minato? With this thought in mind, Uchiha Toyama didn't even take much precaution. Then, got slapped in the face, logistical sense. Snapped. Hawkeye slapped out a slap and slapped the face of Uchiha Toyama, who was rushing towards him. Uchiha Toyama didn't expect such a thing to happen to him at all. He was caught off guard and slapped in the face. Kiki, 870 damn it, what's wrong with this woman? Turning around in the air and landing smoothly, Uchiha Toyama held his swollen and deformed cheeks, and looked at Heike Jing with a suspicious look in his eyes. The speed of that slap just now really frightened him. As everyone knows, Jing is also very surprised at this time. Advertisement. She originally thought that her slap was enough to instantly kill Uchiha Toyama, who had just fought a fight, but she didn't expect that it wasn't even a serious injury. At this time, Uchiha Toyama finally remembered the topic of admitting the wrong person before. Hey, woman. What's your name? Uchiha Toyama stared at Heike Jing with fear. My old lady's name is Hira. Uzumaki Shizuo. He originally wanted to reveal his real name, but Heijajing's words were stagnant, but he didn't miss out. Uzumaki. Uchiha Toyama jumped up Sharingan, and finally realized that he might have really recognized the wrong person. Is that you? Getting up and staring at Heijajing, Uchiha Toyama's tone was like bone-chilling ice. Did you attack Uchiha Yang in front of everyone's eyes? Attack. What is it? Heijajing looked bewildered. Who is Uchiha Yang? Do I know him? The corner of Uchiha Toyama's mouth twitched. He must have found the wrong person again, right? Fortunately, someone in the crowd, CBDD, took the initiative to remind. Uchiha Yang is the one you beat all day, classmate Jing. Oh, that kid? Advertisement. Knowing who Uchiha Yang is, Calm suddenly realizes. Then she grinned and said to Uchiha Toyama carelessly, I remember, he was picked up by me that day. Do you have anything else? You. Arrogant. How arrogant? Uchiha Toyama was trembling with anger when he saw that Heike Jing not only admitted what he had done without hesitation, but even had a hippie smile on his face. As the son of the patriarch, he is likely to become the next patriarch of the Uchiha family in the future. Uchiha Toyama cares about the dignity of the family most. Then, without any hesitation, Uchiha Toyama's figure disappeared in place. With a sound of breaking the air, Uchiha Toyama instantly appeared beside Heike Shizuo. Body flicker technique. And it's quite a clever body flicker technique. After defeating Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Toyama's strength went further and reached a whole new level, and it was not just a pair of Sharingans who became stronger. If he is allowed to fight Namikaze Minato again, I believe he will be able to resolve the battle extremely fast. However, what faced him was calm. Chapter 685, Auto-generated chapter title. 47. B-level fire style close to A-level ninjutsu. Heijajing's strength is very strong, but he has not been able to fully develop his own strength. And Xia Yan changed his body back to the state he was 10 years old, so he is not so strong. But after all, she was taught by Xia Yan, and she was given the power of shock fruit by Xia Yan, which made it easy for her to leapfrog battles and defeat the strong with the weak. And it's more than one level. Boom, a muffled sound. Shizuo Heike's slender wrist collided with Uchiha Toyama's fist. In this blow, both of them only used physical skills, and none of them used other abilities. As a result, Uchiha Toyama took 2 steps backward, and his wrists were sore and numb. Heijajing took 3 steps back, frowning. Her 10-year-old body is still too thin. That's it. On the opposite side, Uchiha Toyama was surprised and couldn't help feeling very disdain when he saw that he had repelled Heijajing with a single blow. Originally, he thought how strong the woman who defeated Uchiha Yang was, but now it seems that this is not the case, not even the previous Namikaze Minato. Advertisement and Namikaze Minato was already defeated by him at this time. I'll get rid of you in one move. Holding the contempt for Heike Jing and the pride for the Uchiha family, Uchiha Toyama quickly formed a seal, his chest bulging high. Fire-style dragon fire technique, boom, you. The flames, which were much more terrifying than when Namikaze Minato fought just now, turned into a ferocious dragon, roaring and roaring towards the direction of Hikaze. The terrifying high temperature, even standing dozens of meters away, can give people the illusion that their hairs are ignited. All the ninja students stepped back again and again, with expressions of horror on their faces. Even several Chunin teachers were afraid to withdraw from a safe distance before protecting the other students behind them. This kid from the Uchiha clan. In the hidden place of the branches, Hitaki Tsukumo's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a deep surprise in his eyes. As far as he knows, Uchiha Toyama is only 12 years old now, but he has already turned on Sharingan to Sanbuyu, and can use B-level ninjutsu to be infinitely close to the power of A-level ninjutsu. Genius. Deserved genius. Advertisement. Hitaki Tsukumo, who enjoys the name of White Fang, is one of the top geniuses in an era. He has seen, fought against, and killed many geniuses over the years. The importance of genius in his heart naturally belongs to his own judgment criteria. For flowers, according to his evaluation criteria, Uchiha Toyama is at least among the top talents in the second tier. That is to say, as long as he doesn't fall, he will be able to reach the level of Shadow 100% in the future, crushing 99.9% of his peers, but he will not be able to crush an era like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara and others. 0. As for the Whirlpool Mito. Well, that's a god, not a human at all, so there's no need to compare her. Thinking like this, Hitaki Tsukumo's muscles began to tighten. Although he has been beaten in the face before, this time he will definitely not. The person who needs to be rescued is that Uzumaki Shizuo. After all, even Namikaze Minato was defeated by the grown-up Uchiha Toyama. At the same time, the surging fiery dragon has already arrived in front of Heijajing, and it will devour her whole body almost in the next second. In the face of this terrifying high temperature, His face was calm, but he just slowly raised his slender arm. Big Chapter 686, Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 48 close black lens bracket Uchiha Toyama, who was excited instead of frustrated. In the Devil Fruit system of One Piece world, Shock Fruit can at least rank in the top 5 in terms of attack power. The reason why it is not firmly in the first place is also because the power of Shock Fruit is too scattered when attacking. Therefore, the lethality of monotheism, even Akainu's Lava Fruit, is probably higher than that of Shock Fruit. However, in terms of destructive power alone, Shock Fruit is absolutely qualified to fight for the number 1 position. The Calm Shock Fruit, 870, was bestowed by Xia Yan. It can be said that it is Devil Fruit or an upgraded version of Devil Fruit. Not only does it not have the Achilles heel of being afraid of seawater, but it is also more powerful. Although he was only 10 years old now, he couldn't exert the full strength of this fruit, but if he just had to face such a small scene, it was definitely more than enough. Crack. Hei Jiajing smashed into the void with a punch, and the air shattered like a mirror being smashed by a heavy hammer, showing dense, terrifying cracks. The monstrous sea of fire that came from all over the sky, as if it was hindered by something, instantly stopped its menacing rampage. Then, it shattered. Advertisement yes. Broken. Burning, extinguishing, booming, cannons. The words that humans use to describe the state of fire are nothing more than those, but absolutely no one will use the word, broken, to describe fire. However, what everyone saw now was that the flames were shattered. The sea of flames with a width of at least more than 20 meters, scattered into the sky of Mars, and finally dissipated completely. This is the blood rank limit. This is the new blood rank limit that defeated the Uchiha Yang? Hitaki Tsukumo, who was hiding in the shade of the tree, shrank slightly, and was shocked by this exaggerated force visible to the naked eye. In other words, he was shocked by the bright future of this power. To be honest, no matter how powerful Shock Fruit is, it is limited by his calm age, and now it is the same in Hitaki Tsukumo's eyes. But considering that Hei Jiajing is only about 10 years old now, it is a bit exaggerated that this power is really strong. A single punch can shatter an aggressive ninjutsu that is infinitely close to grade A. Even if it was the first in the ninja world, the blood force limit, it may not be able to achieve this effect when the user is 10 years old. So the most important thing is, can this blood successor limit continue to cultivate and grow? Or has it been fixed, and the upper limit will be like this for a lifetime? Advertisement. Muttering to himself, he stopped the body he wanted to rescue, and Hitaki Tsukumo continued to observe secretly. At this time, the surrounding ninja students in the field also widened their eyes one by one, looking at the scattered firelight in shock. With their vision and knowledge, they still can't understand what it means to smash a fire-style ninjutsu close to A level with a single punch. So they just thought the scene just now was really cool and handsome. But Uchiha Toyama knew it. Just because he knew how powerful the ninjutsu he just released was, there was a trace of fear in his heart. Is this really a trick 3.3 used by an ungraduated ninja who is 2 years younger than himself? Is this the line of blood that is valued by his father, the head of the Uchiha clan? Sure enough, it's really strong. There is no shame and dissatisfaction caused by being defeated in ninjutsu, nor the shame of being a genius but met with setbacks. Uchiha Toyama is more excited at this time. He realized that if he could take down this Uzumaki Jing, his status in the clan would be greatly improved. Because, Chapter 687, Auto-generated chapter title. 49, Family Inheritance. Flat of the election of the next generation patriarch of a large family is very complicated. Naturally, it is impossible that whoever is strong or talented will be the patriarch. Talent and strength are important, but equally important are connections, prestige and the next generation. Yes, the next generation. For a family, excellent offspring is the basis for the family to thrive and continue to grow, and it is also the most important treasure of the family. Therefore, the excellence of the next generation will also affect the status of the previous generation in the family to a certain extent. For example, for a genin, if his son becomes a jonin at the age of 12, his status in the village will also rise, and he will be integrated into a new class. This is even more important to the ninja family like the Uchiha family, who value the boundaries and strength of blood. Therefore, if you want to inherit the position of the patriarch and give birth to the next outstanding offspring, you will undoubtedly give yourself a lot of points. And Uchiha Toyama thought of this because he understood his father's thoughts. Advertisement. Why did his father, the head of the Uchiha clan, agree to let him deal with this Uzumaki Shizuo? Thinking of the elder brother several years older than him, Uchiha Toyama understood his father. Father is looking for a chance for himself to compete with his big brother Uchiha Fugaku. Thinking of this, Uchiha Toyama's eyes when he looked at Heike Jing suddenly became much hotter, as if a beast that had been hungry for a long time saw the food that could fill his stomach. A brand new, astonishingly powerful blood lineage, as long as it can be passed down, a powerful ninja family can be easily created. From this point of view, Uzumaki is simply a perfect wife, of great value. Come on, miss. Throwing away his previous anger, Uchiha Toyama looked at Hei Jiajing with great interest. Your bloodline is not bad. Uchiha Yang won't lose to you. Humph. Very dissatisfied with Uchiha Toyama's attitude, Heike Jing snorted coldly, but did not speak. She is better at hands-on rather than verbal conflict. What's more, there is no joy in moving your mouth. Advertisement. Boom. He slammed his left foot on the ground and smashed a hole in it. Hei Jiajing rushed towards Uchiha Toyama like a cheetah, and then threw a punch. Boom. The surrounding air was blown up by Heijajing's punch, showing a white wave of air. The body of Uchiha Toyama who was hit turned into a piece of wood with a bang, and then his figure appeared out of thin air a few meters away. Is this speed using the power of the blood-based limit to accelerate? It's a terrible blood-based limit. Uchiha Toyama, who used the 870 body replacement technique to dodge a calm punch, his pupils contracted slightly, and he was shocked by the speed of calmness. Just now, if he hadn't used the body replacement technique based on his body's instinctive reaction, he would have been killed or injured under this amazing force. On the other side, Heijajing put away the offensive and pouted, "Shout, did you dodge?" No wonder he was able to defeat that kid named Namikaze Minato. However, this was within her expectations, and there was nothing to be surprised or dissatisfied with. In Xia Yan's original words, it was just a flat A, used to say hello. Chapter 688, Auto-generated chapter title, 50, no, not good. Flat A, which is the normal attack in the game. Converted to combat, it is basically equal to the concept of one punch and one kick. The punch that Heike Shizuo attacked Uchiha Toyama just now was an ordinary punch without any special power. What? Uchiha Toyama's figure suddenly disappeared in place. Almost in an instant, he appeared in front of the calm. What? With a low voice, Uchiha Toyama's hand flashed a cold light, and a sharp kunai pierced directly at Heijajin's shoulder. Humph. Facing Uchiha Toyama's preemptive strike, he was calm but did not panic in the slightest. He snorted and punched out. Crack. The air shattered into countless pieces like a mirror, and dense white cracks appeared in the void. Uchiha Toyama was stunned to find that, under this power, the kunai, which he used to be handy in his hand, could not even stab even the slightest bit. Advertisement after that, the white crack in the void spread more and more terrifyingly, and finally even spread to the kunwu in his hand. Crack. Kuwu shattered in response, turning into a pile of iron scraps under the force of this shock. This is. Uchiha Toyama's pupils shrank suddenly, although he didn't know what happened, he still threw the tattered kuuji in his hand into the distance. However, this is not a move that relies on kunwu to transmit electricity, poison, etc., but a genuine shock force. This kind of power, throwing weapons, is absolutely impossible to escape. So in the next second, Uchiha Toyama felt an indescribable force crashing into his chest and crushing him hard. Wow! His eyes were as wide as copper bells, and a large amount of blood spurted out of his mouth. Uchiha Toyama was knocked away more than 10 meters away. What? What happened? This scene stunned all the ninja students around, so that there was an uproar around. They couldn't comprehend what kind of power this was to beat Uchiha Toyama like this. And Uchiha Rich Yamamoto was even more shocked. Advertisement. He thought that he had overestimated the limit of Uzumaki's blood, but he didn't expect it to be wrong. This destructive power and coverage have completely reached the category of B-level ninjutsu. And Heijajing is only 10 years old. Genius. I have to take this little girl into my room and give birth to better offspring for myself. Thinking like this, he raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and Uchiha Toyama looked up at Heijajing with even hotter eyes, as if he wanted to devour her alive. However, a shadow instantly enveloped her. Point 1. Uchiha Toyama stared blankly at the calm that appeared in front of him, and his mind forgot for a moment. When did this guy come to him? Bad, dangerous. Qian Zhao's realized that what he was about to face was the extremely destructive limit of blood. Uchiha Toyama was shocked, and immediately used the body flicker technique to evacuate backwards. But the speed of Heike's shot was much faster than the speed of his seal. The slender palm was like an iron hook, grabbing Uchiha Toyama's face with a gust of wind and thunder. With so much strength, Uchiha Toyama's pale face instantly turned red, and several deep blood marks appeared on his face. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your SU Chapter 689, Auto-generated chapter title. 51. The terrible peace of mind. It is definitely quite insulting to be grabbed by the face and want to be on the ground. Even though Uchiha Toyama was already mentally prepared, he was still flooded with anger, as if his whole body was blown up. You B********D. B******D. Don't use my tolerance for you as the capital for your reckless actions, stinky girl. The pair of Sharingans are full of anger, and Uchiha Toyama, who is embarrassed by being knocked down by a woman in public, is about to launch an illusion attack directly to calm down. But Heijajing naturally wouldn't give him this chance. A white curtain of light enveloped Uchiha Toyama's head. Wait a minute. Keenly realizing that this white 870 color light curtain is the limit of calm and mysterious blood, Uchiha Toyama's widening Sharingan was instantly filled with panic and panic. No matter how noble his bloodline is, he is no different from ordinary people in the face of powerful forces. And calm won't show mercy to a guy's own ship. Advertisement. Crack. The power of shock fruit burst out in the girl's palm, and the surrounding air burst open instantly, revealing dense spider web like white cracks. Immediately afterwards, the ground under Uchiha Toyama's head collapsed and shattered instantly, as if there was an earthquake, CBDD, causing a violent roar. Some of the ninja students who were standing relatively close even fell to the ground uncontrollably, staring at the smoky field in astonishment. What is this? Ninjutsu? What a terrifying power. This is at least B-rank ninjutsu, right? I think it must be A level. Didn't you see those ninjas and were scared? Shocked by the astonishing blow of calm, There was a lot of discussion in the crowd, as noisy as a vegetable market. And the Jonin and Anbu ninjas, who were hidden in the dark and watched in the distance, had their faces changed drastically, and their hearts were screaming badly. Stop it too late. As the son of the current patriarch of the Uchiha family, if something goes wrong with Uchiha Toyama, it will definitely be a big event. Of course, if something went wrong, just hand over the murderer. After all, it wasn't the high-level officials in the village who attacked him. Advertisement, but what the Uchiha clan could see, how could the elite ninjas headed by Hitaki Tsukumo not see it? This Uzumaki Shizu represents not a person at all, but a future ninja family. A ninja clan with amazing potential and even hope to replace the Uchiha clan in Konoha. As for why they are so sure, the smoke and dust dissipated, revealing its clues. I saw that the ground within a range of tens of meters had been completely shattered, as if it had experienced a natural disaster of an astonishing scale. And Uchiha Toyama, who was at the center of the shocking force, had already rolled his eyes and was covered in blood and fell to the ground, completely unconscious. What a horrible bloodline limit. Hitaki Tsukumo couldn't help feeling emotional when he keenly observed the abnormal twisting of Uchiha Toyama's limbs. Before today, Uchiha Toyama was one of the most talented ninjas of his age. Who would have thought that he would be defeated by a girl 2 years younger than him with such a strong attitude? Thinking about it this way, the look in his eyes towards Ping Jiajing became even more complicated. Among them are amazement, praise, but also a touch of pity and sympathy that is not easily discernible. Chapter 690, Auto-Generated Chapter Title. Open black lens bracket 52 close black lens bracket. Is Heijajing obedient? Hitaki Tsukumo's satisfaction with the calm is beyond words. At the age of 10, the powerful blood follows the limit, and the fighting power is amazing. It can be said that as long as the peaceful family does not fall, becoming one of the top executives of Konoha in the future can almost be said to be a sure thing. However, this also made Hitaki Tsukumo have a strong sympathy for him. After all, it is absolutely not enough to give birth to a child if a powerful blood successor wants to be passed down. The ghost knows whether this only child can inherit the power of his parents, and at the same time he has an amazing talent. Therefore, if you want to inherit a family of blood, it is necessary to have many children. And how long does it take to have a baby? Pregnancy winning bid plus 10th month of pregnancy plus confinement nursing. Rounding up will take at least 2 years. And what is the golden age of a ninja? Generally, it is 15 to 50 years old, and it is only 30 years old. That is to say, without giving birth to unexpected joys such as twins and triplets, if a blood follower wants to give birth to more than a dozen children to continue the family for himself, I am afraid that it will take his entire life to do it. Advertisement. That's why Hitaki Tsukumo sympathizes with Heijing. In his opinion, Calm is destined to embark on the path he just envisioned, because she is a ninja living in Konoha, and it is a matter of course to sacrifice her own interests for the interests of the village. Everyone did this, even Sarutobi Hiruzen himself, the third Hokage, did not sacrifice his own interests for the village. Of course, this is not completely out of the question. As Captain Anbu, one of the high-level decision-makers who barely entered Konoha, Hitaki Tsukumo naturally has some understanding of the Uzumaki family. Naturally, he was also one of the very few people in Konoha who knew that Uzumaki Mito was still alive. Uzumaki Mito, the top powerhouse of the Sengoku era. Thinking of the legend that once made the blood of his young self swell, Hitaki Tsukumo's sympathy for Heijajing instantly faded a lot. Although he is not red-haired, he is a member of the Uzumaki clan. Thinking about it, if the village is really too much, the big man who has been famous since the Sengoku era will definitely intervene to protect his descendants. So, Hitaki Tsukumo raised his head to look at Heijajing, and said in a deep voice, "Let's stop here." For flowers. Advertisement, so far? Calm, raised his eyebrows. That's right, that's it, Hitaki Tsukumo said indifferently. You have taught Uchiha Toyama a hard lesson. I believe he will not come to trouble you again, and his mistakes are not serious enough to be sentenced to death. The point, do you understand what I mean? Oh, clear. Heijajing nodded lightly with a calm expression. That's good. Hitaki Tsukumo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, feeling that the cold face of the girl in front of him was much more pleasing to the eye. In his opinion, ninjas who know how to advance and retreat are quite sensible people, and it is hard not to like such people. However, before he could be more happy, Ping Jiajing spoke again. Understanding is understanding, but it does not mean that I will do as you say. Heike Tsukumo glanced at Hitaki Tsukumo indifferently, and then turned his gaze to Uchiha Toyama, who had long lost consciousness in tatters on the ground. Even if I don't kill him, I have to abolish this guy's next 3 ways. Big, Chapter 691, Auto-Generated Chapter Title. 53. Hitaki Tsukumo's blocking, whose background is bigger. Ping Jiajing is a very violent woman. It's not who said it, it's what everyone thinks. Naturally, she is also a woman who will repay her kindness and vengeance. Uchiha Toyama can clearly feel her guyship. Naturally, Calm will not pretend that he has not seen anything, nor will he choose to ignore and retreat. He must pay enough price for what he has done, what he thinks and what he wants. No. Hitaki Tsukumo stood between Heike and Uchiha Toyama with a serious face, trying to prevent Heike's revenge. In all fairness, from a father's point of view, he doesn't think there's anything wrong with calmly taking revenge on Uchiha Toyama. Even if he had a daughter stared at by Uchiha Toyama with that disgusting look, he would not hesitate to teach this kid a lesson. But that can only be done behind the scenes, not in front of everyone. Because Uchiha Toyama is the son of the head of the Uchiha clan. Advertisement. Whether it's for Uchiha's face or the pride of the nobles, the Uchiha family cannot allow their eldest young master to be bullied in public. Even if he was wrong. This is the truth. The world of ninjas is not a modern society with a sound legal system. The Uchiha clan is not an insignificant little ninja clan that will be liquidated by Konoha just because of some mischief. Even if Jiajing's future is a little level, people can see that it is destined to be very bright, but it is only the future. There are many surprises in this world. Illness, war, assassination, betrayal. There are too many twists and turns for a genius to grow up to the point where he can make contributions to the village, and no one can guarantee that this process can be passed without any risk. Therefore, although genius is very important, for the village of Konoha, the Uchiha family that has already formed is actually more important. And more important. Therefore, by making Uchiha Toyama so miserable, he has completely offended Uzumaki Shizu of the Uchiha family. Hitaki Tsukumo doesn't want the other party to go further and end up with the Uchiha family. However, Ping Jiajing can ignore these. First of all, she didn't even know what status the Uchiha clan had in Konoha, she only knew that it was a strong enough ninja clan. Secondly, what if the Uchiha clan was powerful? Advertisement. No matter how powerful this thing is, can it be stronger than Xia Yan? Thinking of the shocking scene where Xia Yan used a finger to destroy a planet in front of him, and then thinking about the power of ninjutsu close to a level in the evaluation of the people around him when he casually smashed it, and then think of this: the world's ninjutsu seems to be the limit of the ordinary ninja, S rank, then understand a fact. That is, Xia Yan can walk sideways in this ninja world. Yes, go sideways, it's okay to walk upright. Rounding up, she's also someone with a deep 3.3 thick background. So, the Uchiha family? Sounds like a great deal, but can it beat Xia Yan's finger? A bunch of weak chickens. As a result, Heike Jing's face turned cold, and he scolded Hitaki Tsukumo angrily. Get out of the way for my mother. What did you say? Hitaki Tsukumo stiffened. You were yelled at by a child. Chapter 692, Auto-generated chapter title, 54, Fight Konoha's White Fang. Hitaki Tsukumo. The head of the Hitaki clan. Konoha Anbu is the current minister. Rising in World War II in the ninja world, his subordinates even killed the top powerhouses who had reached the shadow level. It can be said that he is a famous person in the ninja world. He has never retired to the peak period of Anbu, and his reputation can even stop a child crying at night. The title of Konoha's White Fang was not given to him by others, but he killed him on the battlefield with a short chakra blade. Such a powerful, terrifying and intimidating Hitaki Tsukumo never imagined that he would be yelled at by a 10-year-old girl someday. This novel experience not only made him feel astonished, but also somewhat novel and embarrassing. But Hawkeye doesn't care about this. She doesn't know what Hitaki Tsukumo is, what Konoha's White Fang is. She only knew that the guy with the head and tail in the fox mask in front of her was blocking her way. There is no doubt that even if this guy is not an enemy, he is definitely not with him. Advertisement. Since you don't want to let go, so be it. The peaceful voice of Heike came to Hitaki Tsukumo. Hitaki Tsukumo was slightly startled, thinking that Heike Jing was following his own advice and planning to give up attacking Uchiha Toyama. But the next second, he realized that he was wrong. And it was terribly wrong. Boom! One foot slammed on the ground, and the terrifying power of shock burst out under Heike Jing's feet, directly ripping the surrounding ground to pieces, and there were dense cracks everywhere. With the help of this anti-shock force, Tranquility burst out with an amazing speed that far exceeded her normal state, like an arrow from the string, rushing straight to Hitaki Tsukumo and slamming out a punch. Although it was just a simple straight punch that hardly used any physical skills, just looking at the amazing aura wrapped in the power of shock fruit was enough to see how amazing this punch was. Under the power of such an unknown bloodline limit, Hitaki Tsukumo, who has been famous for many years, did not dare to be careless, and directly covered chakra on his elbow, and then greeted him for a while. Boom! With a muffled sound, the two fists met. Advertisement. Hitaki Tsukumo easily blocked the attack from Hei Jiajing. But in the next second, Hitaki Tsukumo's expression changed suddenly. Crack! A clear cracking sound rang in Hitaki Tsukumo's ears. Then, he saw that the air around him was rapidly cracking at a speed visible to the naked eye, and spreading rapidly in all directions. Whoa, boom. The people watching from afar did not expect that they would become part of the attack. Accompanied by a clearly audible cracking sound, the terrifying power of shock broke out completely, as if a regional natural disaster had occurred. The ground within a few dozen meters behind Hitaki Tsukumo completely collapsed, and at least hundreds of onlookers were involved. If it takes time, the entire training ground will be blown away, and the mourning and screams of the injured are everywhere. This bloodline limit. Observing the terrifying state around him, Hitaki Tsukumo's face turned cold, and his calm eyes became more complicated. Is this really a move that a 10-year-old can use? Chapter 693, Auto-generated chapter title, 55, My wife wants a woman to take it away? Even with a head-on hit, shock fruit's power couldn't hurt Hitaki Tsukumo. This is of course not because the ability of shock fruit is too weak, but because the master of Heike Jing is too weak. Even if she was trained by Xia Yan, and now she is 10 years old, she can't give full play to the combat experience. However, although her strength is not comparable to that of Hitaki Tsukumo, who has been famous for many years, with the powerful superiority of shock fruit, there is no problem in making a scene. So, Hei Jiajing punched Hitaki Tsukumo again, crack. The air shattered like a mirror, and even the earth fell apart. Under the power of this natural disaster, even a strong man like Hitaki Tsukumo had to deal with it carefully to avoid being directly hit. After all, no matter how strong the body of a ninja who doesn't specialize in body training is, if they don't use chakra, they're at most stronger than ordinary people, and they can't withstand the impact of shock fruit at all. So, the White Fang short sword was pulled out. Advertisement. Ha-ju-ju. A crescent-shaped white semicircular arc flew out in front of Hitaki Tsukumo, heading straight for the shockwave that was rolling in. Boom. The sword chi and the shockwave collided together, and it took time as if the sky and the earth were torn apart. With the collision point as the center, the surrounding earth within a range of 10 meters was directly torn into dozens of pieces, and the terrifying storm was even more. Can't keep my eyes open. This really our peers. In the distance, Namikaze Minato, who was bathed in the storm, tried his best to open his eyes and stared at the two figures, one large and one small, at the center of the battle. If the defeat to Uchiha Toyama, who was about 2 years older than him, was just a setback for Namikaze Minato, now looking at the calmness of his age, but being able to fight the legendary ninja, Namikaze Minato is simply unwilling. In the same age group, he was completely surpassed by others, and even thrown far away. For a genius in the eyes of the public, it was indeed a big blow. On the other hand, Kushina was not as depressed as Namikaze Minato, but was extremely excited. Hit him hard. Come on, quiet. Show those guys how powerful our Uzumaki clan is. Advertisement. Because of the calm Uzumaki family's false identity, Kushina is very close to her. Especially after seeing the amazing strength of Heijajing, Kushina regarded him as a good sister who must develop. Such a handsome girl, I really love it, and Namikaze Minato, who was on the side, looked at Heijajing, whose eyes were almost filled with pity, and couldn't help but feel sour to the bottom of his heart. When will Kushina show this look to herself? It should be okay for Kushina to show such an expression to Uzumaki Shizuo. After all, both of them are girls. But why is it, Qian Zhao's, that they are both girls, but there is still a little bit of sourness in his heart? Could it be that Uzumaki Shizuo will pick up Kushina with him? Is it okay for girls and girls too? Inexplicably, Namikaze Minato thought of a field that he had never touched before. At the same time, he was shocked, and he looked at Kushina, who was staring at the peaceful family, and he was excited. He won't really be snatched away by a woman who he likes. Chapter 694, Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 56 close black lens bracket needs education. Namikaze Minato's worries, no one cares. At this time, everyone's eyes in the field were focused on Calm and Hitaki Tsukumo. In this battle, who will win and who will lose? No, can't say that. Because anyone with a bit of knowledge knows that Heijajing cannot be Hitaki Tsukumo's opponent. Her defeat is only a matter of time. Even in the current state of confrontation, it is only because this Konoha's White Fang did not make a full shot. That's it. At the same time, the battlefield finally changed. After a long stalemate, the shocking power that was swung calmly was finally completely annihilated under Hitaki Tsukumo's sword energy. 870 gift. It's amazing. Heijajing raised her eyebrows slightly, with a look of indifference, but her heart was much more dignified. She had almost no reservations about her shot just now. It was already the strongest attack she could unleash at the moment, but it was still easily cracked by Hitaki Tsukumo with a mediocre knife. Is this the disparity brought about by age suppression? Advertisement. Heijajing believes that if he is the same age as Hitaki Tsukumo, he will never lose to him, and it is even less likely that he will be suppressed by him. However, it is a pity that the current reality is that her physical condition is only 10 years old, and Hitaki Tsukumo is at the peak of her life. Do you want to continue? Putting the White Fang short blade across his chest, Hitaki Tsukumo looked at Heijajing with loving eyes. You are not my opponent, so let's give up. With your amazing potential, I believe that the village will not be able to treat you. Do something outrageous. No, uncle. Let's continue. Facing Hitaki Tsukumo's advice, he grinned calmly and fearlessly. Even though he knew that he was not the opponent of Hitaki Tsukumo, Hawkeye still had no plans to back down. Is that so? Well, geniuses always have the privilege of willfulness. It was impossible not to be disappointed if the advice failed, but Hitaki Tsukumo didn't care too much. In all fairness, at the age of 10, CBDD, he has such a strong bloodline and strength, and the attitude of Calm is quite modest in his opinion. However, children still need education. Jin. Advertisement. The short chakra blade emerges from the short blade of the White Fang, sharp enough to sever a human body with ease. Hitaki Tsukumo himself is holding a weapon, and his figure is like a ghost, rushing towards the piece of the house. Boom. Heijajing did not dodge or evade. His knees sank, his feet stomped firmly on the ground, and his fists slammed towards Hitaki Tsukumo, who was rushing towards him directly in front of him. Boom, kacha. With the calming punch, the terrifying shock force went towards the carbon that was shattering, and the air was shattered everywhere it passed. As if the world was torn apart by a punch, the visual effect is extremely exaggerated, far greater than its real attack power. With Hitaki Tsukumo's eyes, it is natural to have seen this for a long time. So faced with this terrifying visual effect, he just lifted the White Fang short blade in his hand and waved it a few times, and then slashed to pieces with a force that seemed to be able to flatten everything. Win, that little girl is still too immature. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was hiding in the dark, took a deep breath, but his eyes flashed with intense interest. The whirlpool is quiet, which is nice. Chapter 695, auto-generated chapter title. 57. Ping Jiajing's new strategy. Sarutobi Hiruzen is happy with the calm. The aptitude of this bloodline limit means that Konoha will at least have a powerful bloodline limit ninja family that is not weaker than the Hyuga family in the future, and there is even a high probability that it will surpass the Uchiha family. This is great news for Sarutobi Hiruzen, who doesn't trust the Uchiha clan very much. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen also knows that it is not an easy thing to bring peace under his command. Because Heike's surname is Uzumaki, regardless of whether this, Uzumaki, is true or not, as long as this surname exists, it represents the attitude of the goddess. Uzumaki Jing, not a rootless tree, she is also protected by someone. There's a long way to go, alas. Sighing softly, and temporarily leaving the matter of attracting calm behind, Sarutobi Hiruzen emptied his mind and continued to think about the issues he had been thinking about before. What the hell does he do to get Mito's heart? Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying vibration and the violent roar constantly stimulated the eardrums of everyone present. Advertisement. The ears of those who were closer and weaker even had blood flowing out of their ears. Probably knowing that under his frontal attack, even Hitaki Tsukumo's first layer of protection could not be broken at all, so Heijajing quickly changed his combat strategy, destruction. That's right, not attacking Hitaki Tsukumo, but indiscriminately destroying the surroundings. This is more effective, because Hitaki Tsukumo is a ninja of Konoha. Even if he is commanding Anbu, it is impossible to ignore the casualties of civilians and ordinary ninjas. It is such a simple truth to hold the emperor to command the princes. Although it may seem despicable to use the safety of civilians and ordinary ninjas to hold Hitaki Tsukumo, but Era Shizuo himself does not feel that there is anything wrong with doing so. After all, that Uchiha Toyama would have the kind of thoughts on the body of a 10-year-old child like her, and this Hitaki Tsukumo wanted to give up resistance. They're obviously bad people. To deal with bad people, do you still need to be moral? Shit. Hit it and it's over. Thinking like this, Heijajing became more and more vigorous, and even laughed loudly, smashing his fists into the void. Click, 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 for flowers, advertisement. The air shattered piece by piece, and even the ground was torn apart. It is worth mentioning that, perhaps because Heijajing's proficiency in shock fruit has improved, the speed of the shock's power spreading is much faster than before, and even the scope is much wider. However, in the blink of an eye, the civilian area outside the training ground was already crumbling, as if it would be annihilated at any time by the power of the calm wave of shock. Zero. However, in the next second, a white knife light pierced through the sky. Boom. The power of shock was chopped to pieces by a knife and dissipated in the void, and all those dwellings were also preserved. Little girl. You are going too far. Hitaki Tsukumo put down the white fang in his hand and looked calm with a gloomy expression on his face. If he hadn't rescued him in time, at least a dozen houses would have collapsed in the civilian area, and it is estimated that many people would have been injured or even killed as a result. However, in the face of Hitaki Tsukumo's dissatisfaction, calm was just a neat, shouted. The small face was full of contempt and disdain, and said carelessly, "If you don't accept it, get out. I like to do it like this, old lady." Chapter 696, auto-generated chapter title. 58, arrogant. It seems that you young man really deserves an education. Infuriated by Heijajing's attitude, Hitaki Tsukumo's figure burst out, and the whole person seemed to incarnate a white thunder, rushing towards Heijajing like lightning. His speed and sense of strength have been extremely exaggerated compared to just now, as if he had taken a stimulant. Apparently, this Konoha's white fang just didn't use all of his strength in the peaceful battle just now, and 870 kept pouring water. And now, because of the injuries of a large number of innocent civilians and ninjas, he is really angry. Jung. The light of the knife was dazzling, and the calmness continued to pass in front of him, almost woven into a fine net. Without even a blink of an eye, Hitaki Tsukumo had already rushed in front of Heijajing and successfully slashed with more than 20 knives. The speed of slashing is dazzling. At least among the ninjas in the world, it can protect 3 against 1. Heijajing was caught off guard, and those who were directly slashed retreated again and again. Even if he reacted later, the speed of the defense could not keep up with the speed of Hitaki Tsukumo's attack, and he was extremely embarrassed for a while. Advertisement. Fortunately, although Hitaki Tsukumo was angry and calm, he didn't make any difference, but he himself knew the importance. Knowing that Heijajing is a member of the Uzumaki family, with a backer behind him, he is not alone. Coupled with Heikei-jing's powerful bloodline limit, he is destined to be the top powerhouse standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world in the future. Therefore, even though Heikei Shizuo was overwhelmed by the exquisite swordsmanship like a violent storm, Hitaki Tsukumo didn't hurt her even one bit. If he really stepped on the ants without trampling them to death, with this perfect control of his own power, Hitaki Tsukumo was at least among the top 3 true geniuses among the bloodless ninjas. And it's all ages, but Ping Jiajing was still unhappy. No one likes to be pressed and beaten by other people, even less like Ping Jiajing, a woman who likes to vent violence. But her current strength is indeed not comparable to Hitaki Tsukumo. No matter how angry she is in her heart, she is just incompetent and furious. So, after being smashed by the back of a knife to swell his arm, Tranquility was really angry. Crack. Advertisement. The 2 fists slammed into the void with all their strength, and it took time for the world in front of Heijajing to be torn to pieces, and the void was full of terrifying cracks visible to the naked eye. Even Hitaki Tsukumo, under this amazing force, chose to avoid the edge for a while and did not continue to attack. And it was this relaxing time that Jing Jing suddenly raised his head and shouted, "Help, Teacher Xia Yan! Konoha's ninjas are bullying the children." Hitaki Tsukumo's mouth twitched violently, and the calm roar made him sick. In Konoha, the son of the chief of the Uchiha clan, the #1 nobleman in Konoha, was beaten like that, and he shot innocent civilians recklessly. Even if they, Konoha shinobi, made mistakes in the process, they couldn't cover up Ping 3.3 Jojing's mistakes and unscrupulousness. If others made the same mistake as Ping Jojing, Minister Anbu would have hacked them to death mercilessly. The reason why he calms down his opponent and shows mercy is just because the opponent's talent is too good and he has a very reliable background. However, this little guy still wants to call someone. He also said that others were bullying her? It really makes no sense.